Like, subscribe and share Light Fanfiction audiobook channel. Chapter 1. The first half of the Grand Line. Water Capital. Luffy stared dumbfounded at the face in the mirror. He was a little speechless. Look at the straw hat, the scar on the face, and the stretchable rubber fruit. Crossed. I actually crossed over. And also came to one piece. On the protagonist's Luffy. Brother, because of the same name and surname, I chased after you. Although I would occasionally come to the world of pirates to meet some girls, I never thought I would come here for real. Luffy's real name is also Luffy, but without the monkey D prefix. Although the name is the same. But where is this? This is the world of pirates who eat people but don't spit out their bones. Why did you let me, a powerless person who is used to being comfortable, used to lying flat, and even more used to the happy water in a fat house, come here? The man in the mirror opened his mouth. Stunned, he froze in place for a long time without speaking. Today's crossing instantly blinded Luffy. Outside. All members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Different from the usual situation, almost all of the current Straw Hat Pirates are seriously injured. As one of the three main players, Zoro has several holes in his body, and Sanji's legs are almost broken. They both do. Not to mention Nami, Usopp, Frankie, who are not too strong in combat. You have to ask why all the Straw Hat Pirates are seriously injured now. 3 hours ago, CP9 headed by Lu Chi, lurking in the water capital, had a showdown with them. CP9. The world government is directly under the secret Cypher Paul, an important intelligence member headed by Lu Chi. The reason why they have been lurking in the City of Water for 5 years is that the target is the blueprint of Pluton in the hands of Chong Bingshan, the governor of the City of Water. Pluton drawings. One of the 3 ancient weapons with the name of God in the legend, the extremely evil battleship, sleeps somewhere in the world, and the only person in the world who can understand Pluton's blueprint is Nico Robin, the son of the devil. The two sides fought fiercely. Now the Straw Hat Pirates, who is the opponent of CP9. One by one was seriously injured and crippled. Even Luffy, who possessed the ability of the Paramecia fruit, was beaten half disabled by Lucci, and passed out directly. In the process of coma. Luffy now. That's how it came to this body. Seeing that the Straw Hat Pirates are about to be killed by CP9. Robin finally stood up. She paid with her life. Willing to follow CP9 to an ice lobby. The requirement is that everyone in CP9 let everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates leave the Water City safely. It is also because Robin came forward. Only then did the scene where the Straw Hat Pirates were wiped out. The oppression that CP9 gave them was too great. Others do not know. Is Luffy still unclear? Yes. CP9 will let them leave the City of Water safely. But the problem is, once leaving the Water City, CP9 has no obligation to continue to abide by the agreement. Either kill or stay. It's all in their mind. This is simply a majestic word game. There are already more than a dozen warships scattered around the water capital. Just wait for Luffy and others to leave. They will attack them in groups. Completely wipe it out in this sea. Crossover is time traveling, the beginning is the Water City chapter, it's really tricky. Luffy looked at himself in the mirror, he held his forehead a little helplessly, and fell into deep thought. Robin was caught and all members were seriously injured. Everyone is dying, and there is only one last breath left. It's a dead-end situation. Think of the warships surrounded outside. Luffy sighed. Do you want to be the worst time traveler? Even before Xinqiao village could go out, it was about to be killed by the enemy. This is too embarrassing. Not that Luffy didn't want to die. It was the previous Luffy who was beaten badly by Lu Chi and was seriously injured. After crossing over. Just this half-disabled body, not to mention Lu Chi, even Lu Chi subordinates might not be able to do it. Thinking of my own Novice Village, I can't even get through it. A bitterness formed on the corner of Luffy's mouth. Sorry. I embarrass you fellow travelers. I am ashamed of Jiangdong's elders without words. However, at this moment, a crisp sound resounded in Luffy's mind. The reckless system is being bound. Completion rate 20. Completion rate 40. Completion rate is 80. Congratulations to host, the binding is 100% complete. The reckless system, this system lives up to its name, don't panic when you encounter anything, and if you go over with enthusiasm, the system will issue corresponding rewards. Look at the system in front of you. Luffy was stunned for a moment. As a bookworm full of experience, how could he not know what the system is? Really? Heaven has not failed me. The benefits of the traversers are here. But what is this reckless system? They've all come to an end. Regardless of his system. The first activation of the reckless system was detected, and gift package data was presented. Congratulations to host, all your injuries have healed. Congratulations to host, your rubber fruit has awakened, and the side effects of devil fruit have been eliminated. Congratulations to host, you got the primary conqueror's haki. Congratulations to host, you have won the junior marine 6 styles. Congratulations to host, you have obtained a random ability awakening. In a split second, Luffy just felt that there were countless things in his mind, such as marine 6 styles, armament haki, observation haki, conqueror's haki and other usage methods, almost all of which were wrapped in it. And a warm current flowed into his body. Immediately afterwards, tens of thousands of pores on the body bloomed together, as if soaked in a hot spring. An indescribable comfort flows all over the body. Make a fist with one hand. You can clearly feel it. Physical strength has grown. Observation haki, armament haki, conqueror's haki, and marine 6 styles. This power is not unfamiliar. As if born with the same. Totally blends in with Luffy. Dear host, you have awakened a random ability, do you want to use it? Use. Seeing the dazzling abilities, Luffy was overjoyed and said without hesitation. Congratulations host, your armament haki has awakened. In a split second, the rise of armament haki's awakening merged into Luffy's body. Luffy's strength skyrocketed again. Rubber fruit and armament haki wake up instantly. Feel the violent power in the body. Good guy. I'm straight up good guy. In front of Luffy, a high-tech panel appears. Character, Luffy. Devil fruit, rubber fruit awakening. Haki, conqueror's haki elementary, observation haki elementary, armament haki awakening. Ability, marine 6 styles elementary. The acquired abilities are divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, awakening, and peak. When the host reaches awakening, it can only be improved through training and understanding. Look at the panel in front of you. The injury is healed, and the ability is awakened. I heard that there are many crises outside? A smile appeared on the corner of Luffy's mouth, and the previous depression was swept away. There is only one sentence in his mind. Novice Village is stable. What is after the water capital? Thriller Bark, Golden Lion, Sabayati Archipelago and Summit War. What kind of surprises will the system bring to itself? There was a strange look in Luffy's eyes. The system is also making a sound at this moment. The current task is released, rescue Robin, take Robin back from CP9, and after completing it, you can get an S-level random reward. Chapter 2. Rescue Robin. Looking at the tasks issued by the system, let alone whether there is such a task. To be honest. Not to mention that she is a member of her own pirate group. She is willing to risk her life to keep Luffy and his group from leaving the Water City safely. No more reason is needed. To know. Robin was only 6 years old when he left O'Hara. From 6 years old to now 28 years old. I have fled for more than 20 years, during which I have experienced countless hardships and trials, and I have betrayed countless people. But on the Luffy pirates, he was willing to sacrifice himself. Just this obsession. When I first read the chapter of Water City, Luffy himself was touched. Although in recent years, One Piece no longer has the enthusiasm it had before. To drag more Water Piece is famous. But I have to admit, One Piece is an indelible mark on the road of youth. Squeal. Walked out of the room. Hear the door open. Nami, Zoro, and others who were seriously injured and dying also looked sideways. Luffy glanced over the crew members. Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper who heals everyone. But compared to the memory, everyone laughed and laughed. Everyone's face is now depressed and depressed. Without him, Robin was captured. Nami, Zoro and others are very uncomfortable. Chopper puts bandages on everyone. Can be tied and tied. Chopper couldn't help crying at the thought of the scene where Robin was willing to be captured by CP9 instead of them. Sanji slammed his fist against the wall. Looking at the legs that were about to break, his face was gloomy. It was not his chivalry to let the ladies lead the way. Looking at the expressions of everyone. The more it is at this time, the more the captain needs to stand up. Everyone. Luffy's voice is not very loud, but it can reach everyone's ears. Don't be sad, now that Robin has been taken away, instead of blaming yourself here, it's better to think about how to rescue Robin. Luffy. Nami was pale and she was exhausted now too. But when I heard Luffy's encouraging words, my face felt a lot better. Why don't we think so, but now everyone has been injured like this, and they can no longer compete with those CP9. Speaking of which, looking at everyone covered in bruises, Nami's tears rolled in his eyes. Then he couldn't help crying. Although Robin was the last to join their pirate group. But after a few days of getting along, everyone also began to slowly understand Robin's past experience. More importantly, in the end, Robin made up her mind, when she was the one who replaced all the Straw Hat pirates and left the City of Water. Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper and everyone else were touched. And because of this, the more powerless they were to save Robin, the more they blamed themselves. When Nami was heartbroken, suddenly, a hand rested on her head. Look up. It was Luffy. Luffy patted Nami's head, and then said to everyone, leave the matter of rescuing Robin to me, and you can recuperate well here. No. The first one to stand up was Chopper. It's all the bandages on Luffy's body. Now the most injured is Luffy. According to Luffy's state, he is undoubtedly going to die. Chopper is also right to worry. Luffy, you're really not fit to fight. The wound is bursting, you are the most injured among us. Even your rubber fruit has probably reached its limit. Not only Chopper, Nami, Usopp also spoke out to stop it. If you don't try, how will you know? Luffy said with a smile. We've lost Sister Robin now, Luffy, you must not go. Even though Sanji was worried about Robin's comfort, he couldn't let Luffy die in vain. What else did Luffy want to say? But everyone is unwilling to say anything. Just like what Sanji said. Lost Robin, can't lose Luffy again. Just when everyone was at a stalemate. Let the captain go. Zoro, who was sitting there covered in injuries, raised his head and said. His words caught the attention of the other crew members. Ignoring the gazes of Sanji, Usopp and others, Zoro stared at Luffy sharply, we must bring our crew back. Good. Luffy gave Zoro a deep look. The vast expanse of the sea. A storm is coming, traveling thousands of miles, huge waves are surging, and undercurrents are surging. Luffy steps on moonwalk. Keep running on the sea. Just left the City of Water. As expected. Around this water capital, there are already more than a dozen warships scattered here. As long as their melee is activated, tens of thousands of artillery fires will greet them. Luffy's eyes were cold. Although Marine regards itself as defending civilians. But if it's the opposite, Luffy is merciless. Who? Suddenly, there was a movement in Luffy's ear. Directly in front of him, a man wearing Captain Marine's robes also stepped on the moonwalk to block Luffy's path. The colonel looked at Luffy in front of him, a straw hat, a vest, and a pair of slippers. "You're a straw hat kid," the colonel growled, pointing at Luffy. Luffy froze for a moment. It was only then that I remembered that the current body was less than 18 or 19 years old. In the state of just coming of age. Childishness was written all over her face. To be honest, Luffy's actual age has reached the age of 3. Although the kid doesn't sound good. But the meaning is different. It's not just women who care about age. In fact, men also care about age. Who doesn't want to stay young forever and be 18 years old forever? 99 out of 10 men are willing to use the current wealth in exchange for returning to the age of 18. That little bit left over. It must be too much wealth. "Your mouth is quite sweet, I won't kill you today," Luffy said. This sentence. But Colonel Marine was taken aback for a while. He was taken aback by Luffy's words. "I call you brat. You say I'm sweet?" The colonel was a little out of step with Luffy's train of thought. "Laozi is scolding you, okay?" Recalling the order Liu Chi gave before leaving. "Meet the Straw Hat crew. Kill without mercy." So far. The colonel drew his sword from his belt. A knife slashed towards Luffy. Clang. Armament Haki appears in Luffy's hands. Empty hands catch swords. There was a burst of violent sparks from above. "Don't cry when you don't see the coffin." Luffy frowned. She kindly let him go, but what she got in return was that she didn't know what to do. The other hand makes a fist. Rubber fruit starts. The fist that can be stretched and retracted hit the colonel's head with lightning speed. It was too late to start the defense. Colonel Marine was horrified, "It's so fast." Next second. Even Colonel Marine. Nor is Luffy an all-in-one enemy. Like a kite with a broken string, it smashed into the sea. Luffy felt the strength in his body. Crush a Marine colonel with one punch. This is still the result of Luffy using 10% of his strength. If it were placed on the sea, I am afraid that the current self has reached a super first-line level. Movement here. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of the commanders on more than a dozen other warships. "That man is a Straw Hat Kid, stop him!" Instantly. Among the warships, more than 50 people filed out. Blocked in front of Luffy. Chapter 3. In front of Luffy. In an instant, more than 50 obstacles appeared. Some of them are strong in physical skills, some are strong in swordsmanship, and some are even snipers. But without exception, they are all masters of Marine 6 styles. It has one of the best positions in Marine. Kill the Straw Hat. Everyone rushed forward. Chased towards Luffy. Rubber pistol. A blush flashed in Luffy's eyes, an observation haki was turned on. Armament Haki in hand is also covered on it. Matching rubber pistol. Luffy has no limits. Although there are more than 50 people in front of him, none of them are his all-in-one enemy. Luffy came to the warship. As an enemy, one should have the consciousness of being an enemy. Luffy hits third gear. Ape King Fist launched. Kill the quartet. Wherever it passes, not a blade of grass grows. Anyone who has objections will be dealt with by him. Dozens of warships. 6 were sunk by Luffy. A full 5,000 people. Luffy solved 3,000 by himself. Finally. When the deck is bleeding like a river. The commander on the warship also became terrified. "Stop it, don't fight anymore, let him go," we are not his opponent. Commander commanded loudly. I'm fighting. They may have to be completely wiped out. As soon as his words came out, the other terrified Marines finally stopped. Sweat broke out on Luffy's brow. Not that he was exhausted, but because of being a modern person. This was his first murder. But now that you have traveled through time, you should be prepared to kill others with your hands. His cold eyes glanced at those wretched commanders hiding in the far corner. He said coldly, Commander, come out to wash the floor. Say it. Step on the Marine 6 styles. Dash in the direction of Nice Lobby. The water capital is not too far from Nice Lobby. Add Luffy to moonwalk like crazy. The sea below kept moving backwards, shrinking into inches, and the speed was boundless. Less than half an hour before and after, a huge island appeared in front of Luffy. It's the Nice Lobby. Luffy landed on the Nice Lobby. Just landed here. The guard at the door spotted him. Who are you, The words are not finished yet. Luffy came to them in an instant. The hand rises and the knife falls. Blood spattered on the walls. The walls were all stained red. And the soldier fell straight to the ground. There are 3 gates in Nice Lobby. Each gate is 50 meters high and 100 meters wide. Although it is not comparable to the heaven-penetrating gate of justice, it is also an insurmountable strong gate. It is very laborious to push. Available in front of Luffy. Just one punch. The door crashed to the ground. Nice Lobby is after all Marine's famous island. The handle inside was tight, and the moment the door collapsed, a large number of soldiers also noticed the situation here. One by one, they all took up their weapons and rushed over. It's a pity that these are just ordinary soldiers. Luffy joins the herd. That's all. 3 gates. In a moment, he broke through. Now, in the deepest office of the Nice Lobby. Commander, I have already brought the person you want. Liu Qi spoke indifferently, with one hand in his pocket, staring indifferently at the human being sitting in the main seat. Behind Liu Qi is a member of other CP9. And behind these members is Robin, whose hands are handcuffed by sea stone. Now Robin is very embarrassed, his face is covered with bruises. The look of despair in his eyes. Make her uneasy. Bring it back. The man in the main position stood up from the chair, he turned around, and looked at Robin behind Liu Qi. When it is confirmed that it is Robin, a hint of guilt flashed across his eyes. It's really you, the devil's son. The sunlight outside the window fell on the man above the Lord. At this time, Robin saw the object clearly. It was a man with a mask and disheveled hair. Shpondum. Robin's face darkened, and he recognized him at a glance. Shpondum. Commander of CP9, spy member of CP0. His strength may not be strong, but the entire CP9 organization follows his example. Even Liu Qi has to call him commander. That's his Shpondum, right? Gee ha ha ha. Seeing Robin, Shpondum immediately laughed, but I finally caught you. Do you know how much I paid to find you? I really would hide from you, avoiding our eyeliner for so many years. To think that all the eyeliners who have followed Robin all these years have all been disconnected. Shpondum's face darkened. To this end, there was a lot of punishment and rebuke from Marie Joyce. Shpondum was a mean, snobby man. Immediately transfer all the anger to Robin. Snapped. He walked up to Robin with a smirk, and slapped her hard. Robin, who was already injured and in handcuffs, couldn't bear it. The body lost its balance and fell to the ground. There was a blood-red slap print on the delicate face. More blood spilled from his mouth. You also have today, son of the devil. I have suffered a lot for you, and it finally fell into my hands. From tonight onwards, I will torture you to death. Shpondum held one hand tightly. Lu Chi and the members of CP9 chose to turn a blind eye. Robin bowed his head when he heard this. Silently bear. It's the only thing she can do. My heart is as dark as ashes. Finally. Is your own retribution coming? However. It wasn't long before Robin was brought before Spondam. Suddenly their door opened. Commander, someone broke in from outside. A soldier hurried in from outside. Presumptuous, impossible. Hearing this, Spondam yelled at the soldiers, this is an ice lobby, who dares to come in? Commander, it's absolutely true, all our soldiers can't stop this enemy. The soldier shouted in dismay. At this moment, Spondam also noticed the soldier's disheveled appearance, with bloodline all over his body, which did not seem to be fake. Who is the other party? Spondam grabbed the soldier by the skirt. We don't know this guy, but he's wearing a straw hat. The soldier was suddenly caught by the Spondam, and said anxiously. Straw hat Luffy. With just a straw hat, Spondam immediately knew the other party's identity. Robin is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. When I learned that the person who broke into the N-Ice lobby was Luffy. Let the haze in Robin's eyes sweep away, revealing the light briefly. Is Luffy here? In desperation, the dawn of dawn suddenly fell on him. It's impossible not to be moved. But soon. Rationality suppresses emotion. No. He had clearly warned himself. Do not catch up. An ice lobby is not a place they can trespass. For one myself. Challenge the entire marine. Not worth it at all. Although Robin kept persuading himself in his heart. But let's be honest. In fact, everyone will have the last glimmer of hope. So is Robin. Beside. Lu Chi also raised his head, a little luster appeared in his indifferent eyes. He actually chased after him. In the capital of water. Lucci and Luffy turned to Sengoku. To be honest. For the opponent's 100 million reward. Lu Chi was a little disappointed. Unexpectedly, he was seriously injured and even on the verge of death, but he managed to catch up for his partner. This surprised Lu Chi. To know. Not to mention that Luffy was beaten like that by himself. I also placed more than a dozen warships along the way, and the N-Ice lobby has so many military forces and is so heavily guarded. With such a serious injury. How did he overcome obstacles along the way? Do you consider yourself a fool? Come on, let's go out and have a look. Spondam said angrily. Chapter 4. Luffy has reached the deepest part of N-Ice lobby. There are 2 buildings here, and there is a suspension bridge between the 2 buildings. Luffy stands on one of the buildings. Behind him. It was Marine who came after him. The number of Marines is very large. Tens of thousands of people gathered at the scene, and there was a din of voices. Peripheral. Marine warships are also slowly surrounding N-Ice lobby. This battle. We're almost halfway through Summit War. Quite a taste of catching a turtle in a urn. At this time. On the roof of the building opposite. The door was pushed open. Spondam and Robin came out slowly. Behind them. Lu Chi, Keiku, Jabra, Bluno, Khalifa, and others are on the scene. Luffy's eyes swept over everyone in CP9, and he could roughly tell who was who. But in the end, his eyes fell on the woman with tears in her eyes and blood-red palm marks on her face. Nico Robin. A member of his own pirate group is also the target of this rescue. See, it's really Luffy. Robin was surprised and moved. Surprised because Luffy came, moved because he came for himself. But when I saw all the members of CP9, Spondam, and tens of thousands of Marines, on the other hand, Luffy was alone when he was alone. Uneasiness reigned in Robin's mind again. Are you CP9? Today can be regarded as seeing a real person. Luffy looked at Lu Chi and the others. Lu Chi and the others looked at each other and were all stunned. Haven't we seen it before in the water capital? How to listen to his tone. Seems like reunion after a long absence. You don't have to talk to him. Spondum looked at Robin beside him, you know what to do. Robin's expression darkened upon hearing this. She naturally knew what Spondum meant. I gritted my teeth. Robin yelled at Luffy, Luffy, didn't I tell you to break it off? Why did you come to an ice lobby? Because you are my crew, is that enough reason? Luffy said calmly. Hearing that Luffy was still so recalcitrant, Robin looked aside and watched Spondum's continued eyes. Robin made up his mind. Luffy, I don't need you to save me at all, son of the devil, don't you know what this means? Once I get on the boat with you, you are destined to be implicated by my fate. No matter how far we go on the sea, there will be a huge enemy that we can't get rid of. Whether it's Aokiji's time or Water City's this time, I've already involved you twice. A nice lobby, this is not the place for you at all. Robin said a lot. But all thoughts are just one. Hope Luffy gets out of here and doesn't have to worry about himself. The enemies this time are different from Crocodile, Enel, and others. This is Marine. Huge Marine faction. To this end, Robin even spared no expense. I have already regarded you as a burden, as people who can betray you at any time. When I was in the capital of water, I have already explained the situation to you. You are just my abandoned sons. I don't want to you come and save me. She knew her cumbersome status. I don't want to drag anyone down because of this status. Especially searched for so many years. Finally found the partner that the giant Vice Admiral Jaguar spoke of back then. A group of partners who can become best friends. After saying something cruel, tears rolled in the eyes. But Robin knew that it must not be shed now. Raise your head. Try to hold back the tears. Listen to Robin finish. Spondum laughed wantonly, he pointed at Luffy and shouted loudly. How is it? The partner who tried so hard to get back actually asked you to go back, isn't it heartbreaking? Is it heartbreaking? Ha 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 ha, today really made me watch a farce. Finish at Spondum. Luchi, Keiku, Khalifa, and others also had sneers on their faces. His face was full of chills, and he looked down at Luffy who looked like a clown below. Facing the cynicism and ridicule of everyone, Luffy was indifferent, turning a blind eye. He stared at Robin who was cruel to him, especially when he saw the slap print on Robin's face. Luffy simply asked, "Who slapped you on the face?" Hear this simple sentence. Robin froze. Slap on the face. Not only Robin was stunned, but even Spondum, Luchi, Khalifa, and others who were preparing to watch from the sidelines were stunned. It's me. Spondum said sarcastically. He he he. Spondum had just finished speaking, causing Luffy to sneer. His laugh, like the whispers of demons in the abyss, sending chills down Spondum's spine. Luffy said, Nico Robin, let's not say that you regard our Straw Hat Pirates as a burden, and treat us as objects that can be betrayed, no matter what you have experienced before, but here I have to remind you, without my captain's consent, you have always been the archaeologist of the Straw Hat Pirates. Speaking of which, Luffy looked up suddenly. The previously lazy face suddenly changed, becoming extremely fierce. Whether you want to die or live, no matter what stupid things you say, since Crocodile, you only belong to the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy's words, especially the last sentence, only belongs to the Straw Hat Pirates. Robin couldn't stop directly, 2 lines of tears flowed from his eyes. Robin was crying, heartbroken, and mourning everywhere. Luffy's words directly hit her heart, tearing away her disguise, and the belief that had been propped up for so long finally collapsed at this moment. The floods flooded and the defense lines collapsed. Robin, please wait, I'll take you out right away. But before that, I will not let anyone who makes you cry or who touches a single hair of yours go away. In the world of One Piece, strength is the most important thing. Since here we are talking about whoever has the bigger fist, coincidentally, Luffy's fist is not as big as usual. To hear such defiant words from Luffy, even Luffy, who has always been proud, frowned, and a bright light shot out from his eyes. Not to mention other members of CP9. Everyone flew into a rage. His eyes burst into anger, staring at Luffy in front of him. Arrogant guy, don't forget that you are just our defeat. CP9. A fat man rushed out from inside. He has thinning hair, a suit, and a rare zipper in his mouth. Otonashi Fakura. This is his name. He has a special ability, which can measure the strength level of the enemy, called the force value. In Luffy ranked first with 4000 power. At this time, Otonashi Fakura pointed at Luffy with an ugly face and said, "Let me try your power." Power? It's just a setting that was once abandoned by the old thief Oda. Luffy naturally recognized at a glance that the other party was the guy who tested his strength. As you wish. Luffy punched the air, and the rubber all over his body shook. Immediately afterwards, the skin began to turn reddish, and bursts of steam emerged from Luffy's body. This is Luffy's second gear. After Rubber Fruit awakened. Not to mention second gear. He can even use the fourth gear directly. With the blessing of second gear, Armament Haki appeared on his right arm. Luffy crouched on the ground. Then kick your legs. He trampled a big hole in the buildings under his feet. And he jumped. The whole person soars into the sky. The other side. After seeing Luffy's Armament Haki, Luffy sensed the crisis. When did this guy learn Armament Haki? Not good. Otonashi Fakura, hurry back. Luffy coming has not yet been said. Luffy turned on the second gear and came to Otonashi Fakura in an instant. Jet pistol. Awakening second block and awakening Armament Haki and full blow and jet pistol. Feel the sonic boom in the air. Otonashi Fakura was startled, and quickly got ready to test his strength. This punch goes down. The air is constantly trembling. Boom. Luffy slammed his fist hard on Otonashi Fakura's body. This moment, Otonashi Fakura's body sank directly, the meat on it was churned into a ball, gastric juice spewed out from his mouth, an unknown liquid leaked out, his eyes turned white, and he passed out on the spot. Otonashi Fakura really didn't expect Luffy's strength to soar. The plump body fell to the ground and completely lost consciousness on the spot. And Luffy calmly walked in front of Otonashi Fakura. Lift your feet. Stepping on his head, he looked at Luffy and the others. CP9? Is this the only strength? Chapter 5. Quiet. It was eerily quiet. Everyone stared at Luffy dumbfounded. Spondum was shocked. That's Otonashi Fakura from the CP9 organization. Luffy didn't even dare to say that he could punch in seconds. He was thrown over by the Straw Hat Boy with a punch. How can this be? Khalifa, Keiku, Jabra, and others were also shocked. Luffy also had a strange look in his eyes. As for Luffy's strike just now, it's no longer like the capital of water. What happened? In such a short period of time, is it possible that this guy Luffy has become so strong? Same. Even Robin was deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. Although Luffy is the strongest in the CP9 organization. But others are not weak either. Wherever it is placed, it will be looted by many forces. The results of it? In front of Luffy. But they couldn't make it together. Robin's breathing began to become short of breath. CP9 is here. Luffy stepped on Otonashi Fakura's head and said. Hear Luffy sneer. Keiku became angry with embarrassment. Don't be too arrogant. During the conversation, he steps on the Marine 6 Styles moonwalk, with the blessing of a matching shave. He turned towards Luffy in an instant. Whoosh! There was a piercing sound in the air. Luffy actually stepped on moonwalk and responded. How can it be? Seeing moonwalk under Luffy's feet, Keiku's eyes widened. To know. At that time in the water capital, Luffy was not even a moonwalk, and it was a question of whether he could be an enemy of them. How could he be Marine 6 styles? Luffy's moonwalk. Faster and braver than Keiku's. Do not misunderstand. Luffy, a junior moonwalker, really can't compare with Keiku and Luchi who have mastered Marine 6 styles. But don't forget. With Luffy in the second gear, the speed has already surpassed all the people present. Even beginner moonwalk. But it can also stabilize the pressure. Only to hear the sound of breaking through the air again. Finger pistol. Luffy got into the soul. Pierced Keiku's heart. After Otonashi Fakura, Keiku became the second person to be killed in action. In just one breath. 2 CP9 members were killed one after another. Khalifa, Jabra, Bluno, and others were finally shocked by Luffy's methods. They couldn't help taking a step back. This powerful oppressive force made them a little breathless. Luchi finally changed his color this time. The contempt in his eyes no longer appeared, on the contrary, he was extremely dignified. The purpose of Luffy this time is to rescue Robin. Capture the thief first and capture the king first. He stepped on moonwalk towards Luchi and rushed up. Realized that Luffy was coming towards him. After Luchi showed a dignified attitude. The desire for fighting in my heart was rekindled. How long? Lurking in the water capital for 5 years. He didn't know how long it had been since he met someone who could ignite his blood. Luchi immediately opened his leopard fruit and entered the leopard state. And Marine 6 styles, Armament Haki, Observation Haki are all on. Boom! The two immediately started a confrontation. Luffy and Luchi fists smashed together. A wave of air centered on the two of them spread out towards the surroundings. After a punch, everyone around was thrown out. What a powerful force, and this Marine 6 styles, Armament Haki, where did you learn it from? After feeling that Luffy's power is indeed different from before, Luchi is in doubt. To know. In the capital of water. He was beaten to death by himself. But now. It's nothing more than a surge in strength. Marine 6 styles, Armament Haki and Observation Haki are continuously displayed from his body. Luchi was puzzled by this. Why didn't such a powerful power be displayed in the capital of water? He couldn't figure it out. Do you think I'm going to talk nonsense to you? Luffy glanced at him. Suddenly force in the hand. The advantage of the awakened Armament Haki is also displayed at this moment. Fist out. Luchi, who also turned on Armament Haki, is hard to parry. And at this time, Luffy used second gear and third gear one after another. Plus the blessing of Marine 6 styles. Even if Luchi is powerful, he is still a first-line powerhouse in the sea. But after all, he was no match for Luffy. Rubber fire pistol. This is to commemorate Ace, the ability that Luffy displayed 2 years later. But for the now awakened Devil Fruit, Luffy is self-taught, and he can perform it with ease. This moment, a powerful flame rose from Luffy's hands, and the flames carried unprecedented power. Grab Luchi flaws. Luffy punched out. Luchi spurted blood directly from his mouth. It was all shaken out by the impact of Luffy's fist. Boom! A violent explosion erupted at the scene. In the smoke and dust of the explosion, Luffy stood there silently. In front of him, Luchi was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Half of his body was beaten to pieces. Luffy walked up step by step towards Lucci, who was lying on the ground and couldn't afford serious injuries. He had no expression on his face, staring at the surrounding fields. Go to hell! Luffy spat out 3 words lightly. Deal with these enemies. He won't hold back at all. To know. There is no benevolence and righteousness in pirate world. Either you kill me, or I kill you. Only the strong are worthy of playing with life. Say it bluntly. The warships around the water capital are reserved for the Straw Hat Pirates. According to the state of their Straw Hat Pirates, there is no escape from death. Instead of waiting to be judged, it is better to judge others. Stop, your opponent is me. When they saw that Luffy was about to end Lucci's life, the other CP9 members couldn't sit still. That's Luffy, the captain of their CP9. But there is absolutely no room for loss. However, haven't waited for them to make a move. Luffy raised the knife with lightning speed. Take Luffy head off. The blood in Luffy neck spilled out like a fountain. Blood splattered all over the place. What? Luffy, as their captain, is now helplessly dying in front of them. Everyone became angry from embarrassment and rushed forward. Jabra, Bluno, Kumadori, all the members rushed up. Die! Treat these people! Luffy held nothing back. The rubber jet pistol went over, beheading everyone with one punch. At last, only Spondum is left, and Khalifa are still alive. Khalifa's beautiful eyes widened, fixedly staring at the bloody Luffy in front of her. All members of CP9 were killed in action. This made her heart suffer an unprecedented blow. Next to Khalifa. When Spondum saw that Luffy, who was as powerful as Luffy, had his head taken off by Luffy, he was so dizzy that he couldn't even believe his eyes, which almost protruded from their sockets. Take 2 steps back. His feet were unsteady, and he sat down on the ground. Robin is also well aware of the full combat power of CP9. But it was precisely because he witnessed Luffy wipe out everyone in CP9. This made her even more touched. Robin's small mouth opened into an O shape. While the stormy waves were stirring in his heart, he also had a new question. When did my captain become so strong? She stared at Luffy. I didn't speak for a long time. Notice. Before that, she was trying to dissuade Luffy from leaving here. An ice lobby wasn't his place to break into. Marine's influence is simply too strong. Now it seems. The clown was myself. Who I am? Where am I? What am I going to do? Robin gave birth to a bewildered 3 consecutive times. Just at this moment, Luffy fell from the sky, landing next to a horrified Robin. He stretched out his hand and said softly, "Robin, welcome home." Chapter 6. Welcome home. Just 4 words. But let the Robin River flood. She was moved to tears. Opposite Luffy, only Khalifa remained on the spot for a while. Look at Luffy. Neither advancing nor retreating. I am very afraid. Everyone is afraid of death, and she is no exception. She was afraid that Luffy would kill her with one blow. So many people are not his opponents. How could he escape? They could only anxiously wait for Luffy's trial. Luffy glanced at Khalifa lightly. "You go, I don't kill women." Hearing this, Khalifa raised his head. To be honest, when seeing Luffy cut off Lucci's head, Khalifa no longer has the heart to fight. She is a woman after all. No one else's blood. When he heard that Luffy was willing to let himself go, she fled here without looking back. Luffy wasn't going to hit Khalifa in the back while she was on the run. Such a delicate woman, if she just died like this. Isn't it a pity? Luffy looked away from Khalifa and turned to Spondum. "I heard that the commander of CP9 is also a woman, are you a woman?" Spondum watched Khalifa leave, thinking of Luffy not being a stupid woman. He kept nodding his head, shouting in his mouth, "I am a woman, I am a woman, please don't kill me." Luffy slapped him across the face. Half of his face was sunken. "This slap is because of your spineless behavior. A man is a man, and he chose to be a woman for his own life." During the conversation, Luffy slapped him across the face in reverse. "This slap is to straighten your crooked face." Immediately afterwards, Luffy slapped again. This slap is what you gave back for slapping my crewman Robin before. Then, Luffy slapped again. This slap is because I slapped you with unexpected words. The more Luffy fanned, the more addicted he became. He slapped his mean face several times in a row. His father was so beaten that he didn't recognize him, his entire face was swollen, and he was lying on the ground dying. Only then did he let go. Luffy came in front of Robin, looked at the scarred Robin and said, "Thank you." Robin turned his head and looked at Luffy in front of him. The sun just shone on his smiling face from outside. Looks sunny and handsome, tall and stylish. Even Robin was stunned for a second. She was grateful. But I remembered the words that drove Luffy away at the beginning, "Luffy, I'm sorry." She lowered her head, full of guilt. Luffy held out his hand. Rubbed her tousled hair. With a gentle voice, "I know you're suffering and difficulties, I can understand." The current Luffy is not just a young man of 17 or 18. There is already a Ben-san soul in his body. Plus knowing Robin's past and current situation. She is also doing it for her own good. Hearing Luffy's empathetic words. Do not know why. Robin's inner ear bumped. At the same time, she suddenly found that the Luffy in front of her seemed to be different from before. What is the difference? As if a little more mature, a little more stable, giving people a little more sense of security. Look at the sea stone handcuffs Robin's hands are wrapped around. Luffy groped for a moment on Spondum, who was lying motionless on the ground. Then a key was found. Luffy, watch out, it's sea stone. Even if you have the key, if you want to open the sea stone handcuffs, you will inevitably encounter this chain. Well known. Sea stone is the nemesis of demon fruit power. Robin said worriedly. It doesn't matter. Luffy smiled gently, and held the sea stone handcuffs under Robin's surprised gaze. Then the key is inserted to open it. When the system awakens devil fruit for itself. The side effects of devil fruit have long been eliminated. Even if Luffy is now jumping into the ocean will not hurt. Luffy. Robin was amazed to see Luffy not afraid of sea stone. The handcuffs were opened. Robin also made a comeback. Ding, congratulations host, complete the task rescue Robin, and reward a random S-level reward. Dear host, you have a chance to draw an S-level reward, do you want to draw? The moment Luffy uncuffs Robin sea stone. The system sent 2 reminders in succession. This efficiency. Leverage. Extract. To be honest. When Robin asked herself to leave the Nice lobby, Luffy didn't listen to her at all. Rescuing Robin is one of his goals. Getting an S-level lottery is also one of his goals. At the moment of selection, there was a sound of roulette. Ding, congratulations host, you have 1 million fairy beans, the lottery is over, I hope you will continue to work hard, and I wish you a happy mood. What? After seeing the S-level lottery to get 1 million fairy beans, Luffy was dumbfounded. Fairy beans. The most buggy item in Dragon Ball. It doesn't matter if you don't eat for 10 days and nights after taking 1 pill. Luffy jumped up when he saw that all the celestial beans in the Dragon Ball were coming. Not to mention that this fairy bean has the effect of life and death, flesh and bones. But it can also revive people with full blood. Million fairy beans. What does it mean? It means that from tonight onwards, he will have millions of lives. If it is placed in Summit War. This special effect is heaven-defying. Just imagine. After finally knocking down Whitebeard, he suddenly ate a fairy bean and revived with full blood on the spot. Don't Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, Sengoku vomit blood collectively? How can I fight this? I hit you Bean soldiers. I'm afraid it's just that. After a short period of happiness. But Luffy came back to his senses, this S-level reward is so rich. He was really shocked by this reward. But precisely because of this, He was looking forward to it even more. The next mission is coming. Full of anticipation, Luffy withdrew from the system space, looked at Robin in front of him and said, "Robin, how are you going to punish this guy?" Luffy's gaze rode towards Spondam lying on the ground with fearful eyes. Robin heard the words. She looked at Spondam whose face was swollen from the beating. There is no longer the previous fear in the eyes. On the contrary, full of disgust. Chapter 7. For Spondam, Robin showed deep disgust. It was this guy who tried every means to put himself to death. When being arrested, he even uttered bold words to make his life worse than death. Robin stood up, her eyes were cold, her face was gloomy, and she walked towards Spondam step by step. Spondam lifted his slapped face. Tremblingly, he looked at Robin who was walking up in front of him. "No! Don't kill me!" Spondam was terrified, he didn't want to die anyway. "I won't kill you." Robin was unparalleled in his coldness. "Lift your leg and put your foot on Spondam's head." She is not as powerful as Luffy, but she is also demon fruit power. One foot down. The helpless Spondam fell to the ground immediately. And the moment he fell to the ground, then Robin raised his slender legs again. 1 foot in the span of Spondam. This strength is full of hatred. Ah! Immediately afterwards, a pig-like cry came out of Spondam's mouth. The tearing pain made his body feel like it was being torn apart. He was burning with anxiety and sweating profusely. His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Finally, Spondam passed out. The situation here. It made even Luffy, who was standing by, feel cold in the crotch. His Adam's apple rolled. FK. This is a rare sight of Robin. Apparently she hated Spondam. This is a crazy woman. Stay away from him from now on. Luffy murmured inwardly. To abolish Spondam is to vent the grievance in my heart. As for why not kill him? Just like what Spondam said, killing him is too cheap for this beast, life is better than death to relieve the anger. Luffy, let's go back quickly, it's not suitable to stay here for long. Although Robin vented his anger, but also know that they are in a difficult situation. Calm down and think about it. All members of CP9 were eliminated, and Spondam was abolished by himself. But there are tens of thousands of marines and more than a dozen warships in the periphery. There are a large number of elite marine soldiers inside. The crisis is not over yet. No. Luffy raised his head, and looked at Robin sternly, not leaving for now. Why? Robin was incomprehensible when he heard this. No reason. The corners of Luffy's mouth twitched slightly. In Robin's eyes, he turned around and walked up to the tens of thousands of marines in front of him. The reason not to go. Just now. A second task came from the system. Destroy an ice lobby, you can get an S-level random draw when you complete it. To know. Before that, the S-level lottery draw directly brought him 1,000,000 fairy beans. It can be seen from this. How rich is this lottery? For now, Luffy couldn't give up the temptation brought by the S-level lottery. More critical is, Lu Chi, the strongest in CP9, has been solved by himself. All the other members died except Khalifa. There was no longer an enemy on the scene who was Luffy's opponent. In other words, this S-level reward is for myself. A big gift was given for no reason. If you don't accept it, will you miss the opportunity to start? How to deal with tens of thousands of marines? Simple. Luffy slowly walked up to the tens of thousands of marines in front of him. Naturally, these marines also saw the scene where Luffy solved all CP9 just now. All of them were suddenly afraid. They watched Luffy anxiously. This is the moment. There was a sudden rainbow light in Luffy's eyes. It wasn't the observation haki, instead, the Conqueror's haki was released from his body. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly enveloped everyone in front of him. Whenever Marine is encountered by Conqueror's Haki, both were fatal blows in their minds. After spinning around for a while, his legs went limp, and they fell to the ground one after another. Certainly. Luffy is just Junior Conqueror's Haki. It can't be as freely retractable as Shanks, and even attaches Conqueror's Haki to the attack. So, there are tens of thousands of Marines, and there are more than 9,500 Marines. The remaining 500 people can barely resist Luffy's Haki. It seems that they are still not good at learning, and there are more than 500 heroes on the beam who have not fallen. Luffy looked at the 500 people and smiled. Say it. He does it himself. More than 500 soldiers in front of them were thrown to the ground one after another. After finishing, more than 20 warships were dismantled collectively. Finally open the third gear. The Nice Lobby, one of Marine's 3 important institutions, was directly dismantled. Watching the huge island sink into the sea, submerged under the sea. Since then, it symbolizes the absolute justice of the world government. There is no night, and it is day all year round, so it is also called Nice Lobby, the island that never sleeps. Fallen in Luffy's hands. Destroyed once. Ding, congratulations host, complete the task, destroy Nice Lobby, and get an S-level lottery draw once. Dear host, do you want to draw a lottery? Accompanied by Nice Lobby's fall, a sound came from the system. Extract. Luffy nodded. Ding, congratulations host, you got a repair ship spirit card. Originally full of expectations. But after seeing this completely incomprehensible reward, Luffy also felt a little cold in his heart. Hey! Repair the ship spirit card? What the hell? What the hell is this? Where's my million fairy beans? What about my S-tier draw? Luffy is still full of expectations. It seems that I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a lottery ticket, but in the end I got thank you for your patronage, and lost all my pants. Now he feels as uncomfortable as if he ate a fly. Is there a consolation prize for S-level rewards? No doubt. Luffy already sees the draw as a consolation prize. But something is better than nothing. He could only helplessly throw the ship spirit card into the system space. System space. This is a space storage capacity that comes with the system, which can help Luffy store a lot of food, water, items, and the like. On the occasion of the destruction of Nice Lobby, Robin can't fly. Coupled with the fact that he is seriously injured and dying, he can only pin his hopes on Luffy. Luffy hugged her like a princess. Feel the tenderness in your hands and the aroma between your mouth and nose. He smiled. Step on the moonwalk and take Robin out of this land of right and wrong. Chapter 8. Luffy, you were using Conqueror's Haki just now. Looking at Luffy, who is close at hand, stepping on the moonwalk and taking himself back to the capital of water. Although Robin's cheeks were slightly red, he was even more curious about the ability that Luffy used just now. That's right, you are the one who is well informed on our ship. It seems that Luffy is in a happy mood after getting 2 S-level lottery draws today. After hearing Luffy's confirmation, Robin's eyes on Luffy began to change. Conqueror's Haki. That is a 1 in a million existence. There are very few people who get Conqueror's Haki. But once you have it, you will definitely become a giant in the future. The existence of New World climbing to the top. Own this cheap captain. To have awakened such a rare Conqueror's Haki. How could Robin not be surprised? But when Luffy said that he was well informed, Robin was speechless for a while. Spoof, I've been at sea for so many years, so I've seen it with my own eyes. This Conqueror's Haki is not a joke. We must use it less in the future. We're still in the first half, right in the Marine's encirclement, and you destroyed Nice Lobby this time. Incur Marine's hatred, don't be too sharp, this is our way of survival. I know. Be low-key. How could Luffy not understand this simple truth? His eyes showed a rare calmness. Take Robin. Luffy's journey back to the water capital was a bit long, but finally arrived safely. There was no danger all the way. Thank you, Luffy, your hands are sore. Finally seeing the city of water, Robin's heart was relieved. But to think that Luffy has flown so far holding himself. He should be more tired. Are you caring about me? I'm so touched. Sore hands? How can it be? Holding such a soft woman, wouldn't it be a man if his hands were sore? Stop being a goof, give you a little sunshine and you will be brilliant. Robin gave Luffy a blank look. She really found that Luffy had changed. I didn't dare to tease myself so blatantly before. Today, I keep saying these irrelevant things again and again. But Robin really likes to listen. When Luffy pushed open the door. When returning to the Straw Hat Pirates with Robin. In a room. Inside, Nami, Sanji, Zoro and others who were worried all gathered on Luffy and Robin. Luffy. Robin. After seeing that Luffy really brought Robin back. The rest of the Straw Hat Pirates all opened their mouths wide, their faces were astonished as if they had seen a ghost. Sanji and Zoro also looked at each other. From each other's eyes, they saw confusion. Notice. Robin was captured by CP9. CP9 wiped out their group before. Luffy was severely injured. Even when Zoro let Luffy go, he was just joking. After all, in Luffy's state, the sea alone stopped the flyable Luffy. But they really didn't think of it. Luffy goes and comes back. In less than a few hours. Actually brought Robin back from the hands of the enemy. If you don't see it with your own eyes. They couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. Rao is the calm Zoro, who lost his composure at the moment. How did you do it? Same. The others were also staring at Luffy. Want to get an answer from his mouth. Luffy picked out his ears. I'm so tired, let's take a rest first, you two talk. As the saying goes. No matter how awesome words come out of your own mouth, they are not awesome anymore. So he handed over this great task to Robin. All eyes were on Robin. Robin is indeed the big sister of the Straw Hat Pirates. Calm down. Looking at the people in front of him. She found a place to sit down decently, and told about everything that happened at Nice Lobby. When I heard that Luffy destroyed CP9 alone, destroyed more than 20 warships, a Haki brought down tens of thousands of marines, and finally demolished Nice Lobby. Everyone who was shocked was about to spiral into the sky. He was stunned to listen to these unrealistic things that Robin told. Really, really or not? While looking at Robin, Nami looked at Luffy who was lying on the bed. Do not forget. Luffy went to the meeting alone, breaking through the level alone. And here Nami has to repeat itself. They were wiped out by CP9. Was wiped out by the group. Although I don't want to admit it. But this is an indisputable fact. Hard to imagine. How did Luffy regain his vitality in a short period of time, cross the sea, climb up to the Nice Lobby, survive so many marines, warships, boundless artillery fire and CP9 to fight a bloody way, and bring Robin back? Although Robin didn't elaborate. Everyone can understand the difficulties and obstacles. This moment. Everyone looked at Luffy with deep admiration. There is one more thing I have to tell you again. Thinking of this, Robin decided to tell the story. What's the matter? Everyone came over and asked. I think our captain has changed. Robin hesitated for a moment before saying this. Changed? What changed? The eyes of everyone also became strange. Personality, behavior, and demeanor seemed to be different from before. If there is any difference. Our captain seems to have become calmer. Robin is the captain's most considerate woman, and immediately discovered the change in Luffy. On the contrary. Nami, Zoro, Usopp, and others did not have this idea at all. Perhaps. After experiencing so many hardships, this is growth. Zoro thought for a while and said. When he went to sea, he was also a stunned young man. Heaven is not afraid and earth is not afraid. Until I met Hawkeye, my hawk, and was overturned by a knife. Zoro is much more honest. It should be growth. Robin touched his chin. Looking at Luffy, who fell asleep on the bed. A smile slowly appeared on the corner of her mouth. Thanks, my captain. Chapter 9. After Luffy and Robin came back safely, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates finally felt relieved. Chopper gave Robin a diagnosis, and after confirming that it was only a skin injury, he was relieved. For skin trauma, just apply some medicine and bandage and it will be okay. Then, Chopper came to diagnose Luffy, who was lying on the bed. However, after seeing that Luffy's energy and blood are normal, his pulse is stable, and even all the previous serious injuries have healed. Chopper was taken aback. Is rubber fruit so powerful? The next day, the head of the City of Water. When Mr. Bing Shan learned that Luffy actually took Robin to escape from the siege of Marine, the first time came to the scene with people and medicine. After all, after a big battle, more or less there will be serious injuries. But when everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates fell asleep, his worried heart also relaxed. Then he shook his head with a smile. I was worried for nothing. To be honest, if it weren't for the Straw Hat Pirates, not to mention myself, I am afraid that even the capital of water will not be spared. Bing Shan himself couldn't think of it. Damn, I'm surrounded by undercover agents. My secretary, my subordinates, the group of people who help me with my work. No wonder it's so easy to use. Behind all of this, there is such a big conspiracy hidden. Even now, he was also a little scared. After all, as a teacher of Tom, he holds the Pluton blueprint in his hand. Once it falls into the enemy's hands, what kind of disaster will it bring to the world? Bing Shan gasped. Sitting in the room, he quietly waited for everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates to wake up. After such a long struggle, even Iron Man can't stand it. Time passed by every minute and every second. Luffy came to life first. He rubbed his neck, but saw a strange man standing in front of him. Who are you? Luffy pointed to the iceberg. After waiting for so long, Bing Shan was about to say something when he saw Luffy, the captain of the ship, wake up. But when he heard Luffy ask his own name. Ah! Bing Shan Shuzu stood there for a while without speaking. He looked at Luffy blankly and said, You don't recognize me? To know. Before Luffy fought bloody battles. Half for Robin, half for the blueprint in my hand. Results the first time you wake up. He actually said he didn't know himself. The iceberg is a little sluggish. Luffy realized he had slipped. No way. Just woke up. My head is a little sleepy. Forget that you have already crossed. Through the memory in his mind, Luffy knew that the person in front of him was an iceberg. The head of the City of Water is also Frankie's senior brother. Spoken words, Mr. Bing Shan, I apologize to you. Luffy said apologetically. It doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be. Hearing Luffy's words, Bing Shan was flattered. The other party rescued his water capital, and even kept the blueprint in his hand. It was too late for him to be grateful. How could it be possible to blame the other party? Why did you come to us? Luffy asked next. I'm here to thank you. Bing Shan explained his purpose again. I see. Luffy looked at the iceberg and realized that he had come here a long time ago, and in order not to wake himself and others, he purposely sat here quietly for a few hours. Luffy smiled slightly, and said, Mr. Bing Shan, you have been waiting for a long time, wait a moment, let me wash up first. When I wake up in the morning, my mouth is a little dry and my face is covered with dust. Okay. Bing Shan nodded. After washing up, Luffy came to Bing Shan refreshed. I thought of Bing Shan as a thank you. Actually nothing. He is to protect the blueprint in his hand. Luffy is to rescue Robin, but also for the S-level reward. Take what you need. Actually, there is no need to thank you or anything. The public has the public, and the mother-in-law has the mother-in-law. We are for the rescue of our partners, and you are for the fate of the shoulders, and it is related to the safety of the people of the water capital. Everyone takes what they need. Luffy turned to Bing Shandai and said awe-inspiringly, it is everyone's responsibility to protect the blueprint. Once it falls into the hands of ulterior motives, it will surely set off a bloodbath in the world. This is your original intention, isn't it? Hearing Luffy be so understanding, Bing Shan stood up quickly, with admiration on his face, and bowed to Luffy very seriously. The captain deserves to be a person who understands righteousness. It's me who is superficial. I tried to thank you with gold in vain. Thank you for your kindness. On behalf of the captain of the Water City and all the residents of the Water City, I thank you deeply. We will always keep your kindness in our hearts, so I have no choice but to send the gold and jewels back. Bing Shan showed guilt. He secretly scolded himself for using gold to measure the benefactor's heart of relief. Ashamed. The more you live, the more you go back. However, Luffy, after hearing about gold and jewels, his eyes lit up immediately. Yellow, gold. Luffy quickly changed the subject. Mr. Bing Shan, I've thought about it carefully. Actually, people should be a little pedantic, and people should be a little greedy. If there is nothing wrong with it, what is the difference from a saint? If you refuse the good gifts that others send to your door, you will live up to the good intentions of others for no reason. What a gentleman does not do. Money is the root of all evil. Let me digest this evil alone. The so-called money is not everything, but without money is absolutely impossible. To say what is missing now. That is, there is no half a dime in the pocket. Without a word, Luffy accepted Bing Shan's generous gift. Watching Luffy pick up the gold and kick it into his pocket very skillfully, Bing Shan really froze in place for a while without speaking. Looking at how young and promising you are, Captain, I suddenly realized that I am really old. Bing Shan looked at Luffy in front of him, and he felt the scene of following Tom when he was young. Chairman Bing Shan, you are still strong and strong, with extraordinary vision, comparable to the winery in a certain detective. Luffy gave an admiration to the iceberg. Winery? I'm not a winery here. The city of water is famous for its shipyards. Bing Shan didn't understand what Luffy meant. No, what I mean is that you are exactly the same as the gin in the distillery, except yourself, surrounded by undercover agents. Luffy said admiringly with a thumbs up. It turns out that you are laughing at me, Captain. I am wrong about this matter. I am not worthy of your admiration. Bing Shan finally caught up with Luffy's train of thought, and said helplessly. Admiration is still to be admired. Luffy then said with appreciative eyes, but what's even more powerful is that even though you are surrounded by undercover agents, you still have the ability to know people. Among so many undercover agents, you only singled out Barry, who was not an undercover agent. Isn't it worthy of admiration? Barry. He is also a member of Bing Shan's subordinates. The status in the shipyard is second only to Liu Qi, Keiku, and the others. He is one of the few people who is sincerely devoted to the iceberg. When CP9 turned against him, Barry even fought to the death. If iceberg is gin, then Barry is vodka. Two pairs of brothers in need. Iceberg. Chapter 10. After a long time, Nami, Robin, and others woke up one after another. When seeing icebergs here, everyone was astonished for half a second. Mr. Bing Shan, why are you here? Thank you so much for doing me such a great favor. Bing Shan said that he came to thank him. Nami quickly shook his head. You don't have to thank me, this is what we should do. Usopp, Chopper also followed suit. Looking at the kind-hearted Straw Hat pirates in front of them, there was a deep sense of gratitude in Bingshan's eyes. Everyone chatted a few words. Afterwards, Bingshan waved his hand, and in his capacity as the chief, invited everyone to hold a banquet. Banquet. Hear the word. Everyone is also interested. Pirate World does not have a computer or mobile phone network, so the banquet has become a place for many people to have fun. The party after the crisis is over is always lively. This banquet. Many people gathered. Everyone ate wine and drank meat along the way. Until the sunset, this is the end full of joy. Next. The Straw Hat Pirates lived in the Water City for a few days. Period. Frankie joined Luffy's pirate group as a shipwright. But he also brought a bad news. I'm afraid the Mary will not be able to continue to accompany you on the voyage. Frankie said the bad news with earnestness. What? When he heard this sentence, Usopp was the first to stand up, and he stared at Frankie closely. What did you say? I know this incident is a blow to you. The Melly has long been your companion, but its keel has been severely damaged, and there is no way to connect it. Even if you go to sea rashly, I'm afraid it will only end up in a shipwreck. The scene of death. Frankie is a professional boat builder. He will never be sloppy in this regard. Impossible, this is impossible. This time. Not only Usopp, but even Nami, Zoro, and Sanji couldn't sit still. Everyone was full of disbelief. Frankie took everyone directly to the repair shop. When everyone saw the large and small patches on the melee, the broken limbs, and the completely broken keel, even in disbelief, Nami, Sanji also had to believe the facts in front of them. Usopp's body softened and he sat on the ground. The Mary was sailed from his small town. There was also Usopp tinkering along the way. Hearing Frankie's words now, he was stunned as if struck by lightning. Although Robin joined the Straw Hat Pirates not long ago, he can understand everyone's reluctance. Her beautiful eyes turned towards Luffy. I don't know what kind of mood Luffy is in at the moment. Then if it can't be repaired, what should we do with the melee? Nami frowned and asked. Demolished. Generally speaking, most ships like the Mary are dismantled, and the remaining heat of the ship is used for other things. However, considering the feelings of the Straw Hat Pirates towards the Mary, Frankie gives the best advice. You have a deep affection for this ship. I can see it. If you don't want to dismantle it, then burn it on the sea and let it sink to the bottom of the sea under fire. This may be the best farewell for it. Usopp collapsed. Even if he wanted to be an upright man in the sea, he was also tearful at this moment. No. There must be a way to fix the Mary. You are lying to me, right? Well. Bingshan sighed aside, as a senior shipbuilder. Why can't he see that the melee has reached its final moment? Think hard. Frankie gave only these suggestions, and left the rest to Usopp, Luffy and others. Usopp wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Usopp is not alone. Nami also felt a sore nose. Zoro and Sanji also bowed their heads in silence. At this time, Usopp also explained why he couldn't abandon the Mary. Turned out to be. Back on Sky Island, he'd seen elf-like creatures tinkering with the ship. Good. It was the ship spirit that Usopp saw at the time. The ship spirit belonging to the Mary. Certainly. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates didn't know it was the ship spirit. But they don't know that Bingshan and Frankie, as shipbuilders for generations, know each other clearly. What you said should be the ship spirit. Bingshan stared deeply at the group of people in front of him. The ship spirits actually appeared on their ship. What kind of secrets are they hiding? To know. The ship spirit is a creature in legends. Only the owner who loves his ship very much will have a certain chance of deriving a ship spirit. Finally, Bingshan and Frankie know how much they miss the Mary. Luffy, what to do? Usopp asked, looking at Luffy helplessly. Luffy witnessed this scene. In fact, he was already prepared. After all, it is in the original book. They are here in the capital of water, burning the Mary, carrying the will of the Mary with Thousand Sunny, and embarking on the road to the new world. But when this scene really happened to me, Luffy was also extremely uncomfortable. Losing the Mary is equivalent to losing a partner. Goodbye Mary. This bridge. It is also the most touching scene of One Piece. But even if Usopp is praying, but it can't change the fact that the Melly was completely damaged. Usopp, among us, you are the one who loves the Mary the most, and even because of you, the Mary even produced the legendary ship Spirit, but now is not the time to be arrogant. If you are really for the sake of Mary, for the sake of Li Hao, let it sink to the bottom of the sea. I believe that if the Mei Li has a spirit in the sky, it will definitely laugh at your current decision. Luffy said comfortingly. Really, there is no other way. Usopp sat on the ground in Lost Road. The ship Spirit of the Mary doesn't want to carry all of us to the bottom of the sea, does it? Luffy patted Usopp on the shoulder. During the conversation, his gaze moved towards the Mary. But it was this glimpse. I saw an illusory shadow appearing directly above the Melly. Can't see its face. It is as pure and flawless as an elf. Hear what Luffy said. The ship Spirit smiled happily, and nodded to Luffy, as if he recognized his words. Luffy has a meal. Stare at that phantom for a while. I am. Have you seen the ship Spirit? Everyone loves the Mary, why doesn't the Mary not love everyone? Therefore, the Mary is even more unwilling to lead everyone into the abyss, into a dangerous place. At last, the heartbroken Usopp still agreed to send the Mary for the last time. But he also has a request. This fire. Let him release it himself. Chapter 11. Just as everyone transported the Mary to the sea. Prepare to burn it, and watch the time when the Mary departs. Luffy suddenly remembered something. Immediately afterwards, he looked towards his system space for the first time. As expected. In the space, apart from accepting the gold, silver, and jewelry from Bing Shan before, there is one more item. Lying quietly in it. Ship Spirit Repair Card. After Luffy saw the item, he couldn't help but be surprised immediately. Since the destruction of Ice Lobby, 5 full days have passed. For a while, Luffy forgot the repair card he got from the S-level reward draw. Ship Spirit Repair Card, Ship Spirit Repair Card. Isn't it the one that can repair the currently unhealed wound on the Mary? Luffy cursed himself for not remembering it until now. He thought of the time when he had just obtained the Ship Spirit Repair Card in the first place. Also secretly cursed the system is not a thing. The S-level lottery draw unexpectedly won such a worthless thing. Indeed. Compared with million immortal beans, this Ship Spirit Repair Card is really a bit tasteless. But now it seems. This is not worth the money. The Ship Spirit Repair Card is a life-saving item. Wait a minute. Seeing that Usopp was about to ignite the last Mary, Luffy stood up and motioned him to stop. Usopp, Nami, Robin, Frankie and others looked at Luffy. Luffy came out from behind, maybe. I have a way to try. During the conversation. In full view. Luffy holds a ball of light in his hands. Immediately afterwards, put this group of light quietly on the Mary. And when everyone was wondering, this ball of light exploded with a radiance that was extremely dazzling. Let Usopp, Zoro and others couldn't help but close their eyes. And at this moment, the light surrounded the Melly. A strange scene appeared. I saw that the unhealable sawdust on the Melly was constantly falling off, and then grow new branches out of the broken keel. Not just keels. Around the Mary, all those broken places. Actually, it is the same as flesh and blood, and it is healing at a speed that can be seen with the naked eye. Now, the white mysterious elf just now appeared on the mast of the Mary. Witness what is happening before you. It also covered its small mouth with one hand. It seemed to be shocked by this incredible scene. Not for a while. The Mary has been restored. The moment it finished, the light on its body disappeared. Usopp, Zoro and others slowly opened their eyes. But when everyone's eyes fell on the brand new Melly, which had a completely new look, and the keel was broken before, and its body was in shattered condition. Rao is they who have set foot on the sea for so long. They were all shocked by the reality of the scene in front of them. Not only that. Bing Shan and Frankie also stared at the brand new Mary in front of them. Senior brother and junior brother looked at each other. From each other's eyes. In addition to shock, there is only shock. Gosh! How did you do that? The Melee is a ship whose keel has been broken. Frankie stepped forward in 3 steps and 2 steps. Looking up and down around the Mary. Usopp sees the new Mary. He immediately dropped the torch in his hand. Holding the Melee, I will not let go, tears of excitement flowed out. Nami also wiped the corners of his eyes. The Mary can take on a whole new look. This is really a scene that no one can believe. Then, after the excitement has passed, Usopp and Nami came to Luffy. Ask Luffy how it's done. This is what the ship spirit told me. Luffy had already thought of a countermeasure. Distance. In a corner that no one can see. Chuanling shook both hands, as if to indicate that he never said this sentence at all. Ship spirit? I obviously cherish it the most, why didn't it tell me? The jar of Usopp vinegar was knocked over. But since they got the answer, everyone didn't pursue it. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, this reason was made up temporarily. If they asked, Luffy really didn't know how to answer for a while. It's an iceberg on the side. Casting ships for so many years. This is the first time I heard that the ship spirit has such an ability. Hastily taking out a small notebook from his waist, he recorded everything in front of him solemnly. The ship spirit has the ability to repair the hull. And said, in the future, I will write my own shipbuilding notes. Famous all over the world. Forward. Luffy was speechless. It's over. If this lie is spread, how will it be recovered in the future? Chuanling is inexplicably blamed. Great, from tonight, we can take the Mary to sea again. Usopp exclaimed happily. No. At this time, Luffy stood up. I think, just now we are in the water capital, let's build a new sailing boat here. Why? This time. Not only Usopp, but even Chopper, Sanji and others are also suspicious. The Mary was repaired, shouldn't they continue to set sail with their dreams? The Grand Line is divided into the first half and the second half. Do you know what the second half is called? Paradise, our place is paradise. New World, that is the paradise of all evil pirates. The Lee number is absolutely impossible, and if something like today happens, the ship spirit will no longer be able to help us repair the hull. Luffy said earnestly. In fact, he did not repair the card. But this also hits the point and hits everyone's heart. Indeed. If something like this is happening, then the Mary will never be saved again. Then if another ship is built, what will happen to the Mary? Robin asked at this moment. I can do this. As early as after using the ship spirit repair card, Luffy has already established a bond with the Mary. I saw him walking in front of the Melee, smaller. Shua. The huge Mary in front of him suddenly became smaller. This. Looking at the Melee, which suddenly became smaller. The faces of the people were not calm again. Usopp's eyes popped out. Be smaller. Luffy continued. The Mary got smaller again. Luffy now looks like Sun Monkey is manipulating the golden cudgel. A smaller circle, a smaller circle, a smaller circle. Not for a while. The Mary shrinks down to the same height as Luffy. Hold up. It's like hugging a rich woman who weighs 150 kilograms. Seeing that it was almost done, Luffy said to Frankie, "Frankie, can we build an aquarium on the new ship? We will put this small version of the Mary in the aquarium, and accompany us to explore the new world, you see how? Give it to me. Make room for the Mary." Naturally, Frankie couldn't be bothered by this. "Okay, let's build a new sailing ship together. I have already thought of the name, Thousand Sunny." Luffy clenched his fists and said. Looking at the shrunken Melly, "It is the same size as everyone else. Is this made by the ship spirit again?" Usopp asked in disbelief. Luffy nodded cheekily, "Yes." Everyone secretly sighed that this ship spirit is really amazing. An iceberg with pricked ears. After hearing Luffy admit it. Take out a small notebook again and record, the ship spirit has the ability to shrink the hull. Have to. Our boat spirit is lying down again for no reason. Chapter 12. Thousand Sunny, also known as the Golden Sunny. The drawing setter is Frankie. Besides Frankie, Bing Shan, Lulu, Barry, Thalstone, Yokozuna, etc. have assembled many capable shipbuilders from the water capital to build them by themselves. Time-consuming, labor-intensive, and even more exhausting. During this period, Frankie once said that he used the giant tree atom as the material, and used some Pluton drawings for rush refinement. It took a full 7 days. A lion's head Thousand Sunny, cast complete. Look at the brand new Thousand Sunny. Usopp, Nami, Zoro and others finally realized the importance of a good ship. That's Thousand Sunny hardness. It is far from what the Melee can compare. If the Melee can only cross the stormy river, then Thousand Sunny is fearless even in the face of the unpredictable sea. Frankie also lived up to expectations. Build an aquarium in Thousand Sunny. The small version of the Mary is lying quietly in the aquarium. Not only that. Kitchen, accommodations, library, bathrooms, bow, anchor, lookout, gym, and more. Frankie deserves to be the person who learned from Tom. This Thousand Sunny also has many other abilities. Fenglay Blast, Soldier Dock System, Channel 0, Channel 1, Channel 2, and Channel 3 are all its capabilities. The artillery is complete. Once in a sea battle, you can fight, run, and resist beatings. It can be said. After Frankie introduced everyone one by one, Nami, Usopp, and others were dumbfounded. There has never been such a spectacular scene on their Mary. I thought that sailing was just a ship. Now it seems that I was wrong. Usopp's jaw dropped to the ground in shock. Sorry, I thought so too. Nami said while clutching his forehead. Luffy smiled slightly. He came to the front of the crowd. Thousand Sunny, set sail. Target, Sabayati Archipelago. That's all. Luffy took the Straw Hat Pirates and started again from the water capital. At the same time, Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. Marshal's office. A heroic man sits on the main seat, a gleam shoots out of his sharp eyes, his whole body is full of majesty. Haki, wearing a marshal's robe, his face is full of seriousness, and a dignified breath is released from his body. He is none other than Sengoku of Marine Marshal Buddha. Below Sengoku, Admiral Aokiji, Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel, Vice Admiral the Ghost Spider, Vice Admiral Garp, and Staff Crane are all present. Now, everyone is discussing the current state of the sea that is not optimistic. Since Roger started the era of great voyages, a large number of pirates have been dispatched from the four seas in the first half of the Grand Line. Suddenly there is such a huge new force. We must increase the number of soldiers around us as soon as possible. Zaihe, you can do this. What's the matter? Sengoku asked Tsuru's staff below. A large number of soldiers are recruited, and the expenditure of human, material, and financial resources required is multiplied and increased. I think, Marshal, you should be prepared in this regard. Staff Officer Crane replied calmly. I know this. I heard that among the many pirates, some of them have already offered a reward of over 100 million. As far as they are concerned, there are already signs of becoming a supernova. Who are they? Sengoku asked. Eustace Kid, 190 million bounty, Basil Hawkins, 130 million bounty, Trafalgar Law, 110 million bounty, Monkey D. Luffy, 100 million berry bounty, to sum up, a total of 4. When Staff Crane said the last name, she glanced at Garp from the corner of her eye. After Garp heard this sentence, he quickly raised his head and looked at the ceiling, pretending that he didn't hear anything. Sengoku also shot Garp a hard look. These rising supernovae are all hidden dangers. There are supernovas before and New World 4 emperors after. If possible, it is best to let them sink in the first half of this grand line to avoid future troubles. A sharp light shot out of Sengoku's eyes. Next, everyone continued to discuss the situation on the sea. However, the door of the office suddenly opened. But I saw an embarrassed Lieutenant Junior Grade walking in from the outside with a particularly ugly face. What happened? Seeing Lieutenant Junior Grade in such a state of distress, Staff Officer Crane hurriedly asked. Master Marshal. Lieutenant Junior Grade staggered in front of Sengoku, plopped his legs on the ground, and shouted remorsefully, "Nice lobby, ruined. Nice lobby? Destroyed?" Suddenly heard the news. Sengoku's eyes paused, and he asked seriously, "Is it an urgent report from Nice lobby?" Nice lobby. One of the important institutions of Marine. It is a world-renowned court, and all the heinous criminals have to pass the Nice lobby before they can be designated as criminals. Roger at that time. It was also through Nice lobby that he was caught and impelled down. Although the Nice lobby is nameless, it is also an extremely important institution of Marine and a famous court all over the world. Lieutenant Junior Grade quickly explained the situation of Nice lobby. Straw Hat Luffy broke into Nice lobby alone, eliminated tens of thousands of Marines, destroyed 20 warships, beheaded all CP9 personnel, and finally sank Nice lobby to the bottom of the sea. Spondum, the spy leader, is currently kneeling outside the gate of our headquarters. He's asking you for it. Lieutenant Junior Grade said these words with cold sweat on his forehead. This. Learned that the Nice lobby was destroyed. Let alone Sengoku. Garp, Crane Staff Officer, Admiral Aokiji, and Elite Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider and others are shocked. But after hearing about the man who destroyed Nice lobby, Staff Crane and Sengoku frowned even more. Straw Hat Luffy. Isn't it the supernova they discussed earlier, the grandson of the part-time Marine legendary hero Garp the Fist? He. Destroy the Nice lobby. Chapter 13. When hearing the news, Garp's face was full of disbelief. Doesn't he know how much his own grandson is capable of? Don't say he is alone. Even if you add all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates behind him, I'm afraid it's not as good as the gap between the troops deployed on Nice lobby. Are you kidding me? After all, he is his grandson. Garp said that he could not let others slander Luffy for no reason. He said angrily, Luffy, he has a knack for killing the troops stationed above Nice lobby? And what did you just say? He destroys all by himself. Nice lobby? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Garp tried to excuse Luffy. Lieutenant Junior Grade is not directly affiliated with Garp. Naturally, I don't know what the relationship between Luffy and Garp is. He said, Vice Admiral Garp, this is absolutely true, Straw Hat Luffy destroyed the entire Nice lobby alone, and even the Nice lobby has been sunk. During the conversation, he also directly took out the video at that time. On the image, it was the scene where Luffy alone trampled tens of thousands of Marines under their feet. There are pictures and truth. All of a sudden, even Garp couldn't argue with that. He sneaked a glance at Sengoku in the main position. As expected. Sengoku's face was gloomy, the mountain was about to rain and the wind was blowing over the building. He gritted his teeth, his face turned blue, like a volcano about to erupt. Run! Garp turned quickly. Want to sneak away? Next moment. Sengoku kicked the martial table over, he stepped forward and pointed at Garp who was about to sneak away and shouted angrily, Garp, look at what your grandson has done, as a marine hero, letting your grandson become a pirate, that's all. He has come to our marine to run wild now, do you still protect him? Good. Luffy has done so many ridiculous things before. Why has it only been offered a reward of 100 million so far? It is because Garp repeatedly interfered with it. He also saw that there was no way for Luffy to join marine. Since being a pirate is what he wants to do, let him do it. After all, they are elders. And he is his only grandson. It's impossible for Garp not to love Luffy. So, a lot of things were done by Garp in the dark, and a lot of things were suppressed. Beginning of period. It's not too big to see Luffy making a fuss. Sengoku also turned a blind eye because of Garp's face. What the hell? Now it's all over an ice lobby, and an ice lobby has been sunk. Say it bluntly. Now Luffy's an ice lobby incident. Far more outrageous than the an ice lobby incident caused by Luffy in the original book. Marie Joyce will never let Sengoku go. And Sengoku will never let Garp go this time. Follow Garp's character. If Sengoku dared to yell at himself like that, his fiery temper would directly turn back. But now I'm sorry. My grandson made such a big incident. He can only choose to shut up. Let Sengoku berate himself. And my heart was cold, I'm done, this time the old man can't keep you anymore. From the city of water to the Sabayati archipelago, let the commanders of various places mobilize warships along the way to check back and forth at sea. Once the Straw Hat pirate tuna is found, spare no effort and bomb it with all your strength. Sengoku directly issued an order, and at the same time he continued, increase the reward for Straw Hat Luffy to 500 million, and let all the bounty hunters in the entire sea surround him. There is a good saying. Marine will not be involved in New World affairs. Available on the first half of the Grand Line. They are the gods here. From the water capital to the Sabayati archipelago, I don't know how many marine branches along the way. Its reserves of troops are innumerable, up to tens of thousands, and there are not a few capable people guarding the local area. The usual pirate group wants to break through. No less difficult than going to the blue sky. What's more, Sengoku even issued a death order to kill Wuxian. Then, thousands of spears, imperceptibly, began to aim at Luffy. Besides, there are also bounty hunters around the corner. A reward of 500 million was placed in front of them. I am afraid that everyone will be moved. Is this going to be too harsh? Garp asked from the sidelines. Shut up. This guy, Sengoku wanted to do something to the Straw Hat pirates over and over again, but he insisted on intervening, and this time nothing he said could make him do what he wanted. I've made up my mind, the meeting is adjourned. Yes. Aokiji, Garp, Staff Crane, and the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral left here one after another. That day, after the meeting, a list of 500 million rewards disappeared and landed everywhere in the first half of the Grand Line. 500 million. That's the amount that only New World pirates can have. It's rare in the first half of the Grand Line. At the same time, the story of Luffy's destruction of N Ice Lobby was also recorded by some people, made into a newspaper, and spread to the whole world. Immediately, pirate hunters everywhere are ready to move. Some people even stepped into the sea with their swords in their hands, embarking on a journey to find the Straw Hat pirates. Same. The marine along the way from the water capital to the Sabayati archipelago also began to move closely, monitoring every move on the sea. As for the other pirate groups, for this Straw Hat, Luffy is even more sour. Why can this Straw Hat Luffy be offered a reward of 500 million? Pirates everywhere were unconvinced. Especially Kid, Trafalgar Law, and Hawkins, who are about to become supernovas. But more. Luffy destroyed Enice Lobby this time, seriously provoking Marine's actions. It has become one of the topics of people chatting after dinner in the first half of the Grand Line. Have you heard? Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, is amazing. He destroyed Enice Lobby. Tens of thousands of marines and warships couldn't take him down. Of course I heard, this Straw Hat Luffy is very courageous. Damn it, if Lao Zi had half his guts, I would be working hard here. Marine has nothing to do with him. Awesome. There are similar voices everywhere. Newspaper. It is the most important information dissemination medium of pirate world. Reading newspapers every day is like touching a mobile phone in contemporary times. In an instant. The Enice Lobby incident is like a rolling thunder, landing everywhere in the first half of the Grand Line. This matter. It is still spreading towards the Four Seas and towards the New World. I believe it will not be long. Supernova Luffy destroys Enice Lobby. Then you can become famous all over the world. To say the happiest is New World's red-haired Shanks. Redhead Shanks. The four emperors of the New World, the overlord-level men who reign in the Grand Line. But at this moment he is still trying to receive the newspaper that is about to arrive at him. I believe it will arrive soon. And as a party. Thousand Sunny on. Luffy knows nothing about it. Above the sea. A brand new Thousand Sunny is slowly driving on the calm sea. With Nami, an excellent navigator. Sailing all the way rain or shine. Everyone is busy with their own affairs. Sanji is making spices in the kitchen, Chopper is making medical items, Usopp is tinkering with his own gadgets, Zoro is sitting on the bow holding a huge dumbbell in his hand, and Robin is sitting in the library reading a book. And Luffy. It is lying on the cool chair looking at the blue sky and white clouds. Feeling the pleasant sea breeze around him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is this the real sailing adventure? I finally realized it today. Chapter 14. What are you talking about, Captain? At this time, Robin walked up to Luffy with 2 glasses of juice and asked. Luffy's eyes fell on Robin. After seeing her cool attire in the hot summer, he also took a second look. Robin's skin is now a bit wheat-colored, but because of this, it looks even more exotic. Luffy rubbed his chin and looked at her. Seductive, seductive. Really? Under certain circumstances, men really like this one. He suddenly wanted to see what it would be like if Robin's skin turned white 2 years later. Is this juice for me? Luffy asked, pointing to the juice in her hand. Of course, not to you, the captain, or to whom? Robin chuckled, as melodious as a wind chime bird. She opened her thin lips slightly, and said with a smile on her skin-breaking face, I have good news and bad news, Captain, what do you want to hear? What about one? Bad news. Luffy took a sip of the juice, then called for the bad news. The bad news is, Captain, you are going to be targeted by many bounty hunters. Robin looked at Luffy in front of her, and she remembered Enice Lobby when he was desperate to save her. And the scene where the face of tens of thousands of marines did not change, and finally took him away calmly. Why? This word is also bad news. But Luffy wondered. Very good. Why are those bounty hunters staring at me? Could it be that it is as good as Long Yang? Why don't you hear the good news, Captain? Robin held his chin, his beautiful eyes fell on Luffy. What's the good news? Asked Luffy. The good news is that, Captain, you have been offered a reward of 500 million. Robin looked at Luffy, who had been frozen in place for a while. She giggled and laughed again, brilliantly. Stretch out your slender fingers. Pass a bounty list to Luffy. When he learned that he was offered a reward of 500 million, Luffy was really taken aback. This is a reward of 500 million? Luffy looked down. Look at this reward order. The original 100 million Baileys became 500 million Baileys. This directly increased by a full 400 million. According to the original storyline, Luffy should only have risen to 300 million now. But thinking of beheading all members of CP9, destroying 20 warships, crushing tens of thousands of marines, and finally destroying Nice Lobby. Having such a shattering affair, it is not surprising that it has risen to 500 million. As for the so-called being targeted by pirate hunters, Luffy doesn't care about this, who isn't the one who offers a high reward and is watched by bounty hunters all the time. This moment, Usopp, Chopper, Nami and other crew members also came over. After learning that Luffy offered a reward of 500 million. Opinions vary, but all were shocked. Then, congrats again on Luffy's current bounty. Stand behind the crowd. Zoro and Sanji are different. After all, they are the strongest fighting force besides Luffy. Look at Luffy's 500 million bounty. Zoro and Sanji felt envious. Before, the rewards offered by everyone were only tens of millions. Now the difference is hundreds of millions. Luffy still rode Jueshin to the 500 million reward. Zoro and Sanji clenched their fists, and secretly worked hard to practice. With Luffy as a role model. Not to mention Zoro and Sanji, even other crew members, such as Usopp, such as Chopper, and people such as Frankie are under pressure. Them now. It's already a pirate group with a reward of 500 million. It is a good thing that Luffy is strong. But as crew members, if they can't keep up with Luffy's rhythm, they will be thrown away. Wouldn't it make people laugh out loud? Ever since. During the next voyage. Except Luffy is lying on this deck basking in the sun. Everyone else is racking their brains on how to improve their strength. Slowly. The enthusiasm of all the staff was also inspired by Luffy. But everyone ran to practice. This also has a flaw. That is when everyone runs off to concentrate on cultivation. No one at the helm, no one at the navigator. Luffy as captain. Reluctantly, he could only become the helmsman, part-time navigator, and part-time captain. Nami's pointer is in Luffy's hands. Luffy is unlikely to make mistakes in a straight line like Zoro. There is a good saying. Don't panic when you compete with Zoro, as long as you can run 10 meters in 1 second, he can't beat you. Hey, has the sky changed? Luffy controlled Thousand Sunny's helm, he looked up and looked into the sky. The distant sky began to darken. Black clouds rolled in, not even the sun could shine in, and the sea water began to surge undercurrents. Luffy is not a professional navigator. I can only realize that the weather is not right, but after thinking about it, it doesn't matter. Thousand Sunny is no match for the Mary. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles, it hardly affects it to ride the wind and waves. Besides, the direction of the pointer. Just shaking and pointing in the direction of the dark cloud billowing sea. Luffy drove Thousand Sunny into the sea under the dark clouds. That's all. Under the dark cloud billowing sky, Thousand Sunny sailed some distance. However, at this very moment, Luffy came out of the wheelhouse abruptly, and walked to the deck with a surprised expression on his face. His eyes turned towards the mountain in the distance. Mountain? Above this endless sea? How could there be a mountain? Keep going with Thousand Sunny. The surrounding fog also dissipated a lot, and after clearing the clouds and fog, Luffy finally saw the huge monster in front of him clearly. This is not a mountain. It's a ship, a huge ship. Thousand Sunny is considered a medium boat. But compared to the one in front of him, it is simply the difference between a giant and an ant. The ship in front of you. It is comparable to a huge trail. Luffy looked around and soon noticed the pirate flag on the ship. There are flying dragons and phoenixes on it, with the skull printed on it. Immediately afterwards, the corners of Luffy's mouth twitched slightly. Coming. Since leaving the capital of water, Luffy and the rest of the crew have been living on Thousand Sunny for 10 days. After 10 days of sailing, finally, the next enemy is coming. The behemoth ship in front of him is none other than the thriller bark of Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea today. Luffy looked up at the sky. No wonder the sky here is dark and surrounded by black clouds all the year round. It turns out that there is a 7 warlords of the sea hidden here. Ding! It is detected that the host has arrived at the thriller bark, and the current mission is released. Solve Gecko Moria, solve 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria, and you can get an S-level random reward when you complete it. Destroy the thriller bark, destroy the thriller bark, you can get an S-level random reward when you complete it. There was also movement from the system at this moment. Mission released. Chapter 15. Look at the system. Post 2 tasks in a row. 1 to tackle Gecko Moria, 1 to destroy thriller bark. Good guy. Really reckless. I like. Luffy rubbed his fists and kicks, his eyes looked regretfully at the thriller bark. It's a pity that such a big ship will be demolished soon, Luffy said to himself. At this time, the door of the training room was opened. Strange, it's only afternoon, why is it getting dark? Usopp was the first to step out and asked. The rest of the crew followed suit. As a navigator, after Nami saw such a thick fog around him, and the black clouds in the sky, her complexion changed. Luffy, what is this place? Nami asked in surprise. Luffy pointed lightly at the big mountain in the distance, and he smiled and said, Thriller Bark. Suddenly heard this strange name. Everyone was suspicious. Only Robin, she suddenly raised her head, could it be that 7 warlords of the sea? 7 warlords of the sea again. Sanji was taken aback. Speaking up. They encountered too many 7 warlords of the sea. At the East Blue restaurant, I met my hawk from 7 warlords of the sea, and later in the desert country, I met Crocodile. How come 7 warlords of the sea is here again now? Luffy, I see that there is a lot of fog here, and the sun is not seen all year round. It is very cloudy. There must be some ghosts and legends. This is not a good place. Let's get out of here quickly. Usopp folded his arms, and looked around warily, timidly. Hear Usopp say this. The simple chopper was also taken aback. Oh? Really? I'm most afraid of ghosts. This. Nami is calm on the surface, but she is also a little panicked in her heart. She is also one of the timid trio with Usopp Chopper. When everyone's eyes fell on Luffy. But Luffy smiled slightly, since you are here for an adventure, how can you stop when you encounter difficulties? The level of Gecko Moria is even easier than the capital of water. There are 2 S-level tasks coming up, and Luffy will never miss anything. Everyone heard the words. There was a thud in my heart. There is a bad feeling. Usopp simply lay on the ground, clutching his stomach and pretending, it's not good, I seem to have a disease that prevents me from going to the island. Chopper followed Usopp to the ground. Luffy, or, I'll forget about it. Nami panicked. Bring it down, you 3 don't pretend, it's really not good, we all go to the island, let you 2 guard the boat here. Speaking of this, Luffy paused, and said with a gloomy face, it's just that I heard that some terrifying ghosts in the sea like to pick on those who are alone. You 3 stay on the boat, but don't place an order, if you suddenly hear someone calling your name, don't agree, let alone turn your head, otherwise, the evil spirit will be haunted, and this haunting will last forever. As soon as this word came out, let alone the Usopp Chopper Nami timid trio, even Zoro and Sanji, who were holding back, had chills in their spines and numbness in their scalps, but the 2 of them held their breath, not wanting to lose face, and pretended to be tense, but the fine sweat on their foreheads revealed their fear and anxiety. After all, ghost legend or something. Nothing else. The ability to scare is first rate. Actually, everyone has serious illnesses and minor illnesses. You see, I move my tibia, and the illness that cannot go to the island will be gone. I will go to the island with you. When Usopp heard that Luffy asked them to stay and guard the ship, he was a little anxious, and said bravely. Ah, you are all gone, don't leave me alone, I will go to the island with you. Chopper was terrified. I agree with Chopper. Nami sweated profusely. Captain, stop teasing the three of them, as long as all of us are together, these ghosts can't do anything to us. It was Robin, the big sister of the Straw Hat Pirates, who was amused by Luffy's words, and at the same time acted as a flavoring agent, comforting everyone from the sidelines. Let everyone calm down. Okay, that's it, board the thriller bark. Luffy said. Frankie is back at the helm. Pilot Thousand Sunny and head towards the thriller bark. At the same time, thriller bark above. In the castle of Gecko Moria. Absalom, one of the three cotters of Gecko Moria, is enjoying dinner inside the castle. But at this moment, a zombie soldier ran in from outside. Absalom is bad, a ship is approaching us. Near the thriller bark, there are also zombie guards. Suddenly I heard a ship approaching. They immediately reported the news to Absalom. Absalom, one of the three main players in the Gecko Moria pirate group, it is as famous as Hobik and Princess Mononoke. Transparent fruit ability user. I once licked Robin in the original book, and saw Nami's full-body ruthless character. The degree of crime is no less than Momonosuke. Certainly. This is Absalom's advantage. If any man has his advantage, he will do some hay things. Who made him a transparent fruit-capable person? A man who shattered Sanji's dreams. Is there another person who strayed into the territory of our pirate group? When Absalom heard the report from the zombie guard, he had a playful look on his face. Master Absalom, what should we do now? Asked the zombie guard. Don't worry, don't startle the snake, let me see if there are any women on this boat, if so. Speaking of which, Absalom had a sinful look on his face. Just do it. Absalom led his men and ran straight towards Thousand Sunny. Chapter 16. All the way. Standing on the island, Absalom saw Thousand Sunny approaching slowly. His eyes narrowed, and he looked towards the boat. When seeing Nami and Robin on the boat. Oh! Absalom's heart skipped a beat. Needless to say, the beauty of Nami and Robin immediately let Absalom like a branch. You don't want to startle the snakes here, guard all the passes. Absalom warned the zombie guard behind him. Yes, Master Absalom. The zombie guards replied one after another. Buzz. There was a ripple in the air. Then Absalom suddenly disappeared in place. Thousand Sunny on. Usopp is heavily armed. All kinds of charms were attached to his body, he was wearing a long robe, and a banner was pulled up behind him, saying the above-mentioned evil spirits are scattered. To see Usopp so fully armed. Usopp, you haven't, these things. The timid trio of Chopper and Nami wanted to. I'm ready for you. With a big wave of his hand, Usopp took out two Jesus crosses the size of a tablet computer. Once you encounter evil spirits, hold the cross and shout Bodhisattva bless, and you will be able to drive away the evil spirits. Luffy was speechless for a while. Why are you holding the cross of Jesus and calling the Buddha to bless you? Your head is cramping. Nami Chopper's illness rushed to the doctor. The cross that took Usopp didn't let go. Let alone them. Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie walked up to Usopp in a tangled manner. Usopp, if there is any, give us some too. During the conversation, all three of them blushed. He. Robin covered his mouth and chuckled. Luffy is also covering his head. It's over. My Straw Hat Pirates can't be saved. It's all there. Usopp was well prepared. As long as it is to ward off evil spirits and dispel evil spirits. Whatever it is. Take them all out. Everyone seemed to be sharing the spoils. All gathered around, scrambling to be the first. Keep these magic weapons to ward off evil in your hands. However, just when Thousand Sunny was preparing to land on Thriller Bark, Luffy's eyes suddenly flashed red. Who? During the conversation, Luffy punched it straight out. There was a bang in the air. Immediately afterwards, the man was stunned by Luffy's punch. Crashed under the mast of Thousand Sunny. Saying Absalom. The transparent fruit activates and boards Thousand Sunny while being invisible. Soon, he found Usopp fully armed, with several crucifixes in his hands. Look at such childish behavior. Absalom sneered. When his eyes fell on Nami and Robin, the greed in the eyes can no longer be contained. On the Thriller Bark, when did it have such beauty? Now suddenly seeing Nami and Robin on Thousand Sunny, Absalom can hardly take his eyes off. Immediately, outstretched hands, and a long tongue, tried to insult Robin. But just when he let down his vigilance, his eyes fell on Robin wholeheartedly. Luffy's punch. It directly smashed him upside down and flew him out, hitting his head under the mast behind him. This punch. His viscera were displaced by the beating. The body is even more overwhelming. Bitter water spit out from the mouth. At the same time, Absalom raised his gaze in horror, and looked closely at Luffy. What happened? Can you see me? Zoro, Sanji's side. When Luffy yells who? The two also hurried to the front of the crowd. Zoro took out his two knives, and Sanji was also ready. But, although the two of them were alert, they also had doubts. Around here, there are no enemies at all. Why did Luffy make the move just now? After all, the two of them haven't learned observation haki, and they don't have such powerful perception as Luffy. Set your sights on Luffy. Now. There was a red light in Luffy's eyes. He gazed at Absalom, noticing that he was completely transparent. Luffy had a meal first. Then he came back to his senses. Remember. On Gecko Moria's ship, there is indeed a cotter who is capable of transparent fruit. And this person also molested two Robin Namis. Certainly. That's what happened in the original storyline. Luffy grabbed Absalom by the collar and lifted him up from where he was. Absalom's transparent fruit ability also gradually dissipated. He still wants to struggle. But Luffy's hands are like iron tongs. Make him unable to move at all. Absalom was horrified. He realized. The person in front of me is an observation haki capable user. This is the first half of the Grand Line, where Conqueror's haki is a rare presence. All the time. Since there was no observation haki ability user in the first half, he used the transparent fruit to misbehave for more than 2 days in a row. Over time, it even gave him a feeling that he could do whatever he wanted with a transparent fruit. Finally, here at Luffy, he shaved the iron plate and hit the south wall. The bloody kind. Available in the eyes of other crew members. When the crew saw Luffy grabbing the air, and then a transparent person suddenly appeared in his hand. Ghost. I don't know who called out. Usopp and Chopper stared wide-eyed, and they hugged each other directly. There are ghosts, there are ghosts. Nami's face turned blue, and she was also frightened and hugged Robin tightly. Zoro and Sanji also backed away. He looked at the ghost in Luffy's hand in a panic. They swallowed their saliva. At the same time, he looked at Luffy in the distance with admiration. He secretly sighed that his own captain was really a bold man with high skills. Ghost thing. He dared to grab it with his bare hands. Hiss. Frankie was so impressed by Luffy's method that he even took a breath. A few black lines fell from Luffy's forehead. Obviously Absalom was picked up by himself like a chicken, completely powerless to resist. On the contrary, it was his own crew, who thought this guy was a ghost, and were frightened by his translucent state. Shame! What a shame! Chapter 17. Absalom looks awesome. One of the three main forces of Gecko Moria. Actually, the combat power is almost pitifully weak. Especially in front of Luffy, he has no power to fight at all. Poor Gecko Moria, it's just that he doesn't have the peak strength to challenge Kaido back then, and his subordinates can't be reused one by one. No wonder after Summit War, Gecko Moria was removed from Marine. Finally, when Luffy explained to the crew that this guy is a subordinate of Gecko Moria's cadre, not a ghost, all the crew members breathed a sigh of relief. Luffy, I always feel that this guy has bad intentions, let's throw him away. Really scared by his translucent state before, Usopp gave Luffy a bad idea. No. Luffy shook his head, Gecko Moria is not good at anything, lacks strength and ability, and still occupies Shishibuki's high position, but he still has a little advantage. That is to love your subordinates. After the Summit War, after being removed from Shishibuki, Gecko Moria also came to an end. All the subordinates were rushed away by Marine. Gecko Moria can only return to his previously wanted life as a fugitive. Began to recklessly. Accidentally, after he learned that Absalom was captured by Blackbeard and was imprisoned. In anger, he broke into Blackbeard's territory alone regardless of safety. Ask Blackbeard to let Absalom out by name. To know. Blackbeard at this moment has become 4 emperors. Get all dark fruit and shock fruit. Willing to take risks for his subordinates. It can be seen from this. Gecko Moria is real when it comes to the feelings of subordinates. As Princess Mononoke, when Perona boarded at Mihawk's home, she learned that Gecko Moria had appeared in Blackbeard's sea. She burst into tears, saying that she wanted to follow in the footsteps of Gecko Moria. If it weren't for Gecko Moria's sincere treatment of subordinates. How can I get back the sincerity of these subordinates? Nowadays, Absalom, one of the 3 major cadres, fell into his own hands. This is a huge sweet pastry. Nothing can be missed. Immediately, Luffy slapped Absalom unconscious. Then he took out a sea stone chain from Thousand Sunny's warehouse, and locked Absalom tightly. Copy chain this thing. Already ready in Luffy, the capital of water. Certainly. Much of the crew didn't notice that Luffy was holding sea stone handcuffs. It's Robin who is careful. I was surprised again by the appearance of Luffy holding the chain in his hand. The picture in memory. At an ice lobby, Luffy seems to have uncuffed his sea stone in the same way. What happened? Luffy, isn't he the captain? Isn't your own captain demon fruit power? Why, not afraid of sea stone? Robin suddenly began to doubt life in his heart. At the same time, after a long journey, Thousand Sunny also landed near the thriller bark. Luffy, look at the building in front of you, it looks like a castle. Just after docking, the sharp-eyed Sanji looked into the distance. His words. It also made others follow his gaze. It really is a castle. It can't be a castle where ghosts gather. Think about it, humans live in groups, and ghosts must also have places to live in groups. This old castle looks a bit old. It stands on this terrifying island and doesn't see the sun all year round. The yin energy must be very heavy. You must know that in a place of extreme yin, the nourishment is not good, if it entangles us. Usopp swallowed his saliva, and said with a bad face. Hiss. His crow's mouth directly made the people around him shudder. Suddenly lost the curiosity to explore the castle. Even Zoro and Sanji, who were able to withstand it at the beginning, were a little panicked and hesitated. Luffy slapped Usopp on the head. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory, let's go. His eyes were burning. Gecko Moria. Right in this castle. Accompanied by the group set foot on the thriller bark, sailing all the way. As expected. The road is gloomy, with dead wood and grass everywhere, and occasionally there are ancient wells, and strange sounds are being emitted from the ancient wells. In the wilderness, bones are flying everywhere. A gust of wind came, bringing bursts of crying. This voice could not dissipate in the empty heart for a long time. It made people's scalp numb, shuddering, and goosebumps fell all over the floor. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The dark wind whizzed through the mountains, rivers, and forests, and in this secluded forest, it seemed like 10,000 ghosts were crying. Ah! Suddenly, Nami screamed and grabbed Luffy beside him. What's wrong? Luffy turned his head quickly. My feet are tangled. She was so frightened that she looked beautiful. Luffy looked down. Good guy. Nami was stepping on the corpse of a skeleton, and it happened that the skeleton entangled her feet. Luffy kicked the skeleton away. It's okay, no problem. He patted her on the back and comforted her. Because Luffy has come all the way, the surrounding environment can't affect his mentality at all. The so-called follow the bold person, and he will also be bold. Seeing Luffy comforting herself, Nami's panic faded away like a tide. Suddenly. But he saw that he was sticking to Luffy. Nami's cheeks were reddish, and he quickly let go of his arms. Luffy didn't care so much. Everyone keep going. But at this moment, Luffy found out. Back when landing at the thriller bark, everyone discovered the huge castle in the center of the island. But now? It's been more than half an hour. The location of the old castle doesn't seem to have changed at all. Strange, why hasn't the castle changed? Zoro frowned, he also noticed this keenly. Yeah, the castle is still this big. Nami also calmed down from her previous beauty, she looked at the old castle in the distance. Could it be, is it a ghost hitting the wall? We've been going around in circles. Frankie also jumped out of this sentence. Ghost hit the wall. Usopp, Chopper, and the others couldn't help but take a step back, horror on their faces. When everyone was amazed whether they had encountered a ghost hitting the wall. It's Luffy. He stroked his chin and pondered for a while. Not to mention the size of the thriller bark, just the size of Gecko Moria would require a huge castle to accommodate him. With this castle as his base, his hometown must be very large. And in the original book, the castle above the thriller bark is really huge. We're not Zoro, we won't be able to go crooked in a straight line, keep going, this is not a ghost hitting a wall. Luffy spoke up. After confirming that it wasn't a ghost hitting the wall, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and moved on. Zoro pouted. What the hell? Just talk when you talk, why bring your own road crazy attribute, can you still have a happy adventure? Chapter 18. When everyone finally arrived at the foot of the ancient castle, Nami, Usopp, Chopper and others' jaws dropped to the ground. If you want to use one word to describe everything you see in front of you. Soaring into the sky. Big. This castle is huge. Say it bluntly. Inside the buildings they've seen, there isn't one at all. It can be compared with the building in front of you. Looking at the eerie ghost castle, the crew members were uneasy, thinking about whether to go in or not. However, at this moment, the sawdust doors on both sides of the towering ghost castle in front of him slowly opened with a creak sound. Listen to the harsh sound of the wooden door opening. Nami, Usopp, and others were terrified. They looked inside the wooden door. It was a pitch-black environment, as if there was a demon hidden inside, opening its bloody mouth wide open, waiting for them to get in. Welcome, Thriller Bark. At the moment when the gate of the castle was opened, a voice like a ghost came from the ears of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Who is speaking? Zoro got goosebumps all over the ground, and quickly pulled out his saber and shouted. Sanji stood side by side with Zoro, a cold sweat fell on his brow. Ghost! Ghost! There is a ghost! The timid trio of Usopp, Chopper, and Nami was intimidated again. Humph! Trespassing on my thriller bark as a living person, turn me into zombies, all of you! Inside the castle, the voice came again. This time, Luffy got it right. This is a female voice, and just by hearing this voice, one can tell that the other party looks good. In the huge castle, there are actually women? But then again, among Gecko Moria's subordinates, it's not that there are no women. Among the three cotters, besides Absalom and Hogback, the last one is none other than Princess Mononoke Perona. He stared into the castle with deep eyes. As expected. At the gate of the castle, by the dim light, Luffy saw a woman in a princess gown and a hat, all dressed up in sassy clothes. Her eyes were rather hollow, but her voice was exceptionally pleasant. Pointing at everyone in Luffy, she shouted angrily, "Little ones, come to me, take down these small works. Say it." Behind Perona, there was a burst of intense footsteps. Immediately afterwards, cloth bears, rag dolls, mummies, and all kinds of zombie toys came out from behind Perona. Rushed towards Zoro, Sanji, and others. When Zoro and Sanji heard Perona yelling "Give it to me," they hurriedly waited for it. But then I saw these toys appearing behind Perona. This made the two of them stupefied for a while. What's the situation? Why a toy? But when they compete with toys? But was shocked to find out. The fighting power of these toys is very good. If you want to hit them, you really have to spend some effort. Looking at the toys, Luffy nodded slightly. Perona has two hobbies in this life. One is to make anything a zombie guard. The second is to use the ghost ability to make people negative. These toys are powerful. But in front of Zoro and Sanji, it is still not enough. After a while, they were all thrown to the ground. It's a little tricky, ha 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 ha. Seeing that her toy is no match, Perona doesn't care at all. With a wave of both hands, two groups of ghosts suddenly appeared behind her. This is her ghost fruit ability. Ha 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 ha, anyone who trespasses in the castle, go to hell with me. Controlling these ghosts, they passed through the bodies of Zoro and Sanji in an instant. The two people who were still fighting high. In the blink of an eye, the fighting spirit was gone, and the two fell directly to the ground. Zoro, Sanji, are you all right? Chopper yelled in shock. But the voice just fell. It was also passed through by ghosts. I'm a tanuki, I'm not worthy to be a reindeer. Chopper lay on the ground and shouted in self-reproach. Then came Nami, Robin, Frankie, Usopp, and others. Only Luffy. Armament Haki appeared in his hand. With one hand, he caught the ghost that was about to pass through his body. I have seen the ability of this ghost fruit on TV. He is not willing to defy the law. If even he is negatively affected, wouldn't the Straw Hat Pirates be wiped out? Armament Haki. Surprised, Perona was captured by Armament Haki. This is something she did not expect. However, something even more unexpected happened to her. But he saw Usopp beside him. Obviously passed by the ghost, but he stood there in a daze, touched his body to see if there was any abnormality, and thought that he was going to follow in the footsteps of Zoro and Sanji, lying on the ground, passive. The result is Usopp's sudden discovery. I seem to have nothing to do with it. What happened to me? Usopp was very puzzled by himself. He was a little confused. Lolita Killer, it's you. Luffy was still worried about the annihilation of the entire army, but was shocked to find that Usopp really didn't show up. Immediately, he realized. In awe of Usopp's pessimistic character. On Thousand Sunny, I'm afraid. No one has been more negative than Usopp. Perona's jaw dropped to the ground in shock. Open your mouth wide. Looking at Usopp, then at Luffy. Scanning back and forth. She thought that cleaning up these people was just eating and drinking. The results now appear. Wrong. Big mistake. I can't deal with these two people. Princess Mononoke realizes that without ghosts and without those toys, she is no match for these two at all. She turned and ran. Luffy swung out with one hand, and the rubber fruit was activated. The arms spread out. Grab Perona who is about to run away. Then the arm is retracted. Brought her back. Because the rubber arm retracted too quickly, Perona collided with Luffy immediately. Luffy can't help it. It was Perona who was knocked out by Luffy's strong arm. Look at Perona who is close at hand. Luffy showed a nuclear smile. Little girl, you are quite arrogant. Chapter 19. Little girl, you are quite arrogant. Luffy smiled kindly. No. Not arrogant. Looking at Luffy's smile in front of her, Perona panicked. Where did the courage to kill all of us go? Luffy asked as his eyes fell on her. This. Perona didn't know how to answer. From the system space, he fumbled out a pair of sea stone handcuffs. Do you know what this is? Luffy said softly. Sea stone. Perona was surprised. What do you want to use this sea stone for? Of course it is used to serve you. Luffy still had that breezy appearance. He has nothing. There are many sea stone handcuffs. After all, above the sea, demon fruit power is not rare. When necessary, this thing can play a fatal role. Without saying a word, Luffy buttoned up the beautiful girl in front of him. The moment Perona put on the handcuffs, her body softened and she fell straight into Luffy's arms. Luffy hugged her and put her on the ground. Seeing her weak expression, she nodded in satisfaction. I'm much more honest now. Talking. Luffy said to Usopp, everyone has got her ghost fruit ability. It will take a while to recover from this negative state. Take care of them, including this Princess Mononoke. Luffy, where are you going? Usopp heard that Luffy seemed to have other things to do. Go upstairs and meet the mighty 7 warlords of the sea. Luffy smiled slightly. Afterwards, he entered the Black Castle. Now, in the old castle of Gecko Moria. As the current 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria lurks above the thriller bark. In his room, there are bounties for various pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. There's Kids, Trafalgar Laws, Hawkins, even Luffy. Ask Gecko Moria why he pays attention to these pirates. Then, since being defeated by Kaido, Gecko Moria thinks of revenge all the time. But he knows it well. After so many years, the heart that became stronger has long been obliterated. Not to mention revenge on Kaido, even self-protection may be more than enough. Even a careless move. Getting kicked out of 7 warlords of the sea by Marine is not out of the question. Then, a plan revives in the mind of Gecko Moria. That's the shadow of a new generation of guys who are about to go supernova like the Loot Kid, Trafalgar Law, Luffy, etc. Gather powerful shadows. Will be their shadows. Injected into the powerful flesh. Since then, a shadow army of zombies with hearts only for him, Gecko Moria, is born. Over the years, Gecko Moria has created a huge army of shadows. Pity. No matter how many of these shadow legions there are, they can't make up for their lack of strength. After all, there are too few strong players in the first half of the Grand Line. Very little. Only people like Kid and Luffy can barely see it. And destroy a nice lobby in Luffy. After the bounty was directly raised to 500 million. Gecko Moria pays more attention to the shadow of Luffy. There are too few supernovas with a reward of 500 million. Anyway, loot the shadow of Luffy from the Straw Hat Pirates too. Yet today, a zombie guard informed. A pirate group with a Straw Hat flag is docking in the waters near their thriller bark. Straw Hat flag? Isn't that the Luffy that I've been thinking about day and night? Gecko Moria was overjoyed. So let Perona lead the zombie army to deal with it. For Perona's abilities, Gecko Moria is a deep understanding. Say it bluntly. As far as the strength of the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line is concerned, once Perona is allowed to display his strength, 99% of the people will be wiped out by her. Gecko Moria is not stupid. If head-to-head, Perona is definitely no match for the Straw Hat Pirates. But her ability. Pay attention to a surprise. Unless the will is extraordinarily firm, or extraordinarily depressed. Otherwise, even let New World's first-tier masters play against Perona. A little inattentive, it will fall into a place of eternal doom. This is also a unique advantage of Perona. Unprepared, the lightning is too fast to cover your ears. Don't look at Luffy offering a reward of 500 million. But in front of Gecko Moria, as the 7 warlords of the sea, he has never seen any big storms. 500 million rewards. Not enough to turn him off. Besides, in the first half of the Grand Line, what kind of strong can appear? Use Perona to deal with him. More than enough. Thinking of Gecko Moria, after looting Luffy's shadow, inject him into a powerful body. It's time to join forces to bring your zombie army to a higher level. Something unexpected happened. There was a commotion outside. Clang! 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 Who is making noise? Gecko Moria stared coldly, and said with anger in his tone. At this time, a zombie guard ran in. Master Gecko Moria, Straw Hat Boy. Straw Hat Boy, he's calling in. Zombie guards staggered to report to Gecko Moria. Originally still immersed in a dream. But when he heard the news, Gecko Moria flew into a rage. This is impossible. To know. He had ordered Perona to deal with these guys. According to Perona's strength, more than enough to solve them. How can they be personally typed up by their gang? Master Gecko Moria, it's true, we can't stop Straw Hat Boy. The zombie guard shouted tremblingly, thinking of Luffy's method just now, he was terrified. The voice just fell. The door to this room of Gecko Moria, kicked away by Luffy. Luffy, like a reckless man, strode in from outside. I saw Luffy holding Absalom in his left hand, and the last 3 main players Hobak in his right hand. His gaze moved towards Moria in the room. Then throw it in Moria's direction. The 2 main cotters were lying in front of Moria covered in blood. Chapter 20. Hobak. Absalom. Seeing that his 2 main cotters were covered in blood and dying, Gecko Moria looked at him worriedly and said. Subsequently, Gecko Moria was angry. Straw Hat Boy, did you do this? I wondered, is this hard to see? Who else would it be if it wasn't me? Luffy plucked his ear. It's fine to land on my ship rashly, break into my castle and injure my crew, I want you to pay the price. Gecko Moria was furious and roared. Say it. Shadow slash. Gecko Moria raised his hand, and a slash came out of his hand. The side of Luffy's head. Shadow Jean brushed past him. Gecko Moria suddenly attacked. Climbing up a step at a high speed, he came to Luffy in the blink of an eye. Luffy saw how fast Gecko Moria was. Also punched out. The 2 fists smashed together. Immediately, a ripple spread out towards the surroundings. The momentum is monstrous. Luffy originally thought that Gecko Moria should not be strong with devil fruit. But now it seems. Big mistake. He was able to be named 7 warlords of the sea. Apart from the ability of devil fruit, this strength is not weak at all. Gecko Moria continued to attack. A punch is more violent than a punch. Luffy also got serious. The 2 instantly stuck together and fought together. Rubber pistol. Luffy's fist, like a bullet, made a sound of piercing the air. Gecko Moria sighed. Originally thought that Luffy's reward of 500 million was just a vain name. But when it really happened, his complexion changed. The Luffy in front of him already has the level of New World's first-line strength. Damn! How did he have such a powerful ability? The more you fight, the more surprised you become. In terms of gymnastics and fighting, Luffy has completely outdone himself. Look at yourself. Been staying at this thriller bark for years and months. The body is already rusted. Caught off guard. Received 2 punches from Luffy. These 2 punches are not ordinary fists. The beating made him feel uncomfortable all over, and he retreated violently, his whole body on the verge of falling. No wonder Marine offered a reward of 500 million. This 500 million. Not even a trace of moisture. Gecko Moria clutches the wound above the fist. He spat. The strength of Gecko Moria is not in his physical skills and fighting. On the contrary, the most powerful is his shadow fruit. Blood bat. Countless bats were released from Gecko Moria's body. Nibbled towards Luffy. Rubber pistol. Luffy's fist turned into a shadowless fist. All the blood bats can hardly get close to his whole body. Shadow cut. A shadow slices towards Luffy. Armament Haki appears in Luffy's hands. He grabbed Yinky, and then tore it hard. The shadow was torn apart by Luffy. Armament Haki. Seeing Haki in Luffy's hand, Gecko Moria froze. He was wondering before why Luffy was able to beat Perona. Now it seems. I'm afraid it's his Armament Haki's credit. Being able to learn Armament Haki in the first half of the Grand Line, and the methods you just used, no wonder you were offered a reward of 500 million by Marine. With such strength, I, Gecko Moria, recognize you. Gecko Moria pointed to Luffy. Indeed. According to the strength that Luffy is showing now, it is also worthy of Gecko Moria speaking like this, who can be seen by him. The first half of this Grand Line is rare, very few. In Luffy's opinion. But he glanced at Gecko Moria strangely. Do you want to add a sentence later? I would like to call you the strongest. Made. This Gecko Moria actually recited Madara's lines. However, Gecko Moria was confused. But he glanced at Luffy indifferently. Next, don't let me down. This moment, Gecko Moria's temperament has changed. The whole person changed his previous appearance. At the same time, one move with both hands. A full 100 shadows merged into Gecko Moria's body from all directions. The power of the shadow flows into Moria's body. Make Gecko Moria's body bigger. Certainly. These shadows are not just to strengthen his body. Besides, strength, speed, and ability have all increased by 1 section. Gecko Moria punched it out. The fist carried an extremely violent arrogance. Luffy and his fist smashed together. Luffy's power was able to overwhelm Gecko Moria before. This moment, the two are even. Gecko Moria, which has absorbed 100 shadows, is indeed very powerful. But he can get stronger. Can't Luffy? Waving one hand in the air. The rubber all over his body trembled. Then, Luffy's body was hot, and the steam kept coming out. Second gear. Luffy disappeared in place with a whoosh. Next second, he came right in front of Gecko Moria. The fist is faster than the bullet just now. There was only a bang. Gecko Moria, who has absorbed 100 souls, can't stand it either. The huge body leaned back. Then it hit the ground heavily. Gecko Moria was shocked. He has already absorbed 100 shadows, yet he is still not his opponent? In a huff, Gecko Moria tried to save the situation, but was suppressed by Luffy in all aspects. The speed of the second gear, and the impact of the fist. Far from being able to keep up with Gecko Moria. To know. Now rubber fruit has awakened. Luffy has been able to control all of its various ways of use. For a moment, Gecko Moria was beaten helplessly by Luffy. He was furious. Not on hold. With one move of both hands, 500 shadows around him merged into his body. And his body? It is more than 5 times larger than before. Gecko Moria's body is huge. After absorbing 500 shadows, the body size has increased by a full 5 times. This room can barely hold him. Chapter 21. Looking at Gecko Moria, who is about to burst the room in front of him, Luffy shook his head. The development of this shadow fruit is too mediocre. Don't say anything else. Although increased in size, but in a certain situation, increased body size, it can only be a burden. Just like Luffy now. After turning on the second gear, pair with Marine 6 styles moonwalk and shave, Luffy's speed is boundless. Gecko Moria, who has absorbed 500 shadows, can't touch Luffy at all. Being suppressed by Luffy the whole time. In a state of fighting. But it doesn't mean that the shadow fruit is not good. At least, absorbed 500 shadows. Gecko Moria's ability to resist punches has become stronger. Even with the second gear turned on, it became very difficult for Luffy's fist to penetrate Moria's body with one blow. But, watching Luffy scurrying back and forth in front of him, Gecko Moria was furious. Having been the 7 warlords of the sea for many years, how has he ever suffered such humiliation? He was beaten so hard by a pirate that he couldn't hold his head up at all. Arrogant boy, stop looking down on people. Gecko Moria knew that if this went on, he would eventually lose to Luffy in front of him. Then, you can only use your last whole card. Shadow Gathering Place. One-fingered sky. This moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and the whole castle was surging. 1,000 shadows merged into Gecko Moria's body. Boom! Finally, absorbed 1,000 shadows. Gecko Moria exploded the castle directly. Instantly, rocks pierced through the air, bats flew, and castles exploded. Furious flames were released from Gecko Moria's body. Now Gecko Moria, all 4 limbs are needed to barely support his size. He patted his chest with both hands, like King Kong the gorilla. Look at tiny Luffy. Gecko Moria laughed wildly, raised his hand, and slapped Luffy with a slap. Luffy disappeared in place. The gigantic slap of Gecko Moria, sunken deeply into the ground. The ground was printed with a giant's slap mark. Gecko Moria continued to chase Luffy. Chasing after him. Looks like it's going to knock Luffy down here. But alas! Even if it absorbs the shadows of thousands of people, it will not help at all. He can't even touch Luffy. Straw Hat Boy, do you only know how to run? Gecko Moria has never fought as maddening a fight as it does today. Didn't you find out? Luffy stopped walking, he turned to look at Moria and asked. Find what? Gecko Moria glared at Luffy angrily. Your body has reached its limit. Looking at Gecko Moria's body that was about to explode, Luffy pointed out his vital points sharply. Gecko Moria heard the words, and then looked towards his body. Next second, his face was livid. I saw that my body had reached its limit. If you continue to fight, it is very likely to be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. But even so. But he sneered and said to Luffy, it's not once or twice to absorb the shadows of thousands of people, do you think I will believe your nonsense? Oh? Really? When was the last time you used this ability? Luffy's words. Straight to the heart of Gecko Moria. Indeed. Since losing to Kaido, Gecko Moria's growing heart is destroyed. Over the years, a corner of peace. He almost never practiced. The strength not only stagnated, but even showed signs of regression. Since you are so stubborn, let me show you what real fruit awakening is. A cold light flashed in Luffy's eyes. This moment, he is not like the sunny boy who was smiling all day long. On the contrary, The discoloration was extremely cold and stern, full of awe-inspiring aura, surrounding his body. Take a deep breath. Luffy bites his arm. Then 2 words came out of his mouth. 4 gears. 4th gear. Currently in Wano Kuni space. One of Luffy's strongest abilities. With the blessing of this ability, he killed Brother Ming, dealt with the 3 generals, and even faced the 4 emperors. Of course, I was given a king addiction once by Ant and Kaido respectively. But it cannot be denied. Gear 4 is second to none and one of Luffy's most powerful abilities. In the eyes of Gekko Moria, the size of Luffy in front of him also began to increase. But compared to himself, he has become more vigorous and powerful. A series of mysterious patterns appeared on Luffy's body, the wind was strong, Luffy's hair fluttered, and his eyes shot out, even forcing Gekko Moria to take a few steps back. Gekko Moria realized instantly. The Luffy in front of me is really moving. And this momentum. Clearly above oneself. Moria's face darkened. Bitterness appeared on the corner of the mouth. He knows. There is no hope of getting Luffy's shadow. None of his own is his opponent, let alone intercepting his shadow. In the first half of the Grand Line, such a strong man unexpectedly appeared. A reward of 500 million? Marine still underestimated him. Meet a rising pirate like Luffy. Even Gekko Moria's heart of becoming stronger has long been wiped out. At this moment, it actually started to reignite. A junior. They are all working so hard to become stronger. I am working hard to reach the new world in the future. Myself as 7 warlords of the sea. How can you stop? Didn't you experience Kaido's failure this time? What's the big deal? Straw Hat Kid. I remember your name. But here is the thriller bark, and it is the place where I live. Gekko Moria staked his all-out blow. Raise his towering limbs. A slap towards Luffy. After turning on the 4th gear. 4 gears, rubber, Ape King gun. Luffy threw a punch. Fully loaded with 4 gears of Elastic Man's charged blow. Under this blow, there were sonic booms in the air. Breaking away Gekko Moria's big hand, it hit him hard on the jaw. Immediately, Gekko Moria rolled over on his back again. His eyes were white, and blood spurted from his mouth. Subsequently, the huge body fell heavily on the ground. Like a statue. Passed out on the spot. Chapter 22. The moment Gekko Moria passed out, thousands of shadows on his body immediately scattered around. The body that was like a giant beast before has also become shriveled back to its original form. Ding! Congratulations host, defeated 7 warlords of the sea Gekko Moria, and won an S-level lottery. The moment Gekko Moria fell down, a sound came from the system. Start drawing directly. This has just been obtained, and Luffy can't wait to draw it. No way. The S-level lottery draw is too generous. Besides, it was precisely because of the mission issued by this system that he broke into the thriller bark like a reckless man. Ding! Congratulations to host, you have obtained the aura of high spirits. High morale, within a certain range, all your crew members will gain 10 times the growth rate of cultivation. This aura needs to be enchanted on your ship. When I saw the system draw a halo for myself. To be honest, Luffy was dumbfounded. He still expects to continue to give him shocking items like million immortal beans. The result was never thought of. It's a halo that doesn't shit. However, when he saw clearly the high-spirited aura and its ability, Luffy jumped up from the spot. 10 times the speed of cultivation. To know. This is 10 times the speed of practice without any restrictions. You can practice 10 times the sword like Zoro, or 10 times the kick like Sanji. On Luffy's body, Observation Haki, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 Styles, Development Devil Fruit, etc. will all be affected by this increase. Certainly. If you want to say that Nami's navigation skills have been improved by 10 times, Robin's archaeological ability has been increased by 10 times. Say it bluntly. This time the lottery. Especially rich. Its effect is not even weaker than million immortal beans. 10 times. That's a full 10 times. Luffy was instantly shocked by the halo. And he has to do it. Just place it on your 1,000 sunny boat. As long as it's Luffy's crew, everyone will enjoy this tenfold gain. Just imagine. All members get a training boost. Going to make a fart of 3D2Y, just concentrate on practicing and it's over. This is the rhythm of all the members running towards the wicked. Luffy is ecstatic. This is a bit like being a pirate. Since Gecko Moria was disposed of by himself. Then the rest. That's all there is to this thriller bark. Luffy turned on third gear. Dismantle this bark completely. Boom. Accompanied by the huge thriller bark, it was gradually sunk. Since then, Gecko Moria has no shelter anymore. It is worth mentioning that before the thriller bark was demolished, Luffy's crew has also recovered from the negativity one after another. Zoro meets Ryoma, who is also a swordsman. And from Ryoma, I got Wanakuni's national treasure, the Great Quick Sword, 21 Craftsman Black Sword Kyushui. And Luffy. But searched the whole island. Only then did Brook be found. Anyway, he is also a famous musician. Luffy will never miss anything. Seeing that everyone has harvested almost the same, Luffy finally made his move and took down the thriller bark. 1,000 Sunny also left here. Finally out of this ghost place. Usopp, Nami, and Chopper of the timid trio also removed those evil spirits from their bodies. They were trembling along the way. Almost didn't get scared to death. Of course. When Usopp and others saw that Luffy brought Brook back with only the skeleton left. Scared again. Luffy was helpless. Explain in words. Brook was one of the musicians he got back. Musician. When they learned that Brook was a musician, everyone came back to their senses. Everyone knows. Luffy used to be very obsessed with musicians. Whatever you say, bring one on board. With Luffy's introduction, Brook explained that he ate the fruit of the underworld, and finally the soul did not find the body and turned into a skeleton. Everyone relaxed their guard. And Brook is very talkative and very kind to others. As soon as they got on the boat, they played Bink's Fine Wine for everyone. Although everyone has no musical cells. But you can also hear the extraordinariness of Brook's music. All of a sudden, everyone's favorability immediately doubled. For this musician chosen by Luffy. Thumbs up one after another. After getting acquainted with each other, Usopp, Chopper and others also began to gradually wonder what it feels like for Brook to transform into a skeleton. So one after another pinched on Brook's body. Zoro and Sanji also surrounded it. Everyone started booing. Poor Brook just got on the boat. He was abused by everyone. 1,000 Sunny is another piece of fun. But when everyone gathers around Brook, Luffy came to the corner. He injected the aura of fighting spirit into 1,000 Sunny for the first time. The 10 times gain speed of practice will be opened accordingly. Then he opens the second S-tier draw, which is the one earned at the thriller bark in destruction. Ding! Congratulations host, you have gained Devil Fruit immunity. Immune to Devil Fruit. Luffy froze for a moment, hesitated for a while, thinking about the meaning of this sentence. Then he jerked his head up. Isn't this just saying the ability of Devil Fruit can't cause damage to itself? To know. Pirate World. Most of them are Demon Fruit power. Although the first half of the Grand Line may be a little less. But New World can be seen almost everywhere. There are as many Devil Fruits as dogs, it's not as simple as talking about it. This ability. It directly saves Luffy countless troubles. Just imagine. Kizaru's sparkling fruit, Akainu's lava fruit, Aokiji's frozen fruit, Magellan's poison fruit, and various other fruit abilities. Don't hurt yourself at all. If it is a strong person with devil fruit ability and physical ability, maybe even threaten Luffy with physical skills. But if pure demon fruit power like Gecko Moria, then only be crushed by Luffy. Good guy. Luffy couldn't help but feel happy. Isn't this just saying? Can I ignore the attack of devil fruit's ability in the future? Luffy was actually still worried. Own strength. Playing Golden Lion, Kizaru from Sabayati Archipelago, or going to Summit War are still very difficult. Although the head iron system has been obtained, you have to actually meet the Admiral 4 Emperors or something. Really can only run. But now? Devil fruit is directly immune. Runadur, go straight to the iron. Chapter 23. Flash. Since leaving the seas of Thriller Bark, 2 days have passed. Now, in the training room, Zoro, who was training hard. At this moment, he suddenly jumped up from the spot. He swung the sword in his hand, opening and closing, exquisite and unpredictable. Far from being able to compare before. No doubt. Now Zoro's swordsmanship is much more profound than before, and his attainments in the way of swordsmanship are many times better than before. No doubt. Now Zoro is already striding towards the top sword hero. It stands to reason. Zoro, who is obsessed with swordsmanship, should be happy that his swordsmanship has improved. However, he stared blankly at his hand, and said with a horrified tone in his mouth, "Why, my cultivation speed is so fast. It's a pity that this sentence is not known to others. If other swordsmen find out, their face will darken. Listen, is this speaking human language? According to Zoro's original meaning, I can reach the current progress of cultivation. At least half a year later. Nowadays, in just 2 days, half a year's training hurdle has been crossed like this? How can this not surprise Zoro? Recall what happened in the past 2 days. His way of training. It's no different from normal times. Chopping in the morning, lifting barbells in the afternoon, and comprehending the attainments of swordsmanship in the evening. Obviously mediocre. But this speed really made him feel outrageous. And on the way to practice, all kinds of swordsmanship are ready to come out in his mind, and all kinds of exquisite swordsmanship also come into view. It's like a sword god, instructing himself to practice in the dark. Zoro was dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. The same thing also happened to Sanji. His demon wind feet are now superb. Even more outrageous. Armament Haki, also awakened at this moment. From Luffy here. Sanji knows the beauty of Armament Haki. However, this is the scene that makes Sanji uneasy. This Armament Haki seems to be born with it. Just woke up not long ago. His cultivation progress is constantly soaring upwards. Looking at Sanji, he was in a daze. Shock. My Armament Haki is practicing by himself? Sitting in the kitchen, Sanji began to doubt life. Not just Zoro and Sanji. 2 days down. Usopp's sniper skills and precision strikes, Chopper's medical skills and its human fruit, Robin's archaeological thinking logic ability and her flower fruit, Nami's sailing ability, Frankie's shipbuilding brain, Brooke's musical talent. Everything is evaporating thousands of miles in a rapid manner. The speed is so fast that they dare not practice. Asked each other. It was found that the same situation occurred between each other. Quick. Too fast. Although it is a good thing that this cultivation speed is fast. But no reward for nothing. The inexplicable increase in their cultivation speed made them uneasy. Then, all crew surrounded Luffy's door. They want to ask Captain Luffy what's going on. Don't say it's Sanji. The entire Straw Hat Pirates collectively doubted life. And Luffy. This morning. After getting up, he finished washing and opened the door to have a look. Luffy was taken aback. But I saw all the crew members standing at their door. This menacing look. It even made Luffy feel like they wanted to force the palace. Ask why? Knowing that the cultivation speed was too fast, they were so frightened that they did not dare to practice, for fear of any impact on their future attainments. Zoro and Sanji talked about swordsmanship and legwork as if they didn't belong to them. They were just practicing a little bit as before, and as a result, their swordsmanship and legwork were very competitive, and even Sanji was unconscious, and Armament Haki was also awakened. When Luffy learned of the situation, he also froze for a second. Is Armament Haki awakened so casually? Looking at everyone expecting to look at themselves. Then Luffy couldn't laugh or cry. All right. He admits. You have to take the blame for this matter. After all, when he placed the halo on Thousand Sunny, he didn't explain the reason to everyone. That's how the present oolong came about. But Luffy really didn't expect it. 10 times the cultivation is actually so terrifying. Sanji's Armament Haki has awakened. I'm afraid it will take time. Zoro's Haki will also awaken. This happened in just 2 days. The Sabayati archipelago, Summit War is still some days away. Go on like this. Whoa! Isn't that awesome? Zoro and Sanji, whose strength has skyrocketed. Usopp, who is very good at sniping. Nami with the seamanship feat. Flower fruit exploding Robin. And the rest of the crew, and so on. At that time, such a powerful Straw Hat Pirates. Who can stop it? But questions still need to be answered. Luffy pondered for a while, and a flash of light flashed in his mind, and attributed everything to the ship spirit. This may be a hidden ability of the ship spirit, which can improve the progress of our cultivation. Luffy said to the crowd. The crew froze. Ship spirit. They were still worried about whether there was something wrong with their body and so on. But after hearing that it was the ability bestowed by the ship spirit, everyone breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. As a shipbuilder, Frankie puts the most effort into this aspect. He stood up and said, the ship spirit still has such abilities? I've never heard of it. Have you seen a ship spirit before? Luffy looked at Frankie and said. No. Frankie shook his head. Although he was a shipbuilder, he had never seen a ship spirit. So, since you haven't seen the ship spirit, how can you be sure that the ship spirit doesn't have this ability? Luffy said. Frankie heard the words. I pondered for a while. It seems to be such a truth. Know the specific reason. Frankie immediately took out the phone bug in his arms, and the other end of the phone bug was connected to the City of Water. Senior brother, let me tell you that I discovered another secret of the ship spirit today. You should find a small notebook first. Yes, write it down. Listen to the conversation between Frankie and Iceberg. A few black lines fell from Luffy's forehead. Suddenly remembered the beginning. When Bing Shan learned about Chuan Ling, he took out a small notebook to record it. The corner of his mouth twitched. This lie seems to be unfulfilled. Small boat spirit, I'm sorry. I can only let you take the blame. Finally. Under Luffy's answer. The heart that everyone was hanging on was also let go. This is the ship spirit cultivated by my own melee. Everyone trusts their ship spirit very much. Then. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp etc. Take this opportunity. He lashed out at himself fiercely. From beginning to end. Luffy's bounty raised to 500 million is stimulating them. You have to keep up with your own captain. Turn envy into strength. The Straw Hat Pirates suddenly fell into a frenzy of cultivation. At this time. On the mast of Thousand Sunny. There is an ethereal shadow there. It is the soul of the Mary. When I heard that Luffy pulled himself out of the blame again. The ship spirit of the melee is speechless. A hand was covering his forehead. The crew members practice so fast, how much money does it have to do with me? But looking at the thriving peace on the ship, this boat spirit also let go of his obsessions, and let him take the blame. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Then look to your side. That is another illusory shadow. Chapter 24. A few more days passed. Luffy also really experienced a 10 times the speed of cultivation. His primary observation haki, Marine 6 styles, Conqueror's haki and other abilities have all entered the ranks of the intermediate level. Character, Luffy. Devil Fruit, Rubber Fruit Awakening. Haki, Conqueror's haki Intermediate, Observation haki Intermediate, Armament Haki Awakening. Ability, Marine 6 styles Intermediate. The acquired abilities are divided into Primary, Intermediate, Advanced, Awakening, and Peak. When the host reaches Awakening, it can only be improved through training and understanding. This increases the speed. It is too fast. Certainly. It is not ruled out that Luffy himself is very talented, plus 10 times the speed of practice. Faster is a matter of course. But the more to the back. Observation haki, Marine 6 styles are more difficult to practice. This is why many people have learned Marine 6 styles. But there are very few people who can really achieve great success. Anyway. Thousand Sunny above. A total of 2 guests were ushered in. One is Brook, who has joined Luffy as a musician for the Straw Hat Pirates. Another one. It was the beautiful girl Perona, who was captured by Luffy with sea stone handcuffs. It's been 5 days since I left Thriller Bark. The beautiful girl was crying so hard. He yelled day and night. As the owner of the spirit of chivalry, Sanji embarked on the road of comforting the beautiful girl. But he was kicked out by the beautiful girl. Sanji was kicked out in despair. Speaking up. Ever since Luffy beat Gecko Moria and demolished the Thriller Bark, Perona doesn't eat or drink. Keep crying and scolding all the time. Everyone knows. This is Luffy breaking the beautiful girl's heart. Sanji couldn't see it anymore. Luffy, go and comfort her. Luffy was helpless. Pick up a piece of food carefully prepared by Sanji and go to the place where Perona is being held. After seeing Perona, who hadn't eaten for a few days and was so hungry that she only had the strength to cry. Luffy is not a hard-hearted person either. There is also a reason why Perona is hostile to herself. He softened his heart and said, I haven't eaten or drank for so many days, let's eat some. Perona looked at Luffy viciously and said, it's you, who ruined my home, so I won't eat what you gave me. Luffy didn't kill Gecko Moria. Just removed the Thriller Bark. Hear the words of the beautiful girl. Luffy said, it's your fault, obviously you wanted to do something to my crew, but it's good for you to slander me instead. Luffy is going for Gecko Moria, he is going to get the S-rank lottery. But at least on the bright side. It was Gecko Moria who led the teacher to be malicious. When Perona heard this, she naturally knew that it was Gecko Moria who wanted Luffy's shadow. So this is where it is now. She was a bit weaker. But Perona insisted, humph, it's you, I don't care, anyway, you demolished my house. Because of the excited tone. In addition, there has been no drop of water in the past few days. Perona is a little out of breath. Forget it, I don't care about you anymore. You are too weak. Eat something. The so-called body is the capital of the revolution. Only after eating and drinking can you have a chance to continue scolding, right? Luffy laughed. I've said it before, I won't eat half of your food if I die. Perona still has the same hard-spoken attitude as before. Not eating? Luffy asked tentatively. Don't eat. Perona was determined. Really don't want to eat? Don't eat. I'll ask you one last time, do you really want to eat? Luffy reconfirmed. Perona gritted her teeth, and she shouted at Luffy, don't eat. I put my words here today, even if I, Perona, die, I will definitely not eat a bite of you if I jump from here. Hey, what a breath! Luffy smiled, and he sat down in front of Perona. It's wrong to waste the country's food, I'll eat it if I don't eat it. Talking. He opened the lunchbox. The moment the lunchbox is opened, it's like the scene of a little master. The golden light burst out from inside. This Sanji, the culinary skills have grown so fast. Luffy smelled the aroma, looked at the broth in the lunchbox, and looked at the fragrant food inside, and his appetite suddenly increased. He felt more and more how terrifying the 10 times the speed of cultivation was. It even touches on cooking. Disassemble the lunchbox. The aroma filled the room where Perona was held. The originally proud little swan. After smelling the fragrance, it also whetted the appetite. The iceberg in my heart gradually began to melt. He swallowed his saliva. The inner thoughts are just around the corner. In front of the beautiful girl, Luffy took a sip of the broth without saying a word. Well, this tastes really good. By the way, smash it, smash it. Little Swan looked at Luffy viciously. Although he knew in his heart that the other party was doing this on purpose. Resist. It must be resisted with all its strength. But this is so delicious. A beautiful girl who hasn't eaten for a few days. How can it stand such a toss? Eager to see through. Noticing Perona's eager eyes, Luffy glanced at her and said, "What, do you want to eat?" The beautiful girl wanted to say that she would not eat. But as soon as the words reached his throat, it seemed like he was stuck. Yes. The iceberg has melted. She wants to eat it. The shriveled stomach is not even protesting once or twice. Pity. Luffy completely disregards the affection of the beautiful girl. Without further ado, just finished eating the food in the lunchbox. Looking at Luffy's full appearance, and the inside of the lunchbox is bare. There was deep disappointment in the eyes of the beautiful girl. Luffy stood up, and he said to Perona, "I demolished your home, maybe I did something wrong. But don't abuse your body. As for Gecko Moria, don't worry, I just knocked him out, not killed him." Although it is an indisputable fact that the thriller bark sank, as 7 warlords of the sea, if they were drowned by sea water, wouldn't they become a laughing stock? Don't worry, he's dying. Finished. Luffy pushed open the door, intending to get out of here. But at this moment, knowing that Gecko Moria is fine, Perona's dimmed eyes light up again. Wait a minute. Luffy said, "What's wrong?" Chapter 25. You, really didn't kill Lord Moria? Perona is a little intimidated by Luffy. Yes or no, you will know later. Also, I don't mind if you eat a little. I've been hearing you scolding me for the past 2 days. If you don't eat or drink, and you don't have the energy to scold me, I'm even more unaccustomed to it. People, you have to be better for yourself, don't you? The afterglow of the rising sun exudes a faint golden light, sprinkled on Luffy's seemingly young face, with a warm and relaxed smile like the sun. Plus his steady eyes, and the way he cares about himself. Perona didn't know what to do, she forgot to breathe for a moment, and her heart beat continuously. Treat your body well. Just a few words, but made her heart warm, as if being held in the palm of her hand and cared for. Finished. Luffy leaves the room where Perona is being held. Watching Luffy come out. And when he was holding this empty lunchbox in his hand, Sanji stepped forward and asked quickly, "Luffy, has she eaten these meals?" "No, I ate." Luffy waved the empty lunchbox in his hand and said. Sanji frowned, stared at Luffy and said, "You, ate?" Luffy smiled slightly, "I have to trouble you to make one, I believe she will order it next." Sanji was taken aback. Hear this sentence. He also seemed to understand what Luffy meant. Quickly made another one. Luffy sends in the delicious broth. This time, the proud and beautiful girl blushed. She didn't look like she was clamoring to die and jump off before. Take the spoon. Eat it in small bites. It's delicious. Luffy added from the side. After comforting Porona, she doesn't cry anymore. Today, the crew members are still cultivating crazily on Thousand Sunny. However, everyone is on the way to practice. But a subtle thing happened. As a shipwright, part-time helmsman, Frankie controls Thousand Sunny's sailing direction. Suddenly, a lone boat floated towards him. There is a person sitting on the boat. It was a man on crutches who seemed to have limited mobility. To know. This is the Grand Line. The Grand Line is known as the place with the worst weather in the world. Without an elite navigator, it is difficult to reach the blue sky if you want to cross this sea. Even more outrageous, the person in front of him was driving a lone boat, and unexpectedly appeared on this sea. This sea is very dangerous. Where are you going? Let me see if I can give you a ride. Frankie also said out of kindness. The man on crutches on the lonely boat stood up, his eyes were closed, and he looked at Thousand Sunny. Then he laughed a little. I'm going to the Sabayati archipelago, is that okay? The man on crutches said. Certainly. Frankie naturally knew that Luffy wanted to go to the New World. Since we are going to arrive at New World, the Sabayati archipelago is a must for them. When the man on crutches came to Thousand Sunny, Frankie was shocked again. Are you blind? Maid. What happened to this world? A blind man on crutches, stepping on a lone boat, actually tried to sail across the ocean to the Sabayati archipelago. I am stupid. Or is the world stupid? Ashamed. The blind man was like a spring breeze, with a slight smile on his face. This is a pirate ship, right? It's the first time I've seen a pirate like you who is willing to help others. When Frankie heard this, he touched the back of his head. Actually, the main reason is that our captain is friendly to others. We are just influenced by him. When Luffy was doing the task, he went straight to the hammer. As for other time periods, no matter who you meet, he is very elegant and easygoing. Under his influence, the crew also became more humble. Your captain. The blind man paused and said doubtfully. Our captain is Luffy, he is practicing now. Frankie said. Luffy? The Luffy who destroyed the N-Ice lobby. When he heard the name, the blind man frowned, and his tone seemed to change slightly. So you know about this too? Frankie didn't notice the change in the air. He went on to say, I made your own claim to let you aboard, and I have to inform Luffy. During the conversation, Frankie walked towards the place where Luffy was practicing. When the door knocked, Luffy looked up. What's wrong? Luffy, let me tell you a funny thing. Frankie told Luffy when he was about to meet him just now. It is a strange thing that a blind man with a cane actually traveled across the ocean in a lone boat. After speaking, Frankie added, sure enough, this Grand Line is full of wonders. When Frankie was talking, I don't know. Luffy's eyes turned serious. He caught the keyword blind man with a cane. In the world of pirates, there are countless similar blind people. But don't forget, this is the Grand Line. Ordinary blind people dare to go to sea? Not to mention the blind man who is stepping on a lone boat and facing the rough sea. Seem. All the answers have been revealed. Where is he? Luffy quickly grabbed Frankie and asked. On our deck. Being caught suddenly, Frankie was shocked to find that Luffy's tone changed. Take me there. Luffy said. Frankie didn't know why Luffy got serious, but quickly took Luffy to the deck. Just walked out. Luffy saw a slightly bulky man standing not far away, with his eyes closed, dressed in a Ronin swordsman costume, leaning on a cane, and with 2 scars on his face. Fujitora smile. Luffy's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 26. Fujitora smiled. Marine Admiral 2 years after the Summit War. With his uncanny strength, he joined the Green Bull in the World Conscription within 2 years and became Marine Admiral. He has a gentle and positive personality, values the comfort of the common people, and even opposes the 7 warlords of the sea system. Certainly. Now for a smile, there is no Fujitora prefix yet. Nor is he a soldier in the marine. Just a simple Ronin swordsman. It really was him. Luffy also became serious. Are you just smiling? I have heard of you for a long time. When he heard his own name, shouted from Luffy's mouth. After a clear pause with a smile, he asked suspiciously, how do you know my name? Recently, I heard that on this sea, there was a blind swordsman drifting on a solitary boat to the Sabayati archipelago. Now I can be regarded as seeing the deity, and I have admired him for a long time. Luffy smiled. This made Yuxiao stunned for a second. Are you famous? Besides, why did Luffy look familiar when he saw him? Actually, Luffy didn't believe it himself. Not to mention laughing. Certainly. The most basic courtesy is still necessary. This is a well-known big man. Let me introduce myself. My name is Luffy, the captain of this Straw Hat Pirates. I know your name, and I didn't expect to meet you on the sea. Since I met you, I have a question for you to answer. When Yuxiao learned that this ship was the Straw Hat Pirates, a question had already been buried deep in his heart. But it doesn't matter. Luffy motioned him to be blunt. Seeing Luffy's relaxed appearance, he hesitated for a while with a smile. Why did you destroy an ice lobby? Luffy heard this. His mind was spinning rapidly. Actually, on the sea, there are too few strong people like Yuxiao who are as strong and capable as they can stand firm. The reason why he joined Marine. The purpose is to protect the safety of one side and protect the safety of the people. Even in the Dressrosa chapter, he personally pleaded guilty to the king as Marine Admiral for the sake of one side of the people. Have to say, this courage. Looking at the whole sea, there are almost very few. And Marine. It also happens to give Yuxiao a chance to show his grand plans. Luffy destroyed an ice lobby this time around. Challenged the dignity of Marine. This is contrary to the concept of Yuxiao. Luffy quickly understood what was hidden in the joke. He said, smile, let me ask you, do you think that the destruction of an ice lobby is because of my nonsense? I think you should know that there is always a reason for what a person does, which is motivation. Do you know what my motivation was when I set foot on an ice lobby? Motivation. Before he smiled, he only knew that Luffy had destroyed an ice lobby, so he frowned for this. But when he heard Luffy's words, it seemed that he also had something to hide. Asked with a smile, what is your motive? Smile, I know you are obsessed with Marine, and you are also dissatisfied with my destruction of an ice lobby this time, but I just want to say that I have a clear conscience for this incident. You only know one thing but not the other. On the an ice lobby, CP9 blatantly captured my crew and forced her to translate the main text of the history. My entire Straw Hat Pirates are dying. Everyone is dying. This is one of them. Commander Spondam of CP9 tried to obtain ancient weapon in vain, so he forced the entire water capital to work for it. This is the second. How powerful the ancient weapon is, I believe you should have heard it with a smile. Why are they so eager to obtain the ancient weapon? They even do everything possible to do so at all costs? Hehe, everyone knows his evil intentions, and the object of allegiance is the Marines behind the scenes pillars, Marie Joyce. That's number 3. Speaking of which, Luffy shook his head indifferently, and he continued, smile, you are a sensible person, so I can only talk to you about these things. This is my reason, this is my motivation. Now, if you are still dissatisfied with me, then I have nothing to say. Frankie stood up at this moment. I grew up in the capital of water. Although I am a member of Luffy's crew, if I separate myself, I can vouch for him. A smile after listening to what Luffy said. He had already fallen silent. Initial dissatisfaction with Luffy destroying Enice Lobby. It also disappeared with his explanation. Did not think of. There are so many things hidden in it. Marine directly put all the charges on Luffy's head. And as for the story behind it, never mention it. A smile said shamelessly, I'm sorry, I was hostile to you at first, but I didn't expect that it would be so difficult for you. Heard a laugh. Luffy's expression also changed. Is this just a smile? A smile deserves to be a smile. Don't say anything else. Being able to take the initiative to admit one's mistakes and apologize, this kind of generosity is not something ordinary people can have. Luffy gave him a high look as well. Actually speaking, so much is not to belittle Marine. I know you also have hope for Marine, but here I have to remind you that where there is light, there is darkness. Marine may not be as good as you imagined. Similarly, pirates are not as bad as you imagined. Just like now, isn't there an excellent pirate standing in front of you? Luffy put gold on his face. Little friend, you are really interesting. Opening up his heart, he laughed out loud, and he no longer had the obsession he had before. He found the pirates in front of them are really different from the ordinary pirate group. Just like the name of the ship. Full of sunshine. It's rare to come to Thousand Sunny. Let me introduce my crew to you, and by the way, welcome guests like you today. Luffy smiled. Chapter 27. Next. Luffy gets the crew all out. And introduce them one by one with a smile. With a smile, his eyes swept across the scene, and finally settled on Zoro. Same. As a swordsman, Zoro immediately noticed the domineering sword power on Yuxiao's body. The two sides touched invisibly. Immediately afterwards Zoro was shocked to know. On Thousand Sunny. In the past few days, his cultivation base has improved by leaps and bounds. Zoro thought that his own strength, which had grown so much, would at least not be defeated like the last time he challenged Hawkeye. The result was just a sword intent restrained by a smile. It made his forehead sweat. This person. Very strong. Luffy, who is he? Zoro asked, pulling Luffy aside. At the same time, Zoro is a little bit goofy. The same sword hero, he wanted to challenge Yuxiao. Don't worry about me, I want to bring him into the gang. Luffy didn't know what Zoro was thinking, and directly pressed him down. If you succeed, you can challenge whenever you want in the future. Get in. Zoro was amazed again by Luffy's handwriting. But on second thought, the indistinct strength of Cai Yuxiao just now shocked people's hearts. It would be a pity if such a powerful person didn't join his own pirate group. But will the other party come aboard? Good. Long after seeing a smile, Luffy had such an idea. But because of Enice Lobby's reasons, coupled with the other party's hostility towards him, it took Luffy a lot of effort to explain the matter of Enice Lobby clearly. What a joke! Otherwise, why did Luffy try so hard to convince him? Do things with motivation. Luffy's motivation now is to pull a smile on board. Never met before. No chance. It's hard to meet now. If you let the other party join Marine, wouldn't you be asking for trouble for yourself? How can the fertile water flow into the fields of outsiders? Marine. Excuse me. I'm going to cut Maya off. To entertain guests. Luffy asks Sanji to prepare a big dinner. Smile to see such warm hospitality from Luffy. He was also a little moved. Thanks a lot to Luffy too. After dinner, the crew went back to practice again. Only Luffy and Yuxiao are left on the deck. The sea breeze roared from afar, carrying the brilliance of the setting sun, and the burning clouds dyed half of the sky and half of the sea red. You went to Sabayati Archipelago, you probably want to join the marine. Luffy asked nonchalantly. Yes. Nodding with a smile, this trip to Sabayati Archipelago is for this purpose. Get a smile for sure. Luffy wants to yell right now, Frankie, turn around, let's go back to East Blue. Certainly. This is a joke. Is your obsession to join marine? Luffy continues to play around the edges here. As you said before, although marine is not as good as imagined, it is not as bad as imagined. At least in marine, I can protect one side's peace. He replied with a smile. According to your current progress, even if you join marine, do you think it will be reused in a few years? Luffy continued to try out the idea of a smile. Be reused within a few years? To be honest, Yuxiao really didn't think about this issue. Smile and don't answer. Luffy said bluntly, after a short time with you, I also know your low-key personality, and your strength is very powerful. I know this, but with your personality, I'm afraid you won't be able to use it again in 5 years. Just imagine, being a soldier for 5 years at one go, wasting 5 years in vain, and even if you are promoted for other reasons, your rank will rise very slowly. What are you talking about protecting peace? Luffy's words. It awakened the smile that originally blindly wanted to join marine. Then, what military rank do you think is necessary to protect the peace of the people? Asked back with a smile. Admiral. Luffy spit out 2 words, only Admiral is worthy to speak in marine. Do you think you can become the unique Admiral within 5 years? Admiral. Marine is nothing but the top job of Marshal. Among the millions of Marines, there are only 3 terrifying powerhouses. Their strength. Going straight to the 4 emperors of New World, they have a high status and are chased and worshipped by countless people. In fact, once a smile joins marine, which takes 5 years. Just 1 or 2 years. Is always shining gold. A smile is not gold, it is a diamond, the kind that can blind a dog's eyes. As long as there are no fools in marine. Yuxiao's promotion can be described as King Yunji's hang. But would Luffy say that? I am afraid. Only fools say such things, isn't this a free gift? That's how the term handover comes from. As expected. When I heard the word 5 years, my smile sank. Admiral has 3 positions. Although he boasted that he was strong, let alone 5 years, even 10 years would still be difficult for him to rise to the top. There are a lot of masters in marine. How fierce is the competition? This. Yuxiao was silent and didn't speak for a long time. Luffy knows. Here comes my chance. Actually, you can see it too. I want to invite you to come on board. Luffy had a showdown. Yuxiao heard the words and burst out laughing. Do you know how my eyes are blind? Do you not want to see this dirty world of power, and burn, kill and plunder those ugly pirates, so that you can destroy your eyes? Luffy made a random guess. I didn't expect to be hit by you. After calming down, he continued with a smile, for this reason, I will not join the pirate side. Luffy watched and smiled. It is indeed a bit difficult for Yuxiao to join the pirates. But how no difficulty? And how to get rich returns? Luffy faced the difficulties, he said slowly, I know you hate pirates, but you can't kill all of them, what do you think of me? Sunshine, upright, completely different from ordinary pirates. Give it a high rating with a smile. Chapter 28. Thank you for speaking so highly of me. Smile, you don't have a fixed place to live now. If you join marine rashly, you will definitely not be reused within 5 years. You have to pay for your own eyes. The purpose is to keep yourself calm at all times, but the rules are made by man, so you are so cruel to yourself. Is the ability buried in the sea of people? A smile never spoke. Just quietly Luffy's words. Join my Straw Hat Pirates. I don't say I can give you the best, but it can also let you have a brand new world, let you have a chance to show your ambitions. This opportunity is right in front of you, whether to hold it or give it up is all in your mind. This moment. After hearing Luffy's exciting words, a little touched with a smile, Luffy added fuel to the fire. My goal is to enter the new world and walk all over the Grand Line. By then, injustices similar to the Water City incident will appear all over the world. Join us, these people need you. Hear, hear. Gradually raised his head with a smile. Luffy's words hit the deepest part of his heart. Over the years, he has always been ambitious. But the bright moon shines on the ditch. Until now, he is still a Ronin. With Luffy, he rekindled hope. I heard that you once defeated 7 warlords of the sea. He paused with a smile, and asked with a firm color in his eyes. Luffy listened. I feel like I have a chance. Crocodile and Gecko Moria, they are not enough to compare with you. Luffy said. I want to compete with you. If you win, why not join your Straw Hat Pirates? He said this with a serious smile. This moment, Luffy, who was still smiling, also started to look serious. He raised his head steadily, his eyes were full of brilliance. Is this true? Really? I got confirmation from Yuxiao here. Luffy suddenly had a whim. I can't find an island to stay in for a while, let's compete in this sea. Luffy said impatiently. Competing in this sea? Yuxiao was surprised by Luffy's words. He cares less about himself than about Luffy. Possesses the gravity fruit ability. Floating in the sea is a breeze. But Luffy with the rubber fruit ability is different. How should he gain a foothold in the sea? At this time, with a smile, I suddenly found Luffy's confident smile. Luffy stepped on the moonwalk and immediately flew into the air. See, Luffy even learned Marine 6 styles. Immediately looked at him with admiration. The two lined up on the sea, standing firmly on the sea level with a smile. The other side. Although Luffy can't stand firmly like a smile, he can float above the sea for a short time. Adieu. The battle between the two sides is about to start. With a wave of Luffy's arm, the second gear was turned on, and water vapor came out from his body, and at the same time, he was covered with a layer of pitch-black Armament Haki. And with a smile, he also pulled out the saber from his crutch. The two disappeared in the blink of an eye. Immediately above the sea, Luffy's fist covered by Armament Haki smashed together with the saber in the crutch of a smile. Clang! The sound of metal clashing came from above. After one blow, Luffy's face was serious. As expected of being able to be Admiral's smile, this arm strength is particularly terrifying. A smile here is also shocking. No wonder the 7 warlords of the sea are not his opponents. This blow just now. You can see the clues. Come again. Luffy said, jet machine gun. The pistol with the second gear blessing punched Yuxiao. At the same time, the speed continued to increase. In an instant, countless pairs of fists appeared in front of Yuxiao. Like a machine gun, endless stretches. As a swordsman, Yuxiao's swordsmanship is exquisite. Facing tens of thousands of punches that are even faster than before even in the second gear. Yuxiao waved the saber in his hand, his defense was impeccable. Even with ease. Clang! 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 The sounds of collisions rose and fell one after another. The contest between Luffy and Yuxiao in the sea. Immediately, other people who were practicing in Thousand Sunny rushed out. Isn't that a laugh? Why did they fight? Nami asked. Is this a contradiction? Chopper was also puzzled for a while. No, the two of them seem to be fighting fiercely, but in fact there is no murderous intent. Could it be that Luffy has other plans? Sanji noticed this keenly. The captain is recruiting this man. Seeing that the two sides started fighting, the corners of Zoro's mouth raised. There is only one word in my heart, be steady. A smile can join the Straw Hat Pirates. The happiest one is naturally him. Among the Straw Hat Pirates, because there is no sword master. Even cultivation is boring. Joined in with a smile. No matter how you say it, you have to find some abuse. Ahem, let's try it out. Hear Zoro speak. Everyone else was also surprised. Judging from the confrontation between Luffy and Yuxiao, the strength of Yuxiao is not even weaker than Luffy. If there is such a powerful person joining in, they are naturally welcomed with both hands and feet. It seems that another boss has joined our pirate group. Hey hey, crew status -1. Usopp said humbly. Crew status -1. Nami also raised her hand. Above the sea, the battle is still going on. At this time, gravity squeeze. Yuxiao's whole card, the fruit of gravity, was activated in an instant. Not used before. That hadn't found an opportunity, and now, he found Luffy's opening. Huge power poured towards Luffy. Buzz. Gravity fruit. Pay attention to using power to suppress people, use huge abilities to suppress the enemy. It is very difficult for ordinary people to resist the gravity fruit, not to mention that Luffy in front of him has found a loophole by himself. Seeing Luffy caught off guard and defenseless. Win or lose. Already very obvious. Boom. Gravity squeeze activates. The fruit of gravity cultivated by Yuxiao has already been developed to the pinnacle by him. This moment, the sea was squeezed into a vacuum state by the fruit of gravity. Not to mention Luffy in the middle. Chapter 29. 029 Fujitora, why is he jumping around in my gravity circle? Seeing that the victory and defeat have been divided. Unnoticed. A smile also showed a slight smile. Even if Luffy loses. But his strength is indeed not bad. Put it here in the first half of the Grand Line. It already belongs to the top existence. It is true that Marine offered him a reward of 500 million. As for the so-called defeating himself, he would join his pirate group. This is pure joke. Yuxiao has already given birth to the heart to join their pirate group. Even if Luffy doesn't win, Yuxiao will still join their Straw Hat Pirates. See, Luffy's failure has appeared. When he was ready to comfort the frustrated Luffy with a smile. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind in front of him. Then the extremely fast Luffy flashed in front of him. You are like. Raising his fist, Luffy punched it. It's too early to be happy. Boom. This time it was Yuxiao's turn to be caught off guard. He quickly returned to defense. But still got hurt by Luffy's fist. The whole person was violently retreated by this punch. Immediately after that, he smiled in shock, and looked in Luffy's direction in shock. How is it possible? How did you escape the range of my gravity squeeze? How did it escape the range? Luffy smiled lightly. Him now. Already immune to devil fruit. Not to mention the gravity fruit, you are adding 10 devil fruits. Neither can cause half damage to Luffy. After experiencing the gravitational fruit of this smile, Luffy felt more and more the magical effect of this skill. If used properly, can drive opponents crazy. You can guess. Luffy didn't say anything. 100 times gravity. Without even thinking about it, he used even more terrifying strength than before. The sea was even deeper than it had been squeezed into before, and a large vacuum appeared at Luffy's feet. However, even how to use power with a smile, Luffy also remained unmoved. Shua! Luffy disappeared into place again. Even standing under his 100 times gravity, the speed still does not decrease. I was caught off guard before. Did not see clearly. Now Luffy is bouncing around in his own 100 times gravity. It's true with a smile. This is 100 times the gravity of oneself. Even if New World Super First Line Masters come, they will be dulled by gravity. In contrast to Luffy, the speed does not decrease but increases. It was as if he had given him an acceleration halo. Clang! Luffy kept pounding his fists. A smile while resisting. My heart was even more turbulent. His face changed after being beaten. It wasn't that he was overwhelmed by Luffy's strength, but that he didn't trust himself as devil fruit. What happened to my gravity fruit? Why doesn't it have any effect on Luffy? Is there something wrong with me or something wrong with devil fruit? Looking at the smile, the whole face is covered with impossible. Luffy laughed wildly in his heart. This ability is too buggy. Now a smile. I'm afraid they've all gone crazy. Also taking advantage of this opportunity, Luffy turned from defense to offense, and retreated steadily after being beaten with a smile. Waving the saber in his hand is not as delicate as before. Obviously, his heart has been messed up. Luffy knows. This is an opportunity. You have to catch it, or you will come back to your senses with a smile. It would be difficult to solve him by himself. Although just a few strokes. But Luffy is also very clear. Even if I turned on the fourth gear by myself, I'm afraid I won't be able to get entangled for a while. Think here. Luffy came behind Yuxiao. King Baijinjian locked him up for 7 days. Then, thump. Luffy actually burned jade and stone together, and fell into the sea with a smile. Suddenly crashed into the sea. With a smile, his eyes widened. He never expected that Luffy would resolve the battle quickly in such a way. However, Devil Fruit is a person cursed by the sea. Even if you want to revive the situation with a smile, you can't do it at all. His limbs were stiff and he could not move. Situation completely reversed. Lost. Lost with a smile. Sinking more and more to the bottom of the sea. It symbolizes that his situation is very clear. And just when he was about to drown, Luffy grabbed Yuxiao's arm again and dragged him out of his sea. Then step on the moonwalk. Return to Thousand Sunny above. Cough cough cough. Coughing with a smile, he just drank several mouthfuls of sea water. In order to win, I can only resort to such indecent means, offended. Luffy was the first to confess with a smile. It's okay, I lost this time in the competition with you. From Yuxiao's point of view, losing is losing, and it's no big deal. But what shocked him even more? How did Luffy manage to be alive and kicking in his own gravity array? When asking with a smile, Nami, Zoro, Usopp and other crew members also all came up. Look at this Luffy, look at it and smile again. There was admiration in their eyes. Is this the top strength? They were far apart just now, and they could still feel the sharpness in the air. If let them fight such a battle in the past, I'm afraid that within a short time, there will be no dregs left after being wiped out. Zoro compared the methods that Yuxiao used just now. He also had to shake his head. Compared with this Ronin swordsman, I am still too far behind. You have to hurry up and practice. The desire for power in Zoro's heart became stronger and stronger. Luffy stood up from where he was. After a battle, it stands to reason that he should be out of breath. But Luffy is happy. Join in with a smile. Why is he unhappy? Luffy said magnificently, starting today, just smile and become our 9th member. The original 10 members were all left behind by Luffy. 10 is not necessary. If there are capable people and strong people, he doesn't mind recruiting them all. Spotted Luffy's ecstatic look. Although he couldn't see it with a smile, he could feel that Luffy was really happy to join his pirate team. This trust. It was something that Yuxiao never experienced when he was wandering alone. This moment, his inner view of pirates has gradually begun to change. Perhaps, maybe joining the Straw Hat Pirates is a wise choice? Chapter 30. Now that I have decided to join the Straw Hat Pirates, Then you have to work hard for the Straw Hat Pirates. There is another thought after a smile. Captain, I don't have any big gifts for joining your pirate team for the first time, but since you want to recruit powerful crew members so as to strengthen the overall strength of your pirate team, I have a candidate here. If possible, Captain, please recruit him as soon as possible. I heard that he seems to be preparing to join the Marine just like me. He said with a serious smile. You can join our pirate group, it is already the greatest gift, there is no need to be so restrained. Luffy smiled, and then asked, Tell me, who is this person you recommended? This is an enemy I met on the sea in the past. Although he has a cheerful personality, he is very nervous, but he is also a loyal man. I used to fight him without knowing each other. We fought for 3 days. 3 nights without a draw. Since then, he and I have become close friends, and I heard recently that he also intends to join Marine. With a smile, he explained to Luffy the identity of the visitor. Actually, after Luffy heard that he had fought with Yuxiao for 3 days and 3 nights, who was still tied, he quickly stood up from where he was. Who is it? With a smile. Marine Admiral 2 years later. The strength is not weaker than Akainu Aokiji and others. To be able to become close friends with Yuxiao, and to fight so evenly. This must be an admiral-level figure. If you can really recruit them, then you can make a lot of money. Who is he? Luffy asked hastily. Green Bull. Green Bull is Marine's code name, the name has not been announced yet, so let's call it by this code name. Yuxiao realized that Luffy was eager for talents, and he immediately knew that there was something to be done about this matter. Green cow. Luffy shuddered as he spoke. No way. Just took a smile, and suddenly there was another green bull. How could he not be excited? Oh my god! There are 2 admirals who haven't joined Marine yet, right in front of me. This is more than just cutting who. This is just poaching Marine's corner. Or the kind that digs through directly. Just imagine. Yuxiao and Green Bull both joined the Straw Hat Pirates. In the future, Marine may only be able to mobilize other vice-admirals to serve as admirals. Isn't this strength too bad? Besides, if you go to summit war with Yuxiao and Green Bull, worried that Ace can't be rescued? Directly pushed Marineford across. Captain, do you know about the Green Bull? With a smile, he suddenly discovered that Luffy seemed to have revealed his identity when he first saw him. Now meet the Green Bull. It seems to be the same. I don't know Green Bull. Luffy quickly put away his surprise, saying that he didn't know Green Bull. But my heart was still beating a little. Luffy hurriedly asked, Yes, I smiled, do you know the whereabouts of the Green Bull? Certainly. He nodded with a smile. Okay, let's drive the Thousand Sunny to chase the Green Bull now. Luffy was going to tell Frankie to turn the rudder. No. He smiled and disagreed with Luffy's method. He said, I met him a while ago, and at that time he said that he wanted to join the Marine, but now it is too slow to drive the boat. I am afraid that when we arrive at the destination, people have already left, the building is empty. Then what should we do? Run over there. If you really use moonwalk and shave and turn on the 2nd gear, the speed is indeed much faster than the sailing speed of Thousand Sunny. That's the only way. With a smile, Luffy heard the words. Know that time is not waiting for me. He quickly summoned all the staff. I want to go to sea with Yuxiao. As for the rest, Luffy is all in charge of Nami. Luffy, you can go at ease. Nami also knows about Luffy's current situation, and she came to serve as the captain. Then, Luffy explained a few more things. Immediately afterwards, Yuxiao used the gravity fruit to rise into the air. Take Luffy to chase in the direction of the Green Bull. No, it's an emergency. A Smile also uses the gravity fruit to run fast. Simply. A full day and night. Luffy arrived at the destination with a smile. Such a hasty rush! With a smile, fine sweat appeared on his forehead. However, when Yuxiao led Luffy to the residence of Green Bull, he opened the door and saw that the building was already empty. It's over, the Green Bull is still going to Marine. With a smile, my heart went cold. Luffy also changed from joy at the beginning to crisis. Still, are you one step too late? He also expected to include both Yuxiao and Lunyu. Be your own crew member. Never thought about it. The building is already empty and clean. It seems that we are still one step too late. Smiling and sighing, he looked at Luffy and said, "It's my fault, if I could have joined your pirate team, Captain." Luffy was also a little disappointed. But soon he put away his disappointment. He smiled again, "How can you blame you for this matter? It would be best if you can harvest green cattle. If you can't, it can only be said that there is no fate." Well, smiling and sighing, he had been tired for a day and a night, but in the end he never saw the green cow, his face was a bit sad. Luffy came into the house. It's winter right now, and it stands to reason that every household will warm up by the fire. Luffy rubbed on the stove for a while and noticed it was still warm. His eyes lit up. "Smile, do you know the marine branch closest to here?" Luffy turned his head quickly and asked. "Could it be that you're going to the marine branch to snatch the green bull?" Shocked by Luffy's words, Yuxiao said, "This is absolutely impossible. You think too much. Maybe we still have a chance. The stove is still warm, which means that the green bull has just left. If we chase towards the nearest marine branch now, we should be able to catch up." Luffy stood up and said. "And this?" Yuxiao was also shocked by this hard-won hope. "Let's give it a try." He used gravity fruit again. The two chased after the nearest marine branch. To join marine, one must report to the local marine branch. Green Bull is no exception. I wish the Green Bull didn't just run over. This time, less than half an hour. It was exactly as Luffy thought. A man is walking on a mountain path. Found it. Although Yuxiao closed his eyes tightly, he could still identify the person from the slight aura emanating from a person. Green Bull, it's really him. During the conversation, the two of them descended from the sky. It fell directly in front of the Green Bull. Chapter 31. Suddenly there were two more people in front of him. It made the Green Bull's eyes a little wary. Of course. When he saw that the person who came was his friend, he smiled. The green cow suddenly smiled, and he laughed boldly. "Smile, why are you here?" During the conversation, the Green Bull opens his own bear hug. Heavy and Yuxiao embraced each other. "It can be regarded as catching up with you, but luckily I made it in time." With a smile, he said with lingering fear. If only they were late in coming. I'm afraid the Green Bull is gone forever. You guys are. I saw Yuxiao walking in a hurry, and a young man wearing a straw hat brought over. Green Bull asked suspiciously. Come on, let's find a nearby place to have a drink first, and talk about the rest slowly. I am afraid that the Green Bull will inevitably refuse to state his purpose abruptly. Thinking about it. Solve the unfamiliarity by drinking. And most of the things are discussed at the wine table. Drink wine. Really? When he heard these two words, the green cow's eyes lit up, and his previous doubts were immediately thrown out of his head, and he patted and said with a smile, Hurry up, let's have a good drink. Good. Nodding heavily with a smile. The two hit it off. Immediately walked into a nearby tavern. Luffy smiled slightly, and he followed. 3 people are in the tavern. Who is this? While serving the wine, the Green Bull looked at Luffy and asked. You old friends reunite, let's drink first. Luffy motioned them to leave him alone. Forget it. Immediately. Yuxiao and the Green Bull drank together. Drinking so much that he was blowing his beard and staring, the Green Bull was exactly as he said at the beginning of the same smile. Extraordinary character. Especially when he was drinking, Luffy secretly praised him for his bold and unrestrained appearance. Finally, after drinking dozens of jars of wine, the movements of the Green Bull and Yuxiao slowed down. Obviously, Green Bull is very happy this time, laughing out loud all the time while drinking. Seeing the opportunity is almost there, he smiled and stated his purpose. Green Bull, are you planning to join Marine this time? Why do you ask this? Wasn't it you who persuaded me to join Marine? Lunia recalled that when he met Yuxiao, Yuxiao once said that he wanted to join Marine. And because of this, Green Bull is also affected. This. A smile suddenly swelled for a moment. Have to admit, there really is such a thing. Let me introduce you, his name is Luffy, and he is my captain. Luffy pointed to the side with a smile. The movement of the Green Bull who was drinking happily was also slightly stagnant. Immediately afterwards, he turned his head in surprise, his big eyes like copper bells stared at Luffy. When I heard the word captain, he even wondered if his ears heard it wrong. You. The Green Bull stared at Luffy, then smiled again, and after going back and forth several times, have you joined the pirates? As an old friend for many years. Why didn't the Green Bull know the original obsession with a smile? Otherwise, he would not choose Marine. The results of it? I am now ready to join Marine. He ran all the way over with a smile. Told him that he has joined the pirates. Is this true? The Green Bull was dumbfounded. I won't hide it from you. The reason why I brought you to the tavern is to have a drink with you first, and then tell you the news when you are in a good mood. Having said that, he smiled with a look of shame. He has always been upright. Also had to use this way. First stabilize the Green Bull. No, I don't care about this matter, I'm more curious, why are you willing to join the pirates? Don't forget, your eyes. Speaking of which, the Green Bull is a bit hard to say. He also knew why a smile meant to destroy his eyes. Say it. The Green Bull looked at Luffy at the side again. Young. How did he recruit Yuxiao into it? Good. Green Bull can be seen. These two people suddenly came to him today, probably for the purpose of joining his pirate group. In fact, as far as the Green Cow is concerned, it doesn't matter which side you join. He didn't have the obsession that he had when he smiled. But precisely because of this, he was even more surprised. Luffy in front of you. How did he make Yuxiao let go of his heavy obsession and willingly join his pirate team? May I have your name? The Green Bull asked again. Luffy. Luffy replied. Luffy. The Green Bull rubbed his chin. I read your news, destroyed the Nice lobby, shattered the dignity of Marine, and even got a reward of 500 million. Overrated. Let me ask you, how did you convince Yuxiao? Green Bull is really curious about this aspect. Prescribe the right medicine, that's all. Luffy said lightly. A person like Yuxiao might not be able to be tough. If what you say makes sense, he will instead judge the situation. And the Green Bull is so unrestrained. Reason will not work, only brute force. This is the right medicine. Prescribe the right medicine. The Green Bull glanced at it and smiled, and then he continued, you want to recruit me to join your pirate team this time? Yes. Why did you choose me? To be honest, my goal is to enter the new world. At that time, I need the assistance of a strong man like you. Luffy also kind of hopes that the Green Bull can join in, he said sincerely. You kid can think highly of me. The Green Cow was immediately happy, and he said again, but I'm curious, is your little pirate ship worth me and Yuxiao to join at the same time? Green Bull is even as strong as himself and Yuxiao. In contrast to Luffy, he's just a pirate with a bounty of 500 million in the first half of the Grand Line, in the sea area called Paradise. Can he bear the two big mountains of himself and Yuxiao? Luffy raised his head, with a little firmness in his eyes. If you don't try, how will you know? Chapter 32. If you don't try, how will you know? Here Luffy. The Green Bull also looked at Luffy seriously, and then he nodded, okay, I have a little ambition. Since Xiao Xiao is willing to give up his obsession, join your pirate group, and even come to me to persuade me for you, if I refuse, wouldn't it be a shame to refute Xiao Xiao? The Green Bull laughed boldly, and he stared at Luffy with a piercing gaze. I agree to join your pirate group, let me see if you, a new star pirate, can stand up to me and smile these two mountains. Green Bull has no prejudice against pirates. And with a smile, he brought Luffy over here in person. It can be seen from this. Yuxiao is really willing to join this pirate group. Driven by curiosity, Green Bull wants to see what kind of charm Luffy has. It's worth laughing about being so hands-on. It's that simple. However, knowing that Green Bull agreed to join his pirate group, he was stunned for a while. Notice. As early as when I was drinking just now, Luffy has already thought of more than 10 ways. What kind of method should be used to convince the Green Bull? At least, in Luffy's opinion, this is a fierce battle. But he never expected Green Bull agreed so easily. It's a surprise, right? In fact, you don't have to mind. I've been wandering for a long time now, and I suddenly wanted to find a place to sit. I was planning to go to the marine, but you just invited me. If that's the case, why not be your crew member? But, to join in so simply, it would be too boring. I still have one condition. The Green Bull explained to Luffy. But here we go. But he paused again, obviously there was more to come. A smile on the side realized that there was something in the Green Bull's words. He immediately realized something was wrong. Green Bull, could it be that you want to? Good. The Green Bull raised his head, with a smile on his face. If you beat me, I will go with you. He is a fighting maniac. Except for drinking. My favorite is Guild Wars. Recently, I heard that Luffy has solved 7 warlords of the sea, and the reward was raised to 500 million by Marine. He wanted to take a look even more. Luffy, a rising star in the first half of the Grand Line. How strong is it? But after hearing this sentence, Luffy on the side. He was stunned for a moment, again, to fight again. Yes. Luffy is a little dumbfounded now. Just finished fighting with Yuxiao. Do you want to compete with the Green Bull again? Very good. Why do you always fight and kill? Is it not good for us to be a peace-loving person? Looking at the Green Bull with endless fighting spirit, Luffy knows. This level must be compared with the Green Bull. Okay, as you wish. After thinking about it, I can't avoid it. If I want the Green Bull to join, there is only this last hurdle left. Green Bull. Such a person can never be missed. Luffy wants to see it. If the Summit War has been fought fiercely, there is a fault in Marine's strength. And then there was the martial battle between Akainu and Aokiji that just ended. Who will replace the 2 vacant positions? The smile on Luffy's face grew brighter. On this small island, Luffy and the Green Cow came to a no-man's land in the back mountain. It's here. The 2 sides lined up. Luffy and the Green Bull stared at each other. To smile is to become a spectator, watching the battle from the sidelines. Fists and feet don't have eyes, you have to be careful. Luffy is outspoken. Use all your strength and beat me, so why not call you captain after tonight? Green Cow rode. Finished. The aura of the 2 spread out and collided together. Instantly. The wind was surging, sweeping all the surrounding towering vegetation. Sawdust flew across, boulders shattered, and giant trees rose from the ground. Whoosh! Luffy is in second gear, with Marine 6 styles shaved and moonwalk on him. His speed was swift, and he came in front of the Green Bull in an instant. Pistol! Luffy punched out, with the sound of piercing through the air. But... boom! Luffy's fist hit the ground hard. The ground was deeply sunken. And the Green Bull in front of him disappeared. To know. Turn on the second gear to cooperate with Shave and Moonwalk. Luffy's speed has reached ultimate. But the Green Bull still avoided it. What does this mean? The speed of the Green Bull. Not weaker than himself at all. Is this the strength of Admiral? Luffy was terrified. Knowing the strength of the Green Bull, he immediately waited for it. A red light flashed in his eyes, on top. He turned around and approached the sky. In the sky, the Green Bull saw the red light in Luffy's eyes, is observation haki. He also punched. The two fists smashed together. Boom! The violent impact was like dropping a blank bomb on the spot. The air waves flew across, and the ripples continued. Machine gun! Luffy's hands turned into shadowless fists. All over the sky, Zhao Zhao attacked the Green Bull. The Green Bull is not in the least messy. Confront Luffy's machine gun. He caught all of Luffy's fists outrageously. Seeing that the Green Bull is doing a job with ease, Luffy gasped. As far as the current own strength is concerned. To be honest. Even with the fourth gear turned on, adding Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 styles, etc., he still can't conclude that he is better than the Green Bull. After all, Luffy's current strength, although better than the usual Shishibukai, but facing the existence of Admiral level, still a little hard. The other side. After receiving all of Luffy's fists, Green Bull also showed surprise. With such strength in the first half, I underestimated you. He didn't take it seriously at first. How strong can the people in the first half of the Grand Line be? But when Luffy showed extraordinary ability, the Green Cow immediately understood. The strength of this person in front of him is not simple. It has already exceeded expectations. To know. How old is he now? He looked about 17 or 18 years old. His strength is almost catching up with himself. Future prospects. Absolutely limitless. Chapter 33. A short fight. Green Bull generally knows that Luffy's strength is not easy. But all the time, it's all Luffy attacking. The Green Bulls are on defense. Now, it's my turn. Green Bull said. Finished. He suddenly disappeared in place. The speed is so fast that Luffy, who has turned on observation haki, can't catch up. Boom! The Green Bull punched it. Luffy barely catches it. It can keep up with my speed, not bad. The Green Bull spoke. Then, his speed increased to another level. Whoosh! This time, Luffy changes color directly. The previous observation haki could barely catch up, but as the speed of the Green Bull increased again, his current observation haki couldn't catch up at all. Luffy knows all too well. Observation haki has to catch up. Otherwise, I must lose. He looked at the Green Bull that was moving fast in front of him. Really? From the strength of Admiral? Is it still a little far off? The red light in his eyes shone brighter and brighter. The Green Bulls attacked again. His attack completely brought out Admiral's strength. The speed is boundless. The attack caught Luffy off guard. All of a sudden, Luffy was suppressed by the ultimate speed of the Green Bull. Can only fall into passive defense. When fighting fiercely with Yuxiao, he was immune to Devil Fruit, making Yuxiao feel confused, and jumped into the sea with him to win by chance. The Green Bull is obviously a strong physique. The fruit is immune. It is useless in front of him. Clang clang clang. The green bull's fist kept swinging. Luffy fought hard with Armament Haki. Catch up, must catch up. Luffy tries hard to open Observation Haki. He pushed Observation Haki to its limits. Unconsciously, Luffy's eyes were already bloodshot. Green bull attacks are also becoming more frequent. Clatter. He moved, making a sound of breaking through the air. In the continuous attack, Luffy's flaws and failures are also becoming more and more obvious. Luffy, you have such a strength, it's not bad. Let's say it's in the first half of the Grand Line, even if it's in New World, ordinary pirates can't do anything to you. But, your opponent is me, it's over. At this time, seizing Luffy's flaw, the Green Bull gave Luffy the final blow. His speed. Still so fast. Even the smile on the sidelines nodded. Luffy's strength is not bad. The strength is also very large. Ordinary pirates are not his opponents at all. But compared to the Green Bull, he is still a lot worse. Putting away his crutches with a smile, he felt that this fierce battle should almost end like this. But just when Yu Xiao and Lunia both thought so, a gleam of light appeared in Luffy's eyes, and it burst out with great brilliance. At this critical moment, his Observation Haki. Breakthrough. Good. Observation Haki breakthrough. From intermediate to advanced. Everything in front of you. It became clear again. Even the speed of the Green Bull is no longer as unattainable as before. Luffy turned quickly. Blocked the last blow from the Green Bull. What? The Green Bull was taken aback. It never occurred to him that Luffy actually received his own attack. Beside, even the smile of putting away the crutches was suppressed for a while. He stared at Luffy dumbfounded. Is this his own captain? Don't say anything else. The surprises given at critical moments are really continuous. After Observation Haki has entered the advanced stage, Luffy can finally see the Green Bull's ultimate speed clearly. The Green Bull stared in astonishment and said, "Have you made a breakthrough in Observation Haki?" "It was a fluke," Luffy said. This time, it's Luffy's turn to attack again. Good boy. Although the Green Cow said what he said, he didn't dare to be careless on his face. This confrontation between the two. From the morning until the sunset of Zishan. From sunset to the West Mountain, hit the sun to 3 poles. The two sides fought directly for a whole day and night. Finally, the Green Bull stood up. "Okay, don't fight." The Green Bull at this time. He was sweating profusely, and his clothes were already soaked. The other side. Luffy was no better. He was out of breath. It's almost reached the limit. "Stop fighting!" Luffy gasped. "Stop fighting, it's too tiring." After fighting for a full day and night, even Iron Man couldn't bear it, and the Green Cow suddenly lost the desire to continue fighting. This battle, he played very well. I have been alone for many years, and I am in the first half of the Grand Line. It's been a long time since Green Bull has played so happily. Actually, don't say it's him. Luffy has no intention of fighting anymore. He was exhausted now, his hands and feet were as heavy as lead. Damn! I don't know how Akainu and Aokiji fought for 10 days and 10 nights on Ice Fire Island. Not only that, Luffy clearly sensed it. If you continue to fight, I am afraid that I am really not the opponent of Green Bull. After all, Green Bull has the strength of Admiral level. And Luffy, even if Observation Haki has raised a bit, it can barely catch up with the speed of the Green Bull. Comparable to Admiral. Still not enough. It seems. After returning to the ship, you have to work harder to practice yourself. I said before that I beat you, and you called me captain, but now there is no distinction between equals. How should it be counted? Luffy asked the question. You didn't beat me, of course you didn't call. The Green Bull laughed. You. Luffy was speechless, staring at the green bull in a daze. Ha ha ha! Seeing Luffy's anxious look, the green cow burst out laughing. After laughing, the green bull asked seriously, "You obviously can't beat me, and you are almost overdrawn. Why are you still gritting your teeth to hold on at this stage?" Indeed, Luffy can't beat the green bull, but he has been struggling. "In order for you to call me captain, I have to persevere. I may not be your opponent in this battle, but I can't let you take it lightly," Luffy said frankly. His words let the green cow also put away his smile. What Green Bull admires the most is the gentleman. Smile so is Luffy. He pondered for a long time. Green Bull also said solemnly, "Captain, let's go back to your boat." The moment he said this sentence, on behalf of the Green Bull, also set foot on Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 34 came in a hurry. But when going back, the joy on Luffy's face could not be stopped. After this competition, Green Bull also announced to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Since then, Marine's two admirals completely fell into his own hands. Marine was vaguely about to be poached through the wall by himself. The words are divided into two ends. On say Thousand Sunny. After Nami took over as interim captain, just let Frankie stop on a nearby island and wait for Luffy and Yuxiao to return. However, at this time, a huge ship flies past in the Thousand Sunny sky. Boat? Flying through the sky? See this bizarre scene. Frankie, Usopp, Chopper, and even Nami are on deck. Everyone was stunned, staring at the sky in the distance. Am I dazzled? Why is this ship flying? Could it be Marine? Have you developed a flying ship? This is not Marine. Look quickly, on this spaceship, there is a pirate flag, and he is also a pirate group. Everyone speaks to me. They all expressed their shock at what they saw in front of them. At this time, as a navigator, especially on Thousand Sunny with 10 times the cultivation speed, Nami's sailing ability has been greatly improved. Her beautiful eyes suddenly looked towards the sky in the distance. The seemingly calm sky showed signs of a storm about to come. It is clear. The sea is about to change. Not good. If this spaceship continues to move forward, I'm afraid it will fall into the thunder clouds, and the ship will be destroyed by then. As far as Nami is kind after all. Know that the weather on the Grand Line can be very changeable. Even the most professional navigators are not 100% sure that they will not encounter wind and waves. Think here. Nami said to Usopp, "Usopp, don't you have the sound shells that you brought down from Sky Island? Send me a word, don't let that ship continue to move forward." Good. Usopp took the sound shell from his backpack. Immediately shouted towards the pirate ship in the sky. The other side. Among the pirates in the sky, Golden Lion looked at the endless sea in front of him, and the smile on his face became more and more presumptuous. Finally, out of the dark prison. This moment, I am free. Good. Who else can control a ship to fly into the sky, except for the flying pirates who were superior to Roger and Whitebeard pirates back then? And the captain of the flying pirates? It is the Golden Lion Shiki in front of me. The strong man who once subverted the world. One of the legendary 3 big pirates, a man who surpassed Roger. After escaping from prison. Although its strength was greatly reduced, Golden Lion never forgot its purpose. Gather the remnants of the air pirates. At present, Golden Lion is ready to go to East Blue to revive his plan. Just when Golden Lion was thinking about how to completely subvert the whole world. Below their ships. But there was a voice. Stop advancing, there is a huge thundercloud ahead. Golden Lion came back to his senses, he looked at the many navigators and asked, "What's the sound?" "This." "Captain, the other party seems to tell us not to go forward." In front of the Golden Lion. There is a large group of navigators. After all, the flying pirates are different from other pirates. The other pirates are at sea. They need to float in the sky all year round. And because of this, the number of navigators who need to observe the weather has multiplied and increased. At first, when forming the air pirates, Golden Lion did not put much effort into navigators. These navigators are almost all 1 in 100. So many navigators gathered together. It can also guarantee that their flying pirates can sit back and relax above the sea of clouds. Don't go forward? Why? Golden Lion narrowed his eyes and asked. He said that we were going to have huge thunderclouds, but according to our meteorological observation, this sea of clouds is calm, and the other party is just talking nonsense. A navigator carefully looked at the weather instrument and found that there was no abnormal phenomenon at all. Then he sneered at the words from Thousand Sunny below. Is it made up? Golden Lion looked cold. If it was normal, this kind of little pirate group would have been wiped out with a slap. Consider getting to East Blue as soon as possible. Don't worry about them, just fly over. Golden Lion rowed. Finished their boat. He plunged into the sea of clouds in front of him. But at this moment, suddenly something happened. They just plunged into the sea of clouds, and then the color of the sea of clouds began to change. The surroundings were extremely dark, and everything was shrouded in dark clouds. The spaceship was suddenly enveloped by countless thunder clouds. PK, PK. Bucket-thick lightning fell from the sky and slammed heavily on the Golden Lion's ship. It was as if the sky had come to an end. Incomparably dark, thunder and lightning. The faces of many navigators changed greatly. Impossible, our weather instrument can't be wrong at all. Why is there such a huge thundercloud here? The words are not finished yet. Several bolts of lightning struck their boat again. Not for a moment. They were hit by several lightning bolts. The move is fatal. The Golden Lion was in a hurry, and hurriedly controlled his spaceship to escape from the thunder cloud. When it comes out, their ship was directly scorched, and the flag of the flying pirates was pierced with several scorched holes. Golden Lion's face was livid with anger. All the time, he is proud of his capable navigators. Now, the navigator from other people's family immediately saw the change in this sea of clouds. On the contrary, it's my side. All have become wine bags and rice bags. Golden Lion grabbed the captain of the navigator with one hand, and lifted him up with one hand. Useless thing, how did you become the captain of the navigator? The captain of the navigator was strangled. Breathing becomes increasingly difficult. Just when he was about to faint, Golden Lion threw him heavily on the ground. For the sake of you following me for many years, I won't kill you this time. Finished. He looked in the direction of Thousand Sunny. All the time, Golden Lion is collecting excellent navigators. Just this little episode immediately let Golden Lion realize that the ability of the navigators on this pirate group is not simple. Whether it's an invitation or a robbery, you have to bring it on your own boat. Chapter 35. Chapter 36. Golden Lion descended from the sky single-handedly and stepped on Thousand Sunny. Who reminded me not to enter that sea of clouds just now? I'm curious. Golden Lion asked everyone on the deck. It's me. Nami stood up. Golden Lion has a meal. Then he looked at the beautiful Nami in front of him in surprise. Orange hair, neat dress, and a pretty appearance full of sunshine and vigor. This has caused a great visual impact on the Golden Lion, who has been staying in the dark and humid prison. I never thought that the navigator on your pirate ship would be such a beautiful lady. With astonishment, Golden Lion looked at Nami and could hardly move his eyes away. Nami also noticed the eager look in Golden Lion's eyes. A trace of displeasure flashed across her eyebrows. But it was quickly covered up. Why are you here on our ship? If you have nothing else to do, please leave. Nami said. Who is your captain? I want to negotiate a business with him. Golden Lion looked at the crowd in front of him. Signal the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates to come out. I'm sorry, I might disappoint you, our captain is not on board, he has something to go out temporarily. Nami shook her head in refusal. Is your captain not here? That's really a pity. I would like to invite you to join my pirate team as the Flying Pirates. Among other things, I can see your strength just now. The sailing ability is extraordinary. Since your captain is not here, let you crew members make the decision. I can exchange anything for the beautiful navigator lady. The Golden Lion respects first and then soldiers. He glanced over the people in front of him. The crew on this ship wasn't great. Navigators are very powerful. Just right for the Golden Lion. What if we don't exchange? Zoro and Sanji came out from behind. They are clearly aware. The Golden Lion was not kind. Zoro put his hands on the 3 sabers at his waist. Sanji also lit the cigarette in his mouth. It's up to you. Golden Lion sneered. The 2 sides directly entered the point of tension at this second. Zoro drew the 3 knives from his waist and rushed forward. Sanji also covers Armament Haki over his own legs. The 2 attacked the Golden Lion almost at the same time. Boom! Zoro and Sanji, after all, are the strongest combat power besides Luffy. The 2 go out together. Usopp, Nami and others also felt a little relieved. However, something unexpected happened. Zoro and Sanji are just going up. It's less than a round. It was crushed back by the Golden Lion with the momentum of thunder. The 2 fell directly to the ground. Rolled a few times on the ground. Extremely embarrassed. Although Golden Lion crippled his legs, he managed to escape from impel down. The strength has dropped sharply, and it is no longer what it used to be. But don't forget. He used to be one of the 3 legendary pirates alongside Whitebeard and Roger. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. More than enough to deal with Zoro and Sanji. Zoro, Sanji. When I saw the 2 of them being let go by Golden Lion's move. Terrified, Usopp hurried up to help Zoro and Sanji up. The other crew members also hurriedly stood by. Robin Flower Fruit was launched, Chopper immediately changed form, Nami also took out his weather stick, and Usopp even took out his slingshot. Even the people who are waiting in full battle. But it is no match for the Golden Lion. Except for Nami. All the others were brought down one after another. Golden Lion steps forward, putting his left foot on Zoro. The famous sword Deadwood strapped to his leg was within inches of Zoro's neck. He looked at Nami sneeringly, I'll give you 2 choices now, first, voluntarily follow me, and second, I will kill your pirates and you will follow me. Between his words, mixed with boundless sharpness, the knife stabbed straight into the heart. Push Nami to the point of no return. Nami looked at the scene where everyone was seriously injured in an instant. And Zoro being stepped on by the Golden Lion. She suddenly realized. Enemy in front of you. It is no longer what they can match. Although Golden Lion gave himself 2 choices. But is it a choice? I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Golden Lion held out 3 fingers. Then he counted down on his own. 3, 2, 1. Without further ado, Golden Lion raised the famous sword Deadwood under his feet, ready to give Zoro a fatal blow. Nami closed her eyes, she yelled in pain, stop. Don't you want me to go with you? I just go with you. Anyway. Nami also absolutely cannot let the crew members die alive in front of their eyes like this. She thought that she could protect all the crew members. Unexpectedly, Golden Lion sneered, if you agreed at the beginning, I wouldn't mind letting all your crew members go, but now, I've changed my mind, and you all have to die. No. Didn't you say that if I go with you, you will let my crew go? Nami looked terrified. You left with me, and my heart has always been fettered by this ship. I don't want to have a crew like you in the flight control pirate group. Instead of this, it's better to break it with a clean knife, and let you stop this idea completely. You pirates, there is no need to exist anymore. Golden Lion looked cruelly at Zoro, Usopp, and others in front of him. Say it. He walked up to the crew step by step. This moment, desperation appeared on Nami's face. The tears in her eyes finally flowed out. And just when Nami gave birth to despair and burst into tears, a voice. It came from the sky. Is this the courage of the three legendary pirates? I want to see how you can make a clean break and make my pirate group cease to exist. In the sky. Suddenly, the shadows of three people appeared. Luffy stood in the middle, and behind him were Yuxiao and Green Bulletin. Chapter 37. Luffy. See Luffy return. Nami was so overjoyed that the tears in the corners of her eyes stopped. With a smile and a green bull, the three of them landed on Thousand Sunny from the sky. Looking at all the members who were lying on the ground and seriously injured in front of them, Luffy's face darkened. His gaze. He looked in the direction of the Golden Lion. Golden Lion also noticed these three people. It looks like you are the captain of this ship. He pointed at Luffy and whispered, since they're all here, let's all stay here today. Say it. Golden Lion suddenly disappeared in place. Next second, he came before Luffy's eyes. Lift your legs. Kicked at Luffy. The dead wood tied to the legs bloomed with a sharp cold light. Luffy didn't move a muscle. Seeing that the dead wood was about to split him into two, a figure stood in front of Luffy. It is the Green Bull. Armament Haki covers the arms of the Green Bull. The dead wood was intercepted with one hand. Clang! After one move, the green cow didn't move a muscle. On the contrary, Golden Lion was forced back a few steps by the shocking aura. With one side of Golden Lion's gaze, he looked at the Green Bull in front of him in horror. Who are you? Just from the blow just now, Golden Lion seemed to have kicked into an iron wall. As one of the legendary three big pirates, although his strength has plummeted, but the eyesight is still there. The Green Bull in front of him. Not simple. It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is, you seem to want to destroy this pirate group of mine, right? The Green Bull looked calmly at the Golden Lion in front of him and said calmly. Humph. On this ship, you seem to be the only one with some skills. Do you think you can stop me? It's not that Golden Lion is boasting. What decent pirates can there be in the first half of Grand Line? That is to say, the Green Bull in front of him can catch his eye. How do you know if you don't try? The Green Bull said with a smile. When the two sides are ready to fight fiercely. There was movement from the system. The current mission is released Defeat Golden Lion, one of the legendary three big pirates, and you can get 2 S-level lottery draws when you complete it. Luffy glanced at the posted mission. This Golden Lion is worth the money. There are actually 2 chances to draw S-level rewards. It seems Golden Lion is destined to stay here today. This time, the Green Bull took the initiative to attack. The attack in his hand was like a stormy sea, and each wave was stronger than the last. Golden Lion was originally dismissive. But when he and the Green Bull really fought against each other, he was taken aback and broke out in a cold sweat. In less than a few rounds, he was punched on the face, body, everywhere. The fist of the Green Bull. Not to mention the Golden Lion, even Luffy dare not take the lead easily. Golden Lion was suppressed in the blink of an eye. Being hit by the Green Bull's fist shadow, he was helpless. Golden Lion doesn't have the calm demeanor before. He was terrifying. The Green Bull in front of him. The strength is actually above him. Not for a while. Golden Lion vomited blood from his beaten mouth, and he staggered back a few steps. Same. Straw Hat Pirates here. Seriously injured Zoro, Sanji, and others are still not in a coma. When they saw that the person led by Luffy actually suppressed the Golden Lion strongly, They were also shocked to know. Before that, of all the crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates, almost none are enemies of the Golden Lion. If Luffy didn't come back in time, I'm afraid they have become dead bones in the grave now. Now, this just came back. The previously domineering Golden Lion withered like a frosted eggplant. Such a powerful sense of contrast. Make Zoro, Usopp, Nami and all the crew not even believe their eyes. Everyone looked at the Green Bull. His strength is actually so powerful. And before that, a smile also showed his terrifying suppressive power. In addition to the Captain Luffy and Uxiao, the Green Bull was added. The so-called no comparison, no harm. All of a sudden, even the hearts of Zoro and Sanji who became stronger were affected. This gap. It is too big. How should they make up for it? The more they wanted to chase Luffy, they suddenly found that Luffy seemed to be going further and further away. Just leave everyone watching from afar. It's hard to get over it. The ups and downs in my heart could not be calmed down for a long time. Smile, do you want to go up and try? Luffy asked with a smile. I'll forget it, the Green Bull is enough. Uxiao closed his eyes, but he could also see the end of the battle from the domineering Green Bull. Let me tell you in secret, he is one of the legendary three great pirates alongside Roger and Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiki, are you sure you don't want to try it? Luffy prodded with a smile. Golden Lion. This moment. With a smile, his originally calm face paused. The name of Golden Lion is like thunder. I heard it a while ago. He escaped from the large submarine prison, and so far, there has been no news of him. I didn't even think of a smile. Can meet the Golden Lion here. Also as strong. Uxiao naturally wants to fight against someone with top strength. Golden Lion Shiki can be listed among the legendary three big pirates. It is enough to prove that its strength is not simple. I have a little idea with a smile. This opportunity is not common. Maybe you can improve your own strength by confronting him. Seeing a smile moved, Luffy added fire. Forget it. Uxiao also decided to make a move. Green Bull, let me meet him. During the conversation, with a smile, he walked in front of the Green Bull. His hands. Let the Green Bull wander down. He had just joined the Straw Hat Pirates when he met a guy with a bit of strength. He hasn't flexed his muscles yet. With a smile, he squeezed his position down. Pity. The Golden Lion couldn't hear the voice of the Green Bull. In the eyes of Green Bull, Golden Lion is only somewhat powerful. Indeed. The current Golden Lion's strength has declined sharply, and it is even more inconvenient to move after crippling his legs. Don't say it's a Green Bull. I'm afraid even if Luffy makes a move, he will be able to keep him. Hateful. Golden Lion here. After seeing Uxiao actually took the place of the Green Bull, he flew into a rage. What did the Straw Hat Pirates think of themselves? A boss that can earn experience points? They actually sent people into battle one after another. Chapter 38. Golden Lion was full of anger. He fought hard towards Uxiao. Green Bulls are powerful. The Golden Lion knows this. Other ingredients aside, the Golden Lion doesn't actually want to fight the Green Bull either. Then, he put away all the depression and anger before. All vented on the head of a smile. I thought a smile was a soft persimmon. But when fighting, Golden Lion was shocked again. The power of a smile. Not even half a point weaker than Green Bull. If the attack of the Green Bull is like a sharp spear, then the ability to smile is like a thick and natural shield. No matter what ability the Golden Lion uses, couldn't shake a smile. Even a gravitational fruit launched with a smile. Several times the Golden Lion was almost overwhelmed. Nearly defeated and died. What the hell? A Green Bull, a smile. Everyone makes Golden Lion grit his teeth. This is impossible! Golden Lion shouted in shock. Why are there two top masters on this small broken ship? Can't beat the Green Bull, Golden Lion admits it. But besides the Green Bull, why is there a smile? Look at the smile, look at the green cow. There is also Luffy who has been smiling treacherously at him. The Golden Lion is horrifying and disturbing. Hard panic. He was punched by the Green Bull a few times. Another laugh and a few knives. He no longer has the heart to fight. A smile and a Green Bull. Which one stands out is not crushing his own existence. Although Golden Lion regrets being imprisoned for more than 20 years, his strength has plummeted. But this is an indisputable fact. The deal is done. Gotta get out of here. Golden Lion was heartbroken to quit. Hit it again. I'm afraid I'm going to explain myself here today. He just wanted to leave. Smiling but took a step forward, gravity knife Kirin. He drew his sword. Cover with gravity fruit. A knife in the past. Only the unicorn roared. There were bursts of sonic booms and air-shattering sounds all around. The air distorts, tears spread all over the field, and the sound of explosions sweeps across the wilderness. Immediately afterwards, the sky was cut open with a smile. This. Look at the split sky. Golden Lion was about to burst into tears. In the first half of this grand line, he actually has the strength to surpass the New World Super First Line powerhouse. If you don't leave now, when will you stay? Golden Lion fled. Pity. Can he escape? The Green Bull rushing to the side saw the Golden Lion and wanted to run. Want to leave? Where did you have the confidence to destroy our pirate group just now? The Green Bull blocked the way of the Golden Lion in an instant. He and Yuxiao went back and forth. Stop the Golden Lion! Golden Lion tried hard to break free. Pity. Facing the Green Bull and Yuxiao who are like two mountains. He simply can't do it. Golden Lion Shiki. The legendary three big pirates who were once as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. Nowadays. Caught alive. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the task defeating Golden Lion and getting 2S level chances. Look at the prompt sent by the system. It was exactly as Luffy thought. Even if you don't do it yourself. The crew members can get task rewards when they solve the target. Fumbling out a pair of handcuffs from Vice Admiral in the system space, Luffy handcuffed them to Golden Lion without saying a word. Since then, Golden Lion is completely captured by the Straw Hat Pirates. Looking at the spaceship in the sky, Luffy looked at Golden Lion and said, as the captain, you have already been arrested. Do you think your airship still needs to exist? What do you want to do? Golden Lion was in awe. Destroy it. Luffy said lightly. You dare. Golden Lion was furious when he heard that. That was his only remaining flying pirates. You have become my prisoner. Instead of making you miss day and night, it is better to make a clean break. There is no need for the flying control pirates to exist. Luffy flicked his ears. Returned the previous Golden Lion's ridicule to him as it was. His words. Let Golden Lion stand in place dumbfounded. On the other hand, the two daughters, Nami and Robin, burst into tears after hearing the words. This cheap captain of his own. I hold a grudge very much. During the conversation. Turn on third gear. Without saying a word, he punched it and destroyed it. Golden Lion watched helplessly as the last flying pirates were destroyed. None of the people on board survived. His eyes spurted endless anger. But he knows. Even in anger. Also to no avail. At the moment when the flying pirates were shattered, the anger of revenge in Golden Lion's heart also turned into a cloud of smoke. Luffy. Ruined his last obsession. Golden Lion's eyes dimmed in an instant. There is no former look. You still have today, it's not good to provoke anyone, but you chose me. Luffy looked at Golden Lion sneeringly and said. Golden Lion lowered his head. He knew he hit the iron plate. Not to mention the flying pirates, I'm afraid I can't keep it. What are you going to do with him? Nami walked over to Luffy's side, wet from tears, she asked. Do you like money? Luffy said nonchalantly to Nami. Like it, why don't you like it? Nami was taken aback, and said subconsciously. Do you know how many rewards Golden Lion has on offer? Luffy asked next. That. I don't know. Nami shook her head. Let me give you an estimate, at least 4 billion. Luffy said. In fact, the Golden Lion's bounty was not announced at all. But Roger and Whitebeard both have 4 or 5 billion, and can be listed as the legendary 3 big pirates. Naturally, the Golden Lion cannot be so weak. 4 billion. Nami opened her small mouth and stared at Luffy dumbfounded. At the beginning, it was to collect 100 million Baileys. She does almost anything. Almost lost his life in it. It ended up here with Luffy. Caught a Golden Lion. There are actually 4 billion. Nami pointed at the Golden Lion and said in shock, is he so valuable? Chapter 39. Finished with the Golden Lion. Luffy looked back at his system. Him now. Already got 2 chances of S-rank lucky draw. First. Luffy squinted his eyes. Whenever the S-level lottery was drawn, he was always uneasy. A little bit of anticipation, and a little bit of worry. After all, how important this thing is. Luffy knows best. Once the European Emperor's luck is not blessed. Shake to a bad thing. That would be bad. An opportunity wasted in vain. Luffy waited nervously. Ding, congratulations host, you won top talent in this lottery. Accompany the system to say the result. It symbolizes that the first draw has been used up. Looking at the words top talent, Luffy's pupils constricted for a while. He knows. All abilities are divided into 5 broad sections. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Awakening, Peak. Once you reach this stage of awakening, you must rely on hard work, comprehension, and talent to improve in the future. There is no way for the system to improve itself. So, want to reach the top? This acquired hard work and top talent are absolutely indispensable. Luffy pondered. According to your current cultivation progress, it will take at least a year. Only in this way can you improve all your abilities. But if this top-notch talent is concentrated on his body, the speed of this practice, but it will get twice the result with half the effort. More importantly, now everyone on 1000 Sunny has gained 10 times their cultivation speed. That's a full 10 times. Adding this top talent. Strong alliance. Want to Dachin Conqueror's Haki and Devil Fruit. Just around the corner. Top talents may not be as good as Million Immortal Beans. From a long-term perspective, it's better than a million fairy beans. Good luck. Overall, Luffy is very pleased with the top talent he has acquired. Then, second lottery draw. Solving the Golden Lion, Luffy gained a total of 2 draw abilities. Explain from the side. Golden Lion is indeed not simple. Ding. When starting the second lottery draw, Luffy kept his eyes on his system, eager to see through. Obviously, it seems like a matter of a few seconds. But it seems that it has been so long for several autumns. Finally, the results are out. Congratulations host, you have won Enhanced God's Void Vision in this lottery. Strengthen the false vision? The moment I saw this ability, a look of doubt flashed in Luffy's eyes. He had heard of this name before, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. And soon, the profile of Enhanced Delusions appeared before Luffy's eyes. Enhanced God's Vision, instantly copy any skill of the enemy, including Devil Fruit. Nanny? The moment I saw this profile, Luffy jumped up straight from the spot. He stared dumbfounded at the vain vision ability in front of him. How can it be? First timing. The thought came to Luffy's mind. Copy any skill of the enemy, isn't this Sharingan? After the result, a sentence including devil fruit. What does it mean? It means that once the blind vision is turned on, Luffy can copy the enemy's devil fruit into it. Let's not talk about it. It's like the gravity fruit of a smile. When Luffy confronts Yuxiao again, all the abilities released by Yuxiao, whether it is gravity knife, gravity array, gravity magnetic field, gravity squeeze, etc. All of Luffy can be copied and used for your own use. And like Akainu, Aokiji, those lava fruit and frozen fruit abilities, Luffy is also still available. I remembered. He finally remembered. God is delusional. Isn't this the ability of Adam, the father of mankind? Use this ability. Even Zeus, the God King, was almost no match for Adam. This ability. Extremely buggy. But Van Adam is a little stronger physically. The one lying on the ground is God King Zeus. Nowadays, this ability, it actually fell on me. The top talent has already left Luffy dumbfounded. Now comes another delusional vision. Luffy's breathing began to come short. Possesses delusions. It means that Luffy has stood invincible. The so-called first to be undefeated and then to win. That's the reason. Let yourself fight the Green Bull again. I'm afraid the Green Bull is no longer his opponent. This is the power of God's void vision. Although excited. But Luffy knows it too. God's vain delusion of strength is strength. But there is also an irreparable disadvantage. That is, it cannot be overused. Once overused, it will be blind. Luffy surged into the possession of two abilities. He kept his breath. Needed now. That is to work hard to improve the strength. Nami, where is our next goal? Luffy asked Nami. Sabayati Archipelago. Nami naturally knows that if he wants to reach the New World, he must first pass through the Sabayati Archipelago. Sabayati Archipelago. Speaking of this island, Luffy thought of Marine Admiral Kizaru, which is scary in one bite and supernova in one kick. He looked at the lineup on his ship. Just don't know. Can the current Kizaru kick one by one? Shall we go there now? Asked Nami. Don't worry, it's rare that two powerful crew members are here. Let's all get familiar with them first. By the way, we've improved our strength enough. We're heading to the Sabayati Archipelago. Luffy turned towards Nami. Next. With a smile and a green bull, he introduced it to many crew members on the scene. Everyone has seen the scene of the green bull smiling against the golden lion. At the same time, Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie also realized that the ones clamoring on their ship were actually the legendary Golden Lion, the three legendary pirates who were as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. Think back to when the Golden Lion came to their ship and knocked everyone down with a thunderous blow. Everyone can at least make up for the loss in their hearts. They were defeated by the legendary pirates. There is no shame in saying it. But more. The way everyone looked at Yuxiao and Lunia began to change. These two people. But the character who captured alive the Golden Lion, one of the three great pirates. From now on, I can hug my thighs. Chapter 40. In addition to introducing the Green Cow to the crew, Green Bull and Yuxiao also came to Luffy's boat for the first time. At this time, after becoming a member of Luffy's crew, the two also discovered that this ship is different. Strange, I feel that the blood flow in my whole body has accelerated, and my strength seems to be slowly improving. The Green Cow closed his eyes and felt it for a while, and then he was horrified. Me too. A smile is also a taste. He also immediately noticed the difference in Thousand Sunny own cultivation speed. It is actually increasing continuously. How is this going? Yuxiao and Green Bull asked Luffy why. Luffy informed. This is some additional buffs given by the ship spirit of their ship. What is a ship spirit? Green Bull is completely puzzled by this aspect. Could it be the legendary ship spirit? When traveling in the early years, Yuxiao heard about this. That's right. They have already told big lies, and Luffy doesn't mind continuing to pull out the boat spirits to take the blame. They can assist you in your cultivation, and the speed of your cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort in the future. Hear what Luffy said. The two were shocked again. Assisting in cultivation is not an ordinary thing. Not to mention, this is still an increase for all staff. Yuxiao and Lunyu also hurried to the room Luffy arranged for them. Let them continue to practice. As expected. When you realize that the speed of cultivation in your body is multiplied and increased. The green bulls opened their big mouths, their copper bell-like eyes staring wide open. He has never enjoyed such a refreshing feeling of rapid cultivation. As a fighting maniac. Naturally, he is also a cultivator. The green bulls love Thousand Sunny. Feel more and more. Choosing to join the Luffy pirates was a wise choice. The other side. A smile is almost the same as a green bull. It was the first time for both of them to experience this 10 times the speed of cultivation. Gravity fruit, swordsmanship, and cultivation are all soaring upwards. Those intractable diseases before. Now everything is unimpeded. Opened up the two lines of Ren and Du. Senken up. It's as if the protagonist in the cultivation world has found a piece of paradise. After placing the green cow and smiling, Luffy also put away his mentality and began to practice this aspect calmly. First day. Luffy noticed the changes brought about by this top talent. Observation Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, Rubber Fruit, Marine 6 styles and many more abilities. Everything becomes easy to understand. Just look at it. It's like changing from hell difficulty to easy difficulty in the game. Plus 10 times the speed of practice. Less than 2 or 3 days. All of Luffy's abilities have progressed from intermediate to advanced. Just one step away. The level of awakening is about to be reached. The speed of this practice. It can make everyone in the outside world dumbfounded. Certainly. Luffy was not pleased. Above the sea. There are so many strong ones. If only because of these complacent. Then the future achievements are probably just like this. In order to practice harder. Luffy simply moved out his million beans. This batch of fairy beans. It has been stored in Luffy's system space. After all, a fairy bean is a life. It stands to reason that Luffy shouldn't be squandering. But there are too many million fairy beans. Now is the time to hurry up and improve your cultivation. Not at this time, when should we wait? Notice. Eat a fairy bean, you don't have to eat for 10 days. Within 10 days. 3 meals a day can be waived. It doesn't matter to Luffy if he is hungry a few times. But Nami, Usopp, and Chopper couldn't hold on. Xandu just fits their current physique. To be honest. When Luffy took out the jelly beans, the crew were informed that they would not have to eat for 10 days. Usopp, Zoro, even Yuxiao and Green Bull were once again horrified by Luffy's tricks. Take one pill, and you don't have to eat for 10 days? This is simply unheard of and rare in ancient times. But they also know Luffy's temper, and they won't say inappropriate things for no reason. The effect of this fairy bean. I'm afraid it is true. But that's exactly what it is. They feel more and more that there are so many wonders in the world. And most of the stuff. All in Luffy's hands. My captain, what other good things have you not brought out? Robin squeezed the little bean in her hand, and her beautiful eyes fell on Luffy. She no longer knew what words to use to describe her excitement. It seems that no matter what difficulties you encounter, as long as Luffy is around, they are all inexplicably at ease. Now it is even more precious. How does this keep them from shocking? Luffy distributed some fairy beans to everyone. Then, a whole month. Thousand Sunny has always been in a state of calm. Everyone is cultivating like a raging fire. Until today. Luffy, immersed in his cultivation, opened his eyes. He looked at his stronger arms. Then a knowing smile appeared on his face. It's done. What's done? Of course, it's something related to cultivation. Character, Luffy. Devil Fruit, Rubber Fruit Peak. Haki, Conqueror's Haki Awakening, Observation Haki Awakening, Armament Haki Peak. Abilities, Top Talent, Delusional Vision, Marine 6 Styles Awakening. The acquired abilities are divided into Elementary, Intermediate, Advanced, Awakening, and Peak. When the host reaches Awakening, it can only be improved through training and talent. Look at your own panel. Rubber Fruit has been developed to the pinnacle by Luffy. And so is Armament Haki. As for other abilities, all to the point of awakening. This is only a short period of 1 month. Top Talent, plus 10 times the speed of cultivation. All of these. It's almost as if you're on a rocket. Here we go. Luffy already has the strength of New World Super First Line. Even Admiral Luffy can also have a head-to-head touch with each other. Hard work for a month. I believe that the strength of other crew members has also increased greatly. It looks like the temperament of the villain has already taken shape. Inside the original book, I don't comment on Luffy's behavior, but what he did already makes him not a real pirate. What Luffy has to do now is to lead the crew astray. Crook the Tech Tree. Chapter 41. When Luffy is out, the other crew members also came out of the training one after another. This short month of cultivation, under the blessing of 10 times the speed of cultivation, the strength of all the crew members has been skyrocketed like never before. Chopper's Renren Fruit and Robin's Flower Fruit were directly developed to the state 2 years later. Nami also learned a lot of life-saving abilities. Frankie's mind was wide open, and many manufacturing problems have been solved. Usopp even awakened Observation Haki, and the accuracy of sniping got an unprecedented commission. His goal is to become an upright man. It's halfway there now. Besides, both Zoro and Sanji have awakened Observation Haki and Armament Haki respectively. Zoro tries to keep up with Luffy. Even Your Excellency personally went to ask for advice and smiled. As Luffy's crew. For Zoro's request, a smile is naturally generous. With a smile and Zoro's own efforts, his sword skills soared. Now he holds the 3-sword style in his hand, and he is invincible and invincible. He is trying his best to catch up in the direction of the world's #1 swordsman. Same. Sanji's Devil's Foot has also improved a lot. At the same time, Sanji once asked Luffy about how to practice Marine 6 styles. Luffy gave Sanji all the training methods of Marine 6 styles. A month of hard work. Sanji no longer just learned moonwalk like he did 2 years later. Marine 6 styles has a full set on his body. Zoro put down his face to ask for advice and smiled. Sanji also simply put down his face and asked the Green Cow for advice. Green Bull has greatly benefited from Sanji's desire to learn. He also passed on his physical abilities to Sanji. Since then, the 3 main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates already have the strength of the New World front line. At last, it's Yuxiao and Lunyu's turn. After a month of practice, while the two were teaching Zoro and Sanji, their practice naturally did not fall behind. But at their level, to be honest, want to move up. Even if it's just a section, it is also difficult to go to the blue sky. They are in no rush to improve. Instead, consolidate one's own cultivation base, neither arrogant nor impetuous, and fight steadily. Want to own a tall building? A solid foundation is extremely important. Their foundations are already unbreakable. Left over. It is slowly breaking through. All in all, it seems that the strength has not increased, but in fact it has been several times more stable than before. Looking at the thriving peace on the ship. As captain, Luffy was naturally very happy. Seeing that the timing was about the same, Luffy waved his hand. Let's go to Sabayati Archipelago. In addition, before going to Sabayati Archipelago, Luffy is also going to do one thing. He brought Yuxiao and Lunyu to the nearest marine branch. Who are you? The guards of the marine branch saw the four of Luffy with sharp eyes, and then questioned them. Obviously only Luffy smiled at the green bull. Why four people? Turned out to be behind everyone. There is also a golden lion. Good. Luffy is here for the golden lion bounty. Luffy. Luffy, who was standing at the front, smiled slightly, and he watched the guard announce his name. Luffy. The guard stared. This name is no stranger to the first half of the Grand Line. He stared at Luffy carefully for a long time. Immediately afterwards, I was horrified. This guy in front of him is really a Straw Hat Luffy. You. The guard of the marine branch pointed at Luffy speechless, and then he yelled loudly, "You are so brave." In the past, the guards didn't understand what arrogance meant. But he saw it today. Notice. Ever since an ice lobby was destroyed, Sengoku gave the order. First, a reward of 500 million was offered. Then mobilize an ice lobby to the marine branch between Sabayati Archipelago to monitor passing ships back and forth. Once the Straw Hat pirates are found, you can cut first and play later. Kill without mercy. It can be seen from this. The importance marine attaches to Luffy. The results of it. Luffy, who is the pioneer behind the scenes, does not retreat but advances. What the hell? They actually ran to our marine branch to act wild. FK. I have never seen such an arrogant pirate. Marine branch. It is the place where the most marine gathers in a local area. Their marine branch may not be as good as the Sabayati Archipelago, or the marine branches of other islands. But it also has the powerhouse of Vice Admiral level. There are also 8,000 marine soldiers and 50 marine warships. How powerful the soldiers are! Luffy is so bold and arrogant. What did he think of our marine? The guards immediately felt offended. Then, woo 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 woo. A siren sounded. The sound of the siren spread throughout the marine branch in an instant. The sound of the siren means that a strong enemy is coming. All the soldiers in the marine branch mobilized in an orderly manner. Down to soldiers, up to Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, and more. Immediately entered a state of alert. Grab Luffy the Straw Hat! The guard yelled. So all the soldiers took up their weapons and rushed towards Luffy. Why don't you listen to me? Why are you here? Seeing the soldiers mobilized suddenly, Luffy was tired and wanted to explain. However, Luffy obviously overestimated himself. The marine soldiers didn't listen at all. All he wanted was to catch Luffy. Luffy, smile, Green Bull, Golden Lion was surrounded by marine in a blink of an eye. The scene was crowded with people. Luffy and his party were surrounded by 4 people. Kill. I don't know who called and drank. Then all the soldiers rushed up. In their eyes. Ignored Yuxiao and the Green Bull, and even more ignored the Golden Lion. Although Golden Lion is a legendary pirate, he has been imprisoned for 20 years and has long been forgotten. And Luffy is the person who became famous recently and was offered a reward of 500 million. All Marines basically know him. If you want to catch him, then didn't they make a sensation in the sea by stepping on the body of a man with a reward of 500 million? The heart of meritorious service is urgent. The soldiers seemed to be able to see the scene of Luffy being captured. Luffy sighed. It seems that too much fame is not a good thing. This is just showing up. Surrounded by marine. That being the case. Luffy looked at the marine branch in front of him. They want to do it with their fists, which is exactly what Luffy means. Conqueror's Haki. Luffy stepped forward. A dreadful layer of Conqueror's Haki was released from his body. Chapter 42. More than 3,000 people were gathered at the scene. Luffy opens Conqueror's Haki directly. Haki swept the scene, and Luffy stood on the sky in a strong posture. A layer of air waves passed by. The Marines suddenly lost consciousness in their minds. Plop plop. One after another they fell to the ground. Eyes turned white, body convulsed, unbearable to reuse. More than 6,000 people. There are only lieutenant junior grade and above, and less than a dozen generals and schools can barely stand. But it's just barely able to stand. Crumbling. About to fall down. And face them. Luffy just delivered the finishing blow a little. They all fell to the ground one by one. Now. As the strongest commander of the Marine branch, Vice Admiral arrived at the scene with the remaining 2,000 people. But when I saw more than 6,000 people lying on the ground. Rao is Vice Admiral. The complexion is also changing. He looked at Luffy not far away in shock. Since the alarm sounded, he immediately rushed with the rest of the people with all his might. The results of it? How long has it been? How? All the soldiers, all regiments were wiped out. Luffy is looking at Vice Admiral while Vice Admiral is looking at him. Vice Admiral said angrily, "Straw Hat Kid, you did all of this. Is that hard to see?" Luffy gave Vice Admiral a cold look. Now that it's done. Then there is nothing to say. Luffy turned on Vice Admiral. How courageous, arrogant boy, if there is a way to heaven, you don't go, and there is no way to hell to break in. Among the pirates I have seen, you are the most arrogant. Today you will pay the price for your arrogance. Vice Admiral is also full of anger. He didn't think Luffy would be his opponent. To know. I am Marine Vice Admiral. Second only to the existence of Admiral. Use Marine 6 styles. As soon as he shot the finger pistol, he charged Luffy hard. Finger pistol. Luffy also uses the Marine 6 style's finger pistol duel. In the eyes of Vice Admiral. I was surprised to see that my finger pistol shattered like a pebble. Luffy's finger pistol went through his finger pistol and hit Vice Admiral hard. A splash of blood. Piercing from Vice Admiral's chest. Vice Admiral flew upside down. Lie on the ground. Conqueror's Haki. Luffy picks up the finger pistol and Conqueror's Haki turns on again. There are only 2,000 people left in front of them. Got run over by Luffy's Haki again. A blink of an eye. The guard army of 8,000 people was completely knocked down by Luffy. And Vice Admiral, who was seriously injured, still wanted to struggle. But Luffy raised his leg and stepped on Vice Admiral's chest. He said viciously, "You just said that I will pay the price, but the current situation seems to be the opposite." You. Vice Admiral wanted to say something, but the pain in his chest made him convulse all over. "Come to us, do you want to destroy our branch?" "I didn't say such a thing, it's just you guys making up your own imagination," Luffy said lightly. He was really speechless. "Want to redeem a golden lion's bounty? We must break through their marine branch." "Then what is your purpose?" Vice Admiral asked. "If you ask me to say it, I will say it. Don't I lose face?" Luffy is not going to explain any more. Vice Admiral's expression turned ugly. But there is nothing to do. Luffy broke through their marine branch by himself. He could only stare at Luffy with resentful eyes. "Listen, get out the phone bug that contacts Marineford if you want to live." Luffy places the knife on Vice Admiral's neck. Feel the sharpness of the knife. People are afraid of death. He is also included. Vice Admiral Thriller. He hurriedly followed Luffy's words. At the same time, Marineford's side. A lieutenant junior grade's face was a little gloomy, and he ran towards the marshal's office with a copy of the phone bug. At this time, the office is still in a meeting. Marshal Sengoku, Garp the Fist, Crane Staff Officer, Admiral Kizaru, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, etc. Marine Elite Senior Management are all included. Just as the meeting was in full swing, the door of the office was opened with a bang. Immediately afterwards, a lieutenant junior grade hurried in. Marshal, there is an urgent report from the G66 Marine Branch. G66 Marine Branch? It is a marine branch on the road from Enice Lobby to Sabayati Archipelago. There are a total of 8,000 people stationed inside, 50 warships, and a vice admiral, which is a powerful marine branch. Generally speaking, they will only be able to contact naval headquarters if there is an urgent report within an urgent report. Why did you send a telegram today? Sit in the primary position. Sengoku was puzzled. Bring it. The phone bug answered quickly. However, the voice from inside made Garp, who was next to Staff Officer He, who had the marine hero, excited all over. Master Sengoku, how are you doing recently? It was Luffy who spoke. Through the phone bug of the G66 branch, Marineford was contacted. Garp is Luffy's grandfather, and Sengoku is Garp's life and death brother. By seniority, Luffy has to call him old man too. Who are you? Sengoku only met Luffy once when he was born. Since then, Luffy has been in Windmill Village. So Sengoku didn't immediately identify who the object of the voice was. However, he didn't hear clearly. Garp can hear it clearly. This good grandson of myself. What does he want? How audacious to contact naval headquarters. I'm Luffy. The voice from the other end of the phone. Let the marshal's office, which was in a meeting, have a meal. Everyone fell into silence. Next second. Volcanic eruptions. What an arrogant boy, we haven't looked for him yet, but he actually came to the door himself. How dare you use a phone bug to contact us at naval headquarters? Has this kid eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts? Damn guy, I wish I could tear him into pieces. All of a sudden, a single stone stirred up waves in the entire marshal's office. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, and other Vice Admirals are furious. Oh, hey, this kid actually dared to contact the marshal. Kizaru finally raised his lazy gaze, looking at the phone in Sengoku's hand with interest. Chapter 43. Let alone other people. Even Sengoku's face darkened. But after all, he is the marshal. At this moment, Sengoku frowned into a Sichuan character. To know. Luffy used a phone bug from the G66 Marine Branch. Won't the G66 Marine Branch stop Luffy? This leaves only one result. That is, the G66 Marine Branch was compromised. This is 8,000 guards, 50 warships, and a Vice Admiral level person in charge. If you say you break it, you break it. The Straw Hat Boy. Sengoku's eyes were full of surprise. He ignored the hustle and bustle around him, and calmly said, You broke through the G66 Marine Branch, right? Marshal's words. Let Garp, Staff Crane, many Vice Admirals, and even Kizaru have a meal. The G66 Marine Branch was compromised? How can this be? No matter how strong Luffy is, there is no way to break through here. Garp couldn't believe it. He has naturally tried Luffy's strength, but to be honest, with Luffy's strength, being offered a reward of 500 million is already in the sky. It is absolutely impossible for him to break into a marine branch. But on second thought, Luffy uses the G66 emergency phone bug. Perhaps. Exactly what Sengoku thought. G66 was broken by Luffy. Master Sengoku is really thoughtful, yes, I broke through your marine branch? Luffy readily admitted. Sengoku was speechless for a while. This is just his guess. But when Luffy admitted so bluntly, Sengoku was still a little surprised. But he also said seriously, how are the people there? I advise you, don't provoke my anger. Master Sengoku has said so, so naturally I won't do anything to them. In fact, I'm calling you this time because I want to make a deal with you. Luffy said. Trade. Yes, I have a person in my hand. I believe you must be very interested in him. He is the object of my transaction. Who? Golden Lion. Luffy smiled calmly. At this time. This is the Marshal's office. After learning that the person in Luffy's hands turned out to be the Golden Lion who escaped from their impel down a while ago, Sengoku stood up abruptly from where he was. Don't say it's him. Even Vice Admiral, Garp, Staff Officer Crane, and even Kizaru all looked solemn. Golden Lion. That is the enemy of their marine. At the beginning, it was as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. Now, it actually fell into Luffy's hands. This is impossible. Garp spoke up immediately. What kind of character is Golden Lion, and what kind of character is Luffy? How many caddies and tails does my grandson have? Don't you know who is a grandfather? Don't say it's him. Even if 10 of them are tied together, they are still no match for Golden Lion. What's more, also captured the Golden Lion alive. Sengoku remained calm. He got word that the Golden Lion was heading towards the East Blue. But on East Blue's side, they never sent back any news of Golden Lion entering East Blue. It says halfway. Golden Lion is either going the other way, or, in trouble. Golden Lion in your hands. Sengoku wondered, do you want the Golden Lion's reward? He is wondering. Why did Luffy break into the G66 Marine branch? Now it seems. Already have the answer. Yes, I'm short of money, and I want to get some money from you Marine. Luffy said. Do you think I'll give it to you? Sengoku asked coldly. If you don't give it, I'll release Golden Lion. I'm afraid you all know what Golden Lion is going to do, and as a marshal, I think you should know better. Things that can be solved with money are nothing. Luffy is like a proper villain at the moment, threatening Marine with the Golden Lion. Indeed. Things that can be solved with money are not things. Golden Lion was very strong back then, but now even though he has crippled his legs, the emaciated camel is bigger than a horse. Once the dragon returns to the sea. Endless troubles. How much do you want? Sengoku's complexion is getting worse and worse. I don't want much, Golden Lion is more than 4 billion. You are related to my father, so I will take an integer of 4 billion. In addition, the 8,000 people in the Marine branch have all become my captives. Counting 50 warships, the huge G66 Marine branch, and the Vice Admiral who became a prisoner, an additional 3 billion is not too much. 7 billion. Luffy patted his chest and said in my very righteous tone. What a big breath. When I heard the lion opened its mouth to 7 billion. Even Sengoku, who was recovering well, also turned pale. 7 billion. Is it true that the Marine's money is blown by the wind? What if I don't give it? Sengoku said. If you don't give it, then come and wash the floor. Luffy's words have been made clear. In addition to Golden Lion, there is also a whole Marine branch in his hands. Luffy. Garp couldn't help it this time either. Coming to the side of Sengoku, he grabbed the phone bug and shouted in a rough voice, quickly release the people from the G66 Marine branch. But Garp had just finished speaking. Do. On the other end of the phone bug, there were bursts of blind tones. Inside the marshal's office, everything fell silent. Garp stood up, and he said angrily, I'm going to catch this little BD. No need. Sengoku suddenly opened his eyes, his face was no longer as livid as before, but calmed down. 7 billion Baileys, just give it. Although the Luffy lion opened his mouth, he is right. Sengoku looked at the crowd, things that can be solved with money are not things, and. Now our first target is Whitebeard. They are now Marine's #1 enemy. It is the leader of the New World 4 Emperors, the Whitebeard pirates known as the strongest man in the world. Luffy can capture the Golden Lion alive. This is enough to show that he is no longer the pirate in the first half of the Grand Line. If you divide your troops in the past, the loss outweighs the gain. Sengoku's words. Garp, who was sitting aside, was depressed. Before that, Ace has been sent to naval headquarters by Blackbeard and claimed the quota of 7 warlords of the sea. Ace. That's Garp's grandson. He was actually caught. Sengoku, also with Ace, had a plan for Whitebeard in his mind. A war between Marines and pirates. It's about to start. Flying Squirrel, I leave this matter to you, just bring the Golden Lion back, and don't want to conflict with the Straw Hat Pirates. Sengoku said calmly. Yes. Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, rushed to do this. Little Crane. Sengoku looked at Staff Crane, increase Luffy's reward to 1.2 billion. Destroyed the Nice lobby earlier. Now break through the important base of their marine. It is also the existence that captured alive the legendary 3 great pirates, the Golden Lion. 500 million rewards. It is no longer enough to show his strength. Only increase the reward. Under the heavy reward, there must be a brave man. Only then can more pirate hunters and other pirates follow him. 1.2 billion. Staff officer, he knew the reason, I know. Chapter 44. After about a morning. As the representative of Marine, Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, has already driven a warship and brought people over. All the way. The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral met Luffy and others in the G66 branch. However, except for Luffy, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's gaze fell almost instantly on the handcuffed Golden Lion behind Luffy. It's really a Golden Lion. This moment, the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral also changed color. To know. When the Flying Squirrel came over at the beginning, Vice Admiral couldn't believe that Golden Lion would be caught by Luffy. That's the Golden Lion. Until now, it was the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral who was convinced that what Luffy said was true. Golden Lion was caught. Not just the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. Even the Marine soldiers behind the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral were dumbfounded. That's all. Both parties take what they need in this G66 branch. Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, gave 7 billion in order. See the Golden Lion being captured alive, and Luffy who is about to be rewarded with a reward of 1.2 billion. Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, did not dare to act rashly. Seeing the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral being so cautious, Luffy didn't make any trouble either, and generously accepted the 7 billion Baileys. A deal. This is the end. The most bitter thing is the Golden Lion. It took 20 years. Finally escaped from the sea of suffering and escaped from this prison. The result was in a blink of an eye. It actually came in again. Golden Lion smiled wryly. He regretted it terribly. If I hadn't provoked the Straw Hat Pirates back then, I'm afraid there wouldn't have been such a result. Watching Luffy drifting away, Golden Lion could only grit his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. However, not long after this transaction, Luffy captured the Golden Lion and gave the Golden Lion to Marine in exchange for 4 billion Baileys. In the blink of an eye, it spread all over the sea. That day, newspapers were scattered across the Grand Line, the New World, and everywhere in the world. The legendary 3 big pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, who was once tied with Roger and Whitebeard, has been captured by the Straw Hat Pirates, and has been exchanged for 4 billion Baileys, and is being sent to the Marine prison Impel Down. As soon as the news came out, the sea was in an uproar. Golden Lion was actually captured. Is this real? I don't believe it, that's a legendary pirate. The moment they learned about the newspaper, there was a sensation everywhere, and everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Maybe the new generation of pirates don't know who the Golden Lion is. But as a pirate in the old days, which one of them was not dominated by the flying pirates of the Golden Lion? To be honest, when I learned that the Golden Lion escaped from birth, countless people sighed once again that the era of the Golden Lion may come to the sea again. The undead from the old times are about to roar in a certain corner of the world. Nowadays, the roar has not started yet. The legendary 3 big pirates were caught as soon as they said they were caught. Anyone who saw the newspaper was shocked or shocked. This is unbelievable. This seems to be still the case. The first pirate with a bounty of 4 billion to be caught, and then give it to Marine to exchange for the bounty. No. Let alone a reward of 4 billion. 3 billion, 2 billion, or even 1 billion pirates have never been exchanged for rewards. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. What a shame. This is simply a great shame. Golden Lion can be said to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Remains 10,000 years. New World. The Whitebeard Pirates. When Golden Lion was caught again, Whitebeard also sat quietly on the throne for a long time without speaking. He just stared blankly at the thing in his hand and remained silent. Then he sighed. Golden Lion. The famous name of a lifetime is destroyed in one day. Aside. Marco, Jaws, Vista, and others also frowned. When the Golden Lion escaped from birth, he had been a guest on their Whitebeard pirates. How chic the Golden Lion was at that time. Now he was caught again. I remember, this Straw Hat Luffy is Ace's younger brother. Marco wrote. Ace once said these 2 younger brothers of his. One Luffy, one Sabo. Ace's younger brother. Jaws and Vista were also surprised for a while. They didn't expect that Luffy, the Straw Hat, would have such a relationship with them. Ghost Island. Beasts Pirates. Golden Lion was actually caught by the boy in the first half of the Grand Line? He even gave it to Marine for 4 billion Baileys. The moment Kaido saw the news, he couldn't help squinting his eyes. Then he laughed wildly. Did not think of. This Golden Lion also has today. Looking at the newspaper, Kaido felt cold. His strength is no longer good, but he still regards himself as the legendary 3 big pirates? Ridiculous. IWC. Cake Island. On the side of Big Mom Pirates, everyone also received the news that Golden Lion was nailed to the pillar of shame. The stars all took a breath. Everyone sighed. Golden Lion was sent to impel down again. Who is this Luffy? The Golden Lion has been defeated by him. Auntie's eldest son, Sparrow read the newspaper carefully. If this person is not resolved early, he will become a serious problem in the future. As one of the 3 generals, Katakuri said with a serious look. Red hair pirates here. Is this the kid we met in Windmill Village back then? A fat man with red hair came out of the boat with a chicken leg in his mouth. He grabbed the newspaper and shouted in shock. I was surprised when I offered a reward of 500 million before. I didn't expect that the Golden Lion would lose to him in just a few days. Vice Captain Beckman also said with a little surprise. Luffy. Shanks gripped the newspaper tightly. His eyes fell on Luffy on the newspaper. On the New World. In addition to 4 emperors, Shishibukai, other pirate groups are also shocked by this. Doflamingo, Hixia Jinbei, Empress Hancock, Big Bear, and more. Chapter 45. Thousand Sunny On. The owners of the Straw Hat Pirates also received the 7 billion exchanged and the news that they were offered a reward of 1.2 billion. Everyone was surprised that Luffy's reward was as high as 1.2 billion. Only Nami. Her eyes lit up, and she watched 7 billion Bailey grinning from ear to ear. So much money. Enough for their Straw Hat Pirates to live worry-free for half their lives. Nami, the money will be in your custody from now on. Luffy handed over all the money to Nami for safekeeping. Except for Nami on board. It seems that no one can control the money. Give it to me. Nami opened his mouth. She likes that the money is real, but she suddenly got so much money, she couldn't accept it for a while. What's the matter? With so much money, don't you know how to spend it? Just spend it, and come to me when you run out of money. Luffy said generously. Okay. Nami also understands Luffy's trust in him. Her heart warmed up. They have already been offered a reward of 1.2 billion, and this marine seems to be specifically targeting you. Robin came to sit next to Luffy, she said with a smile. Now. The rewards offered by other people couldn't keep up. Zoro is only 120 million Baileys, Sanji is only 77 million Baileys, and even Robin is only 80 million Baileys. It can be said. Luffy has already left everyone behind by a large margin. No way, Marine will take all the credit for arresting the Golden Lion on me. Think about recent events. Luffy burst out laughing. However, he was also a little puzzled. It stands to reason that Marine hates me for doing these things. Why can't I just take the 7 billion Baileys? This. Robin didn't understand, but she said, if something goes wrong, there must be a demon, we still have to be careful. Well, I see. Luffy understands this too. During the conversation, he looked at Zoro and said, now that the reward is so high, it is estimated that many pirate hunters are already ready to move, but so far, we haven't seen it yet. Luffy, even if the bounty offered by Marine is tempting, you are the one standing on top of the Golden Lion. Even if those pirate hunters are about to make a move, they must first weigh their own strength. Besides, once they meet, I will prevent them from even seeing your face. Zoro said confidently. This is the confidence for him to practice hard for a month. Thousand Sunny is slowly advancing. In a few days, a huge archipelago appeared in front of Luffy and others. Sabayati Archipelago. This is the post station to the New World, and it is also the only way to arrive at the New World. There are 2 roads to New World from here. 1. Crossing the Red Line. But you need to pay high tolls. 2nd. Through the Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters deep in the sea. This road only needs to spend a little money to coat a layer of film, and you can cross the Fishman Island and reach the New World without tolls. But compared to the former, this road is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. As soon as we landed on the island, a heat wave hit our faces. Looking at all the bustling things in front of him, Luffy kept searching the island. Huge bubbles, tropical islands, bushes, and commercial streets with people coming and going. Under the sunlight, the bubbles bloom with colorful luster, bringing a little extra color to the Sabayati Archipelago. Luffy came under a huge fire mulberry tree. Condescending. Overlook the island. Count the time. The other supernovae with a reward of over 100 million should have already arrived here. Also Luffy as supernova was the last to arrive on the island. It seems this Sabayati Archipelago is going to be lively. For nearly a month. Been stuck on Thousand Sunny all the time. To be honest, it's still a bit boring. It is also the first time for Luffy to come to Sabayati Archipelago. Freshness is natural. He told the crew to leave one person guarding the boat, and the others just go to Nami for money if they want to eat or play. 7 billion Baileys are in hand. There is no need to live a tight life. He smiled and said, I'll guard the boat, you just go out. He likes to be quiet when he smiles, and the bustling downtown is not the place for him to go. There he is. Luffy was extremely relieved. Usopp, Chopper, and Frankie immediately went to Nami to get money. Luffy is different. He is going to find a tavern. So he set foot on the road alone. But what Luffy didn't think of himself was Robin actually followed him all the time. This is the most prosperous Sabayati archipelago on the Grand Line. Robin, don't you plan to go for a walk? Luffy turned his head and looked at Robin behind him. Forget it, compared to this, I prefer to follow the captain. Robin said with a smile. All right. Seeing this, Luffy just shrugged. Captain, you seem to be looking for something, can you tell me? Maybe I can help. Along the way, Robin found that Luffy seemed to be looking for something. I'm looking for a tavern. Luffy said. Pub? Captain, you don't seem to like drinking very much. You took me to the tavern, are you trying to get me drunk? Robin covered his mouth and smiled. How do you add drama to yourself? Although Luffy said so, he glanced at Robin out of the corner of his eye. If only I could get her drunk. Take Robin. Luffy also walked quite a distance. Ask east and west. Finally, a tavern called Shucky's Ripped-Off Bar appeared in front of Luffy's eyes. Found it. Luffy stared at the plaque. Good. This is exactly a pub owned by Rayleigh. Rayleigh. Once the deputy of One Piece Roger, a big man with another name of Pluton. Currently living in seclusion in the Sabayati archipelago, I opened a tavern and a coating factory. When I have nothing to do, I always put myself up for auction and extort some wine money by the way. Maybe it's because Rayleigh's reputation is too dry, powerful, and the decline of One Piece Roger. For his seclusion in the Sabayati archipelago, Marine also turned a blind eye. Robin's eyes also fell on this tavern. She was puzzled. Why does Luffy value this tavern so much? Robin, let's go in and sit down. Luffy led Robin towards the inside of the tavern. Chapter 46. Jingle Bell. Push open the door of the tavern. The wind of the doorbell suddenly spread into the interior of the tavern. Luffy walks in with Robin. Compared with the taverns outside, there is no crowded scene as imagined. On the contrary, it's quite deserted. Basically there are no customers. On the bar, the proprietress, Shucky, read the newspaper and lit a cigarette, and when she heard the bell at the door, she knew the guests had come. Is Renze's fat sheep coming? The proprietress Shucky was very happy. Why is her tavern so deserted? That's because in Shucky's view, what came in from the outside was not, but a big fat sheep at the mercy of others. Welcome, dear guest, please take a seat. The proprietress stood up from the bar, and said with an appearance of entertaining distinguished guests. The proprietress is a beautiful woman, rare. Luffy glanced at Shucky, and then said in admiration. Small mouth is full of sweetness. For the sake of being so talkative, I will kill you less later. Everyone listens to good words. Shucky is already in her 40s and 50s, and her maintenance is not bad. At her age, the most taboo thing is to discuss age issues. Now the Luffy chapter is coming. She was secretly proud. My guest, what would you like to drink? Shucky looked at Luffy in front of him, and Robin behind him. Then she suddenly frowned. These two seemed to have met somewhere. Between haste. But she couldn't remember. Drink whatever you want, this time I came to the tavern for you, the proprietress. Luffy said that he didn't mean to drink. His words made Shucky freeze, and made Robin turn his head to look at Luffy. Guest, are you kidding me? Shucky thought Luffy was joking. Do you think I'm joking? Luffy said. Hate, that's basically what everyone who comes here says. Shucky said, pretending to be shy. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. FG ants in their 50s. Still pretending to be shy. Who are you showing it to? But let me explain first, if you come here for me, I am very expensive. You also know that beautiful women are roses with thorns. Shucky really put his nose on his face, thinking that Luffy was talking about himself. Coincidentally, I just got 7 billion a while ago. I lack everything, and I don't lack money. Luffy said seriously. 7 billion? The movement in Shuki's hands froze. She has nothing to do in this tavern every day, and her only pleasure is reading newspapers. Speaking up. There is really a 7 billion news recently. Shuki thought for a moment. Could it be? She looked at Luffy with a bad feeling. Vaguely guessed Luffy's identity. Offering a reward of 1.2 billion Baileys is simply rare in ancient times. This is since the beginning of the Great Voyage. Something that almost never comes up. This time, Shuki didn't dare to kill Luffy at all. A little careless. Your own small shop will be wiped out. Shuki's eyelids twitched and his mind raced. The atmosphere in the air has condensed. Why don't you talk, lady boss? Luffy asked, looking at the sweaty Shuki. This. Shuki seemed to have something to hide. Is this how you treat your guests, Madam Boss? The guests have already come to the door, and you still haven't handed us a glass of wine. Luffy feigned displeasure. Okay. Shuki, as if pardoned, made Luffy and Robin a glass of wine immediately. Well, it tastes good. Luffy took a sip. Shuki is worthy of being a Shuki, and has been through a lot. Soon she calmed down again. Little brother, you are really not an ordinary person. I don't know what you want to do when you come to the shop. Since the proprietress has said so, it's okay to tell you. I want to know, where is there any strong man around here? Luffy said. Strong. There are a lot of strong men above the sea. I don't know what kind of strong men you want, little brother. Shuki said cautiously. Oh? Ma'am, can you list them for me? Luffy stroked his chin. Not to mention the 4 emperors of the New World, and the Shishibukai on the sea, just not far from the Sabayati archipelago, there is a naval headquarters, where there are marshals, admiral, vice-admiral, and countless marine soldiers, etc. These strong, is that enough for you? Shuki pointed Luffy the wrong way. I didn't expect you, Madam Boss, to be so vicious. You tried to lead me to a dead end as an apology. From now on, I will drink with you for free. Luffy said. Shuki was speechless. You asked me to list them, okay? But she also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this sentence. At least it can be proven. Luffy is not a bad comer. He, if you are dissatisfied, little brother, there are also many interesting powerhouses on this small island. They are all supernovas with rewards of over 100 million. These brats are too weak to be interested. Luffy shook his head and refused. Shuki froze for a moment. You are nothing more than a supernova. Just look down on other supernovas. Still call them brats? How old are you? You actually called them brats. Shuki said. Hehe, as a rubber fruit capable person, I can grow infinitely with just one breath. Do you want to try it, lady boss? Luffy chuckled. Shuki didn't understand what Luffy meant. Then what kind of strong do you want? Shuki pressed. It's better to be a hermit, open a tavern and a coating factory, and send yourself to the auction house to cheat money from time to time. Luffy shows Shuki the way. At this time, Shuki suddenly stood up from where he was. It's all said and done. If she still doesn't know, she is really blind. Luffy's here for Rayleigh. Chapter 47. You're here for Rayleigh. For these supernovae. Generally speaking, Shuki keeps his distance and doesn't want to have anything to do with them. What do you say? Luffy said. I really thought you really came to find me. Shuki had an aggrieved expression on his face. Pull it down, who would be interested in an ant? Luffy straight man of steel said. Hearing this, Shuki's expression darkened immediately. The veins are bulging, and he is furious. You can say anything, but you must not mention your age. Certainly. Anger is anger. Shuki still told Luffy about Rayleigh's whereabouts. It's not a coincidence that you came here. Rayleigh is not in the tavern. Now he may be in the coding factory, or, maybe in the auction house. Shucky knows all too well. Among these supernovas, it was Luffy's that Rayleigh was most concerned about. When he learned from Shanks that Roger's straw hat was on Luffy's body, Rayleigh was surprised. It was immediately apparent that Luffy might have inherited Roger's will. As Rayleigh's concubine, Shucky naturally knows about this. But she was also a little surprised. Luffy actually asked to see Rayleigh by name. This was something Shucky hadn't expected. Learn that Rayleigh is not in the tavern. Luffy took Robin out of here. Where are we going next? To the coding factory or to the auction house? Robin asked. Go to the auction house first. Luffy pointed in the direction of the auction house. After leaving the tavern, he pondered. Do you want to start the Celestial Dragons event yourself? After all, inside the original book, the reason why Marine Admiral Kizaru beat up Supernova was because he punched Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons. That symbolizes the majesty of the world's nobility, and represents the absolute power of the world government Marie Joyce. If anyone offends them, it is no less than seeking their own death. However, because of such power, Celestial Dragons will become more and more unscrupulous. It is also because there is no one in the eyes. Attracted the fatal blow given by Luffy and these stunned youths. Hey! Thinking of this, Luffy laughed. The other side. On a boulevard in the Sabayati archipelago, a team of Celestial Dragons is slowly advancing. Surrounded by bodyguards dressed in black, the bodyguards were hulking, with a murderous look on their faces. The person in the lead, sitting on the back of the slave, has a plump face, thick lips, and a runny nose. He wears the unique costume of Celestial Dragons, and uses air bubbles to separate the breathing air from ordinary people. He is St. Charles Rose, one of the few Celestial Dragons living in the Sabayati archipelago. The past. Almost all the people around were kneeling on both sides of the road. Don't dare to look up, don't dare to look directly. Not to mention the Celestial Dragons. And at the feet of St. Charles Rose, the slave was on all fours, with bruises all over his body, and he staggered forward, facing slaves who can no longer walk. St. Charles had no mercy at all, and kept whipping with a long whip in his hand, slow like a turtle, shaking fiercely. "UBD, you really make people angry, hurry up, delay my auction, I let you are dead without a whole body." The slave was terrified. While being whipped, he gritted his teeth and crawled towards the auction house. Suddenly, St. Charles Rose suddenly found a young and beautiful woman on the side of the road. "That woman, let him be my wife." "Yes, this will be handled for you." Aside, the man in black said respectfully to St. Charles Rose. "Not for a while." This woman was taken away by force. The passers-by became terrified again. The head hangs lower. That's what Celestial Dragons are for. Do whatever you want. Describe them. Go, let's go. St. Charles Rose shouted with a wave of his hand. The team is back on the road. But at this moment, an accident happened. While the team of Celestial Dragons was advancing, but he saw a man with a green algae head and 3 sabers hanging in front of the team. "Where is this?" The green algae head looked around blankly. Then he slapped his head. "Why can't I find the way back to the boat?" Green algae head, 3 knife style. "Isn't it Zoro, the crew member of the Straw Hat Pirates?" Since taking some money from Nami, Zoro has been out shopping. The result is walking around. "Lost myself." He stands in the middle of the street. It immediately attracted the attention of all the pedestrians around. Pedestrians were shocked. He stared dumbfounded at the bold Zoro in front of him. How dare he stand in the way of the Celestial Dragons? Is this worth it? Stay out of the way. Come back soon. Some well-meaning people shouted in a low voice as much as possible. No doubt. The appearance of Zoro, Charles Rose also noticed him. Who are you, dare to be Laozi's way? Shouted Saint Charlos, pointing at Zoro. Zoro turned around and saw Saint Charles Rose, who was wearing a fancy costume not far behind him. What kind of temper did Zoro have? His eyes turned cold immediately. You are the first guy who calls himself Laozi in front of me, are you impatient? Although this sentence is not lethal. But that also depends on the object. This time it's the Celestial Dragons, Saint Charles Rose. As the Celestial Dragons, Saint Charles Rose has always scolded others. He has never suffered such a big shame. He was stunned for a moment. Pointing at Zoro, speechless. When? How dare someone speak wild words to him? Saint Charles Rose was furious, and he took out a gun from his waist. Point at Zoro and pull the trigger with a bang. Zoro's eyes flashed red. Face the bullet that is about to hit you. He swung the knife. The bullet is split in two. Do it. I like it. Zoro disappeared with a whoosh. Chu Shui pulled out and slashed across. The gun in Saint Charles Rose's hand fell off directly. Next second, the autumn water was already on the neck of Saint Charles Rose. Immediately afterwards came Zoro's disdainful voice, with this little ability, how can you learn how to hold a gun like others? Zoro doesn't know Celestial Dragons. He thought he had met some awesome guy. With a team of so many people. Pedestrians on both sides of the surrounding kneel on the ground. It turns out. But it's such an idiot. To be honest. Kill him. Zoro felt ashamed. Even insulted this treasure of Wano Kuni. Chapter 48. When Zoro put the knife on the neck of Saint Charlos. I even felt a little disgusted when I killed this guy and dirty my knife. As everyone knows. The pedestrians on both sides, the army behind Saint Charlos, and the pirates hiding in the dark, all stared wide-eyed, looking at Zoro for the first time. This guy is so gutsy. Who is that? Those are Celestial Dragons. The nobles of the world, the most powerful Celestial Dragons in the world. Don't say he was injured, even if you touched a hair on him. I'm afraid it will also attract Marine's wrath. Who is this guy? Even the Celestial Dragons dare to do it. Aren't you afraid of Marine Admiral's revenge? He is Zoro, the second man in the Straw Hat Pirates with a reward of over 100 million. Suddenly, a pirate hiding in the shadows recognized Zoro. Now let's talk about who is the most eye-catching among the more than 10 supernovae. Nothing is better than Luffy, who was offered a reward of 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion rewards. Pretty much what Shuki thought. It is unheard of, it has never appeared since the start of the Great Voyage. Other supernovas like Kid, Hawkins, Trafalgar Law, etc. Not to mention offering rewards individually, even if everyone adds up. It was barely able to catch up with Luffy alone. It can be said. Luffy slammed them wide open. His bounty. It is a privileged first time on this piece of sea. When more than a dozen supernovas gathered together. Many people can expect it. Sabayati Archipelago may not be able to settle down in a short time. The second in command of the Straw Hat Pirates is the pirate hunter Zoro from East Blue. They say the Straw Hat Pirates are fearless. Sink the Nice Lobby, one of the three major institutions, capture the Golden Lion, and exchange a reward with Marine with a person from the G66 branch. 7 billion. That's a full 7 billion Baileys. The key is, Marine was also shocked by Luffy's method, and was willing to exchange all Marines of Golden Lion and G66 with 7 billion Baileys. Such means really enough to drink a pot. Those pirates who hated Marine applauded after learning about this. They have been suppressed by Marine for many years. I don't know how much resentment I have in my heart. The arrival of Luffy. Let them see hope. Watching Marine deflate. Let go. What AFG relief! The Straw Hat Pirates already have another nickname for all villains. Now as the second in command. Zoro also did not lose half a point for the captain. The villain's temperament was shown to ultimate by him. The celestial dragons fight as they say. Many people admire it. Charles Rose St here. He is used to being domineering. But he had never seen anyone who really dared to attack him. Those pirates, which one didn't know that they were celestial dragons, so they stayed away with respect and fear? Zoro does the opposite. He even put a knife around his neck. St. Charles Rose, who had always been domineering, was immediately frightened and his legs went weak. The lower body was wet, and an unknown liquid fell to the ground. And he was sitting on the ground with his on the ground, so he didn't have half the majesty of celestial dragons. See this scene. Zoro was even more disgusted. When Zoro was disgusted, the soldiers behind St. Charles Rose also reacted. They are subordinate to the celestial dragons. When the master is in trouble, they are duty-bound. Immediately, all the people rushed forward. All rushed towards Zoro. The subordinates of celestial dragons are naturally not weak. Among them, there are even users of Armament Haki, Marine 6 styles. They are all extraordinary in strength. Pity. This time the opponent is Zoro. The current Zoro has already grown in strength. Just holding a handful of autumn water. Then he chopped down all the subordinates of celestial dragons in front of him. All the bodyguards in black fell to the ground. Yelling, wailing, wailing. None of them could stand still. This moment, the audience was shocked. His gaze was almost on Zoro. Is this the second in command of the Straw Hat Pirates? That's a subordinate of the Celestial Dragons. Rumor. The strength of these subordinates is 1 in 100. Putting it in the Marine can also serve as a Lieutenant Junior grade character. The result is in front of Zoro. Can't make it to one round. When Charles Rose saw that none of his subordinates were Zoro's opponents, he had already been frightened into a fool, and no longer cared about his identity. He quickly lay down on the ground and begged for mercy. It was both a discount and an apology to Zoro. The face is full of panic. Although being extremely honorable. But this dignity is in front of life, shit isn't it? Only survive. To get revenge on this guy in front of him. Sacred Charlos thought viciously in his heart. Don't let me go back, or, you just wait for me. Watching St. Charles Ross begging for mercy. Humble to the ultimate. Zoro, who already disliked him, also put the autumn water back into the sheath. Go away. Zoro kicked St. Charles Ross. Hearing the words, St. Charlos felt as if he had been pardoned, and ran out scrambling. Wait a minute. Just as St. Charles Rose was about to flee, a voice came from far to near. Zoro looked towards the source of the sound, and then he shouted in surprise, Luffy. It was Luffy who came. There was movement here, and there was even a gunshot just now. It immediately caught the attention of Luffy and Robin. When the two arrived at the scene, Luffy saw St. Charles Rose lying at Zoro's feet begging for mercy. Follow the original storyline. Zoro does encounter the celestial dragons and even nearly kills him. In the end, she was rescued by a girl with a big stomach who was also a supernova. Nowadays, no other supernova was present. Zoro chopped St. Charles Rose and his subordinates to the ground without saying a word. Luffy is impressed with Zoro. As expected of his own crew. Celestial dragons slash and slash. This villain's temperament is a little more deceitful than his own. Zoro, do you know who he is? Now you've made disaster. However, compared to Luffy, Robin is frowning. Whoever he is, he's just a moth. Zoro plucked his ears and said nonchalantly. Chapter 49. Well, Zoro is right, just a moth. Luffy couldn't agree more. Celestial dragons? Isn't that the moth of the world? To ask why Luffy prevented Zoro from letting Saint Charlos go. That's because just now, his system issues new tasks. Kill celestial dragons, you can get an S-level lottery once you complete it. The celestial dragons also allowed Luffy to successfully trigger the quest. Luffy was immediately happy. So he hurriedly stopped Zoro, who was about to let Saint Charlos go. Then there is this scene. A terrified Saint Charles Rose, who had arrived at the scene after seeing Zoro's companions, immediately ran wildly. Run towards the distance. Want to go? When Luffy sent the finger pistol, it directly pierced the leg of Charles Rose Saint. Blood spilled on the ground. Charles Rose St fell a dog eat shit. He lay heavily on the ground, with several broken teeth. Luffy. Seeing that Luffy also made a move, Robin was moved again. Robin, stop talking. There's nothing Robin fears more than Marine Admiral, and Luffy knows that well. After all, childhood. The shadow given to her by Admiral is stronger than countless enemies. Do you think Marine will let us go after what happened today? Besides. Luffy paused, and said with soft eyes, now you have become a member of our Straw Hat Pirates, you don't need to worry about the so-called Marine Admiral, don't forget, behind you, there is me, I'm supporting you. Luffy's words hit the heart. Robin met Luffy's benevolent gaze. She stared blankly at Luffy in front of her. She remembered the scene at the Nice lobby. The scene where Luffy destroys the entire island in order to break into the Nice lobby himself. Add this short sentence behind your back, I will help you back up. All of a sudden, all kinds of emotions come to mind. Robin's heart was full, and the last trace of worry on her face completely dissipated. She showed unprecedented trust in Luffy, I know. Soothes Robin. Luffy looked at Zoro and smiled. Then reach out. Pull out the autumn water from his waist. The heavy long knife was held in Luffy's hand. This was the first time he held Kyushui in his hand. What do you want? Zoro didn't understand why Luffy took out his own autumn water. You'll know soon. Luffy said flatly. Holding autumn water in hand. Looking at this St. Charles Rose who fell on the ground and fell to eat shit. The thought of this moth celestial dragons can bring itself an S-rank draw. Luffy's mood is getting happier. The threshold for the S-level lottery draw can be as high as that of the Golden Lion, or as low as those moths like Charles Rose St. Even he is still thinking about it. If it's a celestial dragons, bring yourself an S-level draw. Climb Marie Joy's another day. He doesn't mind extinct celestial dragons. Kill at a river of blood flow. In high spirits, Luffy walks with steps that his relatives do not recognize. As far as the current combat power of the Straw Hat Pirates is concerned. So what if he killed St. Charles Rose? So what if you send Kizaru over? Let alone Kizaru. You're adding Akainu and Aokiji. It may not be possible to destroy the Straw Hat Pirates. This is Luffy's confidence. St. Charles Rose fell to the ground, watching the smiling Luffy slowly approaching Kyushui with a black knife in his hand. His heart was beating. Luffy was clearly smiling. But his smile is comparable to that of a demon from hell. Especially the autumn water. The sun shines on the autumn water. It made Kyushui look extra dazzling. Show your sharpness. St. Charles Rose was trembling all over, and his goosebumps were all raised. In a hurry, he found the gun that had fallen to the ground. See this gun? St. Charles Rose is like grabbing at human straw. Go to hell with me. Grab the gun and point it at Luffy in front of him. Bang bang bang. St. Charles Rose shot out with a bullet. However, Luffy turned a blind eye. Let the bullets shoot at his body. Then, holding the autumn water high, under the desperate gaze of St. Charles Rose, he raised his knife and dropped it. Stab! The sound of the sharp sword light cutting through the flesh. Everything in front of him turned into a black and white picture. St. Charles detaches. The blood in the neck sprayed out like a fountain. The head fell to the ground and rolled around a few times. And the body fell limply to the ground. From then on, there is one less moth in the world. Ah! On sight. I don't know who screamed. Those civilians who were kneeling on the ground all scattered and fled at this moment. There is only one thought in their minds. Celestial dragons are dead. Celestial dragons are really dead. This is celestial dragons. Not only did they attack celestial dragons, they even killed him in full view. Common people have never seen such a scene. Was quite frightened. For fear of causing trouble to the upper body and harming the fish in the pond. One by one scattered and fled. Even those old gods were there, and the pirates who had seen the wind and waves were shocked by the scene in front of them. Their pupils constricted for a while, and they stared stupidly at Luffy who was holding a black knife in autumn water. It's over. Sabayati archipelago is really restless now. Rao is them. Also fled the scene immediately. Afraid of being affected. Flash. Only the body of St. Charles Rose and his subordinates were left at the scene. Subordinates see celestial dragons die. They also became terrified. Fleeing in all directions, wanting to escape from this land of right and wrong. You've been working as minions for tigers and helping evildoers. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? There was coldness in Luffy's eyes. Deal with the equally insolent celestial dragon's subordinates. He didn't show mercy either. Chu Sailor raised his sword and fell. There are more than 10 people in front of them. All were killed with one blow. Then all the bodies fell to the ground. Die without breath. Luffy wiped a rag from the system space. Quietly wipe off the bloodline on the autumn water. Seeing Luffy playing swords is also so good. Zoro's eyes lit up too. Luffy, I think it's a pity that you don't become a swordsman. Sword hero? I'll try it when I have a chance in the future. Luffy walked to Zoro's side and put Kyushui back into his scabbard. Celestial dragons, they died in front of us like this. Robin took a breath. Okay, go and call back our crew on the island, Marine Admiral is coming soon. Luffy clapped his hands, signaling that it's time to go back. This time St. Charles Rose was killed. There are 3 reasons. I can't get used to these moths at first. Second, system tasks. Thirdly, Luffy wants to see the real Marine Admiral's ability. Is it Kizaru, is it Aokiji, or is it Akainu? Hope you don't let me down. There was a deep gleam in Luffy's eyes. He really wants to try Admiral's true strength. Chapter 50. That day, Celestial Dragon's St. Charles Rose was beheaded by Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, in Sabayati Archipelago. In an instant it spread throughout the Sabayati Archipelago. Island sensation. The whole Sabayati Archipelago is under earthquake. Celestial dragons killed? Residents elsewhere, merchants, and supernovas who have just arrived in the Sabayati Archipelago are all discolored. It is said that the Straw Hat Pirates are a group of desperate lunatics. It used to be just a joke. Did not expect this to be true. He also dared to kill celestial dragons. This. Kid, Hawkins, Trafalgar Law, Jewelry Bonnie, and many other supernovas were also surprised. Local Marine Branch. A Lieutenant Junior Grade hurried into the office. Commander is bad, Celestial Dragon St. Charlos is dead. Lieutenant Junior Grade shouted anxiously. The commander was furious. Who are you saying is dead? When it was learned that the object of death was St. Charles Rose, the commander sat down on the chair. His eyes were lost. It's over. The death of celestial dragons this time will definitely put all the blame on himself. This black hat. I'm afraid I can't keep it. Thinking of this, the commander stood up again. You, hurry up and inform the Marines of the entire branch. First, let them block the various passes of the Sabayati Archipelago. Second, drive a warship to surround the Sabayati Archipelago. Thieves, anyone approaching will be fired back with artillery fire. I will contact Marie Joyce, hurry up. The same thing happened in Marie Joyce. Blue brew. Blue brew. Blue brew. The phone bugs here at Marie Joyce are all over the place. Shocking news is constantly coming in from all parties. Celestial Dragon Saint Charlotte was beheaded in Sabayati Archipelago. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The whole Marie Joyce was buzzing. It even reached the ears of 5 elders. Saint Charles Rose is dead. 5 elders took the case by storm. Now on this sea. Which one of those pirates didn't see the celestial dragons and run away? Who dares to touch half a hair of celestial dragons? Who did this? One of the 5 elders raged. A momentum was released from his body. The soldiers in front of them couldn't bear it at all. All fell to the ground one by one. The current supernova leader, Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates, said the soldiers, staring at the pressure of the 5 elders. It's this guy again, it's this guy again, it's this guy again. If there's anyone who has annoyed the 5 elders the most lately, it's the Straw Hat Pirates. Destroy an ice lobby, trample Marine's dignity. In the end, those who own the entire branch of Golden Lion and G666 exchanged 7 billion Baileys. Once upon a time, they Marine had such aggrieved. People all over the world are watching their jokes. This is just a supernova. What can they do? Wait for this supernova to become the pillar of the new world. That's okay. Marine's majesty cannot be violated. If things go on like this, those who have hope for Marine in the future, who will be willing to join? How about resisting these evil pirates? This momentum, it must be contained. The Straw Hat Pirates must be killed in the cradle. Contact me with Sengoku. One of the 5 elders growled at the soldiers. Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. Marshal's office. Sengoku's face darkened. He watched the news from the Sabayati Archipelago. After that, the old face dripped with ice-cold water. It's Luffy again, it's Luffy again, it's him. Crunch. Sengoku's fists were clenched. In order to concentrate on using Ace to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, in order to plan the next war. Sengoku is not in a hurry to take care of the Straw Hat crew. Nowadays, not only did they not repay their kindness, they even demolished bridges across rivers and beat them up. Charles Rose St. Those are celestial dragons. Celestial dragons. Is this your active existence? Just move the celestial dragons. He also killed Saint Charles Rose. Are you trying to force Marine to start a war with you? Just a Straw Hat Pirates. Do you really take yourself seriously? Luffy was offered a reward of 1.2 billion, and Sengoku wanted those pirate hunters to focus on this pirate group. They Marine is not a good distraction. But now it's fine. Saint Charles Rose dies. They, Marine, must aim their guns at the Straw Hat Pirates, and launch an extermination plan against the supernova. Below Sengoku, Crane Staff Officer, Garp, Kizaru, Akainu, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, and so on. Since the Celestial Dragons event came from Sabayati Archipelago, they have all assembled in this office. Just wait for Sengoku to give an order. They drive warships out. Just when everyone is gathered. Blue brew. Their phone bug finally rang, and it was a phone bug from Marie Joyce. Sengoku took the phone bug. Send out all Marine executives to destroy these supernovas. Inside the phone bug, there was an unquestionable voice. The voice was a little low and hoarse. Sengoku knows it well. That's an absolute order from the 5 elders. Death order. Deploy all of Marine's high-level forces. Destroy all supernovas. Including the Straw Hat Pirates. I see. Sengoku also knew that now they were inevitable. Only a bloody bombing of the supernova on the Sabayati Archipelago. Sengoku hung up the phone bug, he looked at everyone and said, "Let's go." It's different than before. It stands to reason that only Admiral Kizaru needs to be dispatched. But now, facing Luffy with a bounty of 1.2 billion, Kizaru and Akainu dispatched one after another, bringing the Vice Admiral of the Flying Squirrel, Vice Admiral of the Ghost Spider, many Vice Admirals of Giants, more than 30 pacifist planes and tens of thousands of elite marines. A total of 20 warships. Marching towards the Sabayati archipelago mightily. A catastrophe. Coming soon at the Sabayati archipelago. Originally, a Kizaru plus a few pacifists is already dangerous and difficult. This time except for Kizaru. Akainu, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, Giant Vice Admiral, more than 30 pacifists. 2 admirals, several Vice Admirals, plus more than 30 pacifists. The difficulty has been directly raised to the difficulty of hell and nightmare. There are thousands of difficulties and dangers, and the sadness is as high as the sky. All the way. A row of warships slowly advanced. Just the atmosphere. It's enough to suffocate. Let alone face them. Poor other supernovas. They have no idea. Because of Luffy. This difficulty has been raised to the nightmare level. Luffy can only wish them luck here. They are already supernovas with a reward of over 100 million. They should be able to pass. Var. Chapter 51. Now. Sabayati archipelago gathered from all sides. After Celestial Dragon's Saint Charlotte was killed, many local pirates hurriedly packed their bags, wanting to leave this island of doom. Celestial Dragons, this is no small matter. A great catastrophe is about to come. Enrage the Celestial Dragons. That would be Marine Admiral's revenge. Admiral. The 3 who can be picked out of 1,000,000 people in Marine. Is strength so simple as talking about it? They have Marine's top combat effectiveness, and their strength is extraordinary, and they can even face the 4 Emperors of New World. What kind of existence is the 4 Emperors? The Emperor who reigns in the New World. Who can compete with these Marine Admirals? Those who fled, and those who scattered. The Sabayati archipelago is in a mess. However, when these people were just about to leave the island, the periphery of the Sabayati archipelago has long been surrounded by marine warships. Once there is a ship approaching, whether it is a merchant ship or a pirate ship, all artillery fire will block it. Their purpose is to lock everyone in the Sabayati archipelago. In order to wait for the arrival of Marine Admiral from Marine Ford. See, Sabayati archipelago has been completely unable to get out. Many pirates were ashamed. It's over. They can't escape. Except for the surrounding marine. The passes of the Sabayati archipelago were also occupied by the marine. Now the entire island has become a turtle in a urn. Pirates can't compete with marine. Compared to the panic of the pirates. Although the local residents were terrified, they also hid at home. Talking about Luffy. He took Robin and Zoro back towards Thousand Sunny. Thousand Sunny above. Only a smile is still here. Has the others not returned yet? Seeing that the boat was empty and only one guard smiled, Robin asked worriedly. Did something happen? Yuxiao has been cultivating on the boat all the time, and has not learned anything about the outside world. I'm going to get the others back. On the way back, Zoro also discovered the chaos in the Sabayati archipelago. Besides, through Luffy, Zoro also learned what position celestial dragons occupy in this world. How Marine would condemn them if they were offended. Think here. Knowing that the incident was caused by him, Zoro decided to find the other crew members. Are you sure you can get the rest of the crew back? Luffy asked with a glance at Zoro, who volunteered. Just Zoro's idiot attribute. It would be nice to come back by yourself. Also go get the others back. This is simply nonsense. Zoro eats. Obviously. He also understood what Luffy meant. The corner of his mouth twitched. Luffy poked at his own pain again. Zoro also wondered, what did he do wrong, why was he born with the attribute of Liu Qi? Stay here and look for the crew, let me go. Luffy sighed. Say it. Step on the moonwalk. Luffy disappeared here in the blink of an eye. I would like to advise you, give me all the money in your hands. On a street in the Sabayati archipelago, a pirate held a giant axe and roared fiercely at the innocent residents in front of him. Now, the whole island is in chaos. The periphery is densely covered with marine warships, surrounded by marine artillery fire. I can't run away. Some pirates simply don't do anything. Let's just make a fortune first and talk. The innocent residents in front of them were surrounded by pirates. There is no way back. There is no power to restrain the chicken. Only at the mercy of others. Especially the corpses of those residents who were preparing to resist the pirates lying on the ground. Bloodline Madara Madara. Shocking. I'll give you whatever you want, don't kill me, don't kill me. A resident has long been terrified by the vicious pirates in front of him. Willing to give up all belongings. We would also like to. Other residents said they would too. My life is gone, why are you still guarding these belongings? Turn in one by one, don't worry, as long as you cooperate, I will not kill you. Seeing this group of people so sensible, the leading pirate smiled coldly. Among the gang of residents, a girl with orange hair. Her eyes were a little frightened. At the same time, he looked at the belongings on his waist. She regrets it a little. Damn it, why did you bring so much money out? The girl with orange hair is naturally Nami. She regrets it a little. The money I brought out this time is a bit too much. She didn't think about it either. This is not just on the island. Just encountered the current chaotic situation. It was also surrounded and robbed by pirates. As a woman who loves money, a large bag of money is about to be handed over to others, so Nami is naturally reluctant. But so what if you can't bear it? She can only offer all her belongings in a proper manner. Also at this moment, mishap happens. Yo, you are a beautiful woman. A one-eyed pirate looked Nami up and down, and then his eyes fell on her curvy figure. The one-eyed pirate's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly. Don't you want my money? I give you all the money. Nami suddenly panicked. Hey, we originally planned to rob money, but now we have changed our minds, and we can get both money and S**X. The one-eyed pirate said with a ghostly smile. During the conversation, he grabbed Nami with one hand. And just when he was about to meet Nami, stab! There was a crackling sound in the air. Immediately afterwards, the arm of the one-eyed pirate in front of him was directly broken. The stump fell to the ground. Blood spurted out instantly. The sudden change made the one-eyed pirate stunned for a while. He watched his broken arm. Opened his mouth. Because it was all so fast, he forgot the pain. Stimulate the feet to stay in place for a full 3 seconds. Only then did the one-eyed pirate yell out a sound like killing a pig. Ah! The pirate group was all startled, all eyes turned towards the direction of the one-eyed pirate. Not only the entire pirate group, but even the residents who were robbed, and even Nami, the person involved, were stunned in shock. Then, a figure descended from the sky. He stood beside Nami. Move my crew, have you asked my opinion? See you. Nami beamed with joy. Luffy. It was Luffy who came. Chapter 52. Met Luffy. It was as if Nami had grasped at straws. Hastily stepped forward and grabbed him, his face full of the afterlife. She really thought she was going to be defiled. Did not expect at this critical moment. Luffy has arrived on the scene. It's okay. Luffy looked at Nami concerned and asked. Fine. With Luffy around, Nami felt relieved, her head shook like a rattle. Who are you? How dare you hurt our captain? When the crew members of the one-eyed pirate saw their captain with a broken arm, they all yelled at Luffy angrily. I haven't questioned you Xingshi yet, but you came to me first. Luffy smiled instead of angry. Let's go together and kill him. The crew rushed forward. Everyone wields a sword. He slashed towards Luffy. Luffy's eyes were cold, looking at these people in front of him, it was like looking at some cold corpses. He turned into a ghost. The speed is galloping. In an instant, it passed through the bodies of more than 10 people in front of it. How could these little guys be Luffy's opponents? Next second, all the enemies fell to the ground one by one. Extinct on the spot. What? The one-eyed pirate, enduring the pain of a broken arm, saw Luffy kill all his crew members in just a second. He was horrified by Luffy's methods. Look at that face on Luffy. The one-eyed captain suddenly remembered. He's destroying an ice lobby, capturing Golden Lion, and forcing Marine to take out Luffy, the Straw Hat with 7 billion Baileys. At this time, the one-eyed pirate showed panic. He never thought of it. I was able to meet Luffy who was offered a reward of 1.2 billion here. 1.2 billion. That belongs to the existence of the vice-level existence of the 4 Emperor's pirates. Such a pirate, let alone encountered it. It would be nice to be able to see one side from afar. Nowadays, Luffy was standing right in front of him. Obviously looks like ordinary people. But it gives people a feeling of oppressive scalp numbness. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The one-eyed pirate knelt down and begged for mercy enduring the physical trauma. Boom. Pity. Luffy shows no mercy. If you happen to be here, Nami is in danger. Raise your leg and kick out with a tempest kick. Sharp cutting power. Cut the one-eyed pirate in front of you in two. The pirate group was wiped out by Luffy on the spot. The abducted residents around were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. They didn't recognize Luffy. But they also know that it was Luffy who saved them. Immediately, one by one kneeling on the ground. Thanks and thanks to Luffy. Then the residents fled and left this ominous place. Let's go, the situation is special now, we have to find other crew members. Luffy exhorted to Nami. Wait a minute. Nami said. Talking. I saw Nami coming to the side of the money that the robbers had just paid. Nami pocketed all these properties. In addition to his own money, Nami also took away other money seized by these pirates. See this scene? Luffy said, don't we already have 7 billion Baileys? Why are we still scribbling these small profits? Mosquitoes are still meat no matter how small they are, and according to your current food, if you can only get out but not in, 7 billion Baileys are not enough to spend. In addition to saving a little, these windfalls must not be left behind. You can pick up a little bit. Nami said plausibly. Luffy listened. It also makes sense. After finding Nami, Luffy also found Usopp, Chopper, Frankie and others. And brought them all back to the ship. Such a big thing happened on the island, we have to get out of here immediately. Usopp didn't expect that what happened on the island was actually caused by Luffy and Zoro. After all, he also knows the power of celestial dragons. We must get out of this Sabayati archipelago now. No, the outside is already surrounded by Marine's warships. I'm afraid Admiral from Marineford is on his way. Frankie also inquired about a lot of news along the way. Then what should we do? Can we just sit and wait? Nami asked worriedly. Everyone speaks to me. Talk on and on. At last, all eyes were on Luffy. Waiting for Luffy's decision. We're not going anywhere, everyone stays on Thousand Sunny first, I have to go out and do something. Luffy said thoughtfully. What are you going to do? Robin asked. Find someone. Luffy turned his head and said to the crowd. The largest auction house in the Sabayati archipelago. Luffy came to the interior of the auction house. Because of the huge changes outside, even this huge auction house is empty at the moment. I have to ask why Luffy came to this auction house. Without him. Find Rayleigh. Shuki said it before. Now Rayleigh is nothing more than two places. A coding factory, an auction house. Luffy chose the auction house. He walked through the long corridor and walked into the backstage of the auction house. Look around. It's a huge cage. Almost all the people in the cage came from different races from all over the world. There are bunny girls, cat girls, deer girls, and all kinds of slaves. Good. Because of such a big change in the periphery of the Sabayati archipelago, the staff behind the auction house didn't have time to put these prisoners away. Luffy walked from cage to cage. Inside the cage, the prisoners also raised helpless eyes. She looked at Luffy pitifully. There are scars all over their bodies, they have been whipped everywhere, and they were beaten so badly that they were barely tamed in the end. Luffy's eyes darkened. No trade, no harm. Such a thing. It is common all over the world. Well. Luffy sighed. If you meet them today, release them all. These cages are just ordinary steel. Luffy squeezed his wrist lightly. The steel was kneaded into a ball by him. The Catwoman and the rabbit girls in the cage saw Luffy's bizarre methods. Everyone covered their mouths in shock. Chapter 53. You are free. After Luffy freed them all, he let them go. The slaves didn't know how excited it was. They never imagined that after they were caught and became someone else's effort, they could escape this land of right and wrong. I thought, the rest of my life will be very gloomy. Now the willows are dark and the flowers are bright. Everyone is grateful to Luffy. Keep thanking Luffy. Then they left here one after another. After Luffy released all the prisoners in the cage. At last, there are only 2 cages left that have not been opened yet. Luffy's gaze. He looked towards the remaining cages. Inside a cage is a giant shackled in sea stone handcuffs. Another one. It was a man with grey hair, glasses, and a wine gourd hanging from his waist. Luffy didn't know this giant in chains. But the grey-haired old man in front of him. Luffy couldn't be more clear. Pluton Rayleigh. The right hand of One Piece. The silver of gold, silver, and copper. Really? He sold himself to this auction house. Little brother, good means. The grey-haired Rayleigh looked at Luffy with a smile on his lips. I can't afford your admiration, Mr. Rayleigh. Luffy said, standing outside the cage. Oh. Rayleigh paused. Unexpectedly Luffy recognized his identity at a glance. But soon, Rayleigh looked at Luffy and said, I heard that a celestial dragons died outside, did you do it? This is just Rayleigh's guesswork. After all, they have been locked in this cage all the time, and they just heard that the celestial dragons are dead. Although it is estimated that these supernovas did it. A dozen or so supernovae come together, and something has to happen. But come up and do it with the celestial dragons. This surprised Bailey too much. Rayleigh's words. Let the giant in shackles take a brief look at Luffy. This kid. How dare you do anything to celestial dragons? It's me. Luffy readily admitted. Rayleigh was just guessing before, but when Luffy admitted and showed a nonchalant look, he paused for a moment. Ha ha ha. Immediately after that, Rayleigh laughed out loud, and he continued, I never thought that you would be so courageous to attack celestial dragons. Why, Mr. Rayleigh, don't you want to do something to the celestial dragons? Luffy leaned on the cage and said. Rayleigh heard the words. He took a long look at Luffy. Good guy. It is worthy of being the character picked by the redhead Shanks. This works. No sloppy at all. And Luffy also spoke to Rayleigh's heart. He has lived in seclusion in the Sabayati archipelago, and he knows the celestial dragons that are often on the island best. For what these celestial dragons have done. Rayleigh really wanted to do what Luffy did today. Raise the knife and drop it, and get drunk. But considering that he has lived in seclusion, prevent Marine from retargeting. Thinking about it, this idea has always been buried in his heart. When did you go to the island? Rayleigh asked. Just today, I made a special trip to your tavern. Your bad old woman should take care of it. As soon as I went in, her eyes lit up, and she looked like she wanted to kill a fat sheep. No wonder the tavern has no business. If a horse stumbles once, who will stumble a second time in the same place? Luffy complains about Rayleigh's Tavern Road. Did you say Shucky? You didn't get slaughtered. No Shucky's character. If Luffy really went to the tavern, he probably would have a terrible meal. Rayleigh is a little worried. Coincidentally, I was really slaughtered. As the master behind the tavern, you have something to do with red hair, and I have something to do with red hair. You say you have to compensate me, give it to me casually. 108 million flowers will do. Luffy rubbed his hands together. I have no money. Rayleigh thought for a long time before saying these 3 words. If you have money, why would he sell himself? No way, you opened a tavern, and a coating factory, and occasionally sold yourself out, and you have no money? You are Roger's deputy, Pluton Rayleigh. You don't have any private money. Luffy couldn't believe it. I really don't have any money. If Shucky really beats you up and returns to the tavern, how about I ask her to return the money to you? Rayleigh said. Forget it, you and your wife have a good face and a bad face, and you are working together as a traitor. You may sell me someday, and I am still counting the money for you. Luffy waved his hand, and he continued, besides, I snatched 7 billion from Marine, so I don't need money for the time being. Embarrassed? Count money? Rayleigh was at a loss for words. At last, Luffy opened Rayleigh's and the giant's cages as well. Actually open these steel cages. There is no need for Luffy to come forward. Finding Rayleigh, though, is a nice bonus. Come outside. Looking at the chaotic streets, Rayleigh frowned slightly. Is Admiral here? It's already on the road. It's less than half a day's journey from Marineford to Sabayati Archipelago. Now Sabayati Archipelago has been surrounded by Marines, and many pirates have fallen into the circle of Marines. Luffy explained. It seems that you came to me with more than just a few words, you came prepared. Rayleigh smiled oddly at Luffy. Of course, Marine Admiral is coming, and I would like to ask Mr. Rayleigh to help me. Luffy said bluntly. Why? With Pluton Rayleigh, Roger's deputy in the Pirate King back then, I have confidence in my heart, and secondly, it can make Marine a lot of fear. Actually, Luffy herself wasn't worried about anything. There are green bulls, there is a smile, and other people whose strength has risen are all there. Marine's strength, Luffy really doesn't like it. But the problem is, there are also Nami, Robin, and Usopp whose strength has not been able to keep up for the time being. Anyway, you have to protect their safety first. Provided Rayleigh is willing to help. That's one more guarantee. Rayleigh opened the wine gourd at his waist, and the aroma of the wine overflowed. He took a sip and said, You are an interesting kid, well, I will accompany you on this journey. Here Rayleigh agree. Luffy's eyes lit up. Admiral? Come on. Chapter 54. With Rayleigh. Come on Thousand Sunny. When people like Zoro and Usopp learned that Rayleigh was actually Roger's deputy in the legendary One Piece, everyone on the ship was shocked. Unexpectedly, Luffy went out for a trip and brought back his deputy, Rayleigh. With so many masters, we are still afraid of a ball with this group of Marines. Usopp grew bolder. Yeah. Chopper also booed. When everyone is ready to go. Around Thousand Sunny, several other pirate ships suddenly appeared. The appearance of these ships immediately aroused the vigilance of Usopp, Chopper and others. Look around. Kid, Trafalgar Law, Hawkins, Urge, Jewelry Bonnie, and other 9 supernovas all rushed over. Why are all these supernovas here? Nami said with a serious face. Is it an enemy or an ally? Zoro had already reached for his knife with one hand. If it's fighting, I like it the most. Sanji walked to Zoro's side and lit a pipe for himself by the way. You're the Straw Hat, right? At this time, on the leading ship, Kid, who is currently being offered a bounty of 315 million berries by Marine, had a cold smile on his lips, and he looked at Luffy calmly and said. Being rewarded with a reward of 1.2 billion, we were thrown away by a large part in the supernova. I thought he was a vicious and evil person. When I saw him today, I don't think he has any superpowers. Hawkins, with his blonde hair flying, gazed at Luffy calmly. Ah! Trafalgar Law just glanced at Luffy lightly, and let out a sneer. What kind of wind is blowing over so many supernovae today? Luffy came to Thousand Sunny's bow, and he looked at the many ships in front of him without any surprise. 7 or 8 ships. Luffy and others have been surrounded. Unknown. I thought these supernovas were about to break out in civil strife. Don't get me wrong, we're not here to fight today. Jewelry Bonnie stood up, she kept looking at Thousand Sunny, and finally her eyes fell on Luffy. Didn't you come to fight? Luffy was as quiet as a chilling cicada, without any shock. That's right, Straw Hat Boy, your bounty is the highest among our supernovas. Now that Marine is forcing you, let's form an alliance. Kid stretched out his hand and invited Luffy. Alliance. Luffy rubbed his chin. Straw Hat Boy, don't forget, the current situation in Sabayati Archipelago is all because of you. Celestial dragons dare to kill, you are really brave. The strange monk Urge said calmly. Speaking of which, you have become a thorn in the side of many people now. If you don't want to sink in this Sabayati Archipelago, I advise you to listen to me. Let's all supernova form an alliance. This time the Marine dispatch is very likely it is an existence of the Admiral level, and we cannot defeat it alone. Hawkins followed up Urge's words. Actually, at present, all supernovas are hugging each other tightly, which is the most sensible choice. Although Luffy kills the celestial dragons, Marine explodes in rage. Not only was he being targeted by Marine, but he was also being targeted by other Marines in the same industry. Marine Admiral. This is not as simple as a short title. Slightly defeated. The pirates throughout the Sabayati Archipelago will be shuffled. Admiral. That is the top strength from Marine. The pirates learned of Admiral's presence. How could one not hate Luffy? Actually, among these supernovas, there are many who can't understand the existence of Luffy. Many people looked cold towards him. One beheads the celestial dragons, attracting the Marine Admiral and putting them in danger. Second, I can't understand him offering such a high reward, the gap is so big, how can this make other supernovas feel embarrassed? From a certain level, Luffy's high reward really shocked the world. But more, it is the envy and jealousy of all of them who are also supernovas. But the enemy is coming. Knowing that they are invincible, they want to reach the new world smoothly. Must be united. Then, Kid, Trafalgar Law, Hawkins, and more round up other supernovas. Finally with everyone, let's invite Luffy. What if I don't ally? Luffy looked at the many supernovas in front of him with a smile. Alliance? Sorry, do I need an alliance? Stinky boy, I advise you, don't toast or eat fine wine. Jewelry Bonnie had a bad temper, pointed at Luffy and said angrily. Then I want to see how you made me drink as a penalty. Luffy turned his head and looked at the handsome Bonnie in front of him, who was not inferior to Nami in beauty. You. Bonnie was angry when he heard this. You really don't want to form an alliance with us? If Marine kills you at that time, don't expect us to save you. Hawkins sneered. I should be the one to ask you this question. I hope you don't become frightened by then. The assembled allied forces were defeated by Marine and dispersed. Luffy looked down on everything. What an arrogant guy, since my debut, I have never been humiliated like this. The strange monk Urage was also secretly angry. That is, if it weren't for the fact that you might become a great help against Marine, I would kill you now. Big said indignantly. Don't be too arrogant, do you really think that being offered a reward of 1.2 billion by Marine makes you a character? Apu clenched his fists tightly. That's right, I really think of myself as the number one person, you guys are halfway to me and talking. Luffy spread his hands and said calmly. Damn it, let me kill you. Between haste. The strange monk Urage, Dianyan Apu, Big, Drake and others jumped into a rage, blowing their beards and staring. They all attacked Luffy in unison. And just when they were about to move towards Luffy. Boom! The dawn in the distance shocked all the supernovas. The violent explosion shook the sky, shattered the air, and the raging fire burned above the sea. Kid, Trafalgar Law, Hawkins, Jewelry Bonnie, etc. all looked towards the sea together. Then they were shocked. Only 20 warships were seen. Heading straight for them all supernova. Coming. They were Marine from Marine Ford. The two admirals lead tens of thousands of Marine troops. The overwhelming and suffocating pressure hangs over the shoulders of everyone present. They drove towards the direction of the supernova mightily. I didn't expect that all of you supernovas gathered together. People arrive before they arrive. A rough voice came from far to near. On 20 warships. Akainu is dressed in a red robe with a rose on his chest. Dressed in Marine Admiral's robes, fluttering in the wind. His face was filled with a murderous look, and he stared fiercely at all the supernovas in front of him. It's just right, so I don't need to go find you in person and solve it together. Akainu looked indifferently at the supernova road in front of him. Chapter 55. After seeing the man standing on top of 20 warships. On the supernova side, Big, Bonnie, Arpu and a series of supernovas suddenly had their pupils constricted. Immediately afterwards, an unprecedented solemnity appeared. Akainu. Currently one of the 3 admirals in Marine, currently the strongest combat force in Marine. His strength is said to be infinitely close to that of the 4 emperors of New World. Even if people like 4 emperors Kaido and 4 emperors Whitebeard encountered Akainu, they had to be cautious. Compared to the other 2 admirals, Akainu has always been known for killing decisively. I don't know how many pirates died in his hands. It's cruel, it's decisive, it's ruthless. All are rare in the world. Wherever he went, whenever he heard his name, the pirates were all intimidated by the news. Countless pirates died at his hands. And he was captured by the Guanyu pirate harvester. As usual. Ordinary pirates basically cannot escape the torture of prison after being caught. But in Akainu's hands. Until now. No one has ever been jailed. What does this mean? Those pirates all died in his hands. When some pirates learned that Akainu came to arrest him, everyone was scared to death on the spot. This is the oppressive force from Marine Admiral and Marine's top combat power Akainu. See Akainu coming. Everyone is afraid. But after all, it is a supernova, after all, it is an extremely evil generation. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. That's what they said. Akainu is indeed scary, but if there is no mountain like Akainu in front of them. Isn't this sea a lot of fun? Admiral Akainu actually came in person. It seems that the Celestial Dragon's incident really made Marine angry. That's right, St. Charles Rose, who died without complaint, actually gave us a chance to face the legendary Admiral Akainu. What is Admiral Akainu capable of? Let me meet him. The supernovas put away the awe in their hearts, showing a rare calmness on their faces. Luffy is beside. In any case, don't be timid. It is they who are talking about swollen faces to pretend to be fat. Straw Hat Boy, whether you agree with our current alliance or not, at least we have become grasshoppers on a rope. Jewelry Bonnie pointed at Luffy. Luffy didn't refute this. They really became grasshoppers on a rope. His gaze. Look at the red 270 dog on the warship. I thought it was Kizaru coming. Unexpectedly, it was the decisive Akainu. Fire! The flying squirrel vice admiral came out, and the artillery fire on the 20 warships had all locked on the supernova in front of them. He waved his hand. Gave the order. Bang bang bang! The moment he gave the order, violent artillery burst out from the warship, throwing towards Luffy's Thousand Sunny. Small tricks. Facing the artillery fire from Marine, Kid turned himself into Magneto without saying a word. Absorb the surrounding metal and condense into a big hand. With a slap, the cannonball flew out. At the same time, Trafalgar Law is also opening its own OPOP fruit. Almost all shells were diverted. Other supernovas are also flexing their muscles. They used their abilities one after another. Disintegrate this batch of artillery fire. The gunfire of 20 warships. It can't hurt their supernova in the slightest. Straw Hat Boy, don't look down on people too much. You must know that there are mountains beyond mountains, and there are people beyond people. We people are not much worse than you. Bonnie pointed at Luffy domineeringly. The other supernovas also stood behind Bonnie. Although it is a grasshopper on a rope now, Luffy's refusal to join before, and his wild words after adding, obviously made them unhappy. This happened to be by Marine. In order to show their own strength. Let Luffy take a good look at it. These supernovas are not rewarded with a reward of over 100 million by Marine for no reason. That is, if you are too ignorant, you will suffer a lot. Hawkins was also full of sarcasm towards Luffy. Make an alliance with us, or we will leave you as a supernova when the time comes. Kid also has a lot of confidence in his heart because of this big display of skills. Even this time he was in a condescending way. Send an invitation to Luffy from above. Ah! Trafalgar Law still just sneered. He wanted to see it. Straw Hat Luffy, what's next with this mess? Hearing the harsh words of the crowd, Luffy sat helplessly under the mast, and he sighed, didn't it just block a few marine shells? This tail is up to the sky. Pfft! Perona snickered behind Luffy. Since the last time Luffy reconciled with her, he didn't restrain her anymore. Let her walk around on the boat at will. Even arranged accommodation and meals for her. Such a big change happened this time. Naturally, Perona couldn't stay in the room either. I didn't expect to see other supernovas making things difficult for Luffy just after they came out. Humph, strange. Hearing Luffy's words, I thought he was convinced by the means of himself and others. Now, a confidence that comes from the inside out comes to everyone in other supernovas. Luffy acknowledged their strength in disguise. Many people are very happy and happy. Keep firing. Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel, saw that the group of supernovas had blocked so much fire coverage, so he just glanced at it plainly, and then directed the other soldiers to continue firing. The supernovas are strong now. No matter how the artillery fire covers them, they can't hurt them at all. Oh hey, is it such a waste of firepower? It seems that it can't hurt those supernova things. Kizaru walked to the side of the flying squirrel vice admiral, and he said to the flying squirrel vice admiral in a lazy tone. Kizaru Admiral. Treating Admiral, the flying squirrel vice admiral is admiration from the bottom of my heart. Kizaru looked away from vice admiral, the flying squirrel, and landed on Akainu, Sakazuki. Although the higher UPS asked us to destroy the supernova this time, basically the goal is to lock on Luffy, so let me go and meet these supernova, you go deal with the Straw Hat crew. A reward of 1.2 billion can be offered by Marine. Destroy the N-Ice lobby, capture the Golden Lion. Luffy is clearly a tough character. By contrast, other supernovas are slightly less than that. Kizaru, who has always been lazy, unceremoniously chose the soft persimmon, and threw the hard bone to Yin. Go ahead. Akainu just said indifferently, Straw Hat Kid? Humph, I hope you don't let me down. Boom. Just at this moment, a shell flew in the direction of the supernova. Kizaru leaps forward. He actually stepped on the cannonball and flew over. Old man, wait for me. At the moment of Kizaru's action, Senmomaru, as the captain of the science division of the Marine headquarters and Vegapunk's bodyguard, rode 5 pacifist planes and followed Kizaru's path. Supernova here. Just when everyone is fighting these shells with all their strength, a figure covered the sky and attracted the attention of many supernovas. It was Kizaru who came. Kizaru came to Thousand Sunny's boat. Many supernovas now are all on the factory in Thousand Sunny. After Kizaru descended, Senmomaru and 5 pacifist planes also landed one after another, followed by Kizaru. When Kid and Trafalgar Law saw Kizaru, one of Marine's 3 admirals, actually coming in person, everyone's face suddenly darkened. They had only met Admiral Akainu before. Unexpectedly, Kizaru was also there. Damn! This time Marine actually dispatched 2 admirals. 2 admirals, plus the Marines on the 20 warships. The supernovas who had just calmed down. At this moment, they also started to get restless. Restless. Even my heart was ups and downs, and I became a little impatient. An admiral, I am afraid that they will not be opponents if they go all out. Now there are 2 more. How can this be done? Marine. Really value them. Compared to the panic of Kid, Hawkins, Bonnie, and others. Luffy sat under the mast, watching Kizaru silently. In the end the old guy still came. Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akainu. These are really 2 big mountains. Before, I only knew that celestial dragons were very important, but Luffy really couldn't estimate how important they were. Now, the answer is already there. Supernovas are scary though. But he quickly stabilized his mind. If the mentality explodes now, then they might all have to stay here today. Impel Down became their destination. This is an uphill battle. They are very clear. Must get past it. Just a moment. The supernovas are fighting high. More importantly, the force has already been pretended. Luffy must not let them underestimate them. To know. They are also pirates who have been offered a reward of over 100 million by Marine. Marine Admiral, are you finally going to do it? Are you Marine Admiral Kizaru? I've wanted to compete with you for a long time. Let me see what you can do as a Marine Admiral. Kid, Trafalgar Law, Hawkins suppressed the anxiety in his heart. Marine's top combat power? I'd like to see how you stop us from leaving the Sabayati archipelago. Hehe, Admiral Kizaru, I will be your opponent. Either you die, or I die. Beeg, Apu, Urage and others faced Kizaru Wendeo. Oh hey, you supernovas are really scary. You came up to catch me. I obviously didn't do anything. I deserve to be a pirate with a reward of over 100 million. You speak so confidently. Kizaru said he was terrified, but his wretched face was indifferent. Put your hands in your pockets, the wind is light and the clouds are calm. Humph, why do you need my old man to deal with you? I alone is enough. Facing the ridicule of so many supernovas, Jean took the lead and shouted. Say it. He rushed towards many supernovas. I will be your opponent. Kid said towards Jean Doan. If it was Kizaru, he might. A little afraid. It can be just a war peach pill. Kid really didn't pay attention to it. The fists of both sides collided immediately, and the terrifying impact force spread out to the surroundings. A moment in combat. Kid's complexion changed drastically. Originally thought that Jean Doan was just a small character, but unexpectedly the strength of the opponent was superior to his own. When he moved his hands, he was almost invincible. Jean Doan also had a solemn expression. What evil era, what supernova, in his opinion, are nothing but bricks and mortar, nothing to worry about. But when it comes to competition, the kid in front of him really shouldn't be underestimated. The two fought, and they were evenly matched. The sky was dark and the ground was dark, and it was in full swing. Kid, let me help you. The strange monk Urage stepped forward and hurried to help Kid. Their current archenemy is Kizaru. Anyway, you must not waste time on Jean Doan. Two people? Come together. Even in the face of two supernovas, Senmaru is not afraid. The big axe in his hand opened and closed, and the two supernovas were forced to retreat when they fought. Oh? This Jean Doan is a bit capable. Luffy said calmly. But he is calm, but Kid is different from Urage. Kid. A supernova with a bounty of 300 million Baileys. Urage. A supernova with a bounty of 100 million Baileys. He boasted in front of Luffy before, but now he can't take down one of Kizaru's followers. The two sensed that Luffy was looking at them vaguely. The two of them blushed suddenly and their necks were thick. The strength in the hand has increased again. I'll help you too. I'm coming too. Apu and Kira join in as well. 4 against 1. Even if Jean Doan has 3 heads and 6 arms, he is not the opponent of so many supernovas. Let you see my whole cards. Jean Doan was forced to retreat and had no choice but to retreat. Then, he went straight to the pacifists. Pacifist. This is a human weapon made in the appearance of a bear, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Just 4 words of weapons in the world are enough to see the weight of pacifists. During the Sabayati archipelago, or during the Summit War, the pacifists have made great military exploits. As soon as they move, whether it is speed, strength, or defense, all of them are better than supernova by a large margin. It walks like the wind, and its mouth can even emit a destructive death light. Say it bluntly. With the fighting power of the pacifists now, without the combination of 3 or 4 supernovae, there is no way to break it. It was Jean Doan's trump card. Chapter 56. Isn't it just a bunch of broken mechs? Never met a pacifist, nor learned what a pacifist is capable of. The strange monks Urage, Beeg, Kira and others sneered. Then the 3 joined forces and attacked the pacifists. Unexpectedly, the pacifist disappeared in the same place in an instant. Punch and kick. The speed is galloping. Urage, Beeg, and Kira flew upside down. Dropped a piece of shit on Thousand Sunny. What? Seeing the 3 supernovas, they were defeated by the pacifists in an instant. Don't talk about other supernovas, such as Bonnie, Kid, and others. Even Zoro and Sanji were surprised. How powerful is this armor? Bonnie, Kid, and others also rushed up. Do not forget. There are 5 pacifists at the scene. In one-on-one heads-up situations, Supernova is not at all a pacifist opponent for the 5 planes. Everyone was beaten so hard that they couldn't lift their heads. Even Kid, who was offered a reward of 300 million, was no exception. One by one fell to the ground. Those who vomit blood, and those who hold their abdomen. Everyone was seriously injured. The reason why pacifists are called weapons on Earth. Precisely because they are emotionless. Facing the defeated Kid, Trafalgar Law, Hawkins, these seriously injured supernovas. All they can do is kill them all. The 5 pacifists opened their mouths wide open. Open your mouth to the 7 or 8 supernovas that fell to the ground. The destructive death light in his mouth is accumulating power. Looking at the pacifists, Bonnie, Kid, and others were ashamed. The smug expression of fighting against Marine Admiral, who clamored to unite against Marine before, was gone. Even when Luffy refused their invitation, he taunted that he would never support them until they were at the end of their rope. Now it seems. It's really funny. Kizaru didn't make a move yet. Just his men. Gendarmerie and several pacifists. Killed all of them. After cleaning up, the 5 bodies threw themselves to the ground. All of a sudden. Shame on Kid, Trafalgar Law, Bonnie, Uraj. Everyone closed their eyes. Prepare to wait for death to come. But just when the pacifists are about to emit the last wave of light to completely annihilate the supernovas. Boom! The unexpected happened. But the 5 pacifist planes in front of them exploded one after another. The wreckage of the explosion burst out. A total of 5 human weapons. It was destroyed in a blink of an eye. What? Seeing the 5 pacifist planes being dismantled in front of him, Gendarmerie's eyes widened, looking at everything in front of him in disbelief. Who did it? It's not just Zantaowen. Supernovas like Bonnie and Kid, who originally thought they were doomed, slowly opened their eyes. When they saw the 5 pacifists who had cornered them before. Now it exploded on the spot. They all opened their mouths in shock, looking at everything in front of them in disbelief. Behind the 5 pacifists. The place where the smoke and dust billowed in the air. Luffy was standing there quietly. If the 5 pacifist planes were not dismantled by him, who else would be? He glanced at Jean-Doan, and then landed on these startled supernovas. Is this the strength of a supernova? Even a few pacifists can't deal with the supernova. Vr. Bonnie was suddenly furious. But soon she calmed down again. Although angry. But this is an indisputable fact. A group of them can't beat 5 pacifists. In contrast to Luffy. All 5 pacifists were destroyed in an instant. It is clear at a glance which one is strong and which is weak. Coupled with the previous showing off in front of Luffy. Crying out not to join them, once the situation is exhausted, I will never help. In the end it was Luffy who saved himself. The shame and indignation in their hearts became more intense. Bonnie looked down. Kid lowered his head. Trafalgar Law, Drake, APU, and others all lowered their heads. The head of the supernova. Marine offered a reward of 1.2 billion. This is not opportunism at all, it is proved by others with their strength. Thanks to myself, I was still arrogant in front of others. This is simply dancing a sword in front of Guangong. This moment. Many supernovas are finally convinced by Luffy. Other people who had disliked him before also chose to shut up. If not Luffy. I'm afraid everyone at the scene will die here. Thank you. Although Kid was extremely reluctant to say it out loud, he still lowered his head proudly and thanked Luffy. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to rescue you. Once the 5 pacifist planes shine, Thousand Sunny will inevitably suffer damage. Luffy is not saving them, but feeling sorry for his own ship. These guys. Very good. He actually regards his Thousand Sunny as a battle scene. Looking at the potholes in front of me because of the battle between supernovas and pacifists. Luffy's heart is bleeding. Damn it, you actually directly destroyed 5 of my pacifist planes, take your life. Jean-Doan saw that Luffy destroyed so many frames in one go. He was instantly furious. It doesn't matter how strong Luffy's tactics are or how high the reward is. Take a leap. He jumped up and threw the axe at Luffy. Clang. Facing the ferocious Jean Momomaru. Armament Haki is covered on the arm. Luffy just raised his hand and grabbed his axe. Then. Rubber pistol. Punch in the past. Jean-Doan flew upside down and hit the fence hard. People turned on their backs and passed out on the spot. This. Kid, Bonnie, Trafalgar Law, and others showed astonishment. Notice. If it is about fighting alone, Jean-Doan's strength is even higher than their supernova. It was all 4 against 1 before. Only then did Jean-Doan be suppressed. Nowadays. In front of Luffy, he couldn't make a single move. The supernovas took another breath. Everyone was convinced. The five body cast of admiration. At last, Luffy's eyes fell on the last enemy above Thousand Sunny. That is, not far away, Kizaru, who is indifferent to the defeat of the five pacifists and Senmomaru. Kizaru, one of the three admirals in Marine. The existence named after Akainu. Sparkling fruit ability user. Just relying on this devil fruit, he has a speed comparable to that of light. Oh hey, is this the Straw Hat Luffy? The strength is really extraordinary. Kizaru flinched at Luffy with his wretched face. Where is it? How can I be able to get the admiration of the three admirals? Luffy turned a blind eye to Kizaru's weakness. It's worthy of being rewarded by Marine with a reward of 1.2 billion. This strength is different from other supernovas. Oh hey, it's really scary. Kizaru glanced lightly at the other supernovas. Luffy just taunted them. Now Kizaru came to taunt him. It's their words. And let yourself have nothing to say. The supernovas feel extremely wronged now. It really confirmed that sentence. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. I knew it earlier. Not so arrogant. Stop slapping your face and pretending to be fat. It can't be compared to Marine Admiral Kizaru. My nephew has been beaten like this and still stands beside him indifferently. I admire this determination. As for me, I know that I am not your opponent, Admiral. If Admiral is willing to let me live, I will definitely repay your old man 1,000 times and 100 times in the future. Luffy said with admiration. Kizaru also wants to show weakness first as always, and then give this group of supernovas who don't know their heights and heights a head-on blow. In order to achieve a supernova situation. But now it seems. Luffy was even more vulnerable than him. He even threw out words like letting him live. I won't talk nonsense with you anymore, Luffy, my target is not you, your opponent is someone else. Kizaru's target is another supernova. As for Luffy, naturally, I leave it to Akainu to solve it. Unfortunately, your opponent is not me, but mine is you. Do you think you can commit murder on my Thousand Sunny? Luffy looked at Kizaru and said. Your tone is not small, have you been kicked by light? Kizaru pondered for a while, and said the iconic words. I haven't been kicked, but I want to try. Luffy said calmly. As soon as this word came out, Kizaru, who was originally displeased, also became serious. He looked at the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates at the scene. Immediately afterwards, his eyes were locked on Rayleigh, who was smiling faintly at him with grey hair and reading glasses. Smile, these two people, Green Bull. Kizaru didn't know them at all. But Rayleigh is different. One Piece's deputy, Roger's heavyweight cotter. He is actually here. Seeing Rayleigh, Kizaru suddenly realized. No wonder Luffy is so confident. It turns out that there is such a big backer here. I heard that the Straw Hat Pirates just landed on the island not long ago. Actually invited Rayleigh out of the mountain. Have to say, Kizaru still admires it. But unfortunately, if I came here alone today, I'm afraid I won't be able to take down these supernovas. Except him. And Akainu. So what if you get an extra Rayleigh? You think, with Rayleigh behind you, you can do whatever you want? Kizaru said nonchalantly. Is not it? Luffy said. Oh hey, it looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Kizaru's eyes gradually turned cold. Shua. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound in the air. Light speed kick. Kizaru disappeared instantly, and then he came behind Luffy. Lifting his leg, he swept towards Luffy with one blow. Face Kizaru's attack. Luffy just said 3 words lightly. God's vision. God is delusional. It's the delusional vision I got from the Golden Lion a while ago. A bug skill that can perfectly replicate the enemy's abilities. And even the ability of Devil Fruit can be copied completely. Luffy's eyes flashed red, and then a rice-shaped pattern appeared in his eyes. 0. Face Kizaru's light speed kick. Side of his head. Then flashed past. See Luffy avoid. Kizaru didn't change his face, your speed is quite. He didn't finish his sentence. Then the pupils constricted. Luffy in front of him actually raised his leg, and made a light speed kicking motion. Then, Luffy said slowly, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Boom. Luffy's speed has reached the same level as that of Kizaru before. This foot goes down. Kizaru is hard to guard against. Elementalization didn't even have time to turn on. The whole face was dented by the kick. He is like a kite with a broken string. He was kicked back to the direction of the warship. It smashed hard on the deck of the warship. Kizaru, one of Marine's 3 admirals, is in a terrible mess. He has a shoe print on his face. Admiral. On the warship. Seeing that Kizaru was actually kicked back. Suddenly some soldiers swarmed to Kizaru's side and shouted. Light speed kick. After getting up from the ground in disgrace. Kizaru was startled at this second, his eyes fixed on Luffy's direction. That's right. Whether it's speed, strength, or sparkling fruit. That was his own light speed kick. The Straw Hat Kid. How did you manage to use your own abilities on him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kizaru had a face full of disbelief. Same. Akainu was also moved. What moved him was not that Luffy kicked at the speed of light, but that Kizaru flew backwards in such a mess. Although he is usually lazy. But she is also a real marine admiral. Sparkling fruit is nicknamed the fastest devil fruit. Kizaru has developed sparkling fruit to the point of perfection. Nowadays, Kizaru with sparkling fruit is so embarrassed. This Straw Hat boy is really not simple. Thousand Sunny on. It is also quiet here at the moment. Nami, Robin, and others covered their mouths, and Sanji Zoro also stared wide-eyed. Even Rayleigh, Yuxiao, Green Bull, and others paused for a moment. And the supernovas. When I saw Kizaru was beaten upside down and flew out. I was so shocked that my jaw dropped to the ground. Just as Akainu thought. Kizaru. Marine 3 Admiral. Hit him. It's literally standing on Marine's head. Happily. Luffy really did it. Good guy. Is this the strength of being offered a bounty of 1.2 billion? To say before. Everyone just admires Luffy. Nowadays. They don't even have the guts to fight Luffy. Such a mountain stands in front of us. Admiral is no match for him. How can I fight against him with these caterpillars? Chapter 57. Thousand Sunny on. Everyone admired Luffy's methods. Those who are subdued cannot be subdued, and those who are humble cannot be humbled. But, compared with others, Yuxiao, Green Bull, and Rayleigh are different. They judge the situation. I saw it clearly just now. Used by Luffy. Not the rubber fruit ability. On the contrary. He's using one of Kizaru's sparkling fruit abilities, light speed kick. And adding Luffy's very meaningful words. Kizaru, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? For a while. The 3 looked at Luffy in shock. Sight. How did he manage to use Kizaru's fruit to give him a counterattack? Both Yuxiao and Rayleigh were surprised by Luffy's methods. The Green Bull even stood up from where he was. When fighting with Luffy before, I haven't seen Luffy use this trick. Confront Admiral Kizaru. If let him play. Although he can't defeat Kizaru quickly, he can fight Kizaru on par in a short period of time. But it is absolutely impossible to kick Admiral back with one move like Luffy. The Green Bull was horrified. He remembered the last time he had a fight with Luffy when he invited him on the boat. With such a strong strength, why didn't Luffy use it last time? Could it be that Luffy gave way to her on purpose before? Recent. After joining the Straw Hat Pirates, he also learned a lot about Luffy's abilities. For example, the fourth gear he has never used in front of himself, and those amazing abilities, and the ability that Xiao Xiao once mentioned to jump alive in his gravity circle, and today the ability to copy Kizaru Devil Fruit. Gosh! How much power did he have that he didn't show? Yes. 410 he must not have used all his strength. With so much ability at your fingertips. If a duel is in progress, I'm afraid I'll lose. It's me. Green Bull never expected that Luffy was actually taking care of his own face at that time. Think back to the beginning. Because Luffy didn't beat him, the Green Bull was not less complacent, and often talked about it. Now it seems. Even the Green Bull is always blushing. Certainly. The Green Bull didn't expect that this was the ability Luffy acquired later. If you really compete with the Green Bull at that time, the loser must be Luffy. No matter how strong Luffy is, he didn't have the strength of Marine Admiral when he invited Green Bull to board the boat. Closer to home. Kicked away by Luffy, and sent a sentence: have you been kicked by the speed of light? Even the nonchalant Kizaru. At this moment, they are all resentful and impermanent. His face was cold. Clenched fists. But even in anger, Kizaru was Kizaru after all, calmed down quickly. It was too fast in the blink of an eye just now. So much so that he didn't even see clearly what ability Luffy was using. Back on Thousand Sunny, Kizaru stared at Luffy and said, "What ability did you use just now?" "Oh hey, what ability am I using? As a Marine Admiral, can't you see it?" Luffy said in Kizaru's tone. "Don't be so arrogant." Kizaru also didn't care about what other supernovas left for him, and Luffy left for Akainu. He quickly jumped up from the spot. With hands crossed in front of his chest, Marine's robes behind him fluttered in the wind. 8-foot Kyanguyu. 8 feet Kyanguyu. One of the strongest skills of sparkling fruit. Same with Meteor Volcano from Lava Fruit. They are all large-scale killing skills, with powerful combat power to destroy the enemy. SHHHHHHHHHH. The light that filled the sky hit Thousand Sunny above. Facing the bursting light of so many sparkling fruits, Luffy had to be serious. If he had to hide, the 8-foot Kyanguyu would not even be able to touch him. But don't forget. At Luffy's feet. But Thousand Sunny. Even if Thousand Sunny is hard, he can't stop the bombardment of Baka Kyanguyu. Once hit, the consequences could be disastrous. I'll stop him. At this time, Yuxiao stood up, his eyes closed tightly, and he just slowly pulled out his saber, Wan Dun. An invisible barrier. Blocked right in front of Thousand Sunny. No matter how fiercely Baka Kyanguyu bombed, it couldn't hurt Thousand Sunny at all. Thousand Sunny is all right. But the surrounding supernova ships were pierced through. Broken, rotten. Even Bonnie, Hawkins, and their ships were dismantled on the spot and sank towards the bottom of the sea. See this scene. Bonnie, Hawkins, and the rest of the supernovas are all green. Is this a blunder? Of course not. As early as when these guys approached, they were constantly aggressive and forced them to form an alliance. A smile is not so easy to talk about. He was already unhappy in his heart. At the moment, he is secretly supporting Luffy. Brothers. Luffy gives a thumbs up. Immediately afterwards, Luffy jumped to his feet. The vacant vision in his eyes did not go away. At this time, Luffy crossed his hands like Kizaru did. This. After seeing Luffy shake forward with the same movement as himself again, Kizaru finally saw this scene clearly. It was the same action again. Same as light speed kick before. Maybe he also. 8-foot Kyanguyu. Luffy spat out 5 words. But his target is not the Kizaru in front of him, but 20 marine warships in the distance. 8 feet Kyanguyu. Weapons of mass destruction. Maybe not against Kizaru, but against Yusu's neatly lined 20 warships. More than enough. Shhhhhhh. Countless balls of light shot out from Luffy's hands, bombarding the direction of 20 warships. Sure enough, it confirmed Kizaru's idea. Luffy is really capable of duplicating himself. Isn't he rubber fruit? Why would he use my sparkling fruit? Kizaru's face couldn't calm down at all. At the same time, Marine here. When I saw the 8-foot Kyanguyu smashing towards me, many people have changed their faces. Kizaru Admiral he. Why are you doing it to us? Meteor volcano. Facing the 8-foot Kyanguyu, Akainu intercepted without saying a word. Use the meteor volcano, which is also a large area of effectability. Meteor volcano and Bakakayanguya fight together. Although Akainu used it very delicately. But there are still many 8-foot Kyanguya who slipped through the net. Hit the warship. Many unlucky ones died on the spot. Akainu's face was also livid. Kizaru's 8-foot Kyanguya was released towards their warship. Suddenly, with his eyes, he noticed the young man standing not far above the sky. Who else would it be if it wasn't Luffy? 8 feet Kyanguyu. How was it released from his grasp? How is this going? Kizaru this way. When he realized that Luffy was able to copy his abilities, he was already shocked in his heart. So much so that he was in a turmoil. Laser. 8-foot mirror. Destroy the death light. All kinds of abilities were displayed by Huang Yuan. Use God's false vision. Not only did Luffy copy it all down, he even returned all these abilities to Kizaru. Kizaru is hard to guard against. Under the attack of laser, 8-foot mirror, etc., I was injured by my own ability instead. Kizaru looked serious. Can he also copy these abilities? What kind of abilities does he have? Amazon Cloud Sword. At last, an angry Kizaru took out the Amakongan sword, and slashed towards Luffy with a sword. Facing Kizaru's counterattack. But Luffy grabbed Kizaru's Amakongan sword with his bare hands. Luffy now, already immune to all devil fruit abilities, including Amazon Cloud Sword. With a little force in his hand, the Tiankanjiun sword was directly crushed by Luffy. Kizaru's previous bliss is gone now. He looked at Luffy in horror. It's almost like fighting your own mirror image. And this mirror image, in addition to the ability to use sparkling fruit, you can also use Luffy's own ability. Luffy now. Rubber fruit has already reached the top level. On development. Not weaker than Kizaru's sparkling fruit at all. After turning on the second gear. Cooperate with Marine 6 styles, as well as the gains brought by God's vision. Kizaru was beaten back and forth. Luffy puts Admiral Kizaru down. Kizaru was beaten to pieces. He was punched several times in a row by Luffy in the face. He wants to use elementalization to avoid Luffy's attack. Luffy simply used the top Armament Haki. With the blessing of top Armament Haki, Luffy's fighting power straight up to the top. Luffy went all out. Kizaru is no match either. Not for a while. Kizaru could no longer resist. He knows. I was careless. Luffy was actually able to duplicate his abilities. What the hell is this devil fruit? Isn't Straw Hat Luffy a rubber fruit ability user? Besides rubber fruit, he has other devil fruit. Could it be he has 2 kinds of devil fruit? Is it an unprecedented variety of demon fruit power? Only with more devil fruit abilities can we end everything in front of us. No. Absolutely impossible. Kizaru has never seen such a battle. He, who has always been cautious, was severely injured by Luffy at this moment. Glanced at the marine warship. Gotta get out of here now. Kizaru ran back in the direction of Marine in desperation. Want to go, have you asked me? Luffy flies by. Muron came right in front of Kizaru, blocking his thoughts of retreating. I have to say, you are very strong, I underestimated you, but don't get carried away. When did Kizaru suffer such humiliation? He stared at Luffy through gritted teeth. You better take care of yourself first. Luffy. The shot was very decisive. Kizaru was beaten and retreated. Finally, Luffy pierced Kizaru's shoulder with a laser. Blood sprayed all over the place, splashing on the spot. Kizaru is completely powerless. Go to hell. Facing these admirals who made him and others their enemies, Luffy showed no mercy. Seeing that Kizaru is about to lose. When it is about to collapse. The warship here. Akainu can't sit still. A supernova can't deal with it, although they lose face to Marine Admiral. But Kizaru is at least the top combat power of their marine. In the event of an accident, Akainu, who is also Admiral, is duty-bound. Just when Luffy was about to end Kizaru, Akainu appeared. Blocked Luffy's punch. Stop this scene in time. The delusional vision in Luffy's eyes released red light, and his eyes fell on Akainu. Akainu. Akainu glanced at Luffy, then turned to Kizaru and said, "Can't you take down a mere supernova? You really are going back as you live. You have to be careful with his eyes, this kid may be more than one demon fruit power." Kizaru yelled at Akainu while holding his heavily wounded wound. After a long fight, Kizaru sensed it keenly. It is because of Luffy's bizarre eyes that endowed him with this miraculous ability. Perhaps. In addition to his rubber fruit ability, other devil fruit endowed him with the ability of those strange eyes. Multiple demon fruit power? Impossible. Akainu hears this and denies Kizaru's idea. There are unwritten rules above the sea. Except that no two identical devil fruits will appear at the same time. That is, one person can only take one devil fruit at most. Take one more, and it will be downright poisonous. Akainu looked towards Luffy. It seems that this Straw Hat Kid has something special that we don't know about. But so what if there are advantages? Akainu waved his hand. 20 warships directly surrounded their group of supernovas. Live battle. Instantly. Many giant vice admirals were dispatched one after another, more than 30 pacifist planes also came out one after another, and tens of thousands of marine elite soldiers, as well as the fire coverage of 10 warships. Akainu also saw rarely above 1,000 Sunny. Since he chose to stand on the side of Super New 4.0 star. Then don't blame them Marine for being ruthless. Take down all these supernovas. Akainu gave an order. All the people in Marine rushed forward. Since then, a battle between Supernova and Marine. It exploded completely. Zoro, Sanji, Frankie Usopp and others also joined the battle. Is the fight finally going to start? The Green Bull can't wait. With one punch, the pacifist who had tortured the supernova before exploded on the spot. Must keep 1,000 Sunny. The gravitational formation spread out with a smile, just like Conqueror's Haki, and the large number of marines in front of them were all suppressed on the ground. The other supernovas also endured serious injuries to help the Straw Hat Pirates fight against Marine. And the Marine side. Vice Admiral and pacifists are also involved. If the strength of pacifists is above that of supernovas, then the strength of Vice Admiral is still higher than that of pacifists. Their combat effectiveness. Even Zoro and Sanji are hard to resist. Especially the two veteran Vice Admirals, the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral and the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral. They have the ability to substitute Admiral. How could Zoro and Sanji be their opponents? And just when the two were about to lose, Rayleigh and Yuxiao stood up. What's bullying the juniors? Come with us for a walk. Rayleigh cut at Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel. This situation. There was chaos on the spot. The war broke out completely. Everyone is fighting with their lives. Luffy here. He has only one gaze. That is the Akainu who made countless pirates fear. After taking out Kizaru, Luffy confronts Akainu again. Chapter 58. I didn't expect that you could defeat Kizaru. Thinking of Kizaru's defeat just now, although Akainu extremely despises this group of superstars, but for Luffy, Akainu also shows a little dignified. Don't worry, Akainu, you are next. There was a sharp edge in Luffy's eyes and said. Snort. Akainu sneered. A layer of magma appeared on his arm. In a blink of an eye, the arm was covered with magma. Great eruption. Akainu made a lava fist, and threw it towards Luffy. Luffy's side, lava fist brushed past him. But this moment, Luffy's arms are also covered in lava. Luffy had a smile on his lips. Great eruption. He used Akainu's ability again. How can it be? Akainu's expression changed drastically. Almost the same as the previous Kizaru. This is great eruption. But my lava fruit ability. How could he use it? Suddenly, Akainu's eyes froze. He remembered the 8-foot Kyanguyu that Luffy had used before. Plus Kizaru suspects many devil fruit abilities. Does he really have the power of 2 devil fruits? Akainu's expression changed for the first time. His hawk-like eyes fixed on Luffy and did not let go. One is rubber fruit, so what is the other devil fruit? Is sparkling fruit? Or your own lava fruit? Whatever the devil fruit, it has been confirmed that Luffy has the ability to use 2 devil fruits. Did not think of. Among this group of superstars, there is an extra variable like Luffy. Akainu was also overly surprised, which caused him to not react in time for a while. Get hit by Luffy's great eruption. But it's also lava fruit ability. Even if it was hit by its own great eruption, Akainu just spit smashed. You can use 082 devil fruits? How did you do it? Akainu yelled at Luffy. Think whatever you want. Luffy chuckled, just say what you want me to say, wouldn't I be very embarrassing? Among the group of superstars today, there are variables like you, Straw Hat Boy, it's hard to keep you. Akainu already had killing intent. If not leave Straw Hat Luffy here today, I'm afraid it will be their marine who will suffer in the future. Notice. Just what Luffy did before. A nice lobby, Golden Lion, G66 Marine Branch. All are big events that have caused a sensation in the world. Leave him alone. It will be a big problem. I haven't encountered it in the past, but now I have encountered it, and I must solve it. Raising tigers is a problem. This is not what Akainu wants to see. Then you have to see if you have the strength. Luffy said. Humph, the grass on the grave of the pirate who talked to me like this last time is already 2 meters high. Akainu looked cold. Luffy must be killed today. Dark Hound. Raise your hand. Akainu threw a punch. A wolf's head blasted out from his hand, carrying strong lava, heading straight for Luffy. Dark Hound. Luffy also uses Dark Hound. The 2 wolf heads collided, and a wave of air spread out towards the surroundings. The magma was everywhere, splashing on the spot, and bursts of sound waves came from the air. Great eruption. Akainu uses Great Eruption again. Except Great Eruption. He uses the abilities of other lava fruit again. But these lava fruit's capabilities, they were all copied by Luffy. Luffy and Akainu collide. One is the current Marine 3 Admiral, Sakazuki, who has terrified countless people. The other one is Kaiosing, Luffy, who was offered a reward of 1.2 billion by Marine. The two faced each other. Suddenly it was dark. The fists and shadows intertwine, each punch has the power to shock the sky and the earth, and the speed of the two is very fast. It hit the sky from the ground, and fell from the sky to the sea. It was as if several atomic bombs had been dropped on this sea, exploding infinitely, breaking through the sea of clouds, and piercing the sky with full firepower. Boy, it looks like your second devil fruit has the ability to copy other people's history. Although Akainu keeps fighting fiercely with Luffy, he is also constantly thinking about what Luffy's second devil fruit is. Can release the ability of sparkling fruit, can release the ability of lava fruit. It's definitely not a single sparkling fruit and lava fruit. Then there is only one result. His second devil fruit has the ability to copy or imitate others. Even if I don't want to admit it. But I have to say. If you want to defeat Luffy, you have to start with his second devil fruit ability. The battle is still going on. Because the fight between Luffy and Akainu is too big. The following Marines and Superstar rookies also stopped. He looked towards Luffy and Akainu who were fighting fiercely in the sky. I don't know if I don't see it, but I was shocked when I saw it. The Superstar novices swallowed their saliva. Notice. After Luffy finished fighting Kizaru, he continued to run into Akainu. This symbolically shows that Luffy is already challenging the two Marine Admirals. This time Marine dispatched two Admirals. They thought Akainu and Kizaru came for themselves and others. Now it seems. This is not for them. This is for Luffy, the man with a bounty of 1.2 billion. To be on the safe side, send out two Admirals to arrest him. The two Admirals took turns. In contrast to Luffy. Even in the face of the full bombardment of the two Admirals, they can handle it with ease. This gap. Make them daunting. Luffy. Superstar new head. Is his strength actually so strong? The Superstar rookies sighed. They suddenly realized that their hands were shaking. Luffy brings them too much pressure. Luffy. Looking at Luffy, who was on par with Akainu in the sky, Rayleigh pushed his reading glasses. There was a look of relief in a pair of eyes. As expected, Shanks selected and presented straw hats. This strength. Strong enough for this time period. Given time. In the future, maybe we can really achieve Roger's goal in person. At first Rayleigh was only interested in Luffy. But when seeing such a bizarre talent of his, Rayleigh made up his mind. Anyway. Definitely take Luffy out of this Sabayati archipelago, no matter how hard it is. Besides Luffy Akainu. I don't believe you can copy these. See Luffy constantly using his abilities to attack himself. Akainu flew into a rage. Once upon a time. He has been hit like this. He raised his lava fruit to the limit, exerted all his strength, and blasted out the great eruption of full strength with one punch. This is completely different from the previous great eruption. The reason why Admiral is called Admiral. That's because they are Marine's top combat power, catching up to New World's 4 emperors. Under full force. Rare rivals. Watching the air be distorted by burning. Luffy narrowed his eyes. This temperature, this strength, and Akainu who charged his attack. If it were Luffy in the original book, I am afraid that with Akainu's blow, Luffy would have to die here. This is also explained from the side. The horror of Admiral's strength. Kaioxingzan is too far away from Admiral. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a new classic scene where one mouthful is so scary and one kick is superstar. In the eyes of others, he and Admiral are evenly matched. But isn't Luffy himself clear? Kizaru was caught off guard by using false vision. And use Kizaru's sparkling fruit ability to defeat him. With Kizaru this lesson. Akainu is more cautious, keeping an eye on Luffy's second fruit at all times. Plus Akainu doesn't talk nonsense with you, and he uses thunderclap when he comes up. Go it alone. Luffy can fight Akainu for 10 days and 10 nights. Reenacting the battle between him and Aokiji in Ice Fire Island. Now Akainu is even more powerful. Luffy is also happy and unafraid. Raising his hand, Luffy's fire-breathing ability to charge up a blow with a single slap was counteracted. Devil Fruit is immune to all but blind vision. It is also one of Luffy's cards. Hateful. Akainu was annoyed. He found. Not only does Luffy copy his own abilities, he is also extremely calm when counteracting his Devil Fruit's attack. Akainu's strongest means now is his lava fruit. Now, lava fruit came back without success. Akainu's face is livid. The situation is now leveled off. Luffy can't take down Akainu, and Akainu can't take down Luffy. Ha ha ha, I thought Marine Admiral was so strong, one was disabled, and the other couldn't even take down Superstar Xin. When the two sides were confronting each other in the sky, a rough voice came from behind Luffy. Turning around, it was Lushan. Green Bull, why are you here? Asked Luffy. Those Marine Vice Admiral, the pacifists are too weak, they have to gnaw hard bones. The Green Bull stared at Akainu and said. He had long wanted to take on Admiral. Luffy has been occupying Kizaru and Akainu, and he can't do anything. So went to Giant Vice Admiral, Pacifist etc. In the end he was disappointed. These giants, Vice Admiral, are not strong enough to fit their teeth. And the pacifists who tortured Chao Xing Xin to death before were like paper. Crumble it. Pity his fists. Anti-aircraft guns shoot mosquitoes, overkill. Well, how about we capture this Akainu today? You said that the Golden Lion was exchanged for 4 billion, and the Akainu in its heyday is at least worth the same price. Luffy's eyes are full of money. Okay, that's exactly what I mean. Green Bull is a fighting maniac, and his goal is to fight against New World's masters. Now Akainu is standing in front of him. He won't miss anything. Two guys, what do you take me for? Akainu said angrily. Luffy is really strong, Akainu recognized him. Even if it is yourself. It is difficult to win him without 10 days and 10 nights. But who is the Green Bull? Akainu glanced at him. Nobody. How dare you try to challenge yourself? Eat Bearheart Leopard Gall. Is this where he can come to? And judging from the dialogue between these two people, what do they think of themselves? Want to exchange money like Golden Lion? How could Akainu not be angry? Golden Lion has become a great disgrace to the sea. He will definitely not be the second. If you want him to become a prisoner, it's better to die directly. Watch out! The Green Bull has long been ready to move. Immediately, he waved his fist and threw it at Akainu. Court death! Akainu saw that the Green Bull underestimated him so much, he was very angry. Nobody! See how I take you down at 500. The two collided like two missiles. Green Bull's fists are like machine guns. His hair danced wildly, his eyes shot, and his fists landed on Akainu's body with boundless impact. Akainu was extremely angry at first, but after fighting the Green Bull, Akainu was shocked. This Green Bull! The strength is not even below him. How can it be? In the Straw Hat Pirates, besides Luffy, is there such a powerful guy? I didn't notice for a while. Plus Akainu looked down on the Green Bull before. Under the attack of the fist prints all over the sky, Akainu also received several punches in the face. The teeth that were beaten flew out, and the mouth was full of blood. Is this the strength of Admiral? I just lost a few teeth when I came up, and it's nothing more than that in my opinion. Green Bull sneered. Don't underestimate people. He was deflated when he came up, and he was ridiculed by the Green Bull. What kind of temper tantrum is Akainu? He went all out again. This moment, the two sides fought equally, you come and go, all the cards are played. The Green Bull's face also changed. This Akainu deserves to be a Marine Admiral, and he was almost overwhelmed with all his strength. Almost escaped and was pinned down by Akainu. Akainu was also shocked again, thinking that he would find some ground after going all out. Unexpectedly, the Green Bull caught them all. To know. This is my full blow. He means Akainu. If you can catch it, look at the whole world. Less than a single digit. But besides Luffy, there is actually a second person on the Straw Hat Pirates. Who are you? Why did you appear on the Straw Hat Pirates? Akainu said in surprise. Me? I'm just a wanderer. I joined the Straw Hat Pirates by luck and served for the Captain Luffy. Akainu wants to keep my captain in the Sabayati archipelago. Let's try to beat me first. The Green Bull said arrogantly. How dare! Akainu rushed forward. The Green Bull is also facing difficulties. The fierce battle between the two was spread in the sky. Wen's level of risk is not weaker than when Luffy and Akainu competed before. Bang bang bang! Luffy watched the fight between the Green Bull and Akainu. He did rest. Prolonged use of vein vision. Eyes are a little sore. Really? Although this false vision is a bug, it cannot be used for a long time. It's been a long time. Or overused. Really blind? Luffy doesn't want to be blind. It seems. In the future, it is better to use less delusional vision to fill cups. Chapter 59. Luffy closed his eyes and rubbed them. The fatigue caused by delusional vision subsided a lot. His gaze moved towards the Green Bull and Akainu. Both have the power of Marine Admiral. The battle was dark, and it was not comparable at all. Akainu has the power of Akainu, and the Green Bull has the power of the Green Bull. But, although it looks comparable, Akainu had fought fiercely with Luffy before, but now he met the Green Bull again, and his momentum was much weaker. Not to mention the current Green Bull, who is wholeheartedly attacking Akainu. In contrast to Akainu, in addition to fighting against the Green Bull, you have to worry about Luffy, who is watching from the side. Once he launched a sneak attack. I'm afraid I have to explain here today. No matter how strong Akainu is, he saw it too. If Luffy and Green Bull combine, he is definitely not a match for the two of them. Damn! If only Kizaru hadn't been hit hard. Akainu is kind of alone. Left and right. Akainu was suppressed by the Green Bull. He was forced to retreat steadily by the Green Bull. Admiral, we're here to help you. Seeing Akainu being suppressed, Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel, Vice Admiral the Ghost Spider, and others were all anxious and rushed up immediately. But at the moment of their action, a sword chi brushed past them. The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral and the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral turned their heads. Immediately afterwards, his eyes became calm. It was Rayleigh who emitted this sword energy. Your opponent, Kong. In order to let Luffy and the others leave the Sabayati archipelago, Rayleigh drew his sword. Rayleigh, are you sure you want to fight our marine again? Rayleigh, it's true that our marines have no law for you, do you? Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider, and Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, saw Rayleigh and their momentum weakened by half. But Akainu is in trouble, they must fight together. If I really want to go back to the days when I was wanted by Marine, I don't care, Luffy is very important, and I am sure today. Rayleigh raised his sword and pointed at the two Vice Admirals in front of him. Court death. Then let me test whether you still have the strength you used to have. Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, is also a swordsman, and he will go up with his sword. The Ghost Spider Vice Admiral is not far behind. Rayleigh fights two Vice Admirals alone. He is old and strong. Fabulous swordplay. Even Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel and Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider, the two backups Admiral was horrified. This is Rayleigh's strength. Not lost at all. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral and Ghost Spider Vice Admiral couldn't help Akainu. But other giants Vice Admiral, pacifists, and tens of thousands of Marines can go to support. Immediately. Marines giant Vice Admiral and tens of thousands of elite Marines also rushed to Akainu. Anyway. A little pressure for Admiral Akainu too. Gravity magnetic field. However, an invisible aura enveloped tens of thousands of Marines. I saw that there were tens of thousands of Marines, as if there were two big mountains on their shoulders, and their legs seemed to be stuck in the mud. The huge pressure made them all lie on the ground. Can't move. Couldn't even lift a finger. Even the giant vice-admiral was sweating coldly on his forehead at this moment. Half kneeling on the ground. Can't hold my head up. At this time, a blind man stands among tens of thousands of marines. Leaning on crutches, he walked through the bushes of marine step by step. Although I don't want to fight with you, marine, I can't let you distract my captain. This is the gravity fruit of a smile. As soon as the fruit of gravity comes out, all marines in a large area were lying on the ground. Call out all pacifists. The 20 remaining pacifists on the side also attacked at this moment. If the pacifists don't do it again, I am afraid this situation is really hard to reverse. Gravity array. But just when the pacifists were ready to move, with a smile, he just calmly raised his hand. Make a fist with one hand. The pacifist in the distance seemed to have been hit hard, and was squeezed into a thin manhole cover on the spot. 20 pacifists. In a blink of an eye, it was squeezed into a manhole cover. And the ground they were standing on, it was also squeezed and sunken in. What? Seeing a smile means the blind man. The giant vice-admiral, the flying squirrel vice-admiral, the ghost spider vice-admiral, and even the supernovas on the side were shocked. They rubbed their eyes. Is this a weapon developed by their marine? Only so little strength? Not dispatched yet. It's destroyed. What about human weapons? Is it more than enough to deal with supernovas? Many vice-admirals froze in place by mistake. Now, the supernovas couldn't believe it either. I even suspect that everything I see is fake. Is this still the pacifist who tortured them to death? In front of a smile. It's like a piece of paper, it will break if you poke it. Bonnie opened her mouth wide, and after she glanced in surprise and smiled, she then looked at the green bull in the sky who was fighting fiercely with Akainu. At last, her beautiful eyes fell on Luffy. Luffy, this guy. In addition to their own strength, the strength of this crew. How is it so powerful? Really, Yuxiao, Green Bull. They all showed their strengths. This just shot. Tens of thousands of marines directly lost their combat effectiveness. Only Akainu is left struggling. If all the members do not sing, it is enough, and the day is amazing. The fighting power of the Straw Hat Pirates is so strong that it is outrageous. Supernovas are desperate. Thinking that I and others were very conceited at the beginning, I came to Luffy and invited him to join me. As well as Luffy's faint smile. At that time, they still don't know why Luffy is laughing. Now it seems everything has surfaced. Luffy was just laughing at their overreaching. Guangong played big swords in front of him. Plop plop. Kid, Trafalgar Law, Hawkins, Bonnie, and many more. All sat down on the ground. Empty eyes, listless. On the bright side, it is a duel between Supernova and Marine. Actually, this has turned into a battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and Marine. Ridiculous. People like myself thought they had passed the first half of the Grand Line. This second half is probably nothing more than that. The powerhouses of New World are nothing more than that. But when you meet a real strong man, only then do they know what it means to be ignorant, what it means to be short-sighted, and what it means to sit in a well and watch the sky. These words. It's me. Tens of thousands of marines were suppressed, Akainu couldn't play the advantage, and Kizaru was hit hard. Marine. The tide is gone. It stands to reason. If Marine does lose, they should be happy. The rest of my life. After escaping the Sabayati archipelago again, you can go to the second half of the Grand Line. Pirates Paradise New World. But why? Are you not happy at all? Yes. All supernovas were hit. The fierce battle with Akainu continues. Luffy originally wanted to help. The two shot together. Just catch Akainu and redeem the bounty. But Green Bull felt that this was inappropriate. As a fighting maniac, he wanted to fight Marine Admiral wholeheartedly. Luffy can't do things that take advantage of others' dangers for the time being. Worth mentioning. Since Green Bull wants to compete with Akainu, it didn't matter to Luffy. This doesn't. Just over 3 hours. The two sides have passed 4 or 5,000 moves. But still on par, evenly matched. Ha ha ha, happy, really happy. The Green Bull laughed boldly. Whether it's a smile or Luffy, at least the contest with each other will not be a life and death struggle. May Akainu be different? The two sides fought with each other for 4 or 5,000 moves. The move is fatal. Isn't that exactly what the Green Cow wanted in the first place? Compared with the boldness of the Green Bull, Akainu has bulging veins on his forehead. He's looking at Luffy, and he's looking at the Green Bull. No matter which of these two guys they are, their strength is not inferior to theirs. Looking at the soldiers on the 20 warships, almost the whole army was wiped out. All soldiers were crushed to the ground by the gravitational magnetic field. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral and Ghost Spider Vice Admiral are no match for Rayleigh. The giant Vice Admiral was suppressed by Yuxiao, and 20 or 30 pacifists were wiped out. Their marine is already gone. If it weren't for Akainu's hard work, I'm afraid they are now. The whole road has been reduced to prison. Hateful. 2 admirals were dispatched. Dozens of vice admirals, more than 30 pacifist planes, and tens of thousands of elite marines. But still can't take down these supernovas. Shame. What a shame. However, Akainu also understands the situation in front of him. It has exceeded his imagination. There are too many masters on the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, the Green Bull counts as one. Rayleigh below counts as one. There is also a smile that crushed tens of thousands of elite soldiers. The strength of these people. At least they have reached the Admiral level. 4 strong players of Admiral level strength. They are on the Marine side, but there are only 2 of them. Who is strong and who is weak, see the truth. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. They must go back. Drink. Akainu roared loudly, and suddenly began to exert strength. Well done. The Green Bull thought Akainu was going to continue fighting. Even after fighting for a long time, the Green Bull is alive and well. But just when the Green Bull was about to continue to compete with Akainu, Kizaru, get out now. Akainu felt the wind on his feet, and suddenly walked towards the warship. Then yelled at Kizaru. After 3 hours of conditioning, Kizaru also recovered a lot. Good. He also sees the situation clearly. Smile, Green Bull, Luffy, Rayleigh, and so many other helpers. If you don't leave, I'm afraid it will be too late. 20 warships immediately turned around and returned the same way. Want to go? See. Akainu actually wanted to escape, and the Green Bull was stunned for a while. Immediately after that, he chased after him. Luffy also frowned. He didn't think about it either. Akainu, who always upholds justice, sometimes runs away when encountering pirates. That's Akainu. Who is Akainu? Upright, absolute justice is his endorsement. Now there is also a scene of fleeing in embarrassment. Luffy was instantly amused. But want to withdraw from their hands. It's not that easy either. Luffy lets Frankie control Thousand Sunny. Catch up. That's all. A very strange scene appeared on the sea. 20 warships fled desperately ahead. There is only 1000 Sunny behind him. A pirate ship is running after 20 warships. Not to mention, there are actually 2 members of Marine, Admiral, on board the warship. Akainu and Kizaru. Now, Marine will lose face. Usopp, do you still have your voice shell? Luffy asked Usopp. Yes, yes, yes. Usopp nodded. Okay, Usopp, Chopper, Frankie, I'll give you a mission to scold these marines with sound shells, it doesn't matter what you scold. Luffy arranged tasks for them. Curse. Usopp doesn't know why Luffy did this though. But he doesn't have the strength, but he still has the level of cursing. Immediately, Usopp cursed with a sound shell in his hand. Akainu, you are Marine Admiral in vain, and you were actually chased by our Marine today, and you won't be afraid to laugh Yura off if it spreads. The two admirals were chased away by our Straw Hat Pirates today. This is really a rare thing in the sea. What if you escaped back to naval headquarters? After this battle, you will be a disgrace to Marine. Do you think that Marine will protect you? You are wrong. Marine will become the laughing stock of countless pirates in the sea because of your defeat today, and you, Akainu, will be fed. Husband refers to not only your marshal, but Marie Joyce will not let you go. It's ridiculous that you Marine sent out two admirals and ended up in this situation. Admiral Akainu, from now on 10,000 years. Made. Luffy gives Usopp the thumbs up. Think about it differently. If I were Akainu, wouldn't I be so angry that I would vomit blood? Really? The kung fu on the lips is still Usopp's. Plus. Really Zhao? Akainu is notoriously short-tempered. It has sound amplification effect. The marine soldiers on the 20 warships can hear it. This sea is the sound of Usopp. Estimated. Akainu must be going crazy. These guys, I can't wait to smash them into pieces. In fact, on the warship, Akainu has expanded. Akainu gritted his teeth, wishing to tear the evil pirate who scolded him to pieces. When did he Akainu get insulted like this? Simply Kizaru restrained Akainu quickly. It is imperative now. It is necessary to flee back with Marine's elite. At best, he would be scolded by the marshal if he fled back. But once all the elites are wiped out, then their responsibility is great. Akainu also calmed down. Listen to the bitter words in your ears. He clenched his fists. But I also know that this is not the time to act impulsively. Another day, I will annihilate all of you Straw Hat Pirates. 20 warships fled without looking back. Captain, let's just take all these 20 warships together. The Green Bull feels ashamed of Luffy. Just now Luffy said that the two teamed up to capture Akainu, and he didn't want to take advantage of the danger, so he chose to fight alone. This Akainu escapes, he definitely cannot get away with it. It's okay, although these two people are very exhausted, the camel is bigger than the horse, after all, there are 2 admirals, and there are more than 10 vice-admirals. It will cause a situation where both lose-lose. Moreover, even if we dispatch all the troops, it will be difficult to keep all 20 warships here. Luffy said calmly. Just chasing and scolding is enough. Isn't Akainu famously strong? Starting today, Luffy wants his real legacy 10,000 years. The Straw Hat Pirates chased Marine Admiral across the ocean. Keep playing music and dancing, Usopp, keep yelling at me. Chapter 60. The Straw Hat Pirates chased 20 warships until Marine Ford. Among Marine Ford. When it was learned that 20 warships fled back in embarrassment, Naval Headquarters hastily sounded the alarm. Whoa! A burst of horns sounded throughout the headquarters, just like the whistle in a fire station. Countless Marines took action one after another. What happened? Hearing the rapid siren, Sengoku hurried out of the marshal's office. A lieutenant junior grade hurried to Sengoku. Marshal, the Straw Hat Pirates are here. What? Sengoku flew into a rage. Garp, who was standing next to Sengoku, also stared. Who do you think killed it? Straw Hat Pirates. Lieutenant junior grade said with an ugly face. How much skill does this brat have? Garp frowned at me. Notice. Before that, They have dispatched Admiral Kizaru and Akainu to lead the marine elite troops to Sabayati Archipelago to destroy this gang of superstars. Even to deal with the Straw Hat Luffy, who offered a reward of 1.2 billion. 2 admirals are specially sent there. The results of it. As the superstar knew, Straw Hat Luffy not only was not captured in Sabayati Archipelago, but was killed in Marineford instead. Even Sengoku frowned. Follow me to have a look. Sengoku, Garp, and many vice admirals all left here and ran towards the coast. Off the coast of Marineford at this time. Since the alarm was sounded, a total of 50 warships filed out from the headquarters. As if they were facing a big enemy, they formed formations in front of the coast of Marineford to meet the enemy. At this time, Akainu, Kizaru, and marine soldiers with 20 warships appeared in front of them in a state of embarrassment. Not only that, behind them, the Straw Hat pirates are still in hot pursuit. See this scene. Marine in Marineford was shocked. Those are their 2 admirals. Akainu and Kizaru, the mainstay of their marine, the strongest top combat power. Why are you so embarrassed now? Many marines widened their eyes. There is a good saying. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. $390. In a high position, Marines' top record. It is the object of worship and admiration by countless people. It is also the goal that countless people pursue all their lives. However, today, in their impression, the tall admiral collapsed. The bloodline Madara on Akainu and Kizaru is exhausted. Even like a defeated general, it can't be more miserable. At the same time, they also noticed Akainu, the pirate group that was chasing after Kizaru. Look at that flag, isn't it the Straw Hat Luffy of Yang Ming in the first half of the Grand Line recently? It was him. Could it be? Is this Straw Hat Luffy, chasing his own admiral back to Marineford? See the truth of the matter. Many Marines had turbulent waves in their hearts. Is this real? The Straw Hat pirates were able to chase the 2 admirals from Sabayati Archipelago to Marineford. The other side. Stop! With one move, Luffy made Thousand Sunny stop. I caught up with Marineford so quickly. Look at the towering naval headquarters on the island in the distance. It looks like this is Marineford. Indeed, these warships escaped too fast, and I haven't even scolded them enough. Usopp continued to say. This time, it was the happiest day he had had in more than 20 years. Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akainu. That's a well-known big shot in marine. Now, fleeing under his mouth cannon. Not even able to resist. Can Usopp be upset? At first he just greeted Akainu, called him shameless or something. After you are proficient, you will make progress. Start directly by greeting 18 generations of ancestors of Akainu and Kizaru. 18 generations of greetings vividly. Nami, Robin are too embarrassed to stand on this deck. And the marine side. Kizaru could still hold his breath. Akainu almost turned around and fought back with them. All in all, from tonight, Marine 3 Admiral's reputation has plummeted. There are already 50 warships dispatched from Marineford, and they are already in formation. Once the gunfire locks onto us, I'm afraid it will be no less powerful than Buster Call, Luffy. We can't get any closer. Frankie frowned, saying that he couldn't get any closer. Once it enters the launch range of 50 warships ready to go, the consequences are unimaginable. I know, we should go back here. Luffy said. Wait a minute. Just when Luffy was about to turn around, over there on the marine warship, a man wearing a robe and a hat, with the words Justice printed on the robe behind him came out. After seeing this dignified and majestic man, Luffy narrowed his eyes. Being able to stand in the C position of marine, and surrounded by so many vice admirals. Who else is there but Marshal Sengoku? Marshal Sengoku. Luffy said calmly. Hear Luffy call out the other person's name. Eyelids of Usopp, Zoro Sanji and others jumped. Immediately afterwards, they all looked towards the house of the warship. Is that person on the opposite warship the Marine's admiral? To be honest, this is the first time they have seen each other. Straw Hat Luffy. Just now, from the mouth of the defeated Marine soldiers, Sengoku learned that both Akainu and Kizaru were defeated by Luffy. This is Admiral, the two of them. Although very disbelieving. But this is from the mouth of the defeated soldiers. Sengoku accepted the fact of the matter anyway. Why, Mr. Marshal, you see me visiting with the crew, do you want to treat us to dinner? Lu said to Sengoku with a teasing tone. Straw Hat Luffy, if you'd like to come to Marineford for a dinner, you're welcome in my office anytime. Sengoku responded to Luffy. It is said that Mr. Marshal is cunning. I didn't believe it at first, but I saw it today. You are really cunning like a fox. Please enter the urn and lure wolves into the house. Is this trying to keep our Straw Hat pirates here? Luffy still said in the teasing tone before. Yes, I just want to put you all in impel down. Sengoku shook his shoulders, then confessed. Old Marshal, you are of the same generation as my old man Garp, and we are still relatives. It stands to reason that I should also respectfully call you old man, but I didn't expect that you, who are of the old man's generation, would actually want to imprison me as a junior in impel down. It's really sad. Luffy said dejectedly. Humph, do you think I'll let you go today after killing so many marine soldiers and killing the celestial dragons of Sabaody Archipelago St. Charos? Sengoku turned a blind eye to Luffy. Master Sengoku, you can try to see if you can keep me. Luffy pointed to himself. Don't be too arrogant, Straw Hat Luffy, no matter what your status is, you are worthy of talking to the Marshal. This is Marin Fanlu. Behind Sengoku, a Vice Admiral pointed at Luffy. Luffy blatantly insults Sengoku. The Marshal was damaged, and their subordinates were duty-bound. What are you? I'm talking to Mr. Sengoku, which round will you interrupt? Luffy glanced at him coldly. Damn kid, watch me teach you a lesson. Vice Admiral clenched his fists. He is a Vice Admiral, but he has just been promoted. The strength is not comparable to the older generation of Vice Admiral. Although the strength is not much, but the heart is also proud. Luffy's words. It offended his sensitive nerves. I want to show, 80, in front of Sengoku again. Immediately, as the first Marine, he rushed towards Thousand Sunny. Pity. Thousand Sunny above. The Green Bull just punched this weak Marine Vice Admiral to the ground. The whole person flew back in a panic. It hit the sea heavily. The sea was hit and set off great waves. Dignified Marine Vice Admiral. In the hands of the Green Bull, he couldn't bear a punch. It's not just that Vice Admiral has lost face. Even the other Marines lowered their heads unconsciously. His face was a little ugly. Luffy went on to say, Marine Vice Admiral, is this the only strength? A bunch of people have a lot of money, and this Vice Admiral's position is bought here. Garbage, it should be in the trash can. Vr. Vice Admiral, who was blown away, pointed at Luffy. He was so angry that he had a cerebral thrombosis and hemorrhage, and passed out on the spot. Although this person is Marine Vice Admiral who has just been promoted. But it wasn't bought as Luffy said. He's the real deal at Vice Admiral level. As a result, in front of the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, they couldn't resist even one move. Swipe, swipe. One after another looked at the green cow. Who is this guy? A soldier can be killed but not humiliated, let us be your opponent. Several unidentified Vice Admiral jumped out one after another. However, no matter how many of these people there are, can't stand the pair of iron fists of the Green Bull. Wherever you go, all Vice Admirals are no match. No wonder they were able to repel Akainu Kizaru and the others. Everyone on this ship is not easy. Sengoku looked at Thousand Sunny's boat and said to himself. On Thousand Sunny. Besides the Green Bull and Luffy, he also saw an acquaintance. Pluton Rayleigh. Roger's deputy back then. Tricky. These people are not fuel-efficient lamps. Go on like this. Their marine will be disgraced. But the Green Bull is powerful, and a marine vice-admiral. Gave them a deep impression. Just a moment. No one dared to step forward to seek abuse. The strength of the Straw Hat Pirates. Powerful is a bit outrageous. When all hope is lost. A legendary hero of marine stepped forward. So there is no determination to challenge? In the Rocks era, do you know how our marine survived? Hear this sentence. All the vice-admirals turned their heads. I saw Garp step by step, walking in front of everyone. Vice-Admiral Garp. Everyone looked at Garp in front of them, even if they were. Everyone's mood was surging, and they didn't look like they were defeated before. Garp now. It is regarded as a faith by Marine and is the object of worship by countless people. With him, the cohesion of the Marines will be enhanced like never before. Once Garp joins the battle, they will involuntarily and desperately display all their fighting power. Garp. It is the spiritual pillar of Marine. Just let me meet this Green Bull. Garp is now also very interested in the Straw Hat Pirates. My own grandson. This short period of half a year. The changes are really big. As a master who has cultivated the 6 forms to ultimate. The moment Garp launched Moonwalk, he was in front of the Green Bull in a blink of an eye. Raise your hand. A punch hit the Green Bull. The Green Bull folded his hands in front of his chest. But Garp's punch contained the power he had cultivated for decades. Punch afternoon. The Green Bull was almost overwhelmed. Master. He immediately realized that this was a master. The first move is to deflate yourself. This is something that Akainu has never done. This guy's power is even higher than that of Akainu. The Green Bull is ready to fight back as if it is facing a big enemy. But now. A hand was on his shoulder, and looking back, it was Luffy. Captain. Leave this person to me. Luffy said. Look into Luffy's confident eyes. The green cow thought about it, all right. Finished. He immediately withdrew from the scene. Luffy raised his head and looked towards Garp. Grandpa, how are you doing these days? Did you sleep well? Luffy. Seeing Luffy, Garp thought of Ace who was locked in the prison. His expression was a little depressed. Luffy, turn your back on the shore, listen to Grandpa's words, don't continue to be a pirate. I'm not going to be a lackey for those Marie Joyce guys, sir, Marine isn't for me. Luffy rebuffed. How can you join the Marine with me? Garp's brow softened. He doesn't want Ace's old path to reappear in front of Luffy. Old man, if you can beat me, why not let me go to the Marine with you? Luffy throws bricks to attract Jade. Even if you can beat me, don't expect me to go to Marine with you. Okay, that's what you said. Garp believed it. Immediately. Garp is firing on all cylinders. It looked like he wouldn't give up until he caught Luffy. Luffy's closed eyes suddenly opened. Let Garp, let's try how much strength he can explode with his current all-out efforts. Just at this moment. The system also makes sound. The task is released. Defeat Garp the Fist. After completing it, you can get S-level random draws twice. Almost the same as the previous Golden Lion. Garp also gave Luffy 2 draws. The old man is actually so valuable, he got rich. Luffy was pleasantly surprised. Next. You have to gnaw off this hard bone of the old man. Chapter 61. Although the task was triggered. But Luffy decided not to be careless. Who is this person in front of me? Garp the Fist. Marine hero, a character who used to chase Roger the One Piece all over the world. Roger once lamented that Garp and him are a once-in-a-century opponent, and he has a very high evaluation of him. In the end, even on his deathbed, he gave his only blood, Ace, to Garp. Although they are enemies, they are better than relatives and friends. More importantly, this Garp is also Luffy's old man. The two have the same blood. It seems that today I can't let you go, Garp said with a serious face. He stared at Luffy closely with his eyes, as if he was moving like a rabbit. Garp grabbed Luffy in an instant. Luffy also disappeared in place. The two hit each other like shooting stars. Boom! There was a violent explosion at the scene. The sound is deafening and undulating, one wave after another. Garp's expression changed, his pair of iron fists had beaten Luffy quite a few times. Not to mention Luffy. Back then, Roger of One Piece, 4 emperors of New World and other masters were also hammered by Garp. Because of this, as an old man, he knows how much Luffy weighs. Otherwise, nor would it say 10 Luffys tied together, nor Golden Lion counterparts. But now it seems. Nothing is as it seems. Luffy him. Can you actually block the iron fist of your love? How can this be? Old man, your fist beats me so hospitable. Luffy said seriously. This is not a lie. Whether it's Kizaru or Akainu. Luffy and them fist to fist. It's just an impact. Now here comes Garp. Garp punched, and Luffy's fist seemed to be pierced with thousands of tiny needles. The pain caused Luffy to frown slightly. The strength of my old man. Really ridiculously strong. If you don't wait in full force, I'm afraid that you might be caught by the old man at home and thrown into prison. Good boy, your strength is actually so strong. Garp looked at Luffy and admired. Before the Water Capital chapter, Garp met Luffy once, but at that time Luffy was so insignificant that he couldn't even lift his little finger. Considering that Luffy is Garp's grandson after all. It's also really bad for Garp to take Luffy back. That's why the Straw Hat Pirates were allowed to leave. Nowadays. How long has it been? But 2 or 3 months. Luffy's strength has reached such a level. Even in the face of their own do not fall behind. The Iron Fist of Love can handle it even more. Garp is impressed with Luffy. At the same time, Garp regretted it a little, too. The 3 brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy have fully grown up. The 3 of them have the appearance of admiral. How good would it be if the 3 of them were to sit in the positions of heavenly generals respectively? Even if it is dead, Jiquin will happily laugh. Pity. This is not a fuel-efficient lamp for the 3 grandchildren. Well, Garp knew that too. If you don't work hard today, I am afraid that my grandson will not be able to stay. Garp is starting to gather momentum. Sensing Garp's sharpness, Luffy slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened his eyes sharply. Ding! A boundless red light flashed in his eyes, as if the Sharingan had been opened. The pattern swirled around in Luffy's eyes. God is delusional. Has been activated by Luffy at the moment. Both sides are ready to go. The sword is on the verge of breaking out. The Straw Hat Pirates held their breath. After seeing Garp, everyone was frightened. Although it is Luffy's elder, don't forget, it is Marine's legendary hero Garp the Fist. Kite. Will there be any surprises? Robin, Nami, and even Perona are a little worried. Marine here. Luffy is Garp's grandson, do you think he will use the almanac? An old woman walked up to Sengoku's side and asked. Zaihe, what do you think? Sengoku turned to look at the old woman and asked. The old woman is the staff officer of the Crane. The Marine Iron Triangle as famous as Garp and Sengoku. Not to mention that we are all watching from the sidelines, Garp will not intentionally release water, and just now Luffy also said that if he wins, he will come to Marine with him, Garp will not hold back this time. Staff Officer Crane saw blood for a while. I think so. Sengoku and Staff Crane saw the same thing. Around Garp and Crane, other Vice Admiral stretched his neck and looked up towards the sea. This is the rare moment when Garp the Fist, the marine hero, comes into play. A scene that is hard to find in a lifetime. Everyone was looking forward to it, looking at Garp expectantly. Seems to have absolute confidence in Garp. In their view, people with the status of Senior Garp have already started, and the Straw Hat Pirates are determined to win. Impel down. It is the new final destination of their group of evil superstars. Extreme Moonwalk. As a top user of Marine 6 styles, in the hands of Garp, the 6 styles have been cultivated to the peak level. Garp put his foot on the air. The air unexpectedly collapsed into it. Compressed together, Garp came to Luffy at lightning speed in an instant. A punch hit Luffy hard in the face. False visions rolled in Luffy's eyes. His side. No matter how fast Garp was, he was dodged by Luffy. Luffy put his foot on the air. Extreme Moonwalk. Repeating the trick, Luffy uses Garp's ultimate moonwalk and packs a punch of the same weight as Garp. Roaring toward Garp. Garp for a quick fix. The punch just now used a full 80% of its strength. Now Luffy used 80% of his strength to return all of them. What? Garp was shocked when he saw Luffy's speed and how he was stepping on the limit moonwalk. This brat, how did Marine 6 styles limit moves come into play? Could it be that his Marine 6 styles have been cultivated to the same level as himself? As a user of 6 styles, how can Garp fail to see that Luffy's 6 forms are not inferior to his own at all? To know. I have practiced these 6 styles for a whole day and a half of my life. That's how old Luffy is. 17 or 18 years old. Is this catching up with half my life's hard work? It looks like Kizaru back then. Garp's mouth fell open. Garp was too stunned to react. A fist with 80% strength. Luffy called Garp's head unceremoniously. Garp is in pain. The body was out of balance on the spot, the world was spinning in my mind, and my body flew out in a haphazard manner. Thump. Garp plunged headlong into the sea. Vice Admiral Garp. Over there on the warship. The Vice Admiral and elite Marines who were still looking forward to it also wanted to see Garp's means, and he was already chasing the heroic figure of the One Piece King Roger all over the world. Even they can imagine it. This generation's new superstar Luffy, who offered a reward of 1.2 billion Baileys, was pushed to the ground by Garp and called Grandpa. The results of it? Under Luffy's punch. Disillusioned. Their most respected Garp, the Iron Fist hero with high hopes. The superstar who came from the first half of the Grand Line and offered a reward of 1.2 billion was actually overturned. The scene was stunned for a second. Immediately afterwards, a terrified sound erupted. Everyone was shocked from ear to ear. Dumbfounded, stupefied, shocked, and did not speak for a long time. On their faces, the words "This is impossible" are almost pasted. Don't talk about them. Even Sengoku and Crane were shocked in place. It took a while for them to come back to their senses and look at each other. Did Garp release the water? Staff officer, he hurriedly asked. She couldn't believe the situation. No, this Straw Hat Luffy relied on his own strength to punch Garp away. Sengoku clenched his fists and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This moment, all 50 warships fell silent. Marineford was extremely quiet, even the sound of the wind could be heard clearly. Garp. He was thrown over by a punch. Gosh! Is this real? Many people rubbed their eyes vigorously. Straw Hat Pirates here. See Garp being punched into the sea by Luffy. Robin, Nami, and others who were still a little worried also smiled. Even when hanging, put it down. Is this the legendary hero of Marine? Why is this? Zoro was a little confused about everything inside. Even he has an illusion. Marine's legendary hero seems a bit weak. It's not that Vice Admiral Garp is weak, but that Luffy's punch just now is too strong. Although Yuxiao closed his eyes, his perception was far superior to that of ordinary people. Yes, even if I were to catch his fist, I'm afraid it would be difficult to catch it. Green Bull nodded. Luffy looked at Garp, who was thrown into the sea in the distance, and he carefully tasted the punch just now. The old man deserves to be the old man. If there is no false vision, I'm afraid the punch just now cost half his life. Garp. Really strong. Ha 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 ha. When the Straw Hat Pirates are proud and Marine is frustrated. 0. Seeking flowers. In the sea. There was a burst of arrogant and unruly smile. Then, Garp jumped out of the sea without a drop of water on his body, stepped on the moonwalk, and he floated in the sky out of thin air. With his hands behind his back, Garp was unscathed. Standing tall in the sky, condescending. Luffy has a meal. Good guy. His punch just now carried 80% of Garp's strength. Back then, Luffy literally slapped Garp on him. Now look at Garp unscathed. Luffy became more and more frightened. What kind of realm has the old man reached? Others can't see it, can't Luffy see it? Under such a terrifying punch, he was unscathed. This defense is at least as good as the sky. He suddenly remembered the scene in Summit War where Garp asked Sengoku to hold him like this. If it explodes with all its strength. Perhaps. Really able to tear the mighty Akainu apart. Garp looked at Luffy with relief. Luffy, when did you cultivate Marine 6 styles to my level? Cultivated to your level. Luffy first, his Marine 6 styles is powerful, but it is far from Garp's achievement. Soon. He came back to his senses. What do you think of my 6 style, old man? Okay, very good, I am really relieved to see that you have grown up. Garp is naturally very happy that Luffy has such a strong strength, at least he can know that the beauty can bully him in the sea. I can also make trouble in Marine, as long as Luffy doesn't go too far. Garp, as an old man, can support Luffy on the other side of the ocean. 0. Although Garp used to let Luffy Ace and others try the Iron Fist of Love, it can be boiled down to the bottom line. Blood is thicker than water. In addition, the older generation are intergenerational relatives. How could Garp not spoil his grandson? However, although Grandpa is happy for you, you have to stay here today. Marine 6 Styles has also cultivated to the point where Grandpa is. From now on, I will not show mercy. Garp reminded Luffy. Finished. Garp was no longer as lazy as before. In his eyes, Luffy has become an enemy. Brush. There was a crackling sound in the air. Garp attacks Luffy. Luffy also expanded his delusions to ultimate. One big and one small, one old and one young. Use this sea as a battlefield. The two turned into a ray of light, colliding constantly, fists and shadows, sweeping everything, trembling, so intense that it seemed as if the sky was going to collapse. The battle has entered a white-hot stage. Garp activates all combat power. Luffy also displayed the top rubber fruits ability under the blessing of God's void vision. Every now and then Garp punches Luffy in the face. Every now and then Luffy kicks Garp hard in the stomach. Mutual exchange. Blood spurted from the corner of Luffy's mouth, and Garp was also injured physically. But the battle continues. The sound of fists colliding is comparable to drumming. The reverberation made the sea tremble, and the sound waves made their 7 orifices bleed, and countless Marines couldn't help covering their ears. Apparently a little unbearable. Good boy, it's really amazing. Garp wiped the corner of his bleeding mouth. Old man, come again. Luffy wiped the blood away from the corner of his mouth too. The two are like ferocious tigers and beasts out of the cage, and the primary goal of everything is to defeat each other. Vice Admiral Garp, we're here to help you. Some Vice Admirals were clever enough to try to punch Luffy in the back. But I haven't waited for these Vice Admirals to make a move. Gravity squeeze. Yuxiao stood in front of them, and under the pressure of gravity, they were directly squeezed into a cloud of blood mist, which dissipated in the air when the sea breeze blew. I didn't want to be your enemy, but what I hate the most in my life is sneak attack from behind. If you want to threaten the captain, ask me first. This group of guys actually wanted to sneak attack Luffy and Garp during the dust battle, and he was a little angry when he smiled. Before. Those will go less than a round with the Green Bulls. Now. In front of Yuxiao, they were instantly killed again. The Straw Hat Pirates actually have masters. Many people stared at the one who killed 4 or 5 vice admirals in one go with a smile and solemnly said, I thought Luffy, Rayleigh, and Green Bull were top players. But they were mistaken. This smile actually has the ability to kill Vice Admiral in one hit. The Straw Hat Pirates. What kind of dark force gathered on the ship? Both Sengoku and Tsuru were startled. I'm afraid that if they want to leave, none of my 50 warships will be able to stop them. Akainu and Kizaru, they deserved to lose. What? Chapter 62. Luffy and Garp played hard for 3 hours. Period. Garp was out of breath, and his expression was uncertain. Did not expect. I can't even take down Luffy, a stinky boy. For 3 hours straight. Garp was also slightly injured. For Luffy's strength. Garp was both happy and unwilling. Glad he has such strength. Disappointed because he didn't play for Marine. Luffy here. He's more serious than Garp. I was so tired that it was extremely difficult to even raise my arms. He received a few punches from Garp heavily. These few punches come down. If it were an ordinary person, I am afraid that he would have fallen to the ground long ago. Thanks also to Luffy being a rubber fruit user. In addition to being able to be big or small. Strong vitality is also the advantage of rubber fruit. But now, even with rubber fruit, Luffy can't stand it anymore. Luffy, if you continue to fight, you will definitely lose. Fulfill your promise and go back to Marine with me. Garp looked at Luffy, who was covered in bruises, although he couldn't bear it, but in order to let him join Marine. Garp can't care about this injury. Old man, you are indeed very strong, but if you give me a little more time, even you and I can surpass you. Luffy felt the distance between himself and Garp. To be honest, compared to Garp, he had to admit, there is still a long gap. After all, these 60 or 70 years of cultivation background are here. It's far from being able to catch up with me in a month and a half. Luffy, come on Marine, you're doomed now. Garp looked at Luffy, and said earnestly, besides, with the old man here, everything you did before can be written off, and I can guarantee that you and your crew will not be implicated because of your identity. As Garp is now. Let alone a write-off. It's okay to have Luffy as backup to Marine Admiral's position. Luffy now. How strong is the strength? Garp, Sengoku, Crane, and Marineford's soldiers on 5,000 warships all saw it clearly. However, Garp's idea is good. 837. Pity. Luffy, who has become a pirate and recruited a Smile, Green Bull, and other crew members, will never agree. Notice his current goal. But defeating the old man will give you 2 chances to draw S-level prizes. Luffy said calmly, Old man, are you so sure you can capture me? Luffy, can you still fight? Garp asked. Hehe, how do you know if you don't try? Luffy chuckled. Immediately afterwards, an extra bean appeared in his hand. Garp didn't know the little bean. But the Straw Hat Pirates know everything. Fairy beans. When the crew members practiced collectively, they ate fairy beans to satisfy their hunger. Vaguely remember. This little bean eats 1 grain, and there is no need to eat for 10 days. And it also has the effect of quickly restoring the physical strength of the crew. Then, all the crew members who had eaten the fairy beans were all amazed and puzzled by it. How could this little bean have such great power? Luffy put the fairy beans into his mouth, gulped them down and swallowed them directly. Instantly, a force in the abdomen bleeds all over Luffy. The wounds and exhaustion on Luffy's body are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, Luffy is back to his prime once again. Just this second, Luffy was startled again. He touched his eyes with one hand. He touched it several times up and down, left, right, and left. He raised his head abruptly. I couldn't believe it. This is not true, is it? Eye fatigue caused by delusional vision is gone. This moment, Luffy couldn't even believe his eyes. To know. Void vision is an ability that consumes a lot of eye fatigue. If you use too much, your eyes will go blind. Luffy and Garp fought for over 3 hours. Hit it again. But something is really going to happen. Nowadays, a single celestial being solved the fatigue of his delusional vision. How does this not shock Luffy? Bean recovery ability Luffy knows. But he never imagined that even the fatigue caused by vain vision can be recovered. Good guy. Luffy is dumbfounded. But soon, he rejoiced again. Unexpectedly discovered the synergy between the two abilities. I have 1,000,000 fairy beans. Luffy no longer has to worry about the dangers of delusions. As long as no one can kill him in seconds. Luffy now has 1,000,000 lives. And, as far as the current own strength is concerned, there should be no one in this world who can kill himself in one move. The corners of Luffy's mouth raised, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Certainly. Fairy beans can't heal clothes, Luffy's clothes are tattered, and he still looks so messed up. Luffy's eyes became confident, old man, come again. Seeing that Luffy's momentum began to change, Garp's expression changed. Why does Luffy still have strength? It shouldn't be. He had already been consumed by himself before. But this moment when Luffy attacked, Garp was shocked. How did Luffy regain his strength? Feel the sharpness on the fist. And Luffy's fierce and desperate offense. Garp's mouth can barely close. All of a sudden, he was pinned down by Luffy instead. Garp and Luffy played for more than 3 hours, and it was impossible to say that they were not tired. Just like fighting a boss, I spent a lot of effort to solve the boss. Only found out in the end. This is just a clone of boss. When I am exhausted. The boss in his heyday took action himself, versus himself in a semi-disabled state. How to fight this? I hit you. Garp's heart was surging. What kind of secret is hidden in this grandson of himself? And what was that thing he ate just now? Why is stamina recovered by a large margin? Garp finds Luffy more and more strange. His strength, his trump card, his miraculous means, as well as the ability to copy others and so on. So much that even Garp doubted life had come to life. Next, the two sides fought again for a full 3 hours. Garp and Luffy have lost both. Luffy couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I spent 2 lives to liver Garp. The result is still no liver. But Luffy has less of everything but more jelly beans. Once again, he ate a fairy bean. Luffy's strength is rising steadily. This is Luffy's 3rd life. Full blast. Garp was dumbfounded again, transfixed. Is Luffy cheating? How does he have unlimited stamina? Another 3 hours passed. Finally, the battle is over. Thump. Marine's hero, Garp the Fist, is the one who is expected by countless people. After spending a full 9 hours, fighting him for 9 full hours, this hard bone was finally gnawed down by Luffy. Luffy is also extremely exhausted mentally. He raised his head, panting heavily. Breathing makes the body rise and fall. The other side. Garp was covered in cuts and bruises, with Luffy's fist marks all over his body. Fell to the ground, gasping for breath. I lost. Garp spoke with difficulty. In his current state, it is already very difficult to vent his anger. Old man, you are too difficult to chew. Luffy sighed. Travel expenses, I am no longer your opponent, this time you go, I will not stop you anymore. Garp said, dying, the exhausted could not be more exhausted. Luffy watched all this with mixed feelings. It took 3 lives to eat Garp. Although it won the result, it was a bit opportunistic. Ding, Mangzi host will get 2 chances of level 5 lottery draws after completing the chores. The system sends out a sound at this moment. Listen to the sound of the system. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. At least. All he wants is this result. Garp. Sengoku saw the end of the battle, he and Tsuru were surprised. Luffy actually beat Garp. This. That's not someone else. That's Garp the Fist, the legendary hero of the marine. The waves behind the Yangtze River drive the waves ahead, is one generation stronger than the previous generation? Victory and Crane looked at Luffy complicatedly. Thinking about Luffy's age now. Coupled with this powerful strength, it will definitely become a major obstacle to their marine in the future. Is the age of the rocks coming again? Vice Admiral Garp. After the other Vice Admiral saw Garp lose, the Optimus Prime in their hearts finally collapsed, and they couldn't believe it. But the deal is done. Watching the solid back fall to the ground. This has become an indisputable matter. It is imperative. It would be wise to bring back Vice Admiral Garp. What if Luffy threatens Marine with a dying Garp? The current Marine soldiers don't know the relationship between Luffy and Garp. A total of 5 Vice Admirals. The vigilant ones lay on the ground exhausted, glanced at Luffy, and quickly picked up Garp. Go back in the direction of Sengoku. Luffy ate another fairy bean. Restored all stamina. Luffy also took a weary breath, looked at Sengoku and said, Master Sengoku, do you want to keep us? Kizaru and Akainu were not there, and Garp was seriously injured by Luffy. Only Sengoku and Tsuru, the Iron Triangle and a gang of Vice Admiral, are left with combat power. Even if Sengoku and Crane are strong, Luffy doesn't think they'll be able to keep themselves with a gang of Vice Admiral either. Sengoku looked at Luffy complicatedly. He naturally knew the strength of these top masters on Luffy's boat. Plus Garp lost to Luffy again. The morale of the army is slack. Even those Vice Admirals don't have the determination to continue fighting. Could it be? I can only watch helplessly. The gang in front of you. Did the pirate slip away from under his nose? This. Seem. There is only this option. Straw Hat Boy, you are very strong, but I really didn't expect that Garp is not your opponent. Sengoku said. That's why the old man let the water go, I'm just opportunistic. Luffy told the truth. Garp really let the water go, and Luffy ate 3 jelly beans. Drag Garp to death with 3 lives. If there is no void vision, if there is no fairy beans, Luffy will definitely not fight Marine rashly today. Garp, Sengoku, Crane, 50 warships, more than 30 Vice Admirals, and 30,000 elite Marines. What a strong lineup! Water. However, Sengoku didn't take it seriously, he couldn't tell if Garp was releasing water. I haven't seen you for over 10 years. Has even Garp's grandson grown up to this point? Watching the rise of the new generation, Sengoku suddenly felt old. Seeing Luffy give himself a step, Sengoku said, since that's the case, let's let go of today's matter, you guys leave here, next time we meet, I will definitely not show mercy. All warships, all disperse. With Sengoku's order, all the warships scattered to give Thousand Sunny a way out. Luffy, could it be a conspiracy? Usopp walked to Luffy's side and asked cautiously. No, let's just leave, Marine won't stop us. Of course Luffy knew. Sengoku was not willing to let himself and others leave the scene at all. But he also saw his own strength. I even met admiral-level characters like Rayleigh, Green Bull, and Hokuo. So many powerful people come together. Sengoku got a headache before it was too late. If you really want to keep the people in your own ship here, all marines at this scene must be buried with them. The price is simply too high. This is Luffy's confidence, and also the reason why Sengoku is afraid. They can't wait to get out of here now. How could it be possible to set a trap? Wait a minute. Before leaving, Luffy asked everyone to wait. He turns around. Take a leap. Come to Sengoku's warship. Luffy suddenly stepped on the warship, and everyone on the warship was ready. Now, Luffy is a distance from Sengoku. Only 10 steps away. Overnight, Luffy will be able to attack Sengoku. Straw Hat Boy, what is your daughter-in-law doing? This is our marine warship, not a place for you to run amok. Protect the marshal, protect the marshal. Although many people are afraid of Luffy, but Luffy has bullied them all over their heads. These vice-admirals decided to fight back against death. Sengoku also frowned, his eyes fixed on Luffy who was 10 steps away. Why, don't you want to go? Suppressing his surprise, Sengoku said angrily. Luffy ignored Sengoku. Step aside. He looked at the vice-admirals standing in front of him and shouted. More than 30 vice-admirals were frightened by Luffy's evil spirit. Subconsciously, he took a few steps back, unconsciously making way for Luffy. Luffy walked step by step from the crowd to Garp, who was seriously injured and dying. Looking at Garp, Luffy sighed. Although he is a time traveler. But after all, Garp is one of the few relatives in this world who still care about him. Just now when fighting. Although Garp shouted in name that he would not release water. In fact, it's time to show mercy. He was seriously injured. Luffy is duty-bound. Take out the fairy beans and feed them to Garp. Luffy, what do you want to do with Vice Admiral Garp? A Vice Admiral looked horrified. Want to stop Luffy? Roll. Luffy's eyes are extremely domineering, and the Conqueror's Haki is released from his body. Pfft. This Vice Admiral's heart trembled, and a bright red spit out of his mouth. Then he took a few steps back and fell unconscious on the ground with a plop. The people around were startled. Luffy had badly injured Vice Admiral with a single glare. Is he a monster? This moment, no one dared to touch Luffy's brow anymore. Poor Marine now. Luffy was already standing in front of them, and they didn't dare to make a move yet. Watching from afar. Don't dare to approach. After feeding the jelly beans to Garp, Luffy got up 1.3 body. Old man, don't chase me after you recover. Luffy was really worried that Garp would come after him after he healed. After feeding the fairy beans, he left here. Go, return to Sabaody land. Luffy waved his hand. Get out of here in Thousand Sunny. At the same time, on the warship, Garp, who was seriously injured, also gradually recovered. He squeezed his fist and felt the abundant strength in his body. Am I seriously injured? Why are you so alive now? Not only Garp, but the surrounding Vice Admiral, Sengoku, and others were also shocked when they saw the seriously injured Garp jump up suddenly. Garp learned after asking. Luffy went to the meeting alone and came to the warship. Everyone on the warship dared not fight back. Then Luffy fed himself a bean, and he hurried out of here. Beans. Garp was puzzled at first. Then he seemed to remember something. His eyes widened. Garp said why Luffy regained his fighting power repeatedly. Could it be the bean? Garp felt the power, the bursting fist. Yes. It must be this bean. This brat is actually cheating and playing tricks. Garp raged. But soon, he smiled knowingly again. Luffy actually went to the meeting alone, set foot on their warship, and then gave himself such a precious bean in full view. This kid, Don't you be so kind to me, Mr. Zhu. Certainly. Garp is happy today. At least it can be proven. Luffy still respects himself as an elder. But Sengoku was not happy. Without him, more than 30 vice admirals were frightened by a superstar newcomer. The opponent is bullying to the head. Still dare not fight back. Sengoku squeezed one hand tightly. They Marine, is that all? Sengoku closed his eyes in pain. Chapter 63. The next day. Sabayati Archipelago Superstar New vs Marine 2 Admiral News. It spread across the entire sea in an instant. The local news agency withdrew from the 3 major events in a row. The Straw Hat Pirates killed the celestial dragon Saint Charos, causing Marie Joyce to be furious, and dispatched 2 admirals to encircle and suppress Sabayati Archipelago's superstars. Supernova vs the 2 marine admirals, the battle is imminent. Shocked, the 2 admirals were all defeated. The Straw Hat Pirates chased Admiral to Marineford, causing the Marine Marshal to come forward in person. Although this world newspaper is the main way to disseminate information. But in front of the seagulls that are making rapid progress. Newspapers travel no slower than those mailed. These newspapers spread out from the center of Sabayati Archipelago. Just one night. This Sabayati Archipelago Celestial Dragons event caused a sensation in the whole sea. The first half of Grand Line and the second half of New World. There are newspapers strewn everywhere. Water Capital. When they learned that Kaoxingzhen had killed the Celestial Dragons, many people looked at Kaoxingzhen with sneering eyes even though they were relieved. This group of Kaoxingzhen, who got impatient, actually dared to attack the Celestial Dragons. That's right, Celestial Dragons are the nobles of the world, aren't they afraid of offending those old fellows of Marie Joyce? It is said that the people at Marie Joyce were so furious that they ordered Marine to send Admiral to destroy Liao. Dressrosa. When it was learned that Admiral was on the move and was about to encircle Kaoxingzhen. A large number of people think that Kaoxingzhen may be over like this. It's over, these superstar newcomers this year are all over. What masters can there be in the first half of the Grand Line? Marine Admiral is furious, and these rotten fish and rotten shrimps will be sanctioned by Admiral soon. A group of superstars who don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, is Celestial Dragons also in existence they can provoke? When the news of Admiral's loss to Straw Hat Luffy spread, everyone looked at today's newspaper in astonishment. What? Admiral lost? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Let's not talk about the new strength of this group of superstars, they are not Admiral's opponents in 2008, and, this time, they reported that they were dispatched by 2 admirals. This newspaper must have lied about military information. Not necessarily, don't you know that there is one of the strongest superstars in this year's Superstars? Kill the Golden Lion, sink the Nice Lobby, and get a reward of 1.2 billion from the Straw Hat Pirates Luffy. Among the 2 admirals, Akainu was also there, and he was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy? Is Straw Hat Luffy so strong? Not only that, but he also chased Admiral to Marineford. Thanks to the Marshal, he saved the 2 admirals. Is this Straw Hat Luffy so strong? This Akainu's reputation has been discredited. He is so strong that he is actually chased by pirates. Ha ha ha, the invincible Akainu, you have today. Newspapers are divided into 3 batches. Sent to various parts of the world for 3 time periods respectively. Just one day. Anyone who receives a newspaper is a roller coaster ride. When I heard that Kaoxingzhen killed the Celestial Dragons in the morning, many people sneered, this group of Kaoxingzhen is done. Celestial Dragons also dare to provoke. Light the lantern in the toilet. Court death. Noon. The news of the confrontation between Kaoxingzhen and the 2 admirals came over. Watching the superstar rookies are about to be brutalized by Admiral. Many people are waiting to see a good show. Indeed. Just as everyone imagined, what kind of hands can the Grand Line have in the first half? This is the first time the enemy I encountered was Admiral, and there were still 2 of them. Superstars' new wings can't escape. But when everyone thinks so. In the afternoon. The results are out. This moment. Anyone who saw the newspaper was shocked. Shocked, both admirals lost. All defeated. See these 4 words. Many people who sneered at the Chao-Sing newcomers stared wide-eyed. Admiral lost. And there are 2 admirals. Is this real? FK. That's Marine Admiral. Many people were dumbfounded and froze in place for a long while without saying a word. These guys are superstars. They were able to win the battle against the 2 Marine Admirals? This is really something they didn't expect. All of a sudden. Countless people want to find the truth of the matter. Reporting agencies have also captured the curiosity of the people who like to explore the truth. Hastily opened another space for the newspaper. All superstars are about to be wiped out by Marine. At the critical moment, Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, stepped forward to turn the tide and bring the war back from the brink of death, and hit hard 2 admirals. Read the contents of the newspaper. At this time, countless people were shocked from ear to ear by Luffy's methods. Straw Hat Luffy turned the tide. Relying on tough means, they defeated Admiral, 2 members of Marine, in a row. One of them is Admiral Akainu, who has made countless pirates fearful. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. A large number of people began to pay attention to the new leader of the superstar, the man who was offered a reward of 1.2 billion by Marine. To be honest, although Luffy was offered a reward of 1.2 billion, it's bluffing to stand up. They can almost catch up with those mates from New World. But don't forget. Who is the Emperor's deputy? Who is Luffy? The former is the vice-captain of 4 emperors, and the latter is just a superstar rookie. Comparing Chao Xingzhen to Huang Fu, they are not even worthy to lift Huang Fu's shoes now. And because of this, even if Luffy is offered a bounty of 1.2 billion, many people still sneered. I think these superstar novels are grandstanding. Even at most, it's just one of the topics of chatting for after-dinner refreshments. Once said. Always makes people laugh. But after today, no one dared to roar with laughter. More than a dozen vice-admirals, 20 warships, 30 pacifists, and tens of thousands of elite marines. Such a powerful force was gnawed down by the Straw Hat Pirates. Who dares to laugh at them? Just imagine. Facing such combat power. Ordinary pirates don't pee their pants with fear, it's already very good. What's more? Lead this army. Or the famous Akainu and Kizaru. The results of it. When the 2 admirals faced the superstar Xin, who was offering a bounty of 1.2 billion. Successive defeats. Akainu and Kizaru. All lost to Luffy. Not only defeated them, but also chased Akainu and scolded them from Sabayati Archipelago to Marineford. Positively Admiral. They were actually sent to Marineford by Chao Xingzhen, which is their marine lair. Marine's face, Admiral's face are all lost. It's really outrageous. His mother took the outrageous home, the outrageous home. This is incredible. This. Today. There was an uproar everywhere. No doubt. Luffy's fame, stepped on Marine Admiral they soared. A large number of people began to reassess the situation. Get to know the Straw Hat Pirates well. And their captain, Luffy. But just as everyone thought. It's time to end here. The final news is out again. The Straw Hat Pirates chase Akainu Kizaru to Marineford, where they encounter the local Marshal Sengoku. The 2 sides drew their swords at each other when they disagreed. Even the army led by Marshal Sengoku himself can't help the Straw Hat Pirates. Even the legendary hero Garp the Fist lost to Straw Hat Luffy. If the previous defeat of Akainu and Kizaru was a pre-dinner snack, then this last Garp lost. It's like dropping a depth charge in the deep sea. Garp though retreated behind the scenes for many years. After becoming Vice Admiral, there is no ambition to make progress. But the illustrious reputation he achieved on the sea is still resounding in this sea to this day. He is the spiritual pillar of Marine and the foundation stone of Marine. In a way, Roger's status among pirates is the same as Garp's status among Marines. Whenever you talk about One Piece Roger, you will think of Garp the Fist chasing Roger all over the world. Nowadays, even Garp the Fist, the founding stone of Marine, failed. Lost to Straw Hat Luffy. What the hell? Is this Straw Hat Luffy a pervert? No no no. Pervert is not enough to describe him. He is an evildoer, a proper evildoer. Garp can be eaten by him. Well, what is there that he can't do? Is this Straw Hat Luffy really that strong? Got the last breaking news. The sea was almost turned upside down. The daughter country of Nine Snake Island. The queen of a country, Hancock, was sitting on a chair, with her slender legs curled up, and her beautiful long hair fluttering in the wind. Holding a newspaper in her hand, with bright eyes and white teeth, she looks dignifiedly at the news above. Did Garp also lose to this Kaoxing Zin? This Kaoxing Zin, so strong. Kingdom Palace of Dressrosa. Brother Ming, dressed as a flamingo, saw the news in today's newspaper. He was all over it. Then the eyebrows on the sunglasses frowned. It's really unimaginable that such a big thing happened outside. In a castle full of years. The perimeter of the castle. It's a group of monkeys with swords in their hands. A man with a long sword on his back stood at the gate of the castle. He was staring at the contents of the newspaper like an eagle. Straw Hat Luffy, losing streak to Admiral, Garp the Fist also lost. Watching a series of breaking news. Although it is unbelievable, the middle-aged man with the black knife on his back is very indifferent. I saw him silently talking to himself. Straw Hat Luffy, Straw Hat Luffy. New World. The Whitebeard Pirates. Goo la la la. You can tell it's Whitebeard just by the laugh. Whitebeard grabbed the newspaper and stared intently at Luffy's photo on it. I sent Golden Lion to impel down a while ago, and now I have lost 2 players in a row to Marine Admiral. Even Garp's fame in this life is ruined by this superstar newcomer hands. Speaking of which, Whitebeard stroked his chin suddenly, as if thinking about something. Father! You don't mean to? When seeing Whitebeard staring at Luffy and thinking constantly, Marco, Josie, Yizang and others beside him had a bad feeling. Next second, Whitebeard also really confirmed their thoughts. Whoever of you goes to the first half of the Grand Line, I want to take this person as my son. This. Everyone was speechless for a while. New World. Red Hair Pirates. Boss, Luffy's newspaper is here again. Usopp hurried to Shanks with the newspaper. When Shanks sees what Luffy has done in Sabayati Archipelago in one go, he was surprised. I thought it was for Luffy and the others. It was a rub, a huge difficulty. Unexpectedly, Luffy not only did not evade, but even faced the difficulties. Overturned the mountains built by Marine. This Luffy. It's amazing. Beckman had a cigarette in his mouth and puffed out the smoke ring. When he saw that both Admiral and Garp the Fist were defeated, he was surprised. This record is too luxurious. Lackey, who was gnawing on the chicken leg, came up to him, and praised him without hesitation. 093 Lackey is like opening the ranking record, and there is a page of MVP on it. Suddenly I want to meet Luffy. Redhead Shanks is also thrilled by what Luffy has done. He looked up. Kind of looking forward to seeing Luffy next. Now, the whole sea is in a commotion because of what happened to Luffy this time. Break into Marine Ford. Marines dare not fart. Desperately let the Straw Hat Pirates return. Watching Marine deflate. Many pirates are secretly proud, and have even begun to worship the Straw Hat Pirates. And Marine also lived up to the high expectations. Because of this incident, It caused them a great loss of face and no place to stand. Luffy's 1.2 billion bounty increased to 2 billion in an instant. 2 billion. Now Luffy. But it didn't reach the new world at all. He's just a proper first half Grand Line pirate. 2 billion rewards are on his body. It can be seen how terrifying his current influence is. Not just Luffy. Members of the Straw Hat Pirates who participated in the Celestial Dragons event. Everyone's bounty has been improved. Zoro offered a reward of 200 million, and Sanji offered a reward of 100 million. The rewards offered by Nami, Robin, Usopp, and others have also increased a lot. Green Bull, laughing is the first time that Marine has offered a 5 Hwa bounty. All of a sudden, everyone has a reward. The comprehensive amount has risen sharply. Rayleigh went back to Hermitage again, considering that more things are worse than less things. Marine also didn't put a bounty on Rayleigh. It's like selling him face. Certainly. No matter how noisy the outside world is. Even the crew danced for joy at the increased bounty. But as a party, Luffy has been practicing in his room. Why practice hard? After this time with Garp, Luffy also knows that there is still a long way to go before them. Never. Every time it's like playing Garp. This time, Xandu and Shengsu pile up. The strength must be your own, and only then will you have confidence. And after the Sabayati Archipelago Celestial Dragons event, a war that will change the pattern of the sea and become a historic turning point is coming. This war is known as the Feast of Dragons. He assembled New World Super First Line Masters. The epic collision between Marine, the strongest force in the sea, and 4 Emperors Whitebeard, the strongest pirate group in New World. Both parties gather at Marine Ford. The sky was dark and the sun and the moon were dark. As a traverser, Luffy can't miss this feast no matter what. Good. The Feast of Dragons is the Summit War. Summit War, a historic scene that changed the Age of Discovery. Coming soon. Chapter 64. Since returning to Sabayati Archipelago from Marine Ford last time, their entire pirate group has done such a big thing. It became famous all over the world and caused a sensation in the world. When the whole Straw Hat Pirates were overjoyed because of the increase in the bounty, everyone found out. Luffy hasn't stepped out of the door for 10 days. 10 days. All the crew members were puzzled for a while. What's wrong with Luffy? Usopp sneaked a peek out the window with Chopper's 2 treasures. Their bizarre discovery. For 10 days, Luffy has been practicing hard. The news reached the ears of Zoro, Sanji, and others. Immediately let them wake up one after another. Zoro's reward has been raised to 200 million, and Sanji's reward has been raised to 100 million. The two of them were really complacent because of the increase in the reward. Luffy has already calmed down. Continue to work hard to move forward. This made them both extremely ashamed. Notice. Luffy's current bounty has been raised by Marine to 2 billion Baileys. That's a full 2 billion Baileys. Compared to them, it is a gap of 10 times and 20 times. Almost halfway through the 4 emperors' ranks. For such a great honor, it stands to reason that Luffy should throw a big banquet and throw a big banquet. I can't wait to spread it all over the sea and let everyone know it. The results of it. Don't hear what's going on outside the window. Keep working hard and practicing hard. Luffy was unimpressed. Just do what you have to do. As always. Mediocrity. Look at yourself. I am complacent and complacent after only improving so much. The future achievements can be imagined. Compare Luffy's mentality. Both Zoro and Sanji were ashamed. Standing so high, but still has such a humble heart. Neither arrogant nor impetuous, neither humble nor overbearing. No wonder Luffy's strength is so strong, no wonder Luffy's strength improves so fast. This made both of them admire. Unconsciously, They were also moved by Luffy's diligence. Leave all joy behind. He also sneaked into his room. There is no limit to learning, and diligence is the last word. Let alone these two people. Even Robin, Nami, and Usopp discovered that Luffy was actually practicing with a calm mind. They were also mobilized. Don't hurry up. Really about to be thrown off by Luffy. The whole ship. Thriving from the start. Everyone is in high spirits. Now it's quiet again. Into a calm. In subtle ways. Unknowingly, Luffy has inspired the cultivation mentality of the crew members. Looking at the diligent members of the Straw Hat Pirates in front of him, Green Bull said with emotion, "This is really different from those ordinary pirate groups. The main thing is that Luffy is leading, don't you see? Everyone is motivated because of Luffy's hard work," said calmly with a smile. "This captain is really not an ordinary person." Green Cow rode. "Yeah, at such a young age, you actually have such a mentality, neither arrogant nor impetuous, nor humble, nor overbearing. Among the people I have met, there is no one who can reach the realm of Luffy, who is powerful, peaceful, and wealth cannot be touched. His heart, fame, and fortune cannot change his ambition." Uxiao has a very high evaluation of Luffy. Just when Green Bull and Uxiao were admiring Luffy's behavior, a voice of doubt came from the deck. "Hey? What about Nami, Robin and the others?" Green Bull and Uxiao looked up. But seeing Luffy walk out of the room in doubt, he scratched his head. "I found that there are only 2 people on the Thousand Sunny, Green Bull and Uxiao. Where are the others? In recent days, Thousand Sunny is so lively. Why is it suddenly deserted now? They went back to practice." He smiled and said to Luffy. "Practice. Luffy was immediately happy, and he continued to say without knowing the truth, "With their recent lively atmosphere, can you immerse yourself in cultivation? Captain, it seems that you still don't know the influence you bring to these crew members." The Green Bull looked at Luffy's puzzled eyes and said. Luffy is scratching his head at Green Bull's words. "What influence do I bring to them? What influence do I have? Forget it, don't care about them. Is there anything going on in the sea recently?" Luffy then asked the 2 of them. After 10 days, Luffy has been practicing in the room. He was preparing for the summit war. Otherwise, why are you practicing so hard? The role of this top talent can be great. Just 10 days. Luffy's strength is advancing by leaps and bounds, and it's like riding a roller coaster. But a long time of practice. So much so that Luffy didn't have time to pay attention to the news that broke out on the sea in the past 10 days. This. The Green Bull and Uxiao looked at each other. Immediately afterwards, Green Bull handed all the recent newspapers to Luffy. Luffy took these newspapers, and he wanted to see if there was any news he cared about. However, "I don't know if I don't read it." Under this look, Luffy's entire face turned black. Straw Hat Pirates defeat Marine. Supernova Luffy crushes Admiral. Marine legendary hero Garp the Fist lost to Supernova Luffy. Marshal Sengoku can't do anything to the Supernova, let them leave Marine Ford. Marie Joyce asked the teacher to blame. Because of the Supernova's agitation, Marshal Sengoku took the blame. From now on, the 5th Emperor on the sea is born. This is the 5th Emperor from the first half of the Grand Line. Above this newspaper, all are touting the deeds of their Straw Hat Pirates. There is shock, admiration, flattery, and even vaguely describing the Straw Hat Pirates as the 5th Emperor of the New World. This moment, although Luffy is only in the first half of the Grand Line, but his fame, it is not weaker than any pirate group in New World. Snapped. Luffy slapped the newspapers, and he stood up straight from the spot. "Is it over? It's been 10 days. Could it be that our enthusiasm hasn't dissipated? Actually, Luffy knows the reason why the news agency is crazy about the recent major events in the sea. The reason is because of the market. What residents and pirates like to pay attention to the most is these big events that broke out recently. Because they love attention. Newspapers satisfies their appetite. But the problem is, it's been 10 days. Can't the curiosity of you people dissipate? No wonder these people are curious. It's really what Luffy did this time that broke the sky. Killed the celestial dragons, repelled the two admirals, and chased them to Marineford. Marshal Sengoku couldn't do anything to Luffy. Almost everyone who reads the newspaper is fresh. The freshness of this news, let alone 10 days. Even if you give her 100 days, a year. I'm afraid it will be difficult to dissipate. It's like Summit War. Even after 2 years, it has become a topic that countless people talk about. Luffy can't control the people's curiosity. But this report is a bit too exaggerated. Depicting Luffy almost at the same level as the 4 emperors, each of the pirates under his command is extremely vicious. Luffy looked at the Green Bull and smiled, are these 2 people extremely vicious? In contrast Nami, Robin et.al. It looks like a fairy, like a goddess descending to earth. You told me they were vicious? It's outrageous. Luffy continued to flip through the 10 days worth of newspapers. They are all flattering their Straw Hat Pirates and making them superior. Luffy couldn't be more clear. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. The more your enemies hold you high, the more careful you have to be. Crisis. Often after disarming. No wonder everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was grinning from ear to ear recently. It seems that these newspapers take the lead. That's all. It's all happened. It's useless to stop it. Certainly. These are secondary. The most important is, Luffy wanted to see if there was any news about the Summit War. As a result, he read all the newspapers with a dark face, all about himself and the Straw Hat Pirates, occupying most of the country. There was no news of Summit War at all. No wonder Luffy's face was black all the time. Everything I don't want to see is above. Nothing to see. Well, this newspaper is useless at all. Luffy kind of misses the days of cell phones. It would be nice if I had a mobile phone, so I can do everything in the world without leaving home. Hey! Just when Luffy was lamenting the newspaper's incompetence, Luffy snorted lightly. Then his eyes lit up. Glance at the information in the last mosquito column of this newspaper. Needless to say, the mosquito bar. The small one cannot be smaller. But in this small column, there is hidden heavy information. Marine issued a military order to call elite Marines from all over the world to gather in Marineford. Calling Marines from around the world? The moment I saw the news, Luffy's eyes became serious, and he stared closely at the contents of the mosquito trap. Basically call the Marines, gather Marineford. What does this mean? Sengoku definitely doesn't call in Marine troops for no reason. Definitely another plan. Certainly. Ordinary people can't see the clues to these small actions of Marine. Not to mention, the world is full of news about Luffy right now. No one cares about this Marine's black box operation. Sengoku will be wrong and wrong. Just use Luffy to attract the attention of the world, so as to lay the groundwork for their Marine. Brightly repair the plank road and darken Chenkang. Luffy said how Sengoku gave himself a high reward of 2 billion for no reason. Feelings are behind this. There is such a plot. Luffy secretly thought that the time he traveled through was too coincidental. It happened to be in the Water City chapter. If it had been earlier, in Alabasta, Luffy would have deducted Ace without saying a word. Nothing can make Ace go after Blackbeard. Pity. It's too late. Certainly. If Luffy intercepts the Ace, wouldn't there be no such sensational Summit War? Everything is preordained. Actually, when leaving the capital of water, Luffy has been keeping an eye on the Blackbeard side of things. Pity. Blackbeard is too secretive to do the truth. Or he was too secretive. Even grab an ace, give it to Marine, in exchange for Shishibukai title. Hardly watertight. Not a single bit of news spread out. This Blackbeard can really bear. Forcibly endured for nearly 30 years. Thinking of Blackbeard's status in the future, a reward of 2.2 billion is offered for New World's newly promoted 4 emperors, dual fruit ability users, and first-class top masters. This is also worthy of Blackbeard's patience for so long. You're welcome. If it is really developed according to the storyline in the original book, Blackbeard will definitely be a natural enemy of Luffy in the future. Most likely after the Wano Kuni section. It's Blackbeard's turn. Straw Hat Pirates vs 4 Emperors Blackbeard Pirates. But it's a pity. The current Luffy is no longer the stunned young man in the original book. Blackbeard was indeed tolerant enough. Also strong enough. It is also a dark fruit ability user. But he met the Straw Hat Pirates who are now in full swing. Luffy could have let him die in Marineford without anyone noticing. The premise is: how dare he show up at Marineford? Such a big enemy, Luffy doesn't want him to grow up. Don't say anything to add challenges to yourself and so on. This is purely for nothing. Wouldn't it be better to strangle, of money, in the cradle? Blackbeard. A flash of light flashed in Luffy's sharp eyes. Now. Marineford. Sengoku watched the warships in front of him carrying sailors from all over the world arriving at naval headquarters. Zaya-he, how many marines have gathered so far? Sengoku asked. Roughly estimated, there are already 100,000, and the remaining 50,000 are on their way. Staff Crane answered from Sengoku's side. Match the 4 emperors with 150,000 elites. This is enough to see how much Sengoku attaches importance to Whitebeard. There are only 1,600 people on the Moby DK, plus the number of 43 affiliated pirate groups. The Whitebeard group only has 15,000 people. This is a gap of 10 times. 150,000 elite marine, Whitebeard, don't let me down. Sengoku looked at the sea in front of him indifferently. Whitebeard had to be buried here in Marineford. His time is over. Also, time to get the vice admirals on standby everywhere. Sengoku exhorted. Leave this matter to me. Staff Officer Crane withdrew. These vice admirals have only one mission. That's bringing Shishibukai back to Marineford. Hawkeye's Castle. The Royal Palace of Dressrosa. The periphery of Nine Snake Island. The ruins of the sunken thriller bark and more. Marine warships have arrived here one after another. My Hawk, the Marshal invites you to Marineford. Pirate Empress, please go to the headquarters. Doflamingo, straight. Gecko Moria. Shishibukai were taken to naval headquarters by these vice admirals. Marine has been preparing for a long time. A big fight. Coming soon. Chapter 65. Shishibukai arrived, and all the troops and supplies were completed. The entire marine is united and ready to go. The strongest state has come to their side. This day, Marine finally announced to the whole world that at noon 3 days later, he will behead Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, in a live broadcast in front of everyone in the world. And Marshal himself reveals Ace's hidden identity. He is the successor of the previous One Piece King Gold Roger, one of the few people in this world who has a sinful blood. Ace is Roger's son. Marine. Absolute justice has always been given priority. After revealing Ace's identity by name. Which means they will never allow Ace to leave naval headquarters alive. Decapitation of Ace is imminent. The moment the news spread. A worldwide sensation. Countless people were astonished. Whether it's the first half of the Grand Line or the second half of the Grand Line, even people from all over the world were shocked by Marine's handwriting. Who is Ace? Let alone whether he is Roger's orphan. Now he is the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. among the white group, have a very high status. And it goes without saying how protective Whitebeard is. My sons are always missing a hair. He will find a place for his son. Not to mention that Marine will be executed in Marineford, beheading his son Ace. How does that make Whitebeard stand? Countless people saw the moment of this news. They all gasped. They know. Marine is declaring war on the Whitebeard pirates. They want to deal with the four emperors. End the era of Whitebeard once and for all. But when Ace's specific identity is communicated, most people were still a little surprised. I thought the sinful bloodline had been cut off. Marine was trying to capture Roger's orphan. It can be said to have spent a lot of money. But the appearance of Ace made many people startled. How did he escape the Marine? The pirates frowned when they learned that Marine wanted to declare war on the Whitebeard pirates. Marine wants to stand up to the Whitebeard pirates. Since Roger started the era of great voyages, the momentum of the pirates is getting bigger and bigger, and a large number of pirates have landed on the Grand Line one after another from the first half. As the absolute overlord of the sea, Marine already faintly showed signs of being unable to suppress it. And because of this, requires decapitation of Whitebeard to make a stand. Make all pirates stand out. The majesty of the Marine is inviolable. And countless people on the sea fully support Marine's behavior. They were not uncommonly invaded by Marines. The family is broken and the family is dead, and the wife and children are separated. The reason for this situation is precisely because of the actions of those unforgivable pirates. People who hate pirates. I hope that Marine can work hard to deal with all the pirates in this world. New World. The Whitebeard Pirates. Crunch. Whitebeard punched the air. There was a strong tremor from the fist with white light. The top is like a broken mirror, making crackling sounds. Whitebeard glared. Stare closely at the newspaper in your hand. Teach. Whitebeard was furious, and shock fruit bombed the four fields. Because of a dark fruit, Blackbeard beheaded the fourth Captain Thatch, and then fled. Ace went to catch up in person, but unexpectedly fell into an ambush by Blackbeard, gave Ace to Marine as a tribute, and exchanged the title of Shishibukai. Then, now, Marine uses Ace as a threat to declare war on their Whitebeard pirates. Say it bluntly. The reason behind all this. It is because of this fuse of Blackbeard. This is what led to the current situation. Just ask. How could Whitebeard not be angry? The brazen BCH. Below Whitebeard, the captain of the first team, Marco, was also furious. I really want to skin Teach, ungrateful BD. Jaws was also furious. Damn it, it's a shame to be on the same ship as him. Beista gritted his teeth and shouted. Cough cough cough. Because of being too angry, Whitebeard held his chest and coughed violently. The body on the drip kept shaking. Father, are you okay? Seeing that Whitebeard's body was in trouble at the moment, the team captains headed by Marco hurriedly asked with concern. I'm fine, Dad, I was blind back then, and actually let this guy Blackbeard board the ship. I said why didn't he inherit Odin and take the position of captain of the second team, the feelings are in front of him, age, the position of captain of the second team can no longer accommodate his ambitions. Whitebeard clenched his fists, wishing he could strangle Teach to death. Father, don't be hurt by this traitor. Many captains dissuaded. All right. Whitebeard raised his hand, don't worry about the length of this Teach. Marine has already used Ace as a threat to declare war on us. Sengoku has one purpose. He wants to compete with our Whitebeard pirates. We should take countermeasures immediately, what do you think? Father, Ace must not be caught by Marine for nothing like this. He is the captain of the second division of our Whitebeard pirates, and he is our brother. Sixth Captain Bermank said. Yes, Ace is an inseparable crew member of our Whitebeard pirates. We must not let him stay alone in Marineford, and bring Ace out no matter what. 7th Captain Lakyo followed closely behind. That's right, Ace is ours. Marine is doing this. They are risking their lives. Let this group of Marines who don't know the heights of the sky and the earth have a good taste of my mace. The 10th Captain, Courier, waved his mace and said. This group of Marines think too highly of themselves. In recent years, they have been eyeing our Whitebeard pirates. It's time to teach them a lesson. In the middle position, Yi Zhang stood among them, and he said sharply. Fight them. Marine wanted to kill us, and Shishibukai came to join in the fun, so they fought until Marine was completely convinced. When have the many captains been so angry? Marine actually threatened their compatriots. Isn't this running wild on the heads of their Whitebeard pirates? Originally joined the Whitebeard pirates. At the beginning, it was only because of Whitebeard's deterrence. But over time, they were also moved by Whitebeard's sincere character. Totally willing to join the family. No complaints or regrets. Now that this brother is in trouble, how can they stand by and watch? Not for other. Just for one breath, just for that dignity. Seeing the indignation of his sons, Whitebeard also nodded in relief. He had already made his decision. Ace. He must not be left alone in Marineford. That being the case, then let's fight. Didn't Marine just want to fight Whitebeard with them? Just right. Their wishes were fulfilled. Whitebeard waved his hand. Him at this time. There is no longer the sick state before. Reach out. Remove all infusion tubes from your body. Since the war is about to start, won't people laugh at wearing this medical equipment eyebrow? Take them all off. Assemble 43 affiliated pirate groups, prepare for one night tonight, and set off immediately tomorrow. Whitebeard was majestic and dignified, and a terrifying aura resurfaced on him. Many captains looked sideways. The eyes that looked at Whitebeard began to become admiration. The strongest man in the world who made countless people in the sea stand on the top of the mountain in fear, he is here again. Marine. Are you ready? Meet the king of the sea, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Talking about Luffy. Today's newspaper comes out. Luffy is following the content on this immediately. Summit War. Is it finally coming? Luffy has been practicing hard for 10.5 days in order to prepare for the Summit War. Although the strength has greatly increased. But Luffy obviously felt that it was not enough. If you face Garp again, still have more than enough heart but not enough energy. The time is too rushed. What Luffy needs now is exactly the time. But time is ticking. The Summit War has already started, it's too late to let Luffy practice again. Ace? Isn't this Luffy your brother? Nami looked at the news in his hand, then asked Luffy. Then, while in the desert country of Alabasta, Ace once came to Luffy's boat. The two brothers met. Nami, Usopp, Zoro, and the rest of the crew who followed Luffy earlier got a glimpse of Ace. At that time, everyone was still emotional. Ace's strength is actually so strong. Unexpectedly, when we meet again. It was such a grim scene. Ace. He was about to be punished. Ace? I remember, we met him in the desert country. Usopp remembered too. He was sent to the execution platform by Marine. Is this going to target Ace? Zoro frowned into a Sichuan character. But I didn't expect, Luffy, your brother is actually the Pirate King Roger? Luffy, are you the son of the Pirate King? Sanji turned his head and asked hastily. Stupid, Ace said before that he and Luffy are sworn brothers, and Garp is Luffy's grandfather, okay. Nami's speechless answer. Luffy, are we going to naval headquarters to rescue Ace? Chopper looked at Luffy worriedly and said. Everyone speaks to me. When discussing. Luffy said, do you all know the identity of Ace? His words. Let everyone at the scene have a meal. To be honest, everyone only knows that Ace is Luffy's brother and the orphan of Roger, the One Piece announced by Marine. He is now the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard's character of protecting the calf. I think you also understand a little bit. I know you are very anxious, in fact, there are people who are more anxious than you. Luffy explained to everyone. You mean, Marine wants to declare war against the Whitebeard Pirates, forcing them to go to Marineford, and a decisive battle in Marineford will break out from now on. Robin understood Luffy's words immediately. That's right. Luffy nodded. Robin was more knowledgeable and knowledgeable. Said so by Robin. Everyone else came to their senses too. Then what do we do? Ace is definitely going to rescue him. Don't say anything else. As far as the relationship between Ace and Luffy is concerned, it is imperative to rescue Ace and the others. The specific method, I have already thought about it. Luffy took out a map from the warehouse, and then listed the map in front of everyone. I saw his fingers slip down to Marineford. Here, Marine will have an earth-shattering battle with the Whitebeard pirate group. With Whitebeard's confrontation and attracting firepower, Marine will definitely send all its forces to gather at the headquarters, so that we can wipe out the Whitebeard pirates in one go. But because of this, other places are empty. During the conversation, Luffy pointed to one place again. Look here. Where his fingers landed. It is a very important level institution of Marine. This is Impel Down. Robin took a closer look and recognized the place. Our target is the prisoners held in Impel Down. Let me put it this way, the prisoners' hatred of Marine is not a matter of a day or two. In order to destroy the Whitebeard pirate group, Marine will definitely gather a majestic force. Maybe there are 100,000 troops, maybe there are 150,000 troops, in short, it will not be less than this number. It's useless for us people to go, but if these prisoners are added, the meaning will be very different. Luffy said firmly. Using prisoners to help us share our forces. This is also a wise choice. With a smile, he agreed with Luffy's idea very much. Luffy, the Marine declared war newspaper has just been posted on Thousand Sunny. You just glanced at the newspaper, how did you come up with a countermeasure so quickly? Usopp is taken aback by the way Luffy is thinking now. Luffy was taken aback when he heard this. Then he came back to his senses. Correct. The news of Marine declaring war has just come in. It seems that Jay is a bit fast. This. Luffy is really not good at answering. After all, he couldn't say that he was thinking about how to participate in this summit war 10 days and a half months ago. It's amazing. Robin and Nami also sighed. Behind the two of them, Perona has also recently been active on Thousand Sunny. She and Robin, Nami's two daughters, get along well, at least they have something to talk about. Now everyone is in a meeting. Her little head is also coming together. Perona rarely spoke, but, do you think these prisoners will help you deal with Marine? Luffy looked at Perona and said, why not? An enemy's enemy is a friend. Besides, with a little grace and kindness, how dare they not help? Is the enemy of an enemy a friend? Everyone pondered this sentence. Suddenly, I found out that this seems to be a great truth. After everyone's discussion, Ace must go to the rescue. But it will not be hasty. Their first target of action is Impel Down, the big undersea prison that is said to be unbreakable for more than 20 years. Everyone prepare for the night, we will head to Impel Down tomorrow morning. Luffy signaled everyone to rest well tonight. The meeting is over. Everyone left one after another. Luffy also came to his room. For the past half-month, I have been practicing hard. Luffy also got 2 S-tier draws while beating Garp. Now, time to take advantage of these 2 sweepstakes chances. Chapter 66. In the room. Dear host, you have 2 chances to draw an S-level lottery. Do you want to draw? The system sends an inquiry voice. Extract. Luffy said. Ding, congratulations host, your strength and speed have been raised to max. The first reward falls on Luffy. Strength and speed instantly increased to the peak. Luffy just felt a force pouring into his body. Let his whole body be sublimated. Strength and speed. Looking at these two abilities, Luffy was overjoyed. What he lacks now is the improvement in strength. This is the top strength and speed, and it has a terrifying improvement for Luffy's gain. If only Luffy had acquired these two abilities before meeting Garp, he wouldn't have to spend 3 lives to deal with him at all. Dear host, you still have a chance to draw an S-level lottery, do you want to draw? The sound came from the system again. Extract. Now it's time for a second chance. Ding, congratulations host, your 1000 Sunny has gained the ability to dive and fly. Why? When seeing the rewards drawn for the second time, Luffy was a little confused. He always thought these S-level lottery draws are an increase for oneself. How come now? It actually fell to 1000 Sunny. Dive into the sea, let the hull have the ability to dive into the ocean, and ignore any attacks from Sea Kings. Flying, let the hull have the ability to fly, and the defense power will be increased by 100 times. After Luffy sees the ability of diving and flying clearly, he took a surprised breath. Needless to say, diving into the sea is similar to coating a boat with a film so that you can freely shuttle in the depths of the sea. But coatings come with serious risks. Once you encounter the attack of Sea Kings, under the terrifying pressure effect of the deep sea, once the coating is broken, the sea water on the side will tear the ship and crew to pieces. There is no doubt that he must die. This ability to dive into the sea is a very safe guarantee for 1000 Sunny when diving. As for flying, when Luffy saw this ability, he was really impressed. This is similar to Lion Fruit's ability. After all, as a captain, who doesn't want his ship to take to the sky one day? Not only that, the defense power has also increased by 100 times. This is equivalent to putting on a layer of sacred armor. Let alone a pirate ship. Even the fire coverage of warships. I'm afraid it can't break 1000 Sunny's armor. Although it is still not as good as God's Void Sight, Million Immortal Beans or something. But this lottery is inherently random. Obtain these abilities. Luffy has had enough. Nothing to say all night. The next day, Luffy called all the crew. The assembly is complete, the target impel down. Known as the largest undersea prison that no one can break through in history. 3 days. Fleeting. Marineford at this time. A murderous atmosphere enveloped the entire island. 150,000 Marines are neatly arranged in this Marineford square. They stood upright one by one, well organized, uniformly dressed as soldiers, with their heads held high, their eyes calm, full of unprecedented cohesion. This is the elite Marine from all over the world. And on the outskirts of the square where Marlin Fan passed, 80 warships are guarding here. In addition to the 80 warships, there are 200 warships constantly patrolling outside the Gate of Justice. Once you encounter the Whitebeard pirates, report them as soon as possible. Today, it is the day to execute the evil bloodline ace, and it is also the day to completely annihilate the Whitebeard pirates in this world. Marshal's office. Sengoku sits on top of the main seat. He tapped the table with one hand. Below him, Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, Garp, Tsuru, and hundreds of Marine high-level all gathered here. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. Sengoku stood up from his chair, his robe snapping with him. Action! With an order from Sengoku, all Marine executives immediately exited the office. Each performs his duties. A raging fire is burning in Marineford. Bang! In the middle of the square in Marineford, there is a huge gate. At this moment, the gate of Marine Base opened abruptly. I was surprised to see a total of 16 giants, Vice Admiral, coming out of the gate. The giant Vice Admirals have huge backs, some are carrying tomahawks, some are dragging maces, with huge bodies. The moment they step on the ground roars and shakes. They are full of hostility, shocking to hear. One can tell that they are strong men who crawled out of the corpse mountain and sea of corpses. 16 giants Vice Admiral came to the forefront of 150,000 soldiers. They are the number one opponent against Whitebeard. After the giant Vice Admiral, another group of people came out from the door. It's 7 warlords of the sea. After many soldiers saw this group of people, their pupils constricted for a while, and their hearts were full of dreadful prestige. It was 7 warlords of the sea who came out this time. Take a look at the past. Doflamingo, dressed in a flamingo costume, wearing a pair of sunglasses, with a smile on his mouth, walks with a step that he doesn't recognize. With a huge body and a GG smile, he lost to Luffy's Gecko Moria at the Thriller Bark. Cold and taciturn, Bartholomew Kuma always has a book between him. Dressed in black, wearing a western cowboy hat, and carrying a black knife behind his back, Mihawk is also known as the world's #1 swordsman. There is also the pirate queen Boa Hancock who fascinates thousands of men and has the most beautiful appearance in the world. Shishibukai. It is marine used to check and balance the existence of 4 emperors. I don't know if there is any checks and balances. But most of their strengths were not inferior to the admiral level at their peak. Even Gecko Moria, who lost to Luffy, was a ruthless character who competed with Kaido for Wanakuni's territory when he was young. Just like what the Empress said 2 years later. The reason why they can be called Shishibukai is simply because they are too strong. The Shishibukai didn't go to the position of the giant Vice Admiral, they chose the high platform of the second step. Stand right here. Just overlooking the entire marine fort. Behind Shishibukai, there are 50 or 60 marine Vice Admirals from all over the world. Their strength. Existence second only to Admiral level. Looking at the 16 giant Vice Admirals, looking at the many Shishibukai in front of him, as well as the Vice Admirals who are second only to Admiral's level, and his own 150,000 elite soldiers. The soldiers are magnificent, their confidence is greatly increased, and their morale is soaring. High morale and full of confidence in this war. Just when everyone's morale was high. Marine's last hole card. The top 3 admirals are selected from 1 million people. Step out from that door step by step. Look at these 3 people. The marine soldiers began to breathe rapidly. The ups and downs are unstoppable. Number T. Kizaru. The 3 came directly below the execution platform. There are 3 chairs in total, and the 3 people are sitting on the corresponding chairs. Akainu sits at the C position, and Kizaru and Aokiji sit on either side. The moment they sat down, the 2 raised their legs. Standard Admiral sitting position. Certainly. Only Aokiji just sat there quietly, looking at the full combat power of the marine in front of him with lazy eyes. The 3 looked different. The only thing in common is that they are all waiting for Whitebeard to come. It was 10 o'clock. Execution ace from noon. Only 2 hours left. 2 hours. Say it fast or not. Not too slow. B. When will their archenemy, the Whitebeard pirates, arrive? At this point, no one knows. After Admiral sat down firmly. Finally it's the Marine's turn. Sengoku walks from backstage all the way to directly above the execution platform. His here is currently the highest point in the entire Marine fort. At the same time, next to Sengoku is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second squad, Roger's orphan, Ace with the blood of evil. The current Ace is very embarrassed. He was covered in wounds, disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, and dried blood at the corners of his mouth. Kneeling on the scaffold. Both hands were wearing sea-stone handcuffs, and the other end of the sea-stone handcuffs was nailed to the ground. Ace can't move. He didn't have the appearance of the captain of the 2nd Division at all. Ace regrets it very much. If it wasn't for my own will, if it wasn't for my own army to go deep, if it wasn't for my own risk, I'm afraid there will be no such scene as it is now. 150,000 Marines, plus so many Marines, Marshal Sengoku, 3 admirals, Shishibukai. It is not an exaggeration to describe the current Marine Ford with 4 words, Longton and Tiger's Den. Even their Whitebeard pirates are strong. But in the face of such a situation of Longton Tiger's Den, inevitably, there is more than enough food and not enough energy. Marine. This time, they are determined to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Thinking of the current situation of the Whitebeard pirates, and thinking of Whitebeard's now seriously ill body, Ace knows. It's all because of myself. In today's battle, the Whitebeard pirates will be ruined because of themselves. Dad, don't ask for it. Biting his lower lip, Ace prayed. He would rather die himself than involve his father Whitebeard. Think of the Whitebeard pirates that are about to be destroyed. Ace couldn't stop crying anymore. Tick-tock fell to the ground. A deep look of despair appeared on the grey face of Ace. Do you regret it? Sengoku, who was standing on the side, spoke a rare word. If you had listened to your grandfather's persuasion back then, wouldn't you have the result you have today? Ace was silent. From the beginning to the end, they were all crying with their heads down. Directly below the execution platform, after Garp heard Sengoku's words, his fists clenched tightly. On one side is his beloved grandson, and on the other side is Marine who needs him to carry the banner. Tangled. Contradiction. It all converges on Garp. 0, seeking flowers. Let him feel like sitting on pins and needles, his size has been messed up. Well. Staff Officer He, who was standing next to Garp, didn't know his current state of mind. As an old friend for many years, Staff Officer He said gently, Garp, don't think too much, and control your own emotions. The whole Marine Fort is looking at the sea with burning eyes, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. Pity. God is not beautiful. At this moment, the endless sea in front of him actually started to fog up. Thick fog filled the air, obscuring vision. Hanging around Marine Ford, it is difficult even for a telescope to see through the fog and observe the distant coast. Suddenly, there was a sound of a horn over the sea, and then in the quiet foggy depths, a black shadow appeared above the sea. The moment the shadow appeared, a few more dark shadows appeared around. More and more dense. The moment I saw the shadow, a large number of people squinted their eyes, and the scouts raised their binoculars and stared into the depths of the haze in the distance. Pity. The smog is too dense. The binoculars are also not very clear. Until the other was almost approaching the coast of their Marine Ford. Scout Liang Mang shouted hastily, no, that's a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Affiliated with pirates. There are a total of 43 fleets. These captains on the fleet were all powerful characters who followed Whitebeard to conquer the world. Each of them is a powerful person. 43 fleets, adding up to about 13,000 people. At the time when a large number of people were focusing on the 3 affiliated pirates at 4 o'clock, the bay in front of Marine Ford, suddenly it started bubbling. Coming. See this bubble that pops up suddenly. Everyone frowned. For a moment. Swish swish swish. 16 giants Vice Admiral, 50 or 60 Vice Admiral, Shishibukai, 3 Admiral, Garp, Crane Staff Officer, Marshal Sengoku all looked towards the bubbling place. Next moment. In front of the bay, the hull of the huge blue whale emerged from the sea indistinctly. Like a carp jumping over the Dragon Gate, rushing to the sky, splashing out boundless water. This ship is none other than the Moby Dick. The blue appearance, the streamline of the whale, who else is there if it is not the ship of the Whitebeard pirates? After the mother ship appeared, then 3 more sub-ships emerged. 1 mother and 3 sons. A total of 4 Moby Dicks. Aligned in 4 directions respectively, standing in front of the Bay of Marineford. Boom! The moment the Moby Dick surfaced, the membrane of its body was also broken. Except for Sachi and Ace. All the captains of the white pirates stood directly in front of the Moby Dick mother ship. Each of them has an unruly look on their faces. Fearless even against the marine soldiers that fill Marineford. Just at this moment. Tap tat tat. There was a sound of firm and powerful footsteps. Roaring on the Moby Dick, resounding across the bay. Tap tat. Tat tat tat. Tap tat. The sound of footsteps walking forward step by step, with the sound of metal weapons hitting the ground. Most of the marines swallowed their saliva. They all knew who the footsteps came from. But this strong momentum. Before it appeared, it made people feel chilled and shocked. This. How to fight this? Is this the aura of the so-called strongest man in the world? The marine soldiers who were originally confident. His face was a little tense. Like a dam collapsed, the flood flooded thousands of miles. There is no fighting intention in my heart. At last. The head of the New World 4 emperors, the strongest man in the world, the user of shock fruit, with the grey and upside-down crescent moon beard, wearing a black turban and holding it in his hand. The days when the sharp knife never cut. Appeared on the Moby Dick and walked out. Whitebeard slammed Kong Yunki to the ground heavily. The hearts of everyone in Marineford jumped. Goo la 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 la. You gang of clowns are really brave. You dare to move my son. Are you impatient? Ace, don't cry, Dad is here to save you. Sharp, Haki, turned a blind eye, and regarded the heroes of the world as a dead man. All the momentum is concentrated on Whitebeard. Just one sentence. The group of marines in front of Zhen didn't dare to fart. Standing in place tremblingly. In their current state, let alone fighting, whether they can stand or not is another matter. Even some vice admirals looked at the scene in front of them, they were all silent. Not daring to take his eyes off Whitebeard. They are really worried. If you look at it a few more times, I'm afraid you won't even have the will to fight. Deficit. Chapter 67. Whitebeard stood alone at the front of the Moby Dick, and behind him, a total of 14 captains also stood in place. From the first Captain Marco to the 16th Captain Yi Zhang, the mainstay of the entire Whitebeard pirates gathered on the deck. This is the absolute power from the entire White group. This group of marines really spent all their money to deal with us. The endless marine soldiers in front of them are estimated to be close to 100,000. Jaws looked around, and there were Marineford soldiers in front of him. So what if there are too many people? Anyone who dares to bully our Whitebeard pirates, hit them, said the violent Captain 7. They don't really think that the elite marines like light frequency can stop us. Captain 13 sneered. The strength of all the captains on their side. Almost all are between Vice Admiral and Admiral. And has a full 14 people. Plus Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world and has the strongest fruit. More than 100,000 marines. Not too much. 4 emperors of the New World. It's not just as simple as clamoring. They have absolute background and absolute strength. Their daddy Whitebeard. Back then, it was the existence that competed with people like Roger Garp Golden Lion. On the execution stand. When Ace saw the appearance of Haki in the Whitebeard pirate group, and ignored the enemy, when he went straight to Longton for such a reckless self. He was completely moved by Bai Tuan's behavior. But it is because of emotion. The guilt in my heart is increasing. Especially after hearing the phrase "Daddy is here to save you." He was even more distressed. I was crying so hard. Ace closed his eyes in pain, crying uncontrollably, "Dad, I'm sorry. The sound of his wailing, resounding through Marineford. The voice is full of crying, helplessness, bewilderment, guilt, and the last trace of uneasiness. Heartbreaking. Gu la la la. However, Ace's desperate voice was exchanged for Whitebeard's smile. Little Ace 313, don't be afraid, you are my son, no matter what, I will take you away from Marineford today. Even in the face of 150,000 Marines, the gap is tens of times, and the Marshal, Admiral, and everyone at the top of the Marines are there. Whitebeard was also the first to comfort Ace. Then, Whitebeard went on to say, my sons, tell these ignorant Marines in front of you, what will happen to those who dare to touch us? Hee, what else can happen, it's inevitable that I can't escape a death sentence. Vista pulled out his double knives and said, those who moved us, you are setting yourself on fire. Jaws said calmly. Ace, you will always be our brother. That's right, today let these ignorant Marines take a look at what is the anger from the four emperors. Destroy all these Marines. Kill them. The other team leaders are also high-spirited. Everyone drew their weapons. Everyone has a fierce look on their faces. All of them are veterans of many battles. At this moment, the ferocious pirate aura is released one after another. The momentum was monstrous, the shouts broke the sky, the movement caused a sensation in the sea, and enveloped Marineford, making countless people tremble with fear. These elite Marines are of course good in strength, and their organizational skills are also very strong. It can be boiled down to the bottom line. But it's just flowers in the greenhouse. Those who actually participated in the war were very few. Beichuan is different here. Accept challenges from pirates from all over the New World for many years. Mixed in fighting and looting. Everyone is a generation who has experienced hundreds of battles, and they are all ruthless characters who have come out of the mountain of corpses. This aura contrasts. Even if the enemy outnumbers me 10 times. They are also unafraid. Marine here. There are indeed many soldiers who participated in the war for the first time. Although it has been prepared for a long time. But this first battle is to face Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, the leader of the four emperors, and the Whitebeard pirates, the strongest pirate group. Plus Whitebeard came up and overwhelmed people in a blowout style. The Marine soldiers were inevitably a little apprehensive. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku naturally noticed the Marine soldiers who were already a little scared. Courtesy of Whitebeard. The fighting confidence that was finally gathered was destroyed by Whitebeard. The title of the strongest man in the world is indeed very bluffing. When you come up, you will overwhelm people with power. Whitebeard. You are as difficult as ever. But all of this is expected by Sengoku. From the beginning, the two sides have already started the game. This time. But it was Whitebeard who took the lead. Good. The reason why Whitebeard did this was because he also saw the sea of stars in front of him. Although his face was calm, Whitebeard's heart was slightly alert. Thanks to Sengoku, in order to deal with his own Whitebeard pirates. He really spent his money. Looking at the Marine soldiers who were already terrified. Whitebeard took another step forward. A white light appeared in his hand, and the power of shock fruit was pinched by Whitebeard in his hand. He punched it out. Crunch! There was a crackling sound in the air. The air waves continued one after another, and the earth-shattering power was released from Whitebeard's hands. Like a scourge. Out of nowhere in an instant. This moment. The entire Marineford was shaking violently, and some Marine soldiers standing upright also retreated and fell to the ground one after another. The aftermath of this shock fruit affected every soldier. 3 Admiral, Sengoku, Garp, Vice Admiral and Shishibukai were all shocked. How many years? It's been years since they've seen the power of shock fruit. Now see it again. Everyone was shocked. Although this Whitebeard is not as old as before, his strength is not inferior to that of his peak period. They directly felt the berserk power coming from the impact. Suddenly, someone suddenly discovered that after Whitebeard cast shock fruit in front of their marine ford bay, the sea water has started to ebb. Low tide? This is how the same thing? While the soldiers were pondering why such a bizarre phenomenon occurred on that sea, on the calm sea surface, huge waves with a height of hundreds of feet suddenly appeared. The impact of huge waves, driven by the vibration of the sea water, they felt like an earthquake in marine ford. Even some flimsy buildings. At this moment, it collapsed directly under the shaking of the 100-meter height tsunami. See, tsunami. Why did the tsunami come? Countless marines' eyes almost popped out. To know. They are now 150,000 elite, all gathered in front of this marine ford square. This terrain. It is only a high platform more than 10 meters high. A 100-meter tsunami hits marine ford. All soldiers on marine ford will be destroyed. Whitebeard, he wanted to make a big effort to smooth the rhythm of this war. Escape. The soldiers can't care about any marine military regulations at the moment. Must escape. If you don't escape your life, you will be gone. But this marine ford is such a high place. The 100-meter height tsunami was so fast that it rushed towards us. Where can this escape to? Face off against the strongest men in the world, against giants like Whitebeard standing on top of the mountain. They are nobodies. What to challenge? Marines' morale is in disarray. Everyone is so scared that they can't lift the heart to fight. Have to say. In terms of the strategy of the big trend, Whitebeard can be said to have fully demonstrated his own haki. Just relying on him alone is enough to scare all the marines out of their wits. One man beats 100,000 marine. Powerful. Too strong. Ridiculously strong. Certainly. This is also indispensable for so many years, Whitebeard's great reputation in the sea. It is no exaggeration for the marine soldiers to be frightened by the news. Facing the monstrous tsunami. This is no longer a problem that soldiers can solve. At this critical juncture, Marine Admiral needs to step up. Directly below the scaffold, the three admirals' chairs. Akainu stood up from where he was. A layer of magma appeared on his arm. Just when Akainu was about to make a move. Sudden. A figure at the side jumped out first, then Akainu. It is Aokiji. The last admiral who is as famous as Kizaru Akainu. See, Aokiji dispatched. Akainu, who had stood up, sat back down again. Aokiji leaps into mid-air. A cold air condensed in his hand, and then rushed towards the tsunami. In this second, a shocking scene appeared. I saw that the cold air released by Aokiji hit the tsunami. The tsunami froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. The hundreds of feet high tsunami immediately froze in place like a miracle. Ice Age. At the same time, Aokiji landed on the sea. Frozen flowers grew from the soles of his feet, and even the sea was frozen by Aokiji's frozen fruit. The freezing speed was so fast that the mother and three sons of the Moby DK were also implicated. The lower body of the ship cannot move. Baista walked to the side of the boat and looked at the frozen lower part of the boat. Father, our boat is frozen and can't move. It doesn't matter, I have learned about Aokiji's frozen fruit. It doesn't take 10 days and a half months. His ice soul can't be melted. It just uses his frozen sea surface to give us a place to stay. On this sea of ice, let's have a good fight with Marine. Yi Zhang held the gun in his hand and said coldly. Aokiji, this way. After freezing the sea surface. Without saying a word, he charged at Whitebeard. Bow and knock an arrow. A longbow of ice appeared in Aokiji's hand. Aokiji turned on Whitebeard. 3 shots of frostbolt were fired towards Whitebeard. Aokiji, so it's you, kid. Whitebeard sneered at Aokiji's attack, then raised his hand and punched it. The 3 ice arrows that were launched were snapped off by Whitebeard abruptly. And shock fruit's shock wave is unabated. Slammed hard at Aokiji. A layer of ice shield appears in the hands of Aokiji. Shock fruit's shock wave collided with his ice shield. Instantly, the ice shield broke directly. Can't stop the impact of shock fruit at all. Even Aokiji was thrown out. He retreated dozens of steps to stabilize his body. Aokiji narrowed his eyes. He realized he was careless. Frostbolt. Aokiji was full of energy, and more than 100 arrows gathered around him. Then he controlled the arrow and attacked Whitebeard. Welcome to Aokiji. Another punch from Whitebeard. Use violence to control violence. These hundreds of ice soul arrows were broken by Whitebeard again. Aokiji was shocked back a few more steps. In just one breath, Aokiji, who was Marine Admiral, retreated twice. This Whitebeard. It's really difficult. Little devil, it's my turn. Aokiji failed to attack twice, and Whitebeard ignored it. Able to call Admiral an imp. Only people of Whitebeard's generation can shout like that. At this time, Whitebeard crouched down. The white light above his right hand burst into boundless brilliance, and then he punched Aokiji. Zzz. The shaking of the shock fruit went straight to Aokiji. The shock wave carried a powerful destructive power to tear apart the space, and hit heavily on Aokiji's body. At this critical moment, Aokiji hurriedly elementalizes his body. But even with elementalization, he was shocked by Whitebeard's shock fruit. Elementalized Aokiji, torn to pieces by shock fruit on the spot. After falling to the ground, the icicle fragments recondensed into a human form. Aokiji came out from inside. Compared with the calmness at the beginning, Aokiji now has a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Obviously. In just a few moments, he was shocked by Whitebeard. Although this is only a minor injury, anyone with a discerning eye can see it. He, Aokiji, lost to Whitebeard and was at a disadvantage. Frowning, Aokiji backed out after staying away for a long time. Return to Admiral's seat and sit down. Certainly. People like Marco, Izo, Bista, Kizaru, Akainu, Shishibukai, etc. can see that Whitebeard is slightly better. But in the eyes of the Marines, this is quite different. Admiral Aokiji. Even with Whitebeard. To know. When Whitebeard came on at the beginning, he gave them a suffocating pressure. This oppressive force even made them unable to hold their heads up. But since the fierce battle between Aokiji and Whitebeard, the Marines suddenly came to their senses. Although Whitebeard is called the strongest man in the world, our side is not bad. We have Admiral, we have Shishibukai to help out, and the Marshal supervises the battle, and there are heroes like Garp the Fist. Aokiji Admiral can fight. Whitebeard is even, we have the other 2 admirals. Yeah, Whitebeard isn't scary either. Since ancient times, soldiers have fought against generals, and we only need to do our job well. Many Marine soldiers because of this battle of Aokiji. Immediately, one by one regained a little vitality. The face is refreshed with new life. Whitebeard is certainly scary. But his opponent is the owner of the top strength of Marine. This is simply not something they can worry about. The Whitebeard pirates are at the top of their game. It's as if they don't have it on the Marine side. In other words, their opponents are just the gang of subordinate pirates in front of them. What's so scary about these pirates? This moment. In the subtle. The morale of the Marines has been restored. Reinvigorate and show off. The fighting spirit on everyone's face is high. They are Marines. When facing pirates, if even they are timid, then who else? Guard the sea behind them? Whitebeard. Nothing to be afraid of. As early as when preparing to start this war, the ammunition and artillery fire of the Marines has been prepared. 4.6. Now the battle is on the verge of breaking out. This moment. There is nothing more to say. When the two armies are at war, artillery fire should be the first. Bang bang bang. Thousands of cannon fire spewed from their muzzles. Kikai bombarded the affiliated pirates in front of them. With unparalleled power, the bombardment continued to explode on the ice. Fire. Some marines commanded subordinates to launch the most violent artillery coverage towards the Whitebeard pirates. The marines fought back, and we fought back. On the side of the Whitebeard pirates, after seeing marine launching an attack, many people also changed the target of their artillery fire. The two sides directly use fire coverage within the range of the range. Unleash precision strikes. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions came from above the ice layer. After a baptism of gunfire. On the affiliated pirate group, some captains jumped off the pirate group without saying a word. They bring their own group of people. Attacking up Marine Ford. Marine over there. The vice admirals also showed a cold face. He also fought back with Marine. When the melee forces of the two sides collided together, the long-distance artillery bombardment from both sides also stopped. Now, it's time to start fighting. Let these pirates see how powerful our marine is. Erlang, follow me. A vice admiral shouted loudly, and charged up with the marines who were fighting high. Either you die or I die. Do you think our Whitebeard pirates are easy to mess with? The captains of the affiliated pirate group also roared and drew their swords at each other. You come and go, swords and soldiers meet, and the sound of cutting flesh can be heard everywhere. In just one breath, blood flowed like a river, wreckage was everywhere, many marines and pirates fell to the ground. The most primitive, bloodiest, and cruelest battle. At this moment, in front of the bay at Marine Ford. It's ringing. Chapter 68. The most primitive fight has begun. The captains of the affiliated pirates are moving forward. Even in the face of some vice admirals, they can fight with ease. One hits two, even three vice admiral. It's exciting to watch. Captains here. Many people can't sit still. They wanted to compete with Marine for a long time, and jumped off the Moby DK one after another. Take Vista, for example. Holding the double knives, he went straight to Marine. None of the vice admirals in front of him could stop him. The sword light in his hand waved, and Marine soldiers were killed on the spot one after another. And behind Bista, Yizhang did not give up much. 2 guns in hand. Constantly blocking Marine's offensive line. A large number of people fell at his feet. Bista, let's see who can rescue Ace first. Perhaps because of Whitebeard's exaggeration, Yizhang has also been cultivated to be arrogant, and he wants to save Ace from Marine's heavy siege. I'm afraid you won't succeed. I'm afraid that once the competition starts, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to touch Ace, because he has already been brought back by me. Bista also responded. Was said so. Both want to be the first to bring out Ace. They tried their best and rushed towards Ace. The Whitebeard pirates are magnificent. Into the endless. In terms of strength, they are naturally not comparable to the flowers in these greenhouses who are good at fighting. It takes less than a few breaths to meet swordsmen. The Marines were beaten and retreated steadily. With the leadership of the team captains like Vista, there was chaos. Under the frenzied attack of the pirates, Marine has already begun to retreat steadily. Just when the two sides are fighting heartily. Second steps in Marine Ford. That is, in Shishibukai, there was a little change. I came to Marine Ford this time mainly to test the gap with you, the strongest man in the world. I hope you don't let me down. Wearing a hat, wearing a robe, and carrying a knife, my hawk, the world's #1 sword dream eagle eye. Be one of the first to be among the many Shishibukai. This step for my hawk. Immediately let all the Shishibukai around look sideways. Not just Shishibukai. Not even 3 admiral nuances on it. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji all looked at my hawk. Both Sengoku and Garp stood on the execution platform and looked at my hawk. No one thought of it. It stands to reason that these Shishibukai are just decorations. They have always liked paddling, and they even ignored the orders of the marshal. Did not think of. Now Shishibukai is willing to join the war. And the first to join the battle. It is my hawk who is cold, indifferent to the world, and obsessed with swordsmanship. My hawk walked out step by step. He pulled out his supreme sword, Hidei, from behind him. Holding a long knife. Sharp eyes stare at Whitebeard on the Moby DK in the distance. Same. Whitebeard, standing on the Moby DK, also noticed a threat approaching. Follow the source to see the past. Gu la la la, my hawk? The little devils are all grown up. Don't talk about Aokiji, even my hawk is just a kid in front of Whitebeard. My hawk raised the knife. Pointing to the distant Whitebeard. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Concentrate all the power on your own arms. Subsequently, raise the supreme sharp knife. My hawk slashed in Whitebeard's direction. Stab. A slash with a height of 40 meters burst out from above Hidei. The bright sword light is extremely eye-catching. Sweep across the ice. Even the solid and unbreakable ice surface was split in two under my hawk's slash. This knife slashed. Head straight for Whitebeard on the Moby DK. The Moby DK is about to be split in two. However, facing my hawk this full blow, Whitebeard just stood there quietly, unmoved at all. Just when the slash was about to hit the Moby DK. A stalwart figure. Right in front of the Moby DK. His whole body is shining, the whole body is bright, and it is extremely dazzling under the sunlight. Jaws, the third captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Diamond Fruit ability user. Possess an invincible defense force. At this time, half of the third captain Jaws' body was covered with indestructible diamonds. Facing a huge slash. He actually pinched this particularly sharp sword light with his bare hands. Drink. The moment of collision. Kiyozi's arm suddenly trembled violently, almost unable to hold back. His face froze. At first he thought he was high enough to look at my hawk, but it was just this slash that made Jaws realize that he still underestimated him. What a sharp slash! Jaws' legs scraped long trenches on the ice. He gritted his teeth even more. Do everything in your power. Then raise your arms. This my hawk's full blow was intercepted by Jaws, known as the strongest shield. Slashing into the sky. Exploded in the sky. This piece of sky suddenly tore up the clouds, scattered in a rush, and there was no cloud in the sky. My hawk saw the result. He knew he was hopeless against Whitebeard. Put away the long knife and insert it back behind him. Back to the second step, Shishibukai ranks. Yet, with these captains around, I'm afraid it's not that easy to get close to Whitebeard. Doflamingo added insult to injury from the sidelines. My hawk simply ignores Doflamingo. GGG, many shadows, many shadows. Gecko Moria keeps harvesting the shadows of the scene, whether it is pirates or marines, they will not let go of them all. When I think of facing these stinky men, I feel sick for a while. The pirate Empress Boa Hancock covered her eyes, not wanting to witness everything in front of her. Xiong actually opened the notebook he carried with him at this moment, and read the book quietly in such an extremely important scene as the Summit War. These Shishibukai. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral spat viciously at these Shishibukai. It's nothing more than harvesting the shadows of pirates, Gecko Moria, why did he harvest the shadows of marines? Another Vice Admiral clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. But now their number one land is Whitebeard. For these lawless Shishibukai, they could only swallow their anger. Get rid of the Whitebeard in front of you first, and settle accounts with this group of Shishibukai who don't know what to do. Marines' line of defense. At this moment, because Captain Ban and the captain of the affiliated pirate group led the troops to attack, has been constantly rout. Even on the first stage of the battlefield, they have completely lost their dominance. Damn it, the attack of these pirates is too fierce, we can't stop it at all. If you can't stop it, you have to stop it. You must not increase the arrogance of their gang of evil pirates. What orders is there from the marshal? We need the command of the marshal. The soldiers shouted at the vice-admirals. Vice-admirals are also gritting their teeth and struggling, watching Marine lose like a mountain. On the side of the Whitebeard pirates, the captain and the other crew members also showed excitement on their faces. These guys Marine. But that's all. There are a total of 100,000 troops here, but they are just wine bags and rice bags. Just when they are full of ambition. Marshal Sengoku's first military order was issued: withdraw from the first step, build a high platform, and baptize with artillery fire. Get instructions from Sengoku. The vice-admirals hurriedly led the soldiers and left the first step. And at this moment, a series of high walls were built around them. In order to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, how can there be enough except 150,000 Marines? This high wall is the first barrier to stop them. Where is this place? This is Marine Ford. Their Marine headquarters, as mentioned before, is here, their Marine world, for the Whitebeard pirates. Marine Ford at this time. It's the Longton Tiger's Den. The high wall suddenly rose. And on top of that high wall, Marine's fort has already been built. Fire! When all the Marines retreated to the first step, only the Whitebeard pirates remained on the first step. And because of this, they can unscrupulously use cannon fire to wash away the gang of pirates in front of them. Bang bang bang! Boom 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 boom! Violent explosion! Shino! The Whitebeard pirates were originally complacent. At this moment, he also paid an extremely tragic price. Many people were buried in these artillery fire. Heavy casualties, no bones left. We must break through this high wall, otherwise we will become turtles in the jar. Vista shouted at the surrounding crew members with an ugly expression. These high towers were built by the Marines, they came prepared, and they are not easy to break through. Yi Zhang lost the arrogance he had before, and never thought that Marine would make such a move. Give it to me. At this time, a giant stepped out from behind Zhang and Vista. He used his body to protect the last high wall that was about to rise. Forcibly opened up a road to the second step for many crew members. See this path? Countless members of the Whitebeard pirates became angry. This is a road that the crew built for them with blood and bones. Anyway, go on with the faith of your partners. The Whitebeard pirates went berserk. Everyone can't wait to tear all these pirates apart. Furious, they fought towards the Marines one by one again. Second steps in this Marine ford. The two sides collided again. This time, even the Shishibukai are involved. Jaws opened and closed his arms wide, and under his fists, the Marine in front of him was defeated immediately. But at this moment, Qiazi suddenly punched Yi Zhang. Yi Zhang was shocked. Josie, what are you doing? Go, my body is out of control. Jaws shouted in horror. At this time, not far away, a man in a flamingo costume came out. Although paddling is the best. But if I really turn a blind eye to it, I'm afraid my position as Shishibukai will not be stable at that time. I'm sorry, the third captain. Doflamingo steps out from behind Jotzi. With a flick of his finger, Qiazi knocked away several members of the white group in one go. On the other side, Vista also found Hawkeye my hawk, who is also a swordsman. I have long wanted to compete with you, the world's #1 swordsman. No match for Whitebeard though. But Bista, who is a strong swordsman like himself, is also a good choice. My hawk said lightly, then let me try your foil. With Shishibukai involved, The pressure on vice admirals has been reduced. And on the high platform, Sengoku's second order came down, get out all pacifists. Pacifist. Perhaps in terms of strength, they may not be as good as the vice admirals on the scene. But on destructive power, they are second to none. Hundreds of pacifists were dispatched. All kinds of light shells bombarded, and the casualties of the white group were raised to another level. On this second step, the soldiers of the Whitebeard pirates can no longer attack. You can't go forward, you can't go back. Sengoku sees it all. Next, it only needs to slowly devour the combat power of this white regiment and destroy their morale. The morale of the army is slack. Then they are gone, and they can never get back. The Whitebeard pirates will be dropped by their marine here at Marineford today. Strategize and win thousands of miles. In order to avoid future troubles. The third order Sengoku issued again, Akainu, it's time for you to act 11. Akainu stood up from where he was. Now most of the captains have been dispatched. On the Moby DK. That leaves only a few like Whitebeard and Marco. Also at this moment, it's their turn for Admiral. Capture the thief first and capture the king first. Akainu went straight for Whitebeard. Moby DK aboard. Whitebeard frowned, naturally he also saw the sons who couldn't get in. It's fine if you can't hit it, but you can't get it back. Once returned, I'm afraid they will be bombarded indiscriminately by marine. Sengoku. You are indeed a marine admiral. Even I can't compare to you in terms of planning. Whitebeard, die. Suddenly, a voice came over. Looked up. I saw a huge mass of magma smashing towards me. Sakazuki. Whitebeard didn't know Sakazuki's identity. As admiral, is he finally going to make a move? Whitebeard and Akainu fist butt together. The impact from above make both of them take half a step back. And just as Whitebeard stepped back, behind him, there was another person again. Aokiji from one of the marine admirals. Akainu and Aokiji, one behind the other, put Whitebeard in the middle. Whitebeard, next year today will be your death day. Akainu went to war without saying a word. Huge magma was continuously released. Although Aokiji doesn't want to cooperate with Akainu, but this time the opponent is 4 Emperors Whitebeard after all. The two had to join forces. Admiral was besieged by 2 full members. Whitebeard's eyes froze, and he became depressed. But when facing their attack, Whitebeard looked at Marco. Marco, I leave it to you. The 2 admirals joined forces to attack 513, even the 4 emperors may not be able to stop it. Can now. The only one who can restrain them is himself. And at this moment, the strength on the execution platform will definitely be vacant. It's a great time for Marco to rescue Ace. Vista and the others are no longer able to attack. We can only rely on Marco to show off his magic weapon. Father. Those are 2 members of Admiral, and when he thinks of Whitebeard's body, Marco is extremely worried. Who will watch over Whitebeard once he's gone? Listen to Dad. Whitebeard exhorted again. Good. Thinking of a quick fix, just bring out the ace. Marco gritted his teeth. His eyes fell on Ace on the execution platform. From here to the execution stand. If you are flying with all your strength, it is only 10 breaths. 10 breaths. Enough time. A layer of blue-golden flames appeared on Marco's body. At the same time, his arms also turned into a pair of wings. Marco jumped up. He soared into the sky in an instant. The phoenix fruit emerges, heading straight for Ace's execution platform. It is necessary to bring Ace out in this precious time that Dad won. Although Marco thought so in his heart. It's better to be a person than to be a god. Oh hey, Captain Marco, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A strange tone appeared in Marco's ear. It was Kizaru. As Marine Admiral, as early as the moment Marco acted. He has already blocked the only way for Marco. Captain Whitebeard on one side and Marine Admiral on the other. The two sides are evenly matched. Snort. Marco is not waiting for me, his face is unmoved. At full speed, he rushed to Kizaru in front of him. Oh hey, I seem to be underestimated. Looking at Marco's indifferent appearance, Kizaru didn't know that he was underestimated. Certainly. Kizaru also doesn't care that Marco underestimates him. I saw him fold his hands in front of his chest, and said 5 words softly, 8 feet Kyanguyu. Shhhhhhhhhhh. A golden light filled the sky, released from Kizaru's hands. A series of sharp edges smashed towards Marco in front of him. Marco's phoenix was filled with flames. Let the 8-foot Kyanguyu fall on him. At the same time, lift your legs. In the way of hanging the golden hook upside down, he kicked towards the yellow ape. Kizaru raised his hand. Fists and feet meet. The collision of the two sides sent a long cry in the sky. Immediately afterwards, Kizaru, who was Marine Admiral, was kicked out by Marco. He slammed into the ground in embarrassment, smashing into the ruins. After kicking the yellow ape flying, Marco leaps to the execution platform again. Sengoku's face was serious, and he had to protect Ace. Necessary timing. He, Sengoku, also joins the battle as a soldier. And just when Marco was only one step away from the execution platform. Even when Ace is about to be at your fingertips. An old man with white hair appeared. His body is tall, his robes are thick, his momentum is magnificent, and he has the innate haki. Garb. Marco was shocked. He didn't expect that at the last step close to the execution platform, he met the legendary marine hero Garp the Fist. Chapter 69. At this time, the 3 admirals had already left the execution platform one after another. This is the perfect time for Marco to get close to the scaffold and steal the ace. But at this moment, a marine stood in front of Marco. It is Garp the Fist. Garp. Marco looked serious. Whether you meet Shishibukai or Admiral, Marco wouldn't be fazed by it at all. But Garp is very different. He was a rival with his father when he was young. It goes without saying how strong Whitebeard was at his peak. But even Whitebeard back then wasn't willing to fight Garp for a long time. Block yourself. It was him. Garp jumped and stood in front of Marco. The sharp light in his eyes shot out, and he raised his bone fist. A punch hit Marco hard in the face. Marco turned on all his defenses. The expansion of a blue-golden flame intercepted in front of Marco. But even so, under one punch, Marco's heart cracked, and the blood in his mouth gushed out of his throat. Boom! He slammed his head into the ground. Just like Kizaru before, he was incomparably embarrassed. A crater was smashed into the ground. Marco lay on his stomach. After defeating Marco with one punch, Garp flicked his robe, and sat down in front of the 3 admirals in full view of all the marines and pirates in Marine Ford. Old man, it's also a marine. Garp let out a roar. He is the backbone of Marine, the banner of Marine, and the existence that all Marines believe in. Although Ace is undoubtedly his grandson, as a grandfather, Garp does not want to see such a situation at all. Comparable to Ace. He has to side with Marine now. Those of the Whitebeard pirates, don't even try to get near the execution stand. In the big pit, Marco's blue-gold flames dissipated, a fist was punched on his face, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Under this punch, he could hardly bear it. Marco had a look of pity on his face. Just a little bit. Then Ace can be brought out. Fall short. Whitebeard this way. It was very difficult for him to support Akainu and Aokiji alone. When seeing Marco also fell short and was blocked by Garp, Whitebeard's face darkened a bit. Marine's advantage gradually became apparent. You have to open up the situation yourself. As the 4 emperors of New World, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard knew he had to open up. Otherwise, one ebbs in another. They Whitebeard pirates will eventually fall in this marine ford. The entire pirate group will be burned. The scales tipped. The situation will never return. But Whitebeard has more heart than power. No matter how strong he is. Nor is it the combined rivalry of 2 admirals. Not to mention, in the past 10 years, Whitebeard has been plagued by illness, and he has long lost his former peak strength. Under the joint attack of Akainu and Aokiji, Whitebeard was losing ground. Even accidentally got punched by Akainu. This punch withdraw from Whitebeard's violent attack, and it took a while to recover. It happened that this punch triggered Whitebeard's old disease. The mouth kept bleeding. Whitebeard coughed violently and had to rely on Kong Yunch to barely stand. Akainu saw Whitebeard so embarrassed. The idea of wanting to kill him intensified. Akainu's shots became more and more fierce and decisive. Aokiji flitted aside. Keep Whitebeard constantly distracted. Whitebeard now. We've reached the end of the road. Daddy. When Jaws saw that Whitebeard was severely injured by 2 admirals, and his mouth kept bleeding, his face changed drastically. Pull out all the stops and break free from Doflamingo's string fruit. Doflamingo saw Joza trying to break free. Using the sharp cutting ability of string fruit, he opened several bloody gashes directly behind Jaws. But Jaws didn't care about it at all. Against Doflamingo's back attack, he single-mindedly rescued the past in the direction of Whitebeard. Daddy. Baista also saw the appearance of his father. He put away his double knives, got rid of Mihawk in front of him, and never had the heart to challenge the world's #1 swordsman. Return quickly in the direction of Whitebeard. Seeing this, Mihawk put away his sword moves. He didn't pursue, but stuck Heideoya back into his back. The other captains also came back to help. Hold M. On the high platform. Sengoku quickly ordered Vice Admiral to intercept the captains when he saw the captains wanting to return. As Whitebeard is now. Akainu and Aokiji just need to add another fire. The summit war situation can be settled. Some Vice Admirals also sacrificed themselves to die. More than 20 Vice Admirals stopped in front of these captains. Get out of the way! Jaws, Baista, and the others shouted angrily. But the strength of Vice Admirals is not so easy to solve. The 2 sides fought together. Let Jaws, Vista, and other captains have amazing methods. But 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. The number of more than 20 Vice Admirals is too much. They share the same hatred. I have less than 7 or 8 captains here. Can only watch helplessly as Akainu and Aokiji siege Whitebeard. Father, I'll help you. Marco glanced at the scaffold. With Garp there, he couldn't get any closer. Rather than that, I can only return to help my father. It is imperative. It's about rescuing Daddy. But just when Marco was about to go back. Oh hey, now it's time to settle for the kick you just kicked me. Kizaru also came out of the ruins. He was spotless. Even if he was kicked by Marco, he was not hurt. Kizaru. He glanced worriedly at Whitebeard, and Kizaru who stopped him in front of him. Marco knew he had to be dealt with before he could get back to Whitebeard. But Kizaru is also a veteran admiral anyway. Want to solve him? How difficult? Can be forced to. Marco can only choose a quick fight. That's all. Marco confronted Kizaru, and the other captains joined the vice admirals. The captain of the affiliated pirates also encountered the obstruction of the giant vice admiral. The crew of the White Regiment also collided with the Marine elite soldiers. Whitebeard was besieged by 2 admirals. Soldier against soldier, general against general. Desperate battle. Played at Marine Ford. At the same time, the picture of the scene. was videotaped by a local camera phone bug and broadcasted all over the world. Sabayati Archipelago, Dressrosa, the first half of the Grand Line, New World, and many other places. They are all showing the great battle of Marineford. Anyone who watches this battle, they were all shocked by the murderous Marineford. Countless people are admiring the strength of the Whitebeard pirates, but also marveling at the background of Marine. No matter what tricks Whitebeard uses, they are all picked up by Sengoku. Strategize. Everything is in the palm of your hand. However, when this great battle broke out in Marineford, the other side, this is the big prison under the sea. An unexpected party has landed on Impel Down. This ship spirit is too powerful, it can actually make our Thousand Sunny take off. As the captain, Frankie was very shocked by the Thousand Sunny who could fly. Notice. In the beginning, he specially made wind to blast this ability for Thousand Sunny. Can be obvious. Already have the ability to fly. The blowing effect of this wind is not too big. As for why ships fly, no doubt, Luffy pulled the boat spirit out again to take the blame. Frankie didn't call at all, and took a small notebook to record this scene. All in all, fly by Thousand Sunny. Luffy and his party directly crossed the Gate of Justice, and fell straight from a high altitude to the port of Impel Down, a large submarine prison. The port was exactly as Luffy thought. Now Sengoku gathered all his forces at Marinlo. The guard soldiers of the Impel Down. Very little. Who? Although the force is weak, there are still patrolling soldiers. The soldiers suddenly saw a ship descending from the sky, and they raised their heads quickly. But before they had time to see clearly what kind of ship it was, Luffy had already come behind them. Give them a pat on the neck. Plop flop. Several patrol soldiers fainted on the spot. Without these patrol soldiers, all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates successfully landed on Impel Down. Is this the Impel Down? So dark. Nami said worriedly. After all, it is said to be an undersea prison that no one can break through. If it is not dark and scary, how can it scare countless pirates? Sanji lit a cigarette and said anxiously. Luffy, what do we do now? Are we really going to break this Impel Down? Usopp said nervously. What else? Are we here on vacation? Luffy asked a rhetorical question. He paused and then said, I know your concerns, don't worry, isn't this Impel Down claiming that no one can break it? It just follows today's opportunity. Let's break this Impel Down. During the conversation, Luffy directly kicked open the door of the Impel Down. The door crashed down. The dark and damp smell inside immediately rushed over. Luffy strode in. Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, Nami, Robin and others followed in succession. Uxiao and Lunia followed closely behind. Buzz. Luffy's eyes glowed red, and observation Haki captured all the clues in front of him like a radar. In the impression, in addition to the guarded soldiers on the outside of this Impel Down, the soldiers inside are also guarded. But alas! Summit War takes place today. There are very few troops here. The only thing to worry about, it's the monitoring phone bug stuck deep in the corner. Impel Down has a master control room. From the first floor to the 6th floor of Impel Down, there are almost monitoring phone bugs watching. Once there is any sign of trouble, these pictures will all be sent to the main control room. This makes it easier for Impel Down to suppress those prisoners who try to escape. And guarding the main control room is the warden of Impel Down, a large undersea prison, a poisonous fruit-capable person, and Magellan who spends the rest of his life in the toilet almost all day long. Rumor. Magellan's strength is matched with his unique ability of poisonous fruit. Under the instant outbreak, the strength is not weaker than any of Admiral. At first, when Blackbeard took everyone trying to leave Impel Down, that's Magellan. One man wiped out the entire Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard at this moment. But it already has the potential of 4 emperors. It can be seen from this. Just how powerful Magellan is. Luffy freed the prisoner this time, and no one else could worry about it. Only this Magellan is a headache opponent. But no matter how strong Magellan is, Luffy doesn't think that he alone can stop his footsteps. Closer to home. After observation Haki is turned on. Even those phone bugs hiding in the dark can't escape Luffy's eyes. Destroy them. Avoid exposing your whereabouts. At the same time, there are also a small number of marines patrolling along the way. Luffy also solved them all without saying a word. A group of people passed through the first floor of Impel Down and walked to the second floor of the next floor. The first floor is called Crimson Hell, and the second floor is called Warcraft Hell. In this category, Luffy met a lot of ferocious monsters from the demon world. They bared their teeth and showed their eyes longing for meat. Face these monsters. There was no need for Luffy to make a move. Zoro and Sanji are like clearing the snow from the front door. Almost all the monsters were solved by them. Passing through the second floor, everyone came to the third floor. It's called Starvation Hell. As the name suggests, prisoners here will not receive any food supplies. Then Luffy took everyone through the fourth floor of Blazing Hell and the fifth floor of Freezing Hell. Luffy looked up. His gaze is on the last gate of Impel Down. The gate was covered with moss. Looks like it's rarely opened. This door is a little weird. Nami frowned. What kind of weird method? Luffy looked sideways. Those doors before are almost not as covered with moss as this door. You see, these walls, and the smelly water overflowing, it's hard to imagine what kind of existence is imprisoned behind this door. Nami regretted it a bit, and knew that she would stay on the boat honestly. She mainly wants to follow Luffy. See the world at the same time. But never expected. The environment of this Impel Down is actually so bad. Who would have thought? This may seem like several layers of hell, but the harsh environment inside is quite different. Another blazing hell, another freezing hell. What the hell is this Impel Down constructed of? There is such an abnormal living climate. The undersea prison has 6 floors in total. We have passed through the 5th floor before. Luffy, this should be the last door. Robin asked Luffy with a sideways glance. That's right, behind this door, of the money, is our destination, the 6th floor of the undersea prison. Luffy said calmly. From the beginning. Luffy's goal. It is the 6th level of hell in the Great Submarine Prison. Freeing prisoners is certainly important. But more important, or the last prisoners in the 6th floor. Behind this door is the last floor of the big prison. It's so damp and dark here, Luffy, do you know what kind of vicious criminals are being held here? Usopp said anxiously. Usopp, if you continue to stay on Thousand Sunny, if you are caught by Marine in the future, you may also be imprisoned here. Luffy joked in a rare round. Certainly. This statement is half true and half false. According to Usopp's current practice speed 10 times. I believe it will not be long. A reward of over 100 million is just around the corner. The strength has increased, and the reward has increased. The floor of Impel Down is going up. Let alone Usopp. Even women like Nami and Robin. It may also be better than shutting down Impel Down. Not to mention Luffy. Once arrested, Huijinchinch directly became his home. That's one of the perks of being on the Thousand Sunny. It can allow them to rapidly improve their strength in a short period of time. There are also disadvantages. That is the final destination, possibly this 6th floor prison. What? I don't want to be imprisoned in this crappy place. Usopp looked startled. So, hurry up and practice. Luffy patted Usopp on the shoulder and said. Walk into. Without further ado. Already here, Luffy directly kicked open the door again. He took everyone with him. Along the dimly lit spiral staircase, slowly walk towards the darkest depth step by step. Tick-tock. Water was constantly falling from overhead. It hit the ground, and water splashed in all directions. Gusts of wind, with the sound of howling ghosts and howling wolves, resounded continuously in this dark corridor. Chapter 70. Walk through dark corridors. A bright light appeared ahead. With Zoro, Sanji and other crew members, Luffy successfully arrived at the last place of the large submarine prison. The forbidden place of death known as Eternal Hell. It's here. Anyone who can come in is almost a famous existence on the sea. Either death row or life imprisonment. Because the criminals on this floor did a lot of evil, the monster-level figures who were erased from history because they were too vicious, did some things beyond the level of cruelty. Not even some marine soldiers know about it. There is a place like the 6th floor in Impel Down. Just walked into the 6th floor. Nami, Usopp, Chopper and others pinched their noses. Without him, the stench in the air is really bad. Luffy looked over. On both sides of the prison, many dead bones are lying in the corners of the walls. The stench emanates from the rotting flesh. This 6th floor seems to be rarely cleaned. I'm afraid even Marine is very afraid of these prisoners who are detained in the 6th floor prison. A living person, a fresh living person. Meet Luffy and his party. All the prisoners in the cage stared wide-eyed. Then, they seemed to have seen something incredible. All criminals. Staring at the two of Robin Nami in front of them. There's still a woman here. Being imprisoned here all year round, seeing women suddenly, one by one seems to have been beaten with chicken blood. Some even stretched their hands out of the cage. Even to touch these women. But just when their hands were about to touch the two of Nami Robin. Stab! Luffy pulled out the autumn water from Zoro's waist again. A knife in the past. A total of 6 or 7 arms fell to the ground with a click. Immediately afterwards, the sound of killing a pig came from the cage. Luffy indifferently pushed Kyushui back into Zoro's waist. Zoro just snorted coldly. Step over these broken limbs. Everyone continued to walk into the depths of the 6th floor. The other vicious pirates saw how decisive Luffy was. Especially when seeing 6 or 7 severed arms falling on the ground. They suddenly became terrified. Quickly realized that this might not be someone to mess with. Even if they are hungry. Compared with my own limbs, this hunger and thirst are insignificant. The depths of the 6th floor of the Eternal Hell. A blue-skinned, long-distance running fish wearing a kimono was bound in place with his hands and feet tied up, and he was wearing a pair of tight sea-stone handcuffs on his hands and feet. There are several whip marks on the blue skin. The face is also full of bloodline. It seemed that he had experienced a severe beating, and he was extremely embarrassed. He is the former 7 warlords of the sea, Hixia Jinbei. To ask why Jinbei was imprisoned here. Learned that Ace was captured by Marine. When Marine even wanted to threaten the Whitebeard pirates with this. Jinbei absolutely cannot sit idly by. It is about the safety of the Whitebeard pirates. He came to Marine to find the marshal to return Ace. Unexpectedly, a contradiction arose along the way. Jinbei is Shishibukai though. But compared to Marine, he still has a slight deficiency. Under Marine's siege, Jinbei was captured. At the same time, he was also thrown into the Eternal Hell, the last floor of the deep-sea prison. Jinbei now. Despair was written all over his face. I am afraid. Now Whitebeard has come to Marineford, and is launching an unprecedented decisive battle with Marine. The Whitebeard pirates are the benefactors of the Fishmen Island. Jinbei is another extremely loyal character. Sometimes God really plays tricks on people. The more I want to stop this battle. On the contrary, the farther you are from the scene of the war, the farther you are. Chained to the dark Impel Down. Looking at the ocean and sighing. Facing the wall and thinking about it. Well. Marine came prepared this time, and the Whitebeard pirates may be in danger. The thought of the Whitebeard pirates' imminent destruction in Marineford. Jinbei's heart was bleeding. Why? Hixia Jinbei also sighs sometimes. Just as Jinbei was sighing, a hoarse voice came from the side. Jinbei looked towards the source of the voice. Crocodile, you don't understand my mood at all. Good. Prison next to Jinbei. It was the crocodile who wanted to unify the desert country and had the sand fruit ability. Crocodile. Same status as Jinbei, also one of 7 warlords of the sea. Trying to get ancient weapon, conquer the world, and fulfill your goals. However, he missed a move and met the protagonist group. Since then, Crocodile's plans are shattered. Lost to Luffy who hadn't crossed before. Then he was sent to the bottom of the sea by Smoker to impel down, and became one of the prisoners in eternal hell. I heard that you were arrested for the Whitebeard pirates. Now that Marine has killed the Whitebeard pirates, I really don't agree with your behavior. Crocodile naturally knew how Jinbei was captured. Actually, just look at him. Such behavior by Jinbei. Childish cannot be childish. Stupid can't be stupid. It's as if he wants to engulf the desert country. An ordinary person wants to dissuade him. Do you think Crocodile will give up his long-planned plan because of just a few words? Of course not. Jinbei threw himself into the trap like this, and couldn't help but not get a little bit of advantage. It even caused the Whitebeard pirates to lose a lot of Shishibukai combat power for no reason. The loss outweighs the gain. I have my own ideas, don't worry about it. Hearing Crocodile's taunts, Jinbei didn't want to have anything more to do with him. With all due respect, it seems to me that your behavior is really stupid. Crocodile sneered. What did you say? Jinbei said angrily. Why, do you think I'm wrong? Crocodile still had that sneer. You are just a prisoner. I heard that you were killed by a pirate who just debuted. This news has spread all over the sea. You are the biggest shame in Shishibukai. Jinbei said. You. Crocodile clenched his fists. Thinking that I was actually killed by the Straw Hat Luffy who just debuted that day. All the time. This is Crocodile's heart disease. It is an indelible scar. Just when the two Shishibukai disliked each other. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps, and they stopped in front of the two of them. Jinbei, you are so elegant, even in prison, you still have the mind to argue with others. Suddenly a voice was heard. Jinbei and Crocodile turned their heads together. But he saw 10 people standing outside the cage in front of him. The leader was wearing a straw hat and simple clothes, but there was a vague smile on his face. Luffy. Jinbei naturally recognizes Luffy, and now Luffy's reputation above the sea is indistinctly close to that of the 5th Emperor. Blue skin, the appearance of a murloc, it seems that I have not mistaken the person. Luffy has been practicing for a long time. Even if you follow the news, it's all about summit war or something. He recognizes many people just by their appearance. It's like the Jinbei in front of him, because it's too weird. This made a deep impression on Luffy. You, how are you here? Jinbei asked a little surprised. Why can't I be here? Or, only you can come in, and I can't come in. Luffy said with a smile. This. Jinbei was at a loss for words, this was the first time he saw Luffy in person. Look. It's not as scary as I thought it would be. Straw Hat. Same. In the prison next door, the moment he saw Luffy, Crocodile stood up from where he was. He stared hard at Luffy. Being defeated by Luffy at the beginning has always been his indelible scar. Thinking about it so far, it still hurts. Especially before Jinbei said he was a disgrace in Shishibukai. This made it impossible for Crocodile to calm down at all. Who are you? However, facing Crocodile's fury, Luffy said in doubt. In fact, it's no wonder that Luffy didn't recognize the sand crocodile at first sight. His gaze mainly focused on Jinbei. Plus he hasn't seen Crocodile. To ignore him. Crocodile's eyes widened. He gritted his teeth and said, I never thought that you kid would have such a vicious mouth. Defeated by Luffy, the shame of being a Shishibukai is nothing more than that. Nowadays, Luffy has already come to the door in person. He actually said words that he didn't know himself. What is he doing? He is killing people. When did Crocodile, who is a Shishibukai, suffer such disgrace? Immediately flew into a rage. He's Crocodile. Nami reminded in a low voice. She also knows. Sometimes Luffy is very forgetful, and sometimes he can't remember the people he has met before. Crocodile. Luffy looked at the sand crocodile in front of him. He came to the 6th floor this time. Besides Jinbei, Crocodile is also Luffy's target. After all, Crocodile's 50-50 strength is not as simple as it is boasted. Now you can compete with Luffy in the desert country. On the Summit War, you can tear up the major masters by hand. Are you Crocodile? Luffy asked the sand crocodile. This remark made the sand crocodile question upside down. If I am not a crocodile, who else can pretend to be myself? Straw Hat Boy, although I consider myself a tiger in peace, I am not letting you bully me at will. Crocodile said angrily. Ai. Don't get me wrong, I am a straightforward person, if there is anything negligent, please forgive me. Luffy clarified to himself. During the conversation, Luffy took a key from his belt. This is the keychain that was fumbled in the pockets of those guards just now. Follow the corresponding cage number above. Luffy opened Jinbei's cage, and put Jinbei rescued. Thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I haven't been able to get away yet. Unfortunately, Marineford is in a hurry. If there is a chance, I will definitely be there in the future. Thanks for visiting. Seeing Luffy release himself, Jinbei said very gratefully. But it was too late for him to thank him now. The Whitebeard pirates need themselves. He has to get there as soon as possible. Luffy looked at Jinbei in front of him. Follow the storyline in the original book. Jinbei will be the helm of the Straw Hat Pirates from now on. After all, he is also a crew member on his own ship, and a powerful 7 warlords of the sea. Luffy is not willing to miss Jinbei. Think about it. Luffy said, Jinbei, are you planning to go to Marineford? That's right. Honestly, do you think you can turn the tide of the battle by going alone? Asked Luffy. Even if it can't be reversed, I have to live and die with the Whitebeard pirates. Jinbei knew that even if he passed by alone, it wouldn't help. But no matter what, he also has to do his part for the Whitebeard pirates. Hehe, it's no wonder Crocodile called you pedantic before, but I see it now. Luffy chuckled. Pedantic. Jinbei didn't understand what Luffy meant. Since one person's past can't turn the situation around, what's the use of your past? Luffy looked at Jinbei and said. However, if I don't do my part, if something really happens that I regret, I will spend my whole life in regret. Jinbei shook his head, he had to go to Marineford today. Luffy also turned serious now. He glanced at Jinbei in surprise. It is worthy of the title of Seaman. Don't say anything else. That's the spirit. Luffy really appreciates him. He also put away his joke mentality. Luffy said, I can understand your feelings, but now is not the time to go your own way. Ace and I have a relationship. If he is in trouble, I will never stand by. To be honest, the last time I came to the undersea prison, it was to prepare for the Summit War. Preparing for Summit War. Jinbei raised his head. Luffy brought himself to impel down for the purpose. Simply talk to Jinbei. Use the prisoners in the large submarine prison to compete with Marine. After learning about Luffy's idea, Jinbei immediately stayed where he was. But soon, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. He really didn't think of it. Luffy actually has such a means. Indeed. If the prisoners can really be mobilized to launch a crusade against Marine, that's a mighty new force. Prisoners who can be held here. Which strength is not the top generation. Once you bring them to Marine Ford, it's like a tiger joining the sheep. How should Marine resist this? I didn't expect you to be so far-sighted. I was the one to be abrupt. Jinbei gave Luffy a high look, and praised him endlessly. Forethought is not counted, we have just come to impel down, you are just the first prisoner I released. Luffy explained. Time is waiting, who shall we rescue next? Time waits for no one, Jinbei hurriedly asked. Isn't there someone right in front of you? Luffy looked at Crocodile in front of him. Hear what Luffy said. Crocodile also raised his head abruptly. He looked at Luffy suspiciously. Are you talking about me? Crocodile said. If not. Luffy replied. Although I've been locked in the 6th floor prison, it's not that I don't know what's going on outside. Do you think I'll help you? Crocodile said calmly. I think you will, we had different goals back then in the desert country, but this time, we have the same goal and share the same hatred. I believe that the dignified 7 warlords of the sea is not like that. A person with a small belly. Luffy said calmly. The goal is the same? A joke. Why should I work hard for you? Crocodile said sarcastically. Just because I can let you out now, don't you want to leave this dark 6th floor of Impel Down? In exchange, you help me out this time, and then we owe nothing. Luffy gave Crocodile a note. Enough is enough, anyone can take me away, but the Straw Hat Boy, this person must not be you, you go, I don't need your charity at all. Crocodile said grimly. Oh? Should I say that you are stubborn, or that you have a small belly? Could it be that you have been beaten down by me before, and you can no longer hold your head up? Luffy said lightly. Stop talking nonsense, your threat will have no effect on me, unless you kill me. Crocodile gritted his teeth and said angrily. Hear the words of Crocodile. Luffy couldn't help being surprised, but smiled indifferently, as you wish. During the conversation, he pulled out the autumn water from Zoro's waist again. This Kyushui is getting easier to use. Luffy throws autumn water out. The autumn water slammed through Crocodile's right arm, and then he was nailed hard to the wall behind him. The current Crocodile wears sea stone handcuffs and can't elementalize the body at all. Tie this down. Blood gushed from Crocodile's arm. Crocodile also had a terrified face and a terrified heart. Luffy, this guy. He actually dared to do it. This is not enough. Luffy drew Zoro's second saber again. Another throw at the Crocodile. Pfft. Crocodile was also hit in the left arm by Luffy. Both the left arm and the right arm were inserted by the blade. He nailed it hard to the wall behind him. This moment, Crocodile is like a pendant. Nailed to the wall and can't move. Luffy drew Zoro's third knife again. Swish swish swish. A full 30 knives were drawn up. The knife hits the vital point. The sound of the sharp sword light cutting through the flesh was constantly heard from Crocodile's body. In an instant, Crocodile had already been cut to pieces by Luffy, blood was spilled on the ground and all over the cage. Even Crocodile was sweating coldly on his brow as the pain tore through his body. Madman! This guy is just crazy. Crocodile is no longer as calm as before. The eyes and face rarely showed fear and despair. Luffy put the knife on Crocodile's neck. The last cut will be your neck. Here I am asking you one last time. To help or not to help? Chapter 71. To help or not to help? This is a naked threat. Forcing him to make a choice. Feeling the sharpness on his neck, Crocodile didn't know, as long as he said no. Luffy in front of him will raise his hand, the knife will fall. End your own life. For Luffy's methods, and getting along with him day and night, the people of the Straw Hat Pirates have already seen it, not at all. But Crocodile is different. He hasn't seen Luffy since Desert Kingdom. To know. At that time, Luffy was still a silly and sweet one. For the sake of an insignificant country, he was as stupid as a young man against himself as 7 warlords of the sea. In the end, relying on his passionate and reckless methods, he really managed to get past him recklessly. So much so that Crocodile is now the shame of 7 warlords of the sea. But compared to the shame, he was even more horrified. Always felt. The Luffy in front of him has changed. The previous silly and sweet Nova pirate had completely disappeared. On the contrary, it is the powerful pirate in front of him who is decisive and has extremely cold eyes. This moment, time seems to go very long. Crocodile was also a little apprehensive. Overwhelmed by Luffy's methods. A long time. The response came from Crocodile's mouth. Good. He almost agreed to Luffy's exorbitant request with difficulty. I hope you won't break your promise. Luffy withdrew the 2 knives impaled on Crocodile's body. The moment it was withdrawn, the blood flew out again. See stone handcuffs. There is really a huge limit to demon fruit power. Otherwise Luffy wouldn't have judged Crocodile so easily. A bean appears in Luffy's hand. Eat him. Luffy said coldly. What is this? Don't you want me to help you? Are you trying to kill me by sending me this bean? Luffy used such a fierce method before, and suddenly gave himself another bean. Crocodile inevitably won't win over suspicion. Could this be poison? Kill you. Luffy seems to have heard some big joke. Do you think that with your current state, do I need to be so troublesome? Crocodile meal. Indeed. As far as my current situation is concerned, it has become a fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered and unable to move. Want to kill myself? Why bother? Think about it. Crocodile swallowed the beans anyway. But at the moment he ate the fairy beans. A finish appears on Crocodile's body. The wound on Crocodile's body is actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, the physical exhaustion of being locked up and impelled down. It's all gone too. The current Crocodile can be described as completely new. If not still wearing sea stone handcuffs. He even has a feeling that he wants to soar into the sky. Injuries, physical strength, spirit, and all other values recovered on the spot. This. Feeling the sudden recovery of physical strength and the healed scars on his body, it is impossible for Crocodile not to be shocked. What is this? Luffy gave himself a bean just now. Only then will there be the current scene. Could it be? Is it because of the bean? Crocodile's heart surged, and he turned his head sharply to stare at Luffy in front of him. Is this his method? Have you recovered your strength? Luffy said lightly. He wouldn't hurt Crocodile for no reason. After all, if this guy is really beaten by himself, isn't Summit War missing a big boost? Luffy seems to have cut more than 30 knives, almost all within a controllable range. At the same time, the last fairy bean. It's a combination of kindness and might. The former makes the Crocodile shock his own means, and the latter makes the Crocodile shock his own abilities. What is this bean? It's so amazing. Crocodile couldn't help asking. What you eat is just an ordinary bean, and there are several thousand caddies on my boat, not enough to be a minister. Luffy explained. How many kilos? Crocodile was a little sluggish. Such miraculous beans should be the rarest of the rare, the best of the best. How did you get to Luffy? Become a bad street existence? Even calculated in kilograms. You got the unit of measurement wrong. It's as if someone asks you how many houses you have, and you answer £3 for the real estate certificate." Luffy's words also made Nami, Robin and others smile. "My own cheap captain. It's really getting weirder and weirder." Luffy stepped forward. "Uncuff the sea stone handcuffs to the cured crocodile himself." "You're not afraid of sea stone?" Watching Luffy uncuff himself with his own eyes, he thought that Luffy is a person with the ability of rubber fruit. How is he not afraid of sea stone? Is it strange? Luffy doesn't care. It's the shocking bean just now, and Luffy's ability not to be afraid of sea stone. How can crocodile not be unusual? Now that I have recovered from my injuries and recovered my physical strength, once I break free from the sea stone handcuffs and let the birds fly in the sky, you are not afraid that I will capture you immediately and force you to let me go." Crocodile stared at Luffy, who was close at hand with the eyes of an old fox. "If you don't want to die, you can try. Face off against the crocodile at hand." Luffy couldn't help showing no signs of fear. Even took a step forward. "Stand closer to him." At the same time, a faint wave of haki was released from Luffy's body. It's like standing on the top of a mountain and looking down at the whole sea. This powerful pressure, let crocodile at the moment, is like facing a tsunami. Even the front folded hair began to move automatically without wind. This situation hastened down again. Feel the oppressive haki in Luffy. Crocodile's eyelids twitched again. Changed. The Straw Hat Kid has really changed. Cannot help but means an ability. Even the momentum, tone, and demeanor have changed. It's like a new account has transformed into a full-level account. It seems that it has only been half a year since I was arrested in this large submarine prison. Just half a year. What the hell is Luffy going through outside? How did his strength become so powerful? Take a breath. Crocodile wants to find out more and more about Luffy's past 6 months. However, he still suppressed his eagerness to move. At the same time, he responded to Luffy and said, "Okay, I admit it, I can't help you now." Obvious. Crocodile was not about to do anything. He has a gut feeling. Just move a finger yourself. I'm afraid that the next second it will be me who falls to the ground. This Straw Hat Kid. Is he on? The strength has grown too fast. You took me out of Impel Down. In exchange, I will sell my strength for you today. This is a sale. After the sale, I will get what I want. Crocodile extended his palm towards Luffy. Make a deal. Luffy clapped Crocodile's palms together. Treat Jinbei. Luffy can be nice to him. But old foxes like Crocodile only use the strongest attitude to make him surrender to you. Otherwise, must be a hazard. That's why Luffy came up and gave Crocodile a head-on blow. He didn't expect to convince Crocodile with words. Now Keter is willing to work hard. It also saves the time-consuming process. In Impel Down, except Jinbei and Crocodile. Luffy turned again. Have to say, Impel Down was supposed to house the most vicious criminals. Especially this last layer. Luffy simply looked at the cages. Almost all of them were imprisoned with prehistoric beasts. Everyone releases boundless evil spirits, which are terrifying and shocking, with unprecedented powerful haki, which makes people's blood coagulate and they can't breathe. If it weren't for the strong cage and sea stone, these monsters may have jumped out to rebel. Certainly. Among these strong men who are shoulder to shoulder with fierce beasts, Luffy found the beast of beasts. The fierce aura he carried all over his body even made Luffy frown, and he felt threatened. Notice. Before that, even the crocodile, who is close at hand, can't change Luffy's color at all. This person in front of you. On Crocodile. Luffy was determined. Only the strong ones at the Admiral level. Only then will Luffy be aware of the danger. Luffy walked to the edge of the cage. He looked into the cage with his eyes. Next second. Inside the cage, a pair of scarlet eyes were raised, with endless vicissitudes in those eyes and the aura of seeing through the sea. It makes Luffy feel like being stared at by 100 sea kings. By dim light, Luffy saw clearly the beast inside the cage. He has disheveled black hair, several scars on his face, and is wearing a prison uniform. Even though he is shackled all over his body, only his eyes bring a captivating light. A name suddenly entered Luffy's mind. Bullet. Formerly known as Douglas Bullet, he is the fanatical boss in the theatrical version. Known as the heir of the devil, he was once a crew member of the One Piece Roger. Then, after Roger turned himself in and was executed, Marine not only launched a hunt for the mother of the evil Blood Ace, but even the remnants of Roger's pirate group were also targeted by Marine. Rayleigh, Jabba, Crocus, Bullet were not spared. As a result, the Roger pirates fell into a slump, Rayleigh went into hiding, and the first bar disappeared, and Crocus waited for him at the one in the first half. Bullet was besieged by Marine's Admiral-level Buster Call. In the end, he just spelled out all the Marines in the entire Buster Call. Bullet was subdued and imprisoned in Eternal Hell, the last floor of the large submarine prison. And that Buster Call, apart from a badly injured admiral and a handful of vice-admirals, returned to naval headquarters. Almost all other Marines were wiped out. This is all the work of Bullet alone. Rating Bullet with Devil's Air. On this brilliant record, it also deserves such praise. At that time, it attracted the attention of people all over the world. The strength of a crew member of the Roger Pirates is so terrifying. 0. Seeking flowers. Wouldn't it be a mess if the whole ship got together? Oh, it's you, Luffy said, staring at Bullet. Bullet's scarlet eyes couldn't move away from Luffy's body. Little devil, do you know me? How could I not have heard of the name of the heir of the devil? Luffy has never heard of Bullet's name, and even this time he came here only for Crocodile and Jinbei. Bullet is just a windfall. But talking nonsense with open eyes is not a problem for Luffy at all. I didn't expect that I have been imprisoned in Impel Down for more than 20 years, and someone still remembers my name. Boy, it seems that you still know me, so I won't kill you. Someone as murderous as Bullet. Already bloodthirsty to death. Now there has been no blood licking from knife wounds for more than 20 years. It is impossible to say that the hands do not itch. But it seems that Luffy actually knows his name. Bullet didn't do anything either. How narcissistic do you have to be? When Luffy heard this, he looked at Bullet and asked, "What did you say?" Bullet shook his momentum and landed on Luffy. Instantly, Luffy's hair was fluttering, and her top was shaking. Even the straw hat was up and down. However, Bullet, who was going to attack Luffy, his eyes were surprised to see the straw hat behind Luffy. "Boy, where did you get that straw hat from?" Bullet asked, pointing to the straw hat behind Luffy. Needless to say, the origin of this straw hat. The items that Roger used to wear when he was young, and later left to Shanks. In the Windmill Village, Shanks gave himself the straw hat again. As the crew of One Piece Roger, even being locked up in Impel Down for years, Bullet recognized the straw hat immediately. A playful smile appeared on Luffy's face. Notice. Bullet's identity is quite special, and his straw hat's identity is also quite special. And this connection makes it even more special. This straw hat, don't you, the crew of Roger, the One Piece, not recognize it? Luffy asked back. Of course I do. Tell me quickly, where did you get this straw hat? Bullet's breathing became a little short of breath. Bell-like eyes stared at Luffy without letting go. Of course it was given to me by your former partner, otherwise, do you think I will get a straw hat? Shanks is Roger's trainee, and Bullet was once Roger's crew member. Shanks is not an exaggeration to say that he is Bullet's partner. Luffy said. Straw hat, straw hat. Bullet stared at the straw hat in Luffy's hand. No one knows better than them what kind of meaning this straw hat contains. This represents the token of inheriting Roger's mantle and carrying the will of the pirates. Even if Bullet is capable, Marine can't do anything to him. It can be boiled down to the bottom line. Bullet has always considered himself a member of the Roger Pirates. Otherwise, he would not have been executed because of Roger. He lost his temper and was besieged by Marine and locked in the eternal hell. Bullet kept talking to himself, chanting the name of the straw hat in Luffy's hand. This straw hat. It was given to Luffy by his friends. Who is the partner? Mr. Rayleigh? Or Mr. Jabba? Anyway, as long as he inherits Roger's will, even if he goes uphill or downhill, Bullet will do whatever he wants. You can get this straw hat from your friends. Enough to conclude that Luffy has the ability to excel. Then, he seemed to remember something. In the early years, I heard that Captain Roger had a wife and gave birth to a son for him. Add this straw hat in your hand. As well as, Luffy seems to be in his early 18s or early 19s. An absurd conclusion came to Bullet's mind. Bullet looked up. Bullet's heart began to beat faster. No way. It can't really be such a coincidence. I was actually in prison. I met him. This moment. Bullet's thoughts have long been wandering. He could hardly believe his research. 20 years old. Straw hats carrying their will. So far. Thump. Bullet knelt down on the ground without saying a word. His kneeling. Luffy was taken aback for a second. Then, Bullet kowtows to Luffy 3 times. Head hit the ground. The ground is buzzing. My lord, Bullet is in trouble. Bullet knocked his head 3 times and shouted. The chains on his body were rattling because of his violent kowtows. Little lord. Luffy wondered. Very good. It's fine to kowtow to myself, and even call the young master directly. I can't afford it. Young master, don't you know me? Your father Roger is my captain. It can be said that without Captain Roger, I would not be where I am today. You are my young master. Bullet paused, and then he said anxiously, Young master, I hope you can follow Captain Roger's will and walk towards the final island of Raftel, and become the next brand new One Piece. 8.